single sword cleaves through the cycles of reincarnation, stained with blood where the heavens converge, revealing not the annihilation of deities and demons, but the hypocrisy of the celestial order. With my sword as my quill, I inscribe the most frenzied of answers. The so-called invincibility is merely a youth, bearing a blood-soaked coffin, piercing through the 9 heavens, as the sword's edge drips the 980,000th head of a saint, subjected to the extraction of my supreme essence. Then let me forge an unrivaled sword heart with a mortal blade, allowing even the imperial scions of celestial realms to kneel and witness the bloodline sword intent shatter the laws of the firmament, pursued by the heavens. Behold the azure-clad swordmaster, who with a single stroke levels the river of fate, standing not only with the lady in the white skirt but also with countless mad swords stained with divine blood, from the southern frontier to the realm of ascension, from the abandoned scion of the Yi family to severing the realm of immortality with a single sword, the ordinary iron sword in Yi Mion's grasp has already transformed the boundaries of realms into stepping stones for the practitioner's path to enlightenment. Who stands at the pinnacle of the sword path? I wield a sword that can bury gods and demons and roast the heavens. As Yi Mion tears apart the 9 seals of sword intent within him, the powerful beings of the heavens finally comprehend. What this madman cultivates is not merely the sword he seeks to carve the epics of eternity into a bloody staircase ascending the sword path. Click to witness how ordinary iron pierces the spine of divinity. Chapter 1. The Lady in the White Skirt. In the ancient city Yi clan, I vehemently oppose this. Within the grand hall of the Yi family, the patriarch Yi Xiao glares furiously at the youth before him. You wish to resign from the position of young clan leader? Let me tell you, abandon that notion. The youth wears a bitter expression, helplessly replying, Patriarch, I currently possess no cultivation. I am indeed unfit to continue as the scion of the Yi family. Yi Xiao let out a soft sigh and spoke gently, Young one, since the tender age of 12, you have ardently assisted our family in securing spiritual minds. To date, you have procured 36 minds for us. During the zenith of our ancestors, we possessed merely 9 minds. Yet you have brought us an astounding 27. It is fair to say that the prosperity of the Yi family today is entirely due to your efforts. Although you currently lack cultivation, you remain our family's foremost benefactor. Should I strip you of your title as heir at this moment, it would undoubtedly dishearten the younger generation of the Yi family and invite scorn from other clans. Outsiders would accuse us of abandoning our own, labeling me as heartless. The youth replied earnestly, Clan leader, I am bereft of my powers. It is truly challenging for me to shoulder such responsibilities. Please, grant me the chance to recuperate first. Yi Xiao smiled faintly. Do not rush concerning your cultivation. Take your time. The Yi family shall await your return, no matter how long it takes. The youth fell silent, feeling a sense of helplessness. After his departure from the grand hall, Yi Xiao observed the boy's retreating figure, concern flickering in his eyes. The youth's loss of power weighed heavily upon him as well. After leaving the grand hall, the youth had not wandered far when 2 men approached from the distance. The leading figure, clad in white, hastened forward upon seeing the boy, offering a slight bow. Brother Yi Guan. The youth, known as Yi Guan, returned to the present moment and smiled. Brother Yi Qing, have you truly reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm? Yi Qing replied with a grin. Indeed. Yi Guan suddenly proposed, why not take on the role of heir? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was taken aback, quickly exclaiming, No, no, Brother Yi Guan, please do not jest. Yi Guan replied earnestly, both you and Brother Yi Mion have reached the pinnacle of the 9th realm. Ascending to the innate realm should not pose much difficulty. You both could undoubtedly become the heirs. Yi Qing shook his head once more, gesturing dismissively. Brother Yi Guan, I understand that you are feeling somewhat disheartened due to your sudden loss of cultivation. As your younger brother, I must remind you that life encompasses both peaks and valleys. In times of prosperity, one must not lose oneself in adversity. One must endure the trials. I believe there will come a day when you soar through the skies. As for the notion of me becoming the heir, please refrain from mentioning it again. If word spreads, outsiders may think there is discord among the brothers of the Yi family. Yi Guan sighed once more. After Yi Guan departed, a man beside Yi Qing spoke solemnly. Brother Yi Qing, you could very well become the heir. Yi Qing shook his head. Now that Brother Yi Guan has just fallen into misfortune, How could I take advantage of his plight? What would the clan members think of me? How would the patriarch and the elders perceive me? As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Guan's distant figure and softly continued, "Moreover, do you truly believe he cannot rise again?" The man hesitated for a moment before saying, "But I have heard that Yi Mian and his grandfather are planning something." Yi Qing's expression remained calm. "Such audacity! If he succeeds, we shall have to address him as Brother Yi Mian in the future." The man inquired, "And if he fails?" Yi Qing replied nonchalantly, "Then the whole family shall gather for a feast." The man was left speechless at why Yi Qing cast a glance at the man and said, "When we next encounter Brother Yi Guan, let us show him the respect he deserves. In his prime, we did not seek to curry favor in his decline. We must not tread upon his dignity." The man nodded slightly, understood. After departing from the Yi clan, Yi Guan made his way directly to the Nalan clan. To annul the engagement, he held a betrothal with Miss Nalan Jia of the Nalan clan, a pact established by both parties at the outset. Now, stripped of all cultivation and reduced to an ordinary being, he wished not to hinder her any further. Before long, Yi Guan arrived at the Nalan clan in a grand hall. Yi Guan sat quietly at a tea that moment. A woman gracefully emerged. Nalan Jia, clad in a pristine white gown, was immaculate and possessed a breathtaking beauty. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, capable of ensnaring the hearts of any man. In her hands, she held an ancient tome, Nalan Jia, to the north of Southern Prefecture. She was hailed as the most exquisite beauty of Nalan Point, one of the two renowned beauties of Southern Prefecture. Beside Nalan Jia stood an elderly man clad in black. Suddenly, Nalan Jia seated herself before Yi Guan. He promptly presented the betrothal document before her, declaring, "Miss Nalan, I have come to annul our engagement. Rest assured, I, Yi Guan, am a man of self-awareness. I shall not cling foolishly to this bond. Here is the document from this moment forth. May we part ways in peace." Having spoken, he laid down the betrothal document and turned to leave. Nalan Jia suddenly exclaimed, "Wait!" Yi Guan halted, turning back to face Nalan Jia, perplexed. Nalan Jia then produced a box and extended it toward him. While Yi Guan looked on in confusion, Nalan Jia remarked, "Within this box lies a primordial essence pill. I am uncertain of the affliction plaguing your body, yet I sincerely hope it proves beneficial to you, Miss." At that moment, the expression of the elderly man in black shifted dramatically. "This spiritual grade primordial essence pill was bestowed upon you by Master Fei for your cultivation. Such treasures are exceedingly rare within the Guanyuan Academy. And you." Nalan Jia cast a glance at the elder, whose countenance grew grim, silencing him with her gaze. Before the box, Yi Guan found himself momentarily stunned. Spiritual grade. Medicinal pills are categorized from grade 1 to 9, with grade 9 ascending to human grade, and beyond that lies spiritual grade. A single spiritual grade pill holds a value of at least 20,000 spirit crystals. As the heir of the Yi family, Yi Guan's monthly stipend merely amounts to 100 spirit crystals. To possess a spiritual grade pill valued at 20,000 crystals was indeed an extraordinary treasure. Yi Guan stared at the box, his expression one of astonishment. Nalan Jia suddenly placed the engagement document into Yi Guan's hands and gently said, "If this pill proves ineffective, I shall accompany you to Guanyuan Academy to consult my master regarding your condition." Yi Guan hesitated before responding, "Miss Nalan, this..." Nalan Jia gazed at him with a smile, encouragingly saying, "Do your best." With that, she rose and departed while Yi Guan remained, staring at the engagement document, lost in contemplation in the grand hall. Beside Nalan Jia, the old man in the black robe wore a grim expression. "Miss, why do you refuse him? He is now devoid of any cultivation, merely an ordinary man. Moreover, as I understand it, he is about to be expelled from the Guanyuan Academy. Once expelled, he will hold no value whatsoever, and the Yi family will undoubtedly cast him aside. In contrast, you have not only become the direct disciple of Master Fei but have also awakened the legendary Holy Spirit physique. You may even become the top student at Guanyuan Academy in the future. It is evident that you and he inhabit entirely different realms." Suddenly, Nalan Jia turned and struck him with a resounding slap, smack. With a crisp sound, the right side of the old man's face swelled up in an instant. The old man stared in astonishment. Mississippi Nalan Jia cast a determined glance at the Yi residents. "Do not speak of his loss of cultivation even if he were to lose his very life. Nalan Jia, would still marry him. He is a man, I am below, he is a woman, I am above. In this arrangement I can be in either position. The old man grew anxious. Miss, what do you see in him? Nalan Jia replied, he is handsome, and his figure is admirable. With that, she turned and departed. The old man's expression froze, leaving him utterly bewildered. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Guan entered his room and sat cross-legged on the floor. He then produced a small black tower, placing his hands together before his chest. He soon felt the surrounding spiritual energy gradually converging towards him. However, when this mysterious energy entered his body, it was not absorbed but rather vanished completely. After a long while, Yi Guan opened his eyes, feeling a touch of trepidation. Master Tower, is that enough? After a brief pause, the small tower replied, indeed, it is sufficient. Yi Guan's excitement bubbled forth. Master Tower, does this mean I can restore my cultivation? A month prior, his cultivation had inexplicably vanished, only to discover it was due to this small tower. The tower had instructed him to practice daily, providing it with profound energy, promising great benefits upon its awakening. Of course, he was indifferent to any potential benefits. His sole concern was for this entity to expedite his return to normalcy, for the weight of pressure was overwhelming. His decision to relinquish his position as heir and dissolve his engagement stemmed from a desire to lay low for a while. One must understand, there were certainly those within the Yi clan who harbored ambitions for the title of heir, and the suitors of Nalan Jia could be lined up from the southernmost to the northernmost parts of the province. He could already envision the impending challenges that awaited him. Moreover, he was primarily uncertain about how much longer this small tower intended to siphon his profound energy. If this creature were to drain him for a year or two. Thus, he sought to bide his time, to grow and develop in a discreet manner. Yet, at present, his position as heir remained unrevoked, and the engagement was still intact. The pressure was immense. Suddenly, the black small tower trembled violently, and in the next instant, a terrifying force abruptly pulled Yi Guan into the tower. Yi Guan felt as though the world was spinning around him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of starry sky, surrounded by an infinite cosmos. Yi Guan was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the very edge of the galaxy suddenly split apart, and forth came a sword from the deepest reaches of the cosmos. As the sword traversed the heavens, the starry river churned, and one by one, stars faded into oblivion. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Guan's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it! I sought survival, not death. Just as he was about to flee, the sword abruptly pierced his brow. Boom! Yi Guan's body trembled violently, rendering him frozen in place. At that moment, at the desolate end of the starry river, he beheld a woman. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she donned a simple white dress. Her gaze was indifferent, as if all existence were mere ants beneath her. The woman in white regarded Yi Guan, stating, from this moment forth, I shall be your guardian. Do you have any objections? As her voice echoed, a sword pressed against Yi Guan's brow. Yi Guan's expression stiffened. No, the woman in white turned her gaze toward the cosmos edge. In the next instant, countless blood-red symbols began to descend, igniting the entire universe. Each crimson symbol represented a supreme path. At that moment, countless paths of enlightenment fell into ruin. The woman in white stepped steadily towards the multitude of fallen paths, and as she walked, her simple dress transformed into a vivid crimson. At the end of those myriad paths, a man could be faintly seen, lying quietly, his eyes gently closed, his breath non-existent. Time passed without measure before Yi Guan suddenly opened his eyes. At that moment, he found himself by the seaside. Beside him lay a sword, its hilt inscribed with 2 words. Walk the path. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated from all around. Awake. Yi Guan promptly replied, Master Tower. The little tower said, You are in my realm. Here. 10 years pass while only a day elapses in the outside world. Yi Guan was taken aback. Is this the world of the tower? Indeed, replied the little tower. Just as Yi Guan was about to speak, the little tower gently interjected, You are our final hope. Final hope. Yi Guan furrowed his brow, preparing to respond when suddenly, he seemed to sense something and was jolted in surprise. His cultivation had been restored. Yi Guan was overwhelmed with joy. The little tower inquired, Are you interested in cultivating the sword? Sword cultivation. Yiguan eagerly nodded, yes. Very much so. Sword cultivation. In the present-day southern state, such practitioners are exceedingly rare. This rarity stems from a mysterious severance between the sword and martial paths over 20 million years ago, resulting in a diminishing number of sword cultivators, and now they are almost extinct. In the entire ancient city, not a single sword cultivator has been seen for centuries. The little tower explained, the legacy of the sword has already merged within that blade, but your strength is too feeble, thus you must unlock it layer by layer. The sword. Yiguan hastily picked up the nearby sword of the path, then excitedly exclaimed, Master Tower, is this sword powerful? The little tower responded, the sword of the path upholds the celestial way. Wielding this blade, you shall remain untouched by karma, evade the cycle of reincarnation, shatter all laws, and extinguish any path. Yiguan blinked in astonishment. Isn't that a bit too defiant? The little tower remarked, your perspective is too limited. Yiguan was momentarily stunned. The little tower continued, the so-called heavenly way can be extinguished with but a mere flick of the finger. Yiguan. Chapter 2. The Art of Sword Control. Yiguan gazed at the sword in his hand, exhilaration coursing through him. He found himself somewhat perplexed by the words of the small tower, yet he understood one thing. He was destined to become a sword cultivator. Indeed, in the southern province, sword cultivators were exceedingly rare. The inheritance of the sword path had nearly vanished, with only the Guanyuan Academy and a handful of prestigious families possessing such lineage. If he could become a sword cultivator, it would be nothing short of magnificent. At that moment, the small tower suddenly spoke. Let us directly practice the art of sword control. Yiguan eagerly nodded, yes, absolutely. Suddenly, a stream of information surged into his consciousness. The sword, originally mere iron, becomes sentient through its wielder, moves by the heart, thrives by blood, and perishes without intent. The art of sword control lies in regulating breath, embracing the essence, harmonizing the 5 spirits of the sword into one, in a cyclical and eternal flow. After a brief moment, Yiguan settled into a meditative posture and began his training. Under the guidance of the small tower, his progress was astonishingly rapid. 1 month later, by the seaside, Yiguan stood atop a rock, the ocean breeze billowing his garments. At that instant, he pointed his fingers and commanded, Rise! Whoosh! The traveling sword shot skyward, piercing the clouds. Yiguan squinted slightly, slashing with his fingers. Sizzle! The traveling sword unleashed a beam of sword light, tearing through the layers of clouds. A subtle smile crept across Yiguan's lips as he continued to trace his fingers, causing the traveling sword to weave through the sky, sending forth streaks of sword light that crisscrossed above. After a considerable time, Yiguan sensed that his mystical energy was somewhat depleted, prompting him to halt. He exclaimed with excitement, Master Tower, I have succeeded. The small tower responded, You may depart now. I require a period of recuperation. Yiguan furrowed his brow and inquired, Master Tower, are you injured? The small tower replied, Indeed, otherwise, I would not have been continuously drawing on your mystical energy. You must find a way to procure some high-grade spirit crystals for me. As Yiguan contemplated further questions, he suddenly perceived a flash before his eyes, and he found himself within the courtyard. He hurriedly glanced at his hand, and the traveling sword was still there. Upon witnessing this, Yiguan checked his cultivation level and, upon discovering that it remained intact, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was not a dream. Truly, it was not a dream. As if struck by a thought, he surveyed his surroundings. It was dawn, which meant that the tower master spoke the truth. 10 years had passed within the tower while only a day had elapsed outside. It was utterly astonishing. Everything felt surreal. Gazing at the sword in his hand, Yiguan smiled. Not only had his cultivation level recovered, but he had also become a sword cultivator. An incredible stroke of fortune. At that moment, an elderly man approached from a distance. Yiguan swiftly concealed the traveling sword. The fact that he had become a sword cultivator was not something he could divulge to others. Previously, a spiritual sword had appeared in South Prefecture, leading to a catastrophic incident where numerous prominent families vied for it, and even the Guanyuan Academy became embroiled in the conflict. If the revelation of his transformation into a sword cultivator were to leak, it would undoubtedly bring calamity upon him and the Yi clan. The elder hastened towards Yi Guan. Young master, Instructor Song Ci from the Guangxuan Academy has arrived. Guangxuan Academy. Yi Guan was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. Without pondering further, he nodded slightly. Very well. With that, he and the elder proceeded towards the distance. Young Master Yi Guan, I regret to inform you that after deliberation within the Guangxuan Academy, we have ultimately decided to rescind your guaranteed admission. In front of the Yi clan's residence, an elderly man clad in a gray robe regarded the young man before him, a hint of regret in his eyes. The young man before him, named Yi Guan, was the most prodigious genius in the history of the desolate ancient city. At the tender age of 6, he had broken through the 9 realms of physical constraints, attaining the congenital realm. By 10, he had surpassed the congenital realm, reaching the divine infant realm, cultivating a divine infant. At 16, he had shattered his own limitations, arriving at the true law realm, practicing divine law techniques. Such talent, not only in this desolate ancient city but even throughout the entirety of the southern province, was exceedingly rare. Therefore, Guangxuan Academy directly offered him the highest treatment. No examination, no testing, direct admission into Guangxuan Academy. Moreover, upon entering the academy, he would be tutored by a senior instructor second only to the dean. Alas, a month prior, perhaps due to the heavens envying talent, the young man's cultivation suddenly vanished, rendering him an ordinary person. As an ordinary person, he could naturally no longer receive the special treatment of Guangxuan Academy. The academy does not accept mediocrity. Upon hearing Song Ci's words, Yi Guan was momentarily stunned, then inquired, Instructor Song Ci, is there not still a month until the commencement of the semester? Song Ci nodded slightly. Indeed. Yi Guan hesitated momentarily before speaking, actually, my cultivation. Suddenly, Song Ci interrupted him. To be frank, we have already bestowed this opportunity upon Master Li Chuan of the Li clan. Yi Guan was taken aback. Li Chuan, a prodigious talent from the Li clan. Though merely a month ago, this remarkable genius appeared rather ordinary in Yi Guan's eyes. Song Ci regarded Yi Guan, young Master Yi. The decennial martial examination is imminent, and our academy requires a genius to secure a commendable position for us, thereby enabling us to vie for superior educational resources from the Central Academy. In the past, you would have been the most suitable candidate, but now, I must speak candidly, your presence at the academy would be of no consequence. Though my words may be harsh, they are the truth. With that, he extended his right hand. Young Master Yi, I kindly ask that you return the Guanyuan wooden tablet to me. Yi Guan smiled, certainly. As he spoke, he retrieved the Guanyuan tablet, a symbol of his identity as a student of Guanyuan Academy, and handed it to Song Ci. Given the circumstances, he deemed it unseemly to beg for favors. Song Ci accepted the tablet without further ado and turned to leave. No sooner had he departed than a somewhat hunched disciple from the Yi clan dashed excitedly towards the clan's interior, exclaiming, Elder, young Master Yi Guan has had his admission revoked. His admission has been rescinded. Ha ha! Yi Guan. Suddenly, an elderly man dashed out from a distant hall, swiftly approaching Yi Guan. Yi Guan, the Grand Elder has invoked his privileges to convene a family assembly at the ancestral temple. You must proceed immediately. Yi Guan calmly replied, Is it to revoke my position as heir? The elder hesitated for a moment before responding, I am uncertain. Yi Guan nodded slightly and made his way to the ancestral temple. Upon entering the Yi family ancestral temple, Yi Guan witnessed the family patriarch, Yi Shao, abruptly slamming his hand on the table. To revoke Yi Guan? I shall never consent. Yi Guan was taken aback. He surveyed the ancestral hall, where numerous elders of the Yi family had gathered. Seated at the head was the patriarch, Yi Shao, with the Grand Elder positioned prominently to his left. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Yi Guan as he entered, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. How could such a brilliant talent have fallen to such depths? Yi Guan offered a slight bow to Yi Shao, addressing him as patriarch. Upon seeing Yi Guan, Yi Shao nodded, his demeanor softening considerably. Please take a seat. An attendant promptly brought forth a chair. No sooner had Yi Guan settled down than the Grand Elder spoke up, Patriarch, What merit does Yi Guan possess to deserve the title of heir to our Yi family? The assembly turned their gazes towards the Grand Elder, who stood defiantly, directing his attention towards Yi Guan. I acknowledge that Yi Guan has fought valiantly for our family over the years, shedding blood for our cause. Our family now boasts 26 spirit mines, and his contributions are undeniably significant. However, he currently possesses no cultivation, being an utterly ordinary individual. Should he continue to serve as the heir of the Yi clan, our lineage will become the laughingstock of the entire ancient wilderness city. Moreover, the heir of the Yi clan is not merely a symbol of good fortune. He is expected to venture forth and achieve great deeds for our family. Ask, does Yi Guan still possess the capability to do so? This statement resonates with authority. Within the ancestral hall, the elders fell into silence. Yi Guan cast a glance at the assembly, remaining silent himself. He sought to discern how many among them were genuinely supportive of him now that his strength had waned, and how many would revel in his misfortune. It is only in times of despair that one can truly perceive the nature of those around them. When an individual loses their honor and power, the true faces of those nearby will inevitably be revealed. First among them, Yi Zhao's countenance darkened. Elder, you have acknowledged Yi Guan's invaluable contributions to our clan. Yet I must inquire, having just been expelled from the Guanyuan Academy, how can we so swiftly abandon him? Such actions are no different from those of beasts. With that, he turned his gaze towards Yi Guan. Yi Guan, remove your garments. Yi Guan met Yi Zhao's gaze before shedding his robe, revealing a body adorned with scars. Yi Zhao surveyed the gathered elders with a cold glare. He bore a total of 96 scars, each one a testament to his sacrifices for the Yi clan. The elders, witnessing the injuries upon Yi Guan, remained uncharacteristically mute. The Grand Elder suddenly rose to his feet. I do not deny Yi Guan's contributions to the family. However, my clan, the Yi family, is not a charitable organization. We are engaged in a struggle for benefits against various factions. Furthermore, our heir is the cornerstone of the younger generation, destined to lead our kin into battle. Do you believe Yi Guan is suited for this role at present? At that moment, an elder stepped forward and sighed softly, Patriarch, I concur with the Grand Elder. Indeed, Yi Guan has rendered service, but our family is not a philanthropic institution. What does merit matter if it does not yield benefits? Who among us does not possess accomplishments? We require an heir capable of securing our family's interests. If he is unfit, he must relinquish his position and cede it to Yi Mian. Frankly, the family has shown considerable mercy by not revoking his privileges after his loss of cultivation. Yi Guan cast a glance at the elder, recognizing him as the third elder, with whom he had previously shared a closer rapport. Upon hearing the third elder's remarks, the assembly of elders turned their gazes toward Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao looked at the Grand Elder. You wish for your grandson Yi Mian to ascend? The Grand Elder remained impassive, asserting, Yi Mian possesses the requisite strength. Upon learning of Yi Guan's expulsion, he realized his opportunity had arrived. Should Yi Mian ascend as heir, his own status within the Yi family would significantly rise. Suddenly, Yi Guan interjected, Esteemed elders, may I request a month's time? If, after a month, my health has not restored, I shall willingly resign from my position as heir. That is unacceptable. Before the Grand Elder could utter a word, the third elder interjected directly, fixing his gaze upon Yi Guan. The position of heir was of utmost significance and could not be delayed any longer. At that moment, the sixth elder stepped forth, nodding in agreement, stating that the heir's position was crucial to the interests of the Yi clan and could not be postponed any further. He then turned to the Grand Elder with a smile, proclaiming that Yi Mian was talented and capable, suggesting his suitability for the role. Clearly, this was an attempt to curry favor and align oneself. Subsequently, two more elders emerged to echo their support. The time to choose sides had arrived. With Yi Guan's influence waning, it was imperative to align swiftly. Should Yi Mian ascend to the position of heir, it would be highly disadvantageous for them. Observing 5 or 6 elders rallying to his side, the Grand Elder's face broke into a smile as he subtly nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned his attention to the second elder, a figure of substantial authority who controlled most of the clan's enterprises, holding considerable sway within the family. The second elder glanced at the calm Yi Guan below, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly closed his eyes. He chose to remain silent. The identity of the heir would not affect his interests. Regardless, his inept grandson could never become the heir. Therefore, let them compete. Whoever ultimately prevails, he would align himself with them. Noticing the second elder's lack of a stance, the grand elder remained unfazed and prepared to address Yi Guan. Suddenly, Yi Shao rose, glaring at the grand elder. Yi Kuan, are you truly intent on severing all ties? Yi Kuan's expression remained impassive. Mian. Just then, a young man strode into the ancestral hall. The newcomer was none other than Yi Mian. Yi Mian offered a slight bow to the assembly, then turned to Yi Guan with a smile, declaring, according to the clan rules, I am entitled to challenge the heir. Yi Guan, I hereby challenge you. A challenge of life and death. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The challenges within the Yi clan were categorized into two types. The first being a fair challenge, which merely determined victory or defeat without implications for life. The second, a life and death challenge, which not only determined the victor, but also the fate of the participants. This was a resolution to the matter in its most absolute form. Yi Shao fixed his gaze intently upon Yi Kuan, who remained composed and replied, if the clan leader possesses the capability, then let him amend the clan rules. Yi Zhao's face turned an ominous shade of anger at this retort. At that moment, Yi Guan suddenly stood up, smiling. I accept. I agree. Within the hall, the elders regarded Yi Guan, who in turn looked at Yi Kuan. In 10 days, I shall face Yi Mian. Unacceptable. Yi Kuan glared fiercely at Yi Guan. 5 days. No, tomorrow. Tomorrow we shall battle. Yi Guan glanced at Yi Kuan and responded, very well. Afterward, he offered a slight bow to Yi Shao before turning to leave. Yi Kuan abruptly shouted, no. Right now, at this very moment. Yi Guan's calm demeanor ignited a flicker of unease within him. Damn it, I cannot afford to give this fellow any opportunity.
Yekun aproroched yemian, urging, eliminatehim.
You are the heir, and from this moment your life shall turn around. Meanwhile, Yi Guan hesitated momentarily and then said, Elder, we are all part of the same clan. There is no need to resort to such extremes. Let us engage in a friendly spar. Who are you calling part of the same clan? You are merely an adopted son of the Yi clan. An adopted son. The Grand Elder cast a frigid glance at Yi Guan before shifting his gaze to Yi Mian. Remember, do not show any mercy. Absolutely do not show any mercy. To be lenient with the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Do you understand? Chapter 3. Truly handsome. Upon hearing Yi Kuan's words, Yi Shao was instantly consumed by rage. Yi Kuan, do you truly intend to act so ruthlessly, leaving no room for negotiation? Yi Kuan maintained a stoic expression. The path of martial arts is one of contention, a struggle against others and against fate itself. Why should my grandson not strive? Today we shall fight.
Ye Shao's contenance darkenet ominously.
At that moment, Yi Kuan turned his gaze to Yi Mian. Eliminate him. Following Yi Kuan's command, Yi Mian charged towards Yi Guan with remarkable speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye before unleashing a devastating punch aimed at Yi Guan's throat. This was a lethal move. As the punch was thrown, an aura of energy emanated from Yi Mian's fist. Innate chi. He had attained the innate realm. The elders present were taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Guan effortlessly caught Yi Mian's lethal punch with his right hand. Before the onlookers could react, he swiftly twisted his body. Crack! A sharp sound of bones snapping echoed throughout the arena. Seizing the momentum, Yi Guan lunged forward, delivering a powerful blow to Yi Mian's abdomen. Boom! Yi Mian was sent flying, and as he landed, a foot descended upon his midsection. The spectators stood frozen in shock. He had not lost his cultivation. Yi Guan had remarkably retained his powers. The first to regain his composure was the Grand Elder, Yi Kuan, who hurriedly exclaimed, Yi Guan. Yi Guan turned to the Grand Elder and smiled. What is it? With a tremor in his voice, Yi Kuan pleaded, we are all comrades here. I implore you to show mercy. Yi Guan blinked, retorting, comrades? I am but an adopted son. An adopted son, I say. With that, he brought his foot down upon Yi Mian's throat with a sickening crunch. Yi Mian's eyes widened in horror as blood gurgled forth from his mouth. A primal scream escaped the Great Elder as he lunged toward Yi Guan, only to be intercepted by Yi Shao, who materialized before him and delivered a thunderous blow. The great elder staggered back several feet, reeling from the impact. Yi Xiao cast a frigid glare upon the crazed elder, reminding him that this was a duel fought on equitable terms. Yi Kuan's countenance was marred by displeasure as he fixed Yi Guan with a venomous stare. Without uttering a word, he turned to depart. In that instant, a spectral figure darted across the arena. Yi Kuan's expression twisted in alarm as he whirled around, but it was too late. A fist struck him squarely in the throat. The sound of cracking cartilage echoed as Yi Kuan's eyes bulged, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The assembled elders stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed upon Yi Guan, the perpetrator of this sudden act. Yi Guan, glancing at the fallen Yi Kuan, stated calmly, "If left alive, he would seek retribution, disrupting the harmony of our clan." A pall of silence descended upon the assembly. While the act was undeniably excessive, none dared to voice their dissent, for the tide had irrevocably turned. Yi Xiao declared, "Remove the bodies of Yi Kuan and Yi Mian from this place." Two individuals stepped forward without hesitation and bore the corpses away. Yi Xiao gazed at Yi Guan, his expression intricate. "Little Guan, your cultivation." Yi Guan offered a subtle smile, replying, "Clan leader, I am not deliberately concealing anything. I did encounter some physical issues previously, but they have now been resolved." Yi Xiao chuckled. "It is good to hear that it has been resolved." Upon hearing this, the elders present also displayed smiles, while the third elder and the sixth elder appeared exceedingly pale. "This is disastrous." At that moment, a guard abruptly entered, bowing deeply to Yi Xiao before stating, "Clan leader, the leader of the Nalan clan has invited the heir to visit them." The Nalan clan. Yi Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. "Is there any indication as to the purpose of this invitation?" The guard shook his head, indicating he did not know. Yi Xiao turned to Yi Guan, who smiled gently.
"You shall go."
Yi Xiao replied in a grave tone, "I will accompany you." Yi Guan laughed lightly, "Clan leader, it is unnecessary." After some contemplation, Yi Xiao advised, "Be cautious." Yi Guan nodded, glancing at the third and sixth elders before making his way outside. As Yi Guan departed, the second elder beside them suddenly sighed softly. "Fortunately, the clan leader possesses foresight. If it weren't for your staunch opposition, this young Guan might have rashly left the Yi clan today. At that point, not only would we have lost a remarkable talent, but we would have also gained a formidable enemy. Truly, the clan leader is wise." The other elders rapidly nodded in agreement. Yi Xiao surveyed the assembly, shaking his head. "This little fellow is a person of deep affection. If the Yi clan treats him well, he will undoubtedly reciprocate that kindness." With a soft sigh, he murmured that even if he had truly lost all his cultivation, the Grand Elder should not have acted so ruthlessly. After all, this young lad had risked his life and shed blood for the Yi clan on numerous occasions. He certainly did not deserve such a tragic fate. The second elder nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Grand Elder had indeed gone too far this time. He had it coming. The other elders hastily concurred, echoing his sentiments. Yi Xiao suddenly interjected, "Third elder, sixth elder, you both have reached the age of 75 this year. Haven to you?" Upon hearing this, the third and sixth elders were momentarily taken aback. Soon their expressions grew exceedingly grim. 75. In the Yi clan, this marked the age of retirement, yet they were only 60. In that instant, the third and sixth elders seemed to age dramatically. Yi Xiao cast a glance at the two of them and continued, "Let us give a proper burial to the Grand Elder and Yi Mian. After all, he had contributed to the family in his own way." Sigh with that, he turned and departed. Inside the hall, the assembly of elders collectively exhaled in relief. They were fortunate not to have sided with the Grand Elder in his misdeeds, or else after leaving the ancestral hall, Yi Guan turned to look back. Not far away stood a man with a slight hunch, the very same man who had hurriedly informed the Grand Elder. At that moment he had been brimming with joy. However, upon meeting Yi Guan's gaze, the hunchback's complexion drained of color, and he hastily knelt. "Your Grace," upon witnessing the bodies of Yi Kuan and his grandson being carried out, he realized that he was utterly doomed. Yi Guan smiled faintly, disregarding the other, and walked towards the distance. Not long after, an elderly man clad in a black robe appeared before the hunchbacked man, casting a cold gaze upon him without uttering a word. The hunchbacked man, his face ashen, crumpled to the ground in defeat. Just as Yi Guan was about to step out of the gate, he encountered Yi Qing. Yi Qing offered a slight smile. "Brother Yi Guan, congratulations." Yi Guan replied, "Brother Yi Qing, you must have reached the innate realm as well, haven't you?" Yi Qing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed," Yi Guan acknowledged, "in terms of cultivation, I possess some insights. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to approach me at any time." Yi Qing promptly bowed slightly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Yi Guan." Yi Guan approached Yi Qing, patting him on the shoulder. There is no need for such formality between brothers. With that, he exited the gates of the Yi residence. Yi Qing watched Yi Guan depart into the distance, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, reflecting, "To share lineage with such a prodigy is a fortune for the Yi clan, yet a misfortune for me." With that thought, he turned to leave. Upon arriving at the Nalan clan, Yi Guan was greeted by an elderly man who approached with a respectful bow. "Young Master Yi, please," the elder addressed him. Yi Guan nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for your trouble." The elder smiled. "It is my pleasure." He then led Yi Guan into the depths of the Nalan clan. Along the way, the maidservants could not resist stealing glances at Yi Guan. Dressed in a flowing dark robe, he stood tall and straight, his features sharply defined. As he walked, he exuded an air of composure and extraordinary grace. In terms of appearance, Yi Guan is truly remarkable. The elderly man led Yi Guan to a grand hall, offering a slight bow as he addressed him, "Young Master Yi, please." Yi Guan responded with a smile. "Very well." With that, he stepped into the hall. Upon entering, Yi Guan beheld the head of the Nalan clan, Nalan Ming, who appeared to be in his 40s with a somewhat portly physique. Nalan Ming regarded Yi Guan, saying, "Please, take a seat." Yi Guan nodded and proceeded to sit down beside him. Nalan Ming cast a glance at Yi Guan, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. What a fine individual he is, yet his cultivation has vanished. Nalan Ming sighed inwardly and then spoke. "Xiao Guan, you must have deduced the purpose of your visit, correct?" Yi Guan nodded. "Uncle, it must be regarding my engagement to Miss Nalan." Nalan Ming regarded Yi Guan and inquired, "Why did you not refuse on the day of the engagement?" Yi Guan chuckled. "Why should I refuse?" Nalan Ming furrowed his brow. Yi Guan smiled gently. "Miss Nalan is exceptionally beautiful, the most stunning woman I have ever encountered. It would be my utmost honor to have her as my wife." In a corner, Nalan Jia, who was engrossed in her reading, subtly lifted the corners of her mouth as she glanced at Yi Guan seated in the distance before returning to her book. Nalan Ming fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed softly. "Little Guan, permit me to speak candidly. I did not oppose your union with Xiao Jia for two reasons. First, your character is commendable. Despite being a young master of the Yi clan, you possess no vices. Second, your exceptional talent promises a boundless future, and you are even a recommended student at the Guanchuan Academy. However," at this juncture, he paused briefly before continuing, "you understand that the situation has changed." Yi Guan nodded. "I understand." A flicker of complexity passed through Nalan Ming's eyes. "Little Guan, I have to consider more factors. Xiao Jia is now a direct disciple of Master Fei, and she possesses a unique constitution, which grants her limitless potential. As for you, I must speak frankly, being together with her will only exacerbate the disparity between you two, leading to mutual suffering in the end." Yi Guan offered a faint smile. "I comprehend your intentions, uncle. You wish for me to dissolve the engagement with Xiao Jia, and I fully understand." "You are mistaken." Nalan Ming suddenly shook his head. "You have misinterpreted my words." Yi Guan was taken aback. Nalan Ming continued to fix his gaze on Yi Guan. "I, Nalan Ming, am not a man devoid of integrity. What I express to you is not an attempt to dissuade you, but rather to make you aware of your current circumstances. A man must possess strength. Only with strength can one have confidence and the means to pursue one's desires." Yi Guan fell silent, somewhat taken aback. Nalan Ming added, "Little Guan, you find yourself in a valley of life. I shall not take advantage of your misfortune at this moment. However, all forthcoming matters must be resolved by yourself. I must speak candidly with you. Both Xiao Jia and I, Nalan Ming, are under considerable pressure. The mentor at the academy has persistently opposed her relationship with you, and moreover, Xiao Jia has numerous admirers at the Guanjin Academy. Some of these suitors are not only exceptionally gifted but also backed by formidable forces. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan, asserting that these matters must be resolved by you alone. Yi Guan nodded slightly, understanding the weight of the situation. After this exchange, he rose and approached Nailan Jia, who remained silent. When he stood before her, Nailan Jia offered a faint smile. Yi Guan inquired playfully, "Do you have feelings for me?" Nailan Jia shook her head, stating that it was not quite so, yet she did not harbor any dislike. Yi Guan smiled gently, asking why she had agreed to their engagement in the past. Nailan Jia replied, "Because you are quite handsome." Yi Guan chuckled, "Our marriage is a matter solely between us. I can annul our engagement, and so can you, but outsiders cannot." Nailan Jia blinked, revealing, "My master will arrive tomorrow, specifically for you. She has quite a temper and is known to be lethal." Yi Guan winked back, declaring, "I am a reasonable person." He then produced the Hunyuan Dan, speaking earnestly, "Thank you for your medicinal gift. Regardless of whether we become a couple in the future, I, Yi Guan, shall cherish this kindness throughout my life." With that, he turned to leave, and as he reached the hall, he offered a slight bow to Nailan Ming, saying, "Uncle, I take my leave." And with those words, he departed. Nailan Ming cast a glance at Yi Guan before stepping beside Nailan Jia, softly remarking, "This young man possesses an unruffled demeanor. Such poise is rare among the contemporary youth." Nailan Jia suddenly interjected, "He has been locking eyes with me this entire time." Nailan Ming turned to Nailan Jia, who wore a subtle smile, exuding confidence. The essence of a man's confidence often derives from two sources: strength and lineage. What do you believe fuels his self-assurance? Nailan Ming was momentarily taken aback. Nailan Jia then glanced at the ancient tome in his hands and remarked with a smile, "I find myself rather fond of him." Nailan Ming looked at Nailan Jia, who smiled faintly, appreciating his confidence, his refinement, his authenticity, and, of course, his striking appearance. "He truly is quite handsome." Nailan Ming's expression froze. Chapter 4. The Illegitimate Child. Upon returning to the Yi clan, Yi Guan made his way to the back mountain of the Yi Manor. This locale was his sanctuary for cultivation, devoid of any outsiders. Standing atop the peak, Yi Guan slowly closed his eyes. After a prolonged moment, he extended his fingers, and the sword of the path soared into the sky. The blade cleaved through the air, tearing apart the clouds. Under Yi Guan's control, the sword of the path darted through the clouds like a butterfly flitting among flowers. After some time, Yi Guan's complexion paled. He retracted his fingers, and the sword of the path returned to his side. The exertion was immense. This sword mastery was formidable, yet it exacted a tremendous toll. In the southern province, cultivation is categorized into 9 corporeal realms. Surpassing the 9th realm, one cultivates innate energy, entering the innate realm. Beyond that lies the divine infant realm, where the innate energy within one's body coalesces into a divine infant, akin to a second dantian. This allows for a significant amplification of the innate energy stored within. Above the divine infant realm exists the true law realm. To attain the true law realm, one must undergo a qualitative transformation of their innate energy, enabling its externalization and the formation of mystical techniques. He currently resides within the true law realm. Beyond the true law realm lies the realm of all laws. Upon reaching this level, one can traverse the skies. Such powerful beings can manipulate unique energies of the cosmos, such as thunder and celestial fire, with devastating lethality. At this moment, he possesses the confidence to slay those within the realm of all laws, for he has mastered the art of swordsmanship. Moreover, should he execute a surprise attack, even those in the ethereal realm above the realm of all laws are not without vulnerability. As Yi Guan gazed at the sword in his hand, a faint smile graced his lips. Soon, as if struck by a thought, he let out a soft sigh, lamenting the fact that he could not fly with the sword. "Who says you cannot?" At that moment, the voice of the small tower resonated once more. "You can indeed soar with your sword." Yi Guan was momentarily taken aback before inquiring, "How does one fly with a sword?" The small tower responded, "Stand upon the sword, feel its essence and become one with it." After a brief silence, Yi Guan extended his fingers, and the sword fell gracefully before him. He leaped onto it, closing his eyes slowly. The small tower then advised, consider yourself a part of the sword, and then invoke the art of sword flight. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, Yiguan suddenly soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he found himself enveloped by the clouds. The small tower murmured, "This talent surpasses that of the previous destined one by a considerable margin." Amidst the clouds, Yiguan watched as the towering mountains and the ancient city below shrank rapidly, a mix of tension and exhilaration coursing through him. The art of sword flight. It was traditionally a skill reserved for those who had reached the realm of myriad laws, yet here he was, achieving it ahead of time. Moreover, this was the art of flying with a sword. How splendidly flamboyant! Ha! In the clouds, Yiguan laughed heartily, reveling in the joy of his newfound ability. After a considerable time, he descended from the skies, landing gracefully on the ground, still brimming with excitement, though regrettably, his spiritual energy had been depleted. He looked at the sword with unrestrained enthusiasm and asked, "Master Tower, may I pose a question?" The small tower replied, "Ask away." Yiguan, with a serious demeanor, queried, "Am I the young master of some prestigious clan?" "It is precisely the kind of prestigious family." Little Tower inquired as to why such a notion had arisen. Yiguan chuckled, "You see, my sword is exceedingly formidable, accompanied by a legacy of swordsmanship. Moreover, within your little tower, a decade passes while merely a day elapses outside. Thus, I speculate that I must be the scion of a certain illustrious family, perhaps even one who has been raised in seclusion. Am I correct?" After a moment of silence, Little Tower replied, "You are partially correct." Yiguan furrowed his brow. "Partially?" Little Tower elaborated, "You are indeed the heir of a prominent clan, but regrettably, you are a bastard." "Bastard?" Yiguan blinked in astonishment. "One who is born of shame?" Little Tower responded earnestly, "Indeed. Thus, I have brought you to this humble place for refuge. You must strive diligently in your training, for should that great clan discover your whereabouts, do you comprehend the repercussions?" Yiguan's expression turned grave, as he could already envision such a predicament. In an instant, the weight of pressure bore down upon him. Little Tower continued, "You must train earnestly. Only with strength can you survive, do you understand?" Yiguan nodded, speaking with resolve, "I shall exert myself 100-fold." Having previously lost his powers, he had come to grasp how terrifying it was to be devoid of strength. Yiguan then inquired, "Little Tower, may I enter the tower to cultivate now?" Little Tower replied, "Not yet." Yiguan, perplexed, asked, "Why not?" Little Tower explained, "To unlock this extraordinary realm requires a vast amount of spiritual energy. I am currently gravely injured and thus unable to activate this special world for you." Yiguan hesitated for a moment before asking, "Have the spirit crystals I previously provided you been of no use?" The Little Tower remarked, "The level of those spirit crystals is far too low. They hold almost no value for me." Yiguan nodded slightly. "I will find a way to procure some superior spirit crystals for you." The Little Tower responded, Just then, an elder approached from a distance. The elder bowed slightly to Yiguan. "Young master, the clan leader requests your presence." Yiguan nodded. "Understood." With that, he made his way down the mountain. Within the Little Tower, a mysterious voice suddenly resonated, "Little Tower, why do you not reveal your true identity to him?" The Little Tower calmly replied, "Do you wish for him to become like his father? Have you not had enough of that endless calling?" A moment later, the mysterious voice responded, "I have had enough. Quite enough indeed." The Little Tower sighed softly. "This young lad possesses a commendable character and extraordinary talent. He is a promising prospect. We must nurture him well and ensure he does not follow in his father's footsteps." The mysterious voice inquired, "Why did you not nurture his father properly in the first place?" The Little Tower replied softly, "I could not compete with his father." The mysterious voice fell silent for a moment before stating, "Little Tower, I sense you have matured considerably." The Little Tower gently remarked, "One day, when the universe crumbles, and the great path collapses, when once dear friends return to the earth and slumber within, how could one not mature in such times?" He paused briefly, then added softly, "Moreover, in this world, there is no longer anyone to protect me." The Little Tower. Yi Clan Council Hall. When Yiguan arrived at the council hall, Yi Shao and a group of elders were already waiting. glance from Yi Guan revealed the absence of 5 or 6 elders. Yi Xiao instructed, "Take a seat." Yi Guan nodded and then moved to sit down at one side. Yi Xiao, looking at Yi Guan, shared the recent news. A hidden realm had emerged in Nanshan, where an extraordinarily pure spiritual energy was leaking. According to our scouts, it is highly likely that a violet crystal mine lies within. Violet crystal. Yi Guan was momentarily taken aback. In the southern state, the common currency is the spiritual crystal, which is categorized into inferior, medium, and superior grades. Above these is the exceptional spiritual crystal, and beyond that lies the violet crystal. The violet crystal is exceedingly precious. Even the Yi clan does not possess such a rare gem. Yi Guan pondered deeply. He had previously given Master Tower a superior spiritual crystal, but it had yielded almost no effect. Perhaps the violet crystal could aid in his recovery. Not only would it benefit Master Tower, but it would also greatly assist the Yi clan and himself. With this thought, Yi Guan made a resolute decision. At that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly asked, "Do you wish to take a look?" Yi Guan nodded affirmatively. Yi Xiao continued solemnly, "That is our intention as well. But you understand that the emergence of this hidden realm in Nanshan is likely not ordinary. It must harbor significant dangers. Furthermore, we have received word that the Li clan and the Nan clan have already dispatched individuals to investigate. Additionally, it is likely that the nearby Yongzhou city has also sent people our way, so..." Yi Guan smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, clan leader, I will exercise caution." Yi Xiao nodded, acknowledging the meticulous nature of the individual before him, whose demeanor was one of caution. He paused briefly before continuing, "You must remember, this secret realm will undoubtedly be contested by various forces. If you can seize opportunities within it, that would be ideal. However, should you find yourself unable to do so, do not succumb to greed. To our Yi clan, your well-being is of paramount importance." The second elder approached, his voice grave. "Xiao Guan, you possess many admirable qualities, but your actions lack the ruthless edge required in such a secret realm. Kindness and leniency are grave missteps. You must keep this firmly in mind." Yi Guan nodded slightly, comprehending the weight of their words. Suddenly, Yi Xiao produced a piece of black soft armor and handed it to Yi Guan. "This is for you." The sight of the black soft armor left Yi Guan momentarily speechless. The elders in the hall were equally taken aback. In southern state, treasures were categorized by ranks: Xian Qi, Ling Qi, Bao Qi, Fa Qi, Dao Qi, Xian Qi, and Xin Qi. This black soft armor was the only Ling Qi artifact of the Yi clan. Unfortunately, the clan was impoverished. This artifact had been passed down through generations and was reserved solely for the clan leader. Equipment held great significance, often compensating for a lack of strength. As Yi Guan gazed at the black soft armor, warmth surged within him. Just as he was about to decline the gift, Yi Xiao pressed it firmly into his hands. "Stop hesitating. Take it." After a moment of contemplation, Yi Guan acquiesced. "Very well." He accepted the black soft armor and, with a respectful bow, declared, "I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and departed. In the hall, Yi Xiao watched Yi Guan's retreating figure, his gaze deep and contemplative, lost in thought. At this moment, the second elder suddenly spoke softly. "I now comprehend why the former clan leader appointed you as the chief, my elder brother. The first elder is domineering, with a narrow perspective, seeking only immediate gains, whereas I possess a knack for strategizing and delight in scheming. Only you, however, value loyalty and prioritize the well-being of the clan." He shook his head slightly. "We are all inferior to you." Yi Xiao glanced at the second elder and inquired, "What do you think of Xiao Guan?" The second elder replied gravely, "He is composed and meticulous, cherishing loyalty without being timid, decisive in action, possessing both courage and wisdom." As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, looking at Yi Xiao with incredulity. "Clan leader." Yi Xiao responded gently, "We have grown old. In the southern mountains, which span 1,000 miles and are replete with countless peaks, the region is also referred to as the Southern Mountain Range. Within these mountains dwell primitive beasts, and humans coexist peacefully with these creatures. This harmony was established 30 million years ago, when the human sword master subdued all beast clans, marking the beginning of a peaceful coexistence. Naturally, private conflicts still arise, But a war between humans and beasts has not occurred for 30 million years. When Yi Guan arrived at the southern mountain range, what was typically a desolate expanse had now gathered numerous formidable figures. Among them were not only those from the ancient city but also powerful individuals from surrounding cities. The ancient city lies at the far left of the southern region, where there are at least 100 small cities akin to the ancient city. The spiritual veins are the lifeblood of all families, great and small. Boom! At that moment, the clouds in the sky abruptly parted, and in the next instant, an opulent chariot, spanning a length of 10 zhang, emerged with great splendor. This magnificent steed emanated a fiery crimson aura, its size several times that of an ordinary horse. With every charge, it left behind for elongated fiery hoof prints across the heavens. Witnessing this scene, Yi Guan's pupils constricted sharply. The flame horse. This was the legendary flame horse, a creature of the realm of myriad laws. Upon seeing this chariot, Yi Guan's expression darkened. The arrival was undoubtedly from a prominent clan. Just then, the curtain of the luxurious chariot was drawn aside, revealing an unparalleled beauty. It was a woman, clad in a gown of cloud-like hue. Her skin was as pure as snow, and her eyes, sharp as blades, possessed a cold, haughty demeanor that instilled a sense of dread in those who dared to gaze upon her. As the curtain continued to part, yet another breathtaking visage appeared, a lady of unmatched beauty, her flowing white gown resembling drifting snow, grasping an ancient tome, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. Upon seeing this woman, Yi Guan was momentarily taken aback. Na Lan Jia. He had not anticipated that this was his betrothed. Na Lan Jia. At that moment, the woman in the cloud-colored gown suddenly proclaimed, "From this moment forth, the South Mountain Range shall be under the jurisdiction of the 3 great families. In 15 minutes, should there be any idle individuals remaining in this place, they shall be dealt with without mercy." As her voice echoed, 3 towering banners, each 100 zhang in length, soared from the clouds and firmly established themselves above the South Mountain Range. The Nan family, the Si family, the Zheng family, the 3 superclans of South Prefecture. Below, countless individuals were left in a state of utter bewilderment. This particular secret realm has unexpectedly stirred the 3 prominent families of the southern state. Chapter 5. Anger? At this moment, Yi Guan was equally astonished, for he had not anticipated that the Nanshan secret realm would attract the attention of the 3 prominent families. Such a phenomenon was abnormal. Yi Guan turned his gaze towards the Nanshan mountain range, aware that what had unfolded there was far from an ordinary secret realm. Otherwise, it would not have stirred the interest of the 3 most powerful families in Nanzhou. At that instant, a multitude of formidable presences surged from the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of powerful beings broke through the clouds, descending directly into the vast mountains. Observing these powerful individuals, Yi Guan's expression turned grave. Among them, the weakest was at the Wanfa realm, for they all possessed the ability to traverse the skies. Leading the group was a hunchbacked elder, a legendary figure of the Tongyu realm. The Tongyu realm. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful being. At this moment, Yi Guan felt a profound mix of shock, excitement, and exhilaration. As a practitioner of the Zhenfa realm, he found it relatively easy to eliminate those at the Wanfa realm. Yet he was uncertain whether he could vanquish a Tongyu realm opponent with his sword. He was tempted to test that theory. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to undertake such a trial openly. Should they discover his swordsmanship inheritance, the focus of the 3 prominent families might shift from the Nanshan secret realm to him, Yi Guan. Meanwhile, those around him began to retreat. The 3 families had made it clear, to remain here would be akin to courting death. While other lesser families might hesitate to withdraw so easily, these were the 3 foremost families. In the southern province, apart from the Guanguan Academy, the 3 prominent families wield immense influence. Yi Guan cast a glance toward the secret realm of Nanshan. To relinquish it so readily stirred a sense of reluctance within him. However, he was acutely aware of his current capabilities. At this moment, confronting the 3 families was beyond his reach. Resolutely, he turned away without a hint of hesitation. Ambition is commendable, yet one must possess the corresponding strength to match it. Just then, Yi Guan seemed to sense something. He abruptly lifted his gaze, and in the next instant, A luxurious carriage had arrived before him. The curtains were drawn back, revealing Nailan Jia, who peered out with a gentle smile and beckoned him to come forth. Yiguan was taken aback, surprised by the invitation. Nailan Jia chuckled, "What are you waiting for? Do you not wish to explore the secret realm?" Yiguan replied with enthusiasm. Indeed. With that, he leaped gracefully into the carriage. Upon entering, he was greeted by a woman in a flowing cloud-hued gown, who regarded him with keen interest. Nailan Jia settled beside her and, turning to Yiguan, remarked, "Allow me to introduce my fiancé Yiguan." The woman appraised Yiguan with a nod, acknowledging his handsome demeanor. Nailan Jia then continued, "Her name is Nan Qingyue, the eldest daughter of the Nan family." Yiguan offered a slight bow, saying, "Miss Nan, it is a pleasure to meet you." Nan Qingyue responded with a smile, "Please, have a seat." Yiguan raised his head and took a seat opposite the two individuals. He surveyed his surroundings. The interior of the carriage was quite spacious, and behind them stood a screen, beyond which lay a round wooden bathtub. At that moment, Nan Qingyue suddenly smiled and inquired, "Is young Master Yi truly at the True Method realm?" Yiguan nodded affirmatively, "Yes." Nan Qingyue slightly inclined her head, choosing not to elaborate further. 17. Being at the True Method realm was indeed considered prodigious in Huanggu City, and a talent in the entirety of Southern State. However, to the three great families, it merely registered as passable. They had witnessed the broader world and encountered countless extraordinary individuals. Nan Qingyue cast a glance at Nailan Jia, then turned her gaze back to Yiguan, remaining silent. At that juncture, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Nan Qingyue announced, "We have arrived." With that, she stepped outside. Yiguan and Nailan Jia followed suit, and Yiguan took a moment to observe his surroundings. At that moment, there were over 100 formidable figures nearby, each at least at the True Method realm. Yiguan's eyes brimmed with perplexity. What sort of relic could warrant such immense mobilization from the three great families? As Yiguan gazed into the distance, he beheld a colossal abyss not far away, surrounded by shattered mountain peaks. From within that abyss, wisps of purple gas occasionally erupted. Upon witnessing the emanating purple vapor, Yiguan was taken aback. This place might not merely harbor purple crystal mines. It could very well contain spiritual veins. Spiritual veins. In Southern State, there exist spiritual mines. Spiritual veins, dragon veins, earth veins, sky veins, and immortal veins. Spiritual mines are of the lowest tier, yielding only ordinary spiritual crystals. The spiritual vein, however, is distinct. It has the remarkable ability to continuously supply spiritual energy. Furthermore, a newly discovered spiritual vein is likely to be surrounded by an abundance of spiritual crystals. The purple gas erupting from this abyss indicates that there is at least one purple spiritual vein within. It may even be a superior purple spiritual vein. In that moment, he finally comprehended why the three great families were so fervently engaged in this affair. At that juncture, a gentleman made his entrance, clad in a robe as white as snow, wielding a folding fan, and adorned with a subtle smile. Upon seeing him, Nan Qing offered a slight smile. "Master Zheng Lin." The man named Zheng Lin chuckled. "Miss Nan, your arrival is indeed remarkable." He paused momentarily, then turned his gaze towards the side, inquiring, "And this young lady beside you is?" Nan Ka replied with a gentle smile, "I am Nan Ka." "Miss Nan Ka," Zheng Lin exclaimed in astonishment. "You are the one who possesses the legendary Holy Spirit body, one of the three divine physiques." Nan Ka smiled without uttering a word. Zheng Lin continued, "It is a pleasure to meet you." He then shifted his attention to Yiguan, asking, "And who might this be?" Nan Ka introduced, "This is my fiancé, Yiguan." "Fiancé?" Zheng Lin was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Yiguan. "Yiguan? From the Yi clan? Is that the clan from the north?" Yiguan shook his head. "I belong to the Yi clan of the ancient city." "Ancient city?" Zheng Lin blinked, then smiled, choosing to remain silent afterward. "The ancient city, a place of little repute." At that moment, a woman suddenly reappeared in the scene, adorned in a flowing green gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. She possessed an elegant figure and held a jade flute in her hand, her gaze exuding an air of cold detachment. Nan Qingyue, upon seeing the woman, smiled and said, "Miss Siqing." Siqing responded calmly, Everyone is here. Let us proceed. Nodding in agreement, Nan Qingyue replied, "Let us go." With that, the group made their way toward the distant abyss, while the formidable members of the three great clans chose not to follow. Along the journey, Nan Qingyue and the others engaged in light-hearted banter, whereas Yiguan and Nalinjia appeared somewhat isolated. However, it was not long before Nan Qingyue began to draw Nalinjia into their conversation, leaving Yiguan as the only one who seemed somewhat alone. Yet, Yiguan paid little heed to this. He understood that various circles of different sizes existed in this world, and this was someone else's circle. Others showed no interest in him, just as he felt little inclination toward them. With differing circles, he had no desire to force his way in. His sole purpose was to witness the secret realm. At that moment, the voice of the little tower resonated suddenly, a familiar presence. Yiguan furrowed his brow, wondering about this familiar essence. "Tower Master, what do you mean?" After a brief silence, the little tower replied, "It's nothing." Yiguan shook his head with a smile, finding the Tower Master to be rather enigmatic. In the distance, Nan Qingyue suddenly laughed beside Nalinjia, saying, "Little Jia, he is unworthy. He is not suited for you." Nalinjia turned to look at Nan Qingyue, who continued in ancient wilderness city. "He may have been acceptable, but placed outside, he can only be described as ordinary. Moreover, his family background is too poor. Being from a mere Yi clan condemns him to a life of mediocrity. The Yi clan is unlikely to provide him with superior resources, and in this era, background and family heritage are of paramount importance. Without such privileges to pave the way, no matter how diligently one strives, the results remain limited." Nalinjia cast a glance at Nan Qingyue, slightly taken aback. "Qingyue, do you believe he is lacking?" Nan Qingyue surveyed Yiguan, who stood at a distance, and replied with a smile, "Just consider his emotional intelligence. I find it wanting. Were I in his position, I would humbly seek to forge connections with individuals like us, rather than feigning superiority. Of course, this is rather commonplace. Many possess little capability yet harbor lofty ambitions, believing themselves to be on par with others. What he fails to realize is that by ingratiating himself with us, he could significantly enhance his prospects for the future." With a gentle shake of her head, she continued, "I mention this not in hopes of eliciting his flattery, but rather to illustrate that he had a splendid opportunity to ascend, yet he chose otherwise." Nalinjia chuckled. "If he were truly to exert himself in flattering and ingratiating himself upon meeting you, then I would have misjudged his character." Nan Qingyue furrowed her brows in thought. After a moment, Nalinjia unexpectedly approached Yiguan, smiling as she said, "Qingyue is a student of the academy and a disciple of Mentor Yang, which is how I came to know her. Upon seeing you earlier, I understood your desire to explore this secret realm, hence my invitation. There was no intention of causing you discomfort." She was well aware of Yiguan's sense of neglect. She recognized that the culture of such circles is deeply entrenched and intensifies as one ascends. These scions of noble families are exceedingly pragmatic. Just as Yiguan was about to speak, Nan Qingyue suddenly exclaimed from afar, "Spirit vein." Upon hearing this, Yiguan and Nalinjia turned their gazes towards Nan Qingyue, who was currently holding a compass that spun rapidly in her hand. Beside her, Zhang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor, while Si Qing also displayed a noticeable change in expression. Nan Qingyue suddenly exclaimed, "Let us descend and take a look." With that, she soared into the air and flew downward. Si Qing and Zhang Lin promptly followed suit. Nalinjia looked at Yiguan, inquiring whether they should also go. Yiguan nodded, and the two of them leaped into the abyss as well. Time passed and the group finally landed. In the distance, they spotted a vast, pitch-black cave, accompanied by a towering tree, several zhang high, adorned with dozens of blood-red fruits. Upon seeing these fruits, Nan Qingyue's gaze ignited with fervor. These were fire spirit fruits. Consuming one would augment one's cultivation by at least 10 years. The fire spirit fruit, a rare treasure of the earth rank, was worth no less than 100,000 spirit crystals. Zhang Lin immediately became exhilarated beside Nan Qingyue, while Si Qing maintained a tranquil demeanor, his eyes betraying no emotion. The three of them exchanged glances, and Nan Qingyue waved her sleeve, sending forth a gust of energy that swiftly caused the dozens of fire spirit fruits to plummet from the tree and be delivered to their feet by a powerful wind. She divided the fruits into 3 portions, ensuring each received 12. Suddenly, Nanqingyue approached Nalanjia, opened her palm, and 2 fire spirit fruits floated towards her. With a smile, she said, "Little Jia, these will be beneficial for you too." Nalanjia did not hold back, smiling gently, "Thank you." As she spoke, she accepted the gift. At that moment, Zheng Lin approached Nalanjia, presenting her with 2 fire spirit fruits. With a slight smile, he said, "Miss Nalan, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Nalanjia glanced at the 2 fruits, then shook her head, replying with a smile, "I appreciate the sentiment, but I must decline." Zheng Lin was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Is Miss Nalan concerned that young Master Yi might misinterpret your acceptance?" He then directed his gaze towards Yi Guan, adding with a light-hearted laugh, "I believe young Master Yi would not be so petty. Of course, I must speak frankly. I do not concern myself with young Master Ye's opinions." After saying this, he presented the fire spirit fruits once more, this time offering her 5. With a confident smile, he believed that this woman before him could not possibly resist such temptation. When it comes to women, it is all about the allure of wealth. If that fails, simply offer more. Nanqing observed Yi Guan with a knowing smile. Nalanjia's brows furrowed slightly. This was not merely an affront to Yi Guan, but also an insult to her dignity. Just as she was about to express her indignation, Yi Guan suddenly grasped her arm and said with a smile, "Little Jia, since it is a gift from him, why not accept it? We wouldn't want him to think I am stingy." Nalanjia looked at Yi Guan, and upon seeing him smile at her, she understood. Thus, she graciously accepted the 5 fire spirit fruits. Yi Guan directly seized the fire spirit fruit from Nalanjia's hand and, under the gaze of the crowd, took a hearty bite. He then turned to Zheng Lin and exclaimed with a smile, "It is truly delectable." Zheng Lin's expression instantly darkened, resembling one who had just suffered a great loss. Yi Guan blinked playfully and continued, "Oh, do not be upset. The more you fume, the more delighted I become." With that, he took another bite, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. Chapter 6. Stand firm. To Yi Guan, respect is reciprocal. If one treats me with a foot of respect, I shall return it with a yard. If one shows me disrespect, then so be it. Nearby, Nanqing shook her head as she observed Yi Guan. Satisfying? Indeed, it was. Yet, in her view, this was the most foolish course of action for Yi Guan. By behaving thus, he was effectively provoking Zheng Lin and inviting enmity. What was Yi Guan's status? And what of Zheng Lin's? To her, this was tantamount to courting disaster. On the other side, Si Qing cast a glance at Yi Guan, her eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise, followed by a growing perplexity. This man did not appear to be devoid of intellect, and yet, he dared to act in such a manner. Undoubtedly, he possessed considerable confidence. The audacity to stand firm before the Zheng family, one of the 3 great clans, was no trivial feat. Zheng Lin fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan, remaining silent. Yi Guan chuckled, "Young Master Zheng, you cannot truly be angered, can you?" Zheng Lin smiled slightly, though the items are indeed exquisite. One must have the means to enjoy them. At that moment, Nalanjia suddenly interjected, "Young Master Zheng." With that, she flung 5 fire spirit fruits before Zheng Lin, exclaiming, "To hell with you." At her words, Yi Guan's expression froze. How could his wife be so fierce? Zheng Lin's countenance darkened considerably as he stared at Nalanjia. Unfazed, Nalanjia challenged, "If you wish to duel, we can engage in a life-or-death battle right now." Zheng Lin's gaze bore into Nalanjia, his right hand gradually tightening into a fist. Meanwhile, Yi Guan's eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent flickering within. At that moment, Nanqingyue suddenly interjected, "What are you all making a fuss about? It's merely a trivial matter, not worth such commotion." Zheng Lin withdrew his gaze, released his grip, and cast a cold glance at Yi Guan, sneering before turning to leave. He refrained from completely severing ties, for Nalanjia's mentor was Fei Banqing, one of the 3 supreme mentors of the Guangguan Academy, a figure even the Zheng family dared not provoke lightly. Yi Guan observed Zheng Lin in silence, lost in his thoughts. At that juncture, A voice emerged from within the small tower, contrasting sharply with its father's demeanor. The mysterious voice inquired, "What do you mean?" The small tower replied solemnly, "If it were his father, that man would already be dead." The mysterious voice pressed on, and then, the small tower continued, then his father would summon assistance, and subsequently, the entire southern province would be obliterated. The mysterious voice fell silent. The small tower let out a low sigh, lamenting, "That pattern is one I truly wish to never encounter again." Alas! Nan Qingyue turned her gaze towards Nailan Jia, smiling, "Little Jia, do not be upset." She glanced at Yi Guan but chose not to speak further. Nailan Jia maintained a calm demeanor, looking at Yi Guan and asking, "Shall we proceed?" Yi Guan smiled gently, "Since we are here, let us continue to observe." Nailan Jia scrutinized Yi Guan, asking, "Are you certain?" Yi Guan nodded, his smile unwavering. "Everything is fine." Nailan Jia regarded Yi Guan's serene expression, smiling slightly in return. Very well. She had always admired this man's confidence. Certainly, there is now an additional element. This man's brilliance. Within his refined demeanor, there exists an undeniable sharpness. A group of individuals made their way towards the cave. At that moment, Si Qing unexpectedly approached Yi Guan and Nailan Jia, presenting them with 2 sacred spirit fruits. Yi Guan and Nailan Jia were momentarily taken aback. Si Qing glanced at them and said, "A kindred connection, a kindred connection." After a brief hesitation, Yi Guan replied, "Miss Si Qing." However, Si Qing promptly placed the fruits into their hands and turned away, walking into the distance. Were the 2 sacred spirit fruits valuable? Indeed, they were exceedingly precious. Nevertheless, she wished to take a gamble, to forge a benevolent connection. What if this Yi possessed hidden depths? Ultimately, even in loss, the cost would be minimal. Nailan Jia exchanged glances with Yi Guan, who smiled and said, "Let us accept them." With that, he accepted the fruits. If he were to bring this fire spirit fruit back to the clan leader, it would undoubtedly enhance the leader's cultivation. Each elevation in cultivation could extend one's lifespan, and the leader's current lifespan was already rather limited. Should he fail to advance, the risk of decline loomed ominously. Nailan Jia said nothing further and accepted the gift as well. The group ventured deeper into the cave, where the light diminished progressively. Leading the way, Nanqing produced a moonlight stone, illuminating the surroundings and significantly improving visibility within the cave. Yi Guan surveyed the area and then glanced at Zheng Lin, his heart growing increasingly vigilant. Before long, the leader, Nan Qingyue, suddenly crouched down. With a gentle flick of her right hand, a thumb-sized crystal appeared before the eyes of the onlookers. A purple spirit crystal. Witnessing this scene, everyone was visibly moved. With a swift motion of her sleeve, Nan Qingyue summoned a gust of wind that lifted the earth before her, revealing a considerable pile of purple spirit crystals. There were at least several thousand of them. In that moment, excitement surged among the 3 of them. Yi Guan, however, maintained a calm demeanor, as his instincts warned him that something was amiss. The silence in this place was eerily unsettling. Nan Qingyue promptly collected all the crystals and began to distribute the spoils. Before long, each of them had received over 1,200 crystals. Nan Qingyue exclaimed with enthusiasm, "There must be a spirit vein here, and quite possibly more than one." Zhang Ling nodded slightly. "Let us go." After saying this, he swiftly advanced deeper into the cave. The group continued onward. Along the way, the trio discovered many more purple spirit crystals, and the further they ventured into the cave, the more abundant the crystals became. At this moment, however, Yi Guan came to a halt. He sensed something was wrong. A danger loomed. Yi Guan contemplated retreating with Nailan Jia. But suddenly, the voice of the little tower rang out. "Let us take a look." Yi Guan paused, then asked Tower Master, "Is there danger within this cave?" The little tower replied, "Not for you. Absolutely not." Yi Guan blinked. "So it poses no threat to me, but does to them? I take it that this understanding is acceptable?" The little tower urged, "Let us take a look." Yi Guan hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Despite the doubts swirling in his mind, he was assured that Master Tower would not lead him astray. With Nailan Jia in tow, Yi Guan pressed onward. Just then, Nan Qingyue, leading the group, abruptly halted again. She crouched down and plunged her right hand into the earth, unearthing a chunk of amethyst roughly the size of a child's fist, which she cradled in her palm. Upon sighting the amethyst, her gaze ignited with fervor. Beside her, Zhang Lin was beside himself with excitement, exclaiming, "Heavens! Such a large spiritual crystal. This vein must be of exceptional quality. An extraordinary vein." Even the typically composed Qing was visibly stirred, for each of the three great families possessed only one such exceptional vein, which enabled them to cultivate a greater number of formidable talents and prodigies. The pursuit of cultivation necessitates financial resources. Without money, even the most extraordinary talents are rendered futile. The thought of acquiring this vein crossed the minds of all three. Undoubtedly, whichever family secured this vein would surpass the other two within the next decade. This exceptional spiritual vein had the potential to disrupt the entire balance of power in southern state. All were captivated by the prospect. Nan Qingyue suddenly interjected, "I am aware of your intentions. I share the same aspirations. However, at this moment we must unite, correct?" Zhang Lin nodded slightly in affirmation. Indeed. Qing also nodded in agreement, remaining silent. With a smile, Nan Qingyue declared, "Let us proceed." As she spoke, she gathered the purple spirit crystals from the ground, and after dividing them, the group continued their journey. At this moment, Nan Qingyue and Zhang Lin were filled with immense excitement. Exceptional spirit veins. They had truly struck it rich. Qing appeared relatively composed, yet it was evident that she too was delighted. With such an abundance of purple spirit crystals, especially the finest quality, they had indeed found fortune. The group pressed on deeper into the cavern, which seemed endless. Along the way, Nan Qingyue and her companions collected numerous purple spirit crystals, their smiles so wide they could scarcely close their mouths. Approximately half an hour later, Nan Qingyue, leading the group, suddenly halted. She crouched down and began to dig through the earth. In the next moment, her pupils constricted sharply as she stammered, This is." The others turned to look, and to their astonishment, they discovered a palm-sized spirit crystal embedded in the soil. This crystal was not purple but rather a brilliant gold. At this moment, Zhang Lin gasped, "This is a gold crystal. This is a geological vein. There is a geological vein here." As his words echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the cavern. Throughout the entirety of southern province, there was not a single geological vein to be found. Even the formidable Guanyuan Academy possessed none. In that instant, Nan Qingyue and Zhang Lin trembled with excitement. Qing's expression was equally grave yet filled with joy. Just then, Zhang Lin abruptly turned to gaze at Yi Guan and Nailan Jia, his eyes fixed on them with an unmistakable glint of murderous intent. Nanking Yu furrowed her brow slightly. Zhang Ling menacingly remarked, "What would happen if news of the earth vein here were to spread?" Upon hearing this, Nanqing Yu was momentarily taken aback. If it were to leak, first and foremost, the Guanyuan Academy would undoubtedly stop at nothing to seize it. Moreover, powerful figures from the various realms beyond South Zhou, including those from esteemed families and sacred lands, would certainly dispatch formidable forces to claim it. Contemplating this, Nanqing Yu cast a glance at Yi Guan and the others, her eyes betraying a chilling intent to kill. This information must absolutely, unequivocally remain confidential. At that moment, Zhang Ling suddenly opened his palm, revealing a long spear in his grasp. Nanqing Yu, in turn, opened her right hand, and a short dagger materialized within it. Friends, in her eyes only interests mattered. She allied with Nailan Jia for personal gain, and now the prospect of eliminating Nailan Jia arose because the benefits of his demise outweighed those of their alliance. Qing spoke in a deep voice, "Qing Yu, Zhang Ling, there is no need for such drastic measures." Nanqing Yu shot a frigid glance at Qing, rendering him momentarily speechless at the icy resolve reflected in her eyes. Yi Guan suddenly grasped Nailan Jia's hand, pulling him behind him and calmly instructed, "You should leave first." Nailan Jia stared at Yi Guan, taken aback. Zhang Ling fixed his gaze intensely on Yi Guan, declaring, "You two are destined to die." As he spoke, he was about to take action when Yi Guan suddenly glanced behind Zhang Ling, exclaiming in horror, that. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling instinctively turned around. However, upon seeing the emptiness before him, his expression changed drastically. He quickly turned back, ready to strike, But it was already too late. Swish! A sword pierced directly into his brow. Zhang Ling stood frozen in disbelief, staring incredulously at Yi Guan. You are a sword cultivator. Yi Guan elegantly gestured with his fingers. Swish! The Dao sword flew back into his hand. Zhang Ling was utterly speechless. Yi Guan then turned his gaze towards Nan Qingyue, whose complexion paled instantly. You are indeed a sword cultivator. Yi Guan uttered no further words. The Dao sword suddenly soared from his hand. Nan Qingyue's pupils constricted sharply, and she swiftly crossed her arms in defense, revealing a pair of silver gauntlets upon her forearms. Swish! Yet, against the Dao sword, those silver gauntlets were as fragile as tofu, torn apart in an instant, and the sword plunged directly into her throat. Nan Qingyue's eyes widened in shock as her body fell straight down. Yi Guan opened his palm, the Dao sword returning to his grasp, and then he turned to look at the distant Si Qing. Witnessing this scene, Si Qing's expression changed dramatically, retreating repeatedly, her eyes filled with terror. Yi Guan observed Si Qing, remaining silent. Hesitation. At that moment, the voice of the small tower suddenly echoed, warning that if the girl were not slain and subsequently revealed the matter of your swordsmanship inheritance, it would inevitably lead to calamity not only for you but also for your entire Yi clan. You must contemplate this gravely. Yi Guan tightly gripped the Xingtian sword, remaining silent. The small tower continued, reminding him of the words spoken by the second elder. A man must not be soft-hearted or kind. Yi Guan abruptly shook his head, declaring, no, that cannot be. He then stepped aside to stand before Nan Qingyue and Zhang Lin, removing their storage rings. Next, he approached Si Qing, producing a portion of the purple spirit crystals belonging to Nan Qingyue and Zhang Lin, offering them to her. Miss Si Qing, let us divide their possessions equally among us three. Si Qing regarded Yi Guan with a vigilant expression. Yi Guan smiled gently and proposed, you must swear by your soul that you will keep my identity as a sword practitioner a secret. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, Si Qing fell silent for a moment before raising her right hand, swearing, I vow by my soul that should I reveal your identity as a sword practitioner, may I, Si Qing, meet with a wretched fate. Yi Guan nodded slightly and handed a storage ring to her. Si Qing glanced at Yi Guan but remained silent. At this juncture, the small tower interjected, do you comprehend the consequences? Yi Guan shook his head slightly, responding, Tower Master, to be human requires ruthlessness, but one must also uphold a sense of conscience. The small tower replied solemnly, are you not afraid that she might expose your identity as a sword practitioner, thus inviting disaster? Yi Guan acknowledged, I am indeed fearful. The small tower, puzzled, inquired, then why do you choose not to kill her? Do you possess other means of counteraction? Yi Guan pondered for a moment and then said, if a great calamity befalls us, would you lend me your strength, Master Tower? Little Tower replied, I humbly request your support, your monthly votes, your generous rewards. I seek all forms of assistance, my brothers. I implore you for everything. Chapter 7. A gesture of respect in a low voice, Xiao Ta remarked, you must bear the burden yourself. I cannot endure it. Yi Guan shook his head with a smile, casting a glance at the somewhat wary Si Qing, his expression laden with complexity. Conscience. To eliminate Si Qing would certainly eradicate future troubles. Yet, such an act would betray his own moral compass. After all, Si Qing had never exhibited hostility towards him or Nalan Jia, and had generously bestowed upon them 2 fire spirit fruits. If he were to slay her out of fear that his identity as a sword cultivator might be exposed, what would that make him? Such an act was beyond his capacity. One must possess fundamental principles of humanity. Without a moral baseline, how could one be distinguished from a beast? Xiao Ta refrained from further commentary. Yi Guan retrieved another storage ring and approached Nalan Jia, who regarded him in silence. He extended the ring toward her, but she did not accept it. Yi Guan gently said, ask, and I shall answer. Nalan Jia fixed her gaze upon him, inquiring, are you a sword cultivator? Yi Guan nodded affirmatively. After a moment of contemplation, Nalan Jia continued, have you encountered extraordinary fortunes? He nodded once more. Nalan Jia acknowledged this with a nod, realizing, it seems I have overreached. Yi Guan shook his head, questioning the necessity of such words. Nalan Jia looked at him intently as he earnestly declared, "Is it not possible for a man and woman to simply like one another, regardless of status, background, or wealth?" A subtle smile graced the corners of Nalan Jia's lips as she inquired, "Then what is it that you find appealing about me?" Yi Guan responded with sincerity, "Your beauty." The smile on Nalan Jia's lips blossomed further. Yi Guan smiled faintly, placing the spatial ring into Nalan Jia's hand, declaring, "This is rightfully yours." Nalan Jia did not refuse and accepted the ring. Seemingly lost in thought, she glanced at the two corpses in the distance, pondering their fate. Yi Guan remained silent. The demise of two extraordinary talents from prominent families was indeed a significant matter. At that moment, Si Qing interjected, "I can assert that they perished at the hands of the beasts here." Yi Guan and Nalan Jia turned to Si Qing, who spoke in a solemn tone, "If I testify, their families will have no legitimate grounds to target you openly. However, they are unlikely to let this go easily. With the backing of the Si family, I should be safe, and with Mentor Fei supporting you, Miss Nalan Jia, you too will be unharmed." She then shifted her gaze to Yi Guan, adding, "But you, without doubt, will be in peril." Yi Guan fell into silence, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Si Qing continued, "You have two paths before you. The first, as a sword cultivator, you must have some mysterious force or powerful allies behind you. If they are willing to lend their aid, you should be able to navigate this predicament without much trouble." Yi Guan inwardly questioned, "Are you afraid of the two great families of Nanzhou, Tower Master?" The small tower replied, "Yes, I am indeed terrified." Yi Guan's expression darkened as he contemplated, "I find you quite formidable, yet you too harbor fear?" The small tower answered calmly, "After all, I am injured." Yi Guan sighed softly, then turned to Si Qing and asked, "What is the second path?" Si Qing replied gravely, "Join the Guanchuan Academy and seek their protection." Guanchuan Academy. Yi Guan remained contemplative. Si Qing remarked, "If you wish to join the Guanchuan Academy, it would be quite effortless. However, mere admission will not suffice. You must seek out a figure of considerable stature, akin to Mentor Fei. Only individuals of her caliber possess the audacity to stand against the Nan and Zheng families." Yi Guan nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Si Qing cast a glance at Yi Guan, her expression a blend of surprise and complexity. She had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming individual was, in fact, a sword cultivator who could wield the legendary sword control technique. Truly, it was a misjudgment. Yi Guan suddenly proposed, "Shall we proceed further?" The two women turned to him as he solemnly stated, "This place not only harbors spiritual veins but also earth veins. Continuing onward should yield even greater rewards." The two women exchanged glances, both visibly intrigued. Yi Guan smiled and urged, "Let us go." With that, the trio pressed onward. As they journeyed, they amassed a considerable number of top-quality purple spirit crystals, alongside a wealth of golden crystals. Their bounty was indeed substantial. At that moment, Yi Guan abruptly halted and turned to the two women, instructing, "Please stay a bit behind." The women regarded him curiously as he continued, "This area is too quiet. I sense there may be danger lurking." With that, he drew his traveling sword and positioned himself at the forefront. Nalan Jia cast a glance at Yi Guan, offering a faint smile before following closely. Si Qing also looked at him, remaining silent but hastening to join him. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yi Guan suddenly came to a stop, thrusting his sword into the ground before making a swift, decisive slash. Sizzle! The ground was abruptly torn asunder, revealing a deep fissure from which a white river flowed, extending for several dozen zhang. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the three were profoundly stirred. A supreme spiritual vein. Do not underestimate this seemingly modest white river. It is a supreme spiritual vein, one capable of stirring even the mighty forces of the Guanguan Academy. Yi Guan inquired, "How shall we divide it?" The two women exchanged glances before turning their attention back to Yi Guan. He continued, "This is not easily divisible. If we attempt to sell it, we will inevitably encounter disaster. And should we seek to liquidate it, none of us possess sufficient purple spirit crystals." He then looked at the two women. "Can you devise a plan?" Si Qing pondered for a moment and then replied, "Retaining the spiritual vein would spell calamity for you. For if your family were to possess such a vein, it would surely attract annihilation. However, if you are willing to cede it to me, I would gladly offer all my supreme purple and gold crystals to you, and furthermore, I can share 3 volumes of Earth Tier techniques from my Sea family at no cost. Earth Tier techniques. Yiguan exchanged a glance with Nailan Jia, who smiled slightly. Look at you. She was currently practicing an Earth Tier technique, being a direct disciple of Master Fei. Yiguan felt a flicker of temptation. The value of this spiritual vein undoubtedly far surpassed that of the 3 volumes of Earth Tier techniques. However, acquiring it would be of no use to the Yi family. As Si Qing pointed out, should the Yi family come into possession of such a supreme spiritual vein, they would be exterminated by dawn. Conversely, the 3 volumes of Earth Tier techniques would be of immense benefit to the Yi family. Techniques are categorized into Human Tier, Spirit Tier, King Tier, Earth Tier, Heaven Tier, Saint Tier, and Divine Tier. The Earth-level technique is considered exceedingly precious within the Guanyuan Academy. Should the Yi family possess such a method, it would significantly enhance their overall strength. Furthermore, they would acquire all the exquisite purple spirit crystals and golden crystals from Si Qing. Yiguan turned to Si Qing, stating, Miss Si Qing, I can offer you the spirit vein. However, I have one more request. Any future spirit veins discovered must belong to us. Si Qing nodded in agreement. Certainly. A premium spirit vein, if she could bring it back, would undoubtedly drive the Si family into a frenzy. Yiguan promptly placed the spirit vein into his spatial ring and handed it over to Si Qing. She accepted the ring and hurriedly produced 3 black ancient scrolls to present to Yiguan, simultaneously offering him all the purple spirit crystals and golden crystals as well. Yiguan graciously accepted them and subsequently shared half with Nailan Jia. The 3 exchanged satisfied glances and continued on their journey. In the following moments, they all acquired golden crystals, and the quantity steadily increased. Eventually, noticing the growing abundance of golden crystals, Yiguan proactively offered 1,000 golden crystals to Si Qing, saying, Here, take this. Si Qing looked at Yiguan and reiterated, As I mentioned earlier, I do not desire anything further. Yiguan replied with a smile, I did not anticipate such a bounty ahead. Please accept it as a gesture of goodwill. Goodwill. Si Qing cast a glance at Yiguan before accepting the offering. Nailan Jia observed both Si Qing and Yiguan, remaining silent. The trio pressed onward, and after approximately a quarter of an hour, the leader, Yiguan, suddenly halted. With a swift motion, he cleaved the ground with his sword, peering into the fissure beneath, revealing a golden river several zhang below, stretching for dozens of zhang. The earth's veins. The 3 were momentarily struck dumb, astonished by the existence of the earth's veins. At that instant, a sound of footsteps echoed from not far away. The expressions of the trio shifted dramatically. Yiguan instinctively pulled Nailan Jia behind him, his demeanor imbued with utmost vigilance. Before their eyes, a monstrous beast slowly emerged. This creature bore a canine shape, adorned with 2 horns, its entirety covered in lustrous, thick scales, while its tail resembled an ancient blade, sharp enough to instill dread. Upon sighting this beast, the trio's expressions turned gravely serious. The beast cast a glance at them. In an instant, the 3 felt as though struck by lightning, blood gushing from their 7 orifices. Yiguan gasped in terror, You are a king-tier beast. The beast disdainfully glanced at Yiguan, scoffing, King-tier? What a worthless thing. I am an emperor-tier. Emperor-tier. At this revelation, the faces of Yiguan and his companions turned ashen. The ranking of beasts differed from that of humans. Beasts were classified from 1 to 9 tiers, followed by the spirit tier, the king tier, the earth tier, the heaven tier, and ultimately the emperor tier. The most formidable beasts in the entire southern province were king tier. And this creature before them was an emperor tier? An emperor tier? Yiguan's mind was a blank. Si Qing's face had turned deathly pale. It was over. It is utterly hopeless. Yiguan trembled inwardly, saying, Master Tower, did you not claim there was no danger? The little tower replied, Indeed. Yiguan's heart quaked. An emperor-level beast. Do you truly believe this is not perilous? Huh? The little tower responded, Well. Oh, it is dangerous, very dangerous. Yiguan. At this moment, Yiguan felt utterly frozen. This master tower seemed rather unreliable. Both Nailan Jia and Si Qing's expressions had turned ghostly pale, as they too had not anticipated encountering an Emperor-level beast here. An Emperor-level beast. Such creatures belong to ancient legends. Currently, the most formidable known entity in the entire southern state is the king level. The presence of an Emperor-level beast here is akin to a true dragon emerging from a small river. Simply outrageous. At that instant, the beast cast a chilling gaze upon Yi Guan and his companions, declaring, "A swarm of ants dares to disturb this emperor's slumber." With that, it opened its maw, prepared to devour the three. In that moment, Yi Guan abruptly pulled Nalan Jia behind him and drew his sword. Surrender? That is not his style. Even in the absence of any chance of victory, he would fight to the death. Just as Yi Guan was about to strike, the beast suddenly leaped as if it had seen a ghost, exclaiming, "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Ah! How do you possess this sword? Goodness! How could you have this sword?" As he spoke, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he approached Yi Guan directly, trembling with fear. "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding. I had no idea you were associated with her. Allow me to pay my respects." With that, he abruptly knelt, the sound echoing as he fell to the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. The three observers were left speechless. Chapter 8. The times have changed. Yi Guan and his companions were astounded. The Imperial-level demon beast knelt down? The trio could hardly believe the scene before them. Yi Guan glanced at the sword of the path in his hand, and after a moment of silence, he pondered, "Master Tower, do you recognize this beast?" After a brief pause, the small tower replied, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Yi Guan hastily took out the small tower. Upon seeing the small tower, the demon beast was momentarily stunned. Yi Guan gazed at the beast and softly inquired, "Elder, do you recognize Master Tower?" The demon beast swallowed hard and then responded, "Little Tower?" The small tower calmly retorted, "Imperial Hound, why have you become so cowardly?" Its voice was audible only to the Imperial Hound. The hound's expression instantly darkened. Realizing it truly was you, the small tower gently remarked, "I never anticipated we would meet here." The Imperial Hound solemnly questioned, "Little Tower, what on earth has transpired? If I hadn't fled back then, I would have perished." After a moment of silence, the small tower stated, "It's a long story." The Imperial Hound hesitated for a moment and then glanced at Yi Guan, recognizing him as Yi Shao's. The small tower affirmed, "Yes." The hound's expression became complex, and when he looked at Yi Guan again, there was a hint of warmth in his gaze. The small tower queried, "Have you been hiding here all this time?" The Imperial Hound replied, "Indeed." The small tower continued, "Are you preparing to depart?" The hound slightly nodded, ready to head towards the Guanxian universe, for he sensed the call of the second miss at the academy. After a brief hesitation, he added, "Shall we go together?" The small tower responded, "No, that won't be possible." The Imperial Hound was perplexed, questioning the reasons behind it. Xiao Ta replied solemnly, "His identity is exceptional. He cannot venture into the Xian universe at this time." The Imperial Hound glanced at the path sword in Yi Guan's hand and inquired, "Is he her successor?" "Indeed," Xiao Ta affirmed. The Imperial Hound fell into silence. Xiao Ta urged, "You may leave now." After a moment's hesitation, the Imperial Hound turned to Yi Guan, offering a slight smile. With an open palm, a small box gently floated before Yi Guan. "Young one, this is a beast core I obtained after vanquishing several demon beasts. It is for you." Yi Guan was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder." The Imperial Hound smiled faintly, "Until we meet again." With that, it suddenly leaped, breaking through the entire cave and transforming into a spectral light, soaring into the vastness of outer space before vanishing at the edge of the starry sky. The entire southern province was left in shock. An Imperial-tier demon beast. In an instant, countless elites turned their gaze towards the direction of Nanshan, filled with astonishment. Within the cave, Yi Guan promptly stored away the earth vein and turned to Si Qing, who spoke gravely, "The appearance of an Imperial-tier demon beast will surely attract numerous powerful beings, even those from the northern and central provinces. You must exercise caution." After a brief pause, she added, "I will divert their attention." You and Miss Nayland should take this opportunity to slip away, until we meet again. With that, she ascended into the air, soaring towards the cave's apex, while Yi Guan, accompanied by Nayland Jia, retraced their steps back. The two individuals moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching the cave entrance in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the formidable beings at the entrance were drawn towards Xiqing. Thus, Yi Guan swiftly led Nayland Jia away. As they made their way back to the ancient city, powerful auras continuously swept above them, all heading towards the southern mountain range. Yi Guan's expression turned grave. The emergence of an Emperor-tier beast in this location was exceedingly abnormal, undoubtedly signaling the arrival of countless strong warriors seeking to investigate. Soon they arrived at the ancient city. At the city gate, Yi Guan retrieved the box given to him by the Emperor Dog, which contained 6 inner cores from magical beasts, 1 from an Emperor-tier beast, while the remaining 5 were from heavenly-tier beasts, a treasure of unparalleled worth. Upon witnessing this, Yi Guan's countenance shifted dramatically. An Emperor-tier inner core. If this were to be disclosed, it would surely incite madness among many, for such cores are considered divine objects by certain magical beasts, as consuming cores of the same tier grants tremendous enhancement. Moreover, these inner cores also harbor immensely powerful energy, providing significant benefits to humans as well. It can be said that the value of these cores rivals that of the very essence of the earth itself. Nayland Jia gazed at the inner cores before her, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Truly extravagant. At that moment, Yi Guan placed 3 heavenly-tier inner cores into Nayland Jia's hands, saying, "For you." Nayland Jia was taken aback. Yi Guan spoke solemnly, "I must return to the Yi clan first. Little Jia, until we meet again." With that, he turned to leave, but was halted by Nayland Jia's grasp. Yi Guan turned to look at Nayland Jia, who was gazing intently at him. "This is the inner elixir of a heavenly-tier demon beast. You are giving it to me?" Yi Guan was momentarily taken aback, then replied, "What's the matter?" Nayland Jia continued to stare at him in silence. A faint smile crossed Yi Guan's lips as he grasped her meaning. He then produced a pill, the very one Nayland Jia had given him previously, the primordial pill. Looking at Nayland Jia, he declared, not to mention 3 inner elixirs from heavenly-tier demon beasts. Even if it were 300 or 3,000, they would pale in comparison to the value of this primordial pill in my heart. Having said that, he turned and departed. Nayland Jia watched him retreat into the distance, and after a long while, a tender smile graced her face, a smile so enchanting it seemed to dim the very heavens and earth. Upon returning to the Yi clan, Yi Guan sought out Yi Xiao directly. Within the hall, they were alone. Upon seeing Yi Guan, relief washed over Yi Xiao. The news of an imperial-tier demon beast appearing in the Nanshan Mountains had left him in a state of shock. An imperial-tier demon beast. Was this not an international jest? Such a formidable presence in such a small locale. After the initial astonishment, worry took hold, for Yi Guan was in the Nanshan Mountains. Now, seeing Yi Guan return, the stone weighing on his heart finally fell away. Yi Guan placed 2 scrolls of earthly-tier martial arts before Yi Xiao. "Patriarch, these 2 scrolls of earthly-tier martial arts are for you. Choose one that suits your cultivation. Once you have mastered it, pass it on to the clan members." Yi Xiao was momentarily speechless at the sight of the 2 scrolls of earthly-tier martial arts. At that juncture, Yi Guan produced another ring and placed it before Yi Xiao, within which resided 1,000 gold crystals and 5,000 superior violet crystals. "Distribute these as you see fit," he declared before turning to depart. Yi Xiao, with a tremor in his voice, exclaimed, "Xiao Guan." Yi Guan halted his steps, responding, "Clan leader, safeguard the cultivation techniques and gold crystals, lest they invite calamity upon our clan." With that, he exited. Within the hall, Yi Xiao gazed upon the 2 volumes of earth-grade cultivation techniques and the ring before him. After a protracted silence, he shook his head with a smile, remarking, "That little fellow." Upon departing from the hall, Yi Guan proceeded directly to Yi Qing's courtyard, where he encountered Yi Qing immediately upon arrival. Upon seeing Yi Guan, Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback before offering a slight bow. "Brother Yi Guan." Yi Guan extended his palm, causing the remaining volume of earth-grade cultivation technique to levitate before Yi Qing. "For you." Yi Qing, perplexed, opened it, his countenance undergoing a dramatic shift. Brother Yiguan, this. Yiguan stated, cultivate diligently. The Yi clan has need of both you and me. With that, he turned to leave. Within the courtyard, Yi Qing contemplated the earth-grade cultivation technique in his grasp. After a long pause, he shook his head with a smile, murmuring, Master. At that moment, a voice resounded from within him. This child is no ordinary being. He is destined to tower over the heavens and earth. Yi Qing offered a wry smile. The voice continued, I am aware of your aspirations to lead the Yi clan to its zenith, and so does he. In light of this, why not join forces with him? Yi Qing remained silent. The voice spoke again. I understand your unwillingness to fall behind others, yet if your skills are lacking, one must decisively concede, lest jealousy take root and lead to self-deception. Do you comprehend? Yi Qing replied solemnly, I understand. Yi Guan arrived at the back mountain of the Yi residence, sitting cross-legged on the ground before producing a small tower. Gazing at the tower, he inquired, Tower Master, do you have anything to convey to me? The small tower remained silent. Yi Guan frowned slightly. The tower then spoke in a grave tone, You are in peril. Yi Guan was taken aback. The tower continued, Do you believe that the demon beast's favor towards you signifies your ascendance? Yi Guan hesitated before asking, What do you mean? The tower sighed softly, Little one, you are in grave danger. Although the demon beast appears to be amicable, it also suggests that your whereabouts may be compromised. Do you understand the implications of your exposure? Yi Guan spoke in a somber voice, What about my mother? The tower fell silent. Yi Guan narrowed his eyes, sensing a sense of persecution. The tower responded, Not exactly. Your mother is likely imprisoned. Imprisoned? Yi Guan's brow furrowed deeply. The tower continued to coax him, In any case, you must diligently cultivate your skills. Otherwise, if they discover you, it will truly be the end. Therefore, you must grow stronger, surpassing even the demon beast. For only then can you contend with them in the future. Yi Guan frowned further, And my father? Is he not concerned? The tower replied, Your father is merely a son-in-law, living off the fortunes of others. Yi Guan sighed softly, Your current predicament is dire. It is not just you, but your entire Yi clan is in a precarious position. If they were to discover your connection to the Yi clan, it would spell doom for both. Their power is beyond your imagination. That imperial-level beast is formidable, is it not? Yet I tell you, to them it is but an insect. An insect. Yi Guan slowly closed his eyes, acknowledging the immense pressure bearing down upon him. That imperial-level beast had nearly extinguished their lives with a mere glance, and to those individuals, it was akin to an insignificant insect. Truly, there are greater powers beyond our comprehension in this world. Taking a deep breath, Yi Guan inquired, Master Tower, may I enter the tower for cultivation? The tower replied, I am unable to open this realm for you just yet. Yi Guan insisted, I possess both purple and golden crystals. The tower responded, That will not suffice. Even those crystals hold little benefit for me. It would be wiser for you to keep them for your own use. Yi Guan was momentarily taken aback. You mean to say the purple and golden crystals are of no use to you? The tower affirmed, Indeed, my injuries are severe, and I have lost certain functionalities. Yi Guan asked solemnly, Were you struck by them? The tower replied, Yes. Yi Guan remarked, That is truly tragic. The tower remained silent. After a brief moment, Yi Guan sat cross-legged on the ground, striving to break through the myriad realms. His previous encounter with Zhang Lin and Nan Qingyue had imparted a crucial lesson. Those powerful families are exceedingly capricious. The mightier the force, the more capricious they tend to be. In their eyes, those weaker than themselves can be crushed at will. What rationale is there in this? In the face of absolute strength, the concept of reason appears utterly powerless. As for his own family, it likely borders on the absurd. Of course, he still struggles to comprehend that a man could depend on others for sustenance. Someone remarked. Within the small tower, a mysterious voice suddenly inquired, Are you not afraid of consequences by playing this way? The small tower replied calmly, What else can I do? Should I reveal the entire truth to him? Are you not concerned he might end up like his father? One world perishes and then we move to the next. Alas, times have changed. Such tactics no longer suffice. The voice fell into silence. The small tower added, This young lad truly has potential. Let us not squander it. The mysterious voice sighed softly. At that moment, Yiguan, who had been cultivating, abruptly lifted his gaze. The sky parted, and a woman suddenly descended from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, she stood before him. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, adorned in a flowing cloud-colored gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her features exquisitely perfect. In her right hand, she held a folding fan, and at her waist hung a wine gourd, exuding an enchanting beauty coupled with a spirited demeanor. Yiguan was momentarily taken aback. Beauty, that was his initial impression. Yet, he swiftly grew wary. The woman's strength was unfathomable. She was the most formidable individual he had encountered, second only to the imperial-grade demon beast. The woman fixed her gaze upon Yiguan and inquired, "Are you Yiguan?" He nodded. "May I ask who you are?" "Esteemed one." The woman smiled and replied, "I am Fei Banqing, the mentor of Xiaojia." Yiguan blinked. "Is there something you need?" Fei Banqing fixed her gaze on Yiguan, declaring, "I shall not squander time. I am here for a single purpose, to request the dissolution of your engagement with Xiaojia. She is on the verge of attaining the true law realm, and with her exceptional constitution, she will soon reach the divine infant realm." As she spoke, she produced a gourd of wine and took a hearty swig, the liquid spilling slightly at the corners of her mouth, creating an image rather inappropriate for the young. Yiguan remained silent. After finishing her drink, Fei Banqing continued, "It can be asserted that once she reaches the divine infant realm, she will be the foremost student of our cohort, representing us in the decennial martial examination in the Milky Way. There, she will encounter a multitude of illustrious individuals and acquire abundant resources. In short, she will only grow in excellence." Yiguan cast a glance at Fei Banqing, yet he remained mute. Fei Banqing took another generous gulp of wine and remarked, "I am a pragmatic individual and pragmatists speak the truth. Young man, you and Xiaojia inhabit different worlds. Should you force a union with her, you will soon realize the profound suffering that awaits you in the future." She glanced at Yiguan and continued, "She is still young and somewhat naive, but as the chasm between you widens, you will come to understand the anguish and despair of two individuals from disparate strata coexisting. Furthermore, being with her, you will not survive, for she not only possesses extraordinary talent, but she is also exceedingly beautiful. Do you have any idea how many admirers there are at Guanchuan Academy vying for her attention? They were not only uniquely gifted but also possessed formidable backing." Abruptly, Yiguan extended his palm. Thwack! A sword materialized from within him, landing securely in his grasp. Immediately, a sharp, commanding sword aura enveloped Fei Banqing. Fei Banqing fixed her gaze on the sword in Yiguan's hand, her grip tightening on the wine gourd. The liquid, yet to be swallowed, trickled down her lips, creating a picturesque scene. After a long silence, Fei Banqing released her hold on the gourd and chuckled. "Young Master Yi, please disregard my previous statement. Allow me to rephrase." With that, she advanced towards Yiguan, seizing his hand with fervent eyes. "Become my disciple, and I shall officiate your wedding with Xiaojia. Whoever dares to interfere, I shall personally crush their testicles." Yiguan. Chapter 9. Uncle Tower is unreliable. At this moment, Yiguan stood in close proximity to Fei Banqing, allowing him to distinctly perceive her alluring fragrance. He promptly took a couple of steps back. Witnessing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Fei Banqing's eyes, which swiftly transformed into admiration. Yiguan spoke in a serious tone, "Senior, I wish to become your disciple, but I have a small request. May I?" Fei Banqing immediately responded with a smile, "We are all on the same side. There is no need for such formality. Feel free to ask." Yiguan cast a glance at Fei Banqing, bemused by her rapid shift in demeanor. The reason he revealed his identity as a sword cultivator was twofold. Firstly, he aspired to attend the Guanyuan Academy, for cultivation is akin to ascending a ladder. The higher one climbs, the more arduous it becomes. Thus, he sought a grander stage, Guanyuan Academy, the most formidable power in South State. There, he could acquire greater knowledge and fortify his abilities. After all, Uncle Tower was presently unable to open that world, limiting his access. Moreover, Uncle Tower had sustained injuries and required superior spirit crystals, which he surmised could be found at Guanyuan Academy. Currently, aside from his traveling sword, he possessed nothing else and was truly impoverished. The second reason pertained to the Yi clan. He was acutely aware of the situation in the Nanshan mountain range. It posed a considerable threat. Out of the few who ventured in, only 3 emerged alive, a clear indication that something was amiss. Thus, he believed that the Nan and Zheng families would not let this matter rest. With Si Qing backed by the Si family, she was safe. With Nalan Jia supported by Fei Banqing, she was secure. But what about him? Master Ta? Master Ta is unreliable and unsafe. Xiao Ta. Therefore, I must seek a new ally for the time being to avoid implicating the Yi clan. Fei Banqing is quite suitable. Of course, he currently has no better options and can only take a gamble. At this moment, Fei Banqing suddenly chuckled. Please, don't hold back. Yiguan replied solemnly. Previously, I ventured into the South Mountain Range and had a confrontation with Nan Qingyue from the Nan family, and Zhengling. Fei Banqing fixed her gaze on Yiguan. Both of them perished. After a brief silence, Yiguan confessed. I was the one who killed them. Candidly, this woman before him is undoubtedly intelligent. One should not engage in mind games with an intellect of her caliber unless one's own strength surpasses hers. For even if the truth is withheld, she can infer it. Indeed, upon hearing Yiguan's words, a faint smile crept onto Fei Banqing's lips. You are quite honest. Yiguan regarded Fei Banqing in silence. She, in turn, studied him without uttering a word. Suddenly, Yiguan spread his palm, and with a flick of his finger, a sword ascended towards the heavens, piercing through the clouds. The sword's momentum, Yiguan observed Fei Banqing, stating, though I am of the true law realm, it is not difficult to slay a being of the divine infant realm. Even those in the ethereal realm above the divine infant are not beyond the realm of possibility. He paused momentarily before continuing, to kill Nan Qingyue and Zhengling, I required but a single strike. He understood that, in order to gain her assistance, he must demonstrate his inherent value. Otherwise, why would anyone extend their help? Moreover, this woman is particularly pragmatic. Fei Banqing's lips curled slightly. What truly concerned you was the possibility of them seeking trouble with you, thereby implicating the Yi clan. Am I correct?
Yiguan nodded.
Fei Banqing replied calmly, I shall protect the Yi clan. Yiguan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Thank you. Fei Banqing fixed her gaze upon Yiguan. I do not concern myself with how you became a sword cultivator, but now that you are under my tutelage, you must not waver in your resolve. Understood? Yiguan nodded, of course. After a moment's hesitation, he added the Nan family and the Zheng family. Fei Banqing chuckled. In the past, without a formidable background, they would surely have targeted you. However, that has changed now, for you possess one. She gestured to herself. I am that shield. Should they dare to trouble you again, I shall uproot their ancestral graves. Yiguan's expression stiffened. Fei Banqing continued, I will venture to the Nanshan mountain range to investigate. Prepare yourself. In 3 days, I shall take you and Xiao Jia to the Guangguan Academy. With that, she turned and vanished into the horizon. Yiguan gazed into the distance, his expression gravely solemn. Fei Banqing was indeed formidable, unfathomably so. After a brief moment, Yiguan settled into a meditative position, retrieving 2 spatial rings. As he examined the rings in his hands, a faint smile graced his lips. From that cave, he had acquired not only a ley line but also 12,000 gold crystals. After bestowing 5,000 upon the clan leader, he retained 7,000 for himself. Moreover, he possessed an additional 32,000 purple crystals. This truly constituted a substantial fortune. Most importantly, he also held an Imperial-grade beast core and 2 Celestial-grade beast cores. In a moment of sheer fortune, Yiguan entered the realm of myriad laws. He seated himself and commenced the incineration of the amethyst crystal before him. As the crystal burned, an abundance of pure spiritual energy surged into his being, fueling his cultivation. Lacking a spiritual vein within the Yi residence, he was compelled to rely solely on spiritual crystals for his advancement. With the amethyst crystals at his disposal, attaining the realm of myriad laws was within his grasp. As time elapsed, after depleting over 2,000 amethyst crystals, a sudden transformation occurred within him. A powerful aura erupted from his core, and as he opened his palm, a stream of energy surged forth, materializing into a sword of energy that manifested in his hand. He had reached the realm of myriad laws, achieving the remarkable ability to shape energy into form. A subtle smile graced Yi Guan's lips as he beheld this spectacle. At last, he had attained the realm of myriad laws. This milestone signified a qualitative leap in his strength, for he could now wield energy as a sword, capable of vanquishing foes from 100 paces away, a feat unattainable by those at the true law realm. Moreover, his swordsmanship would experience a significant enhancement upon entering this new realm. Regrettably, he found himself unable to cultivate the second tier, as it remained sealed, with the elder suggesting that the time had yet to come. With a sense of resignation, Yi Guan prepared to depart when, suddenly, the clouds parted in the sky, and an elder descended from the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Yi Guan's heart quickened, and he hastily dissipated the energy sword. Shortly thereafter, the elder stood before him. The aged man donned a flowing black robe, gripping a dark cane in his hand. Upon his left chest, a small gilded character was inscribed, Nan. The aura emanating from him was immensely powerful, at least at the level of ethereal realms. He has arrived. Yi Guan's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the Nan family would seek him out so swiftly. The old man fixated his gaze upon Yi Guan, inquiring, "Are you Yi Guan?" Yi Guan nodded slightly. "May I ask your esteemed identity?" The old man's countenance remained impassive. Nan family. Nan family. Yi Guan stole a glance at the elder. "What wisdom do you impart, senior?" The old man's eyes pierced through Yi Guan with a sharpness akin to a blade. "On that day, when you 5 descended, why did Qingyue and Zheng Lin meet their tragic ends while you 3 survived?" Yi Guan promptly replied, "After we entered the cavern, they departed together, while Miss Naylan and I." "Impudent!" The elder bellowed suddenly, "That Si Qing has already divulged everything. Do you still wish to deceive me?" Yi Guan glanced at the elder. "I trust you as far as I can throw you. If Si Qing had truly revealed all, you would not be here, intentionally questioning me." It was evident that this old coot aimed to sow discord between him and others, subsequently pressuring him to emerge as a witness against Naylan Jia and Si Qing. His suspicion stemmed from the fact that had he been in the elder's position, he would employ the same tactic. Yi Guan responded calmly, "Senior, every word I utter is truth, devoid of falsehood." The elder maintained his unwavering gaze on Yi Guan. "I am aware that you fear the Si and Naylan families. Rest assured, if you speak the truth, I shall ensure the safety of you and the Yi clan." Yi Guan stated resolutely, "I assure you, every word I speak is indeed the truth." The elder's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly clenched his right hand, an immense aura directly locking onto Yi Guan. Yi Guan remained silent. "Where has Fei Banqing gone? Come out and help me shoulder this." The elder abruptly turned to look at the Yi clan below. "I will give you one final opportunity, or the entire Yi clan shall vanish from this world." Yi Guan still did not speak. He knew that the deaths of Nanqing and you would undoubtedly cast suspicion upon the 3 of them. "You may suspect, but I cannot concede." Seeing Yi Guan's silence, the elder's eyes narrowed further. "You truly won't shed tears until you see the coffin." With that, he suddenly surged forward, delivering a direct punch towards Yi Guan's chest. The velocity was astonishing. However, Yi Guan was even faster. Sizzle! A flash of sword light appeared, and a blade pierced directly through the elder's chest. The elder froze in place, staring at Yi Guan with utter disbelief. "You? A sword cultivator?" Yi Guan remained expressionless. "You may suspect me, but you cannot lay a hand on me. If you strike, I will cut you down." The elder attempted to speak, but at that moment, Yi Guan suddenly slashed out with his sword. Sizzle! The elder's throat was severed, and his head rolled to the ground. Blood gushed forth. Yi Guan walked over to the elder and examined his right hand, finding a sound transmission talisman clutched within. Yi Guan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't allowed the old fellow to speak nonsense. Otherwise, the transmission of this talisman would have created significant trouble. Such is the importance of delivering the final blow. Yi Guan promptly seized the storage ring from the old man's hand, discovering merely over 200 purple spirit crystals within. He shook his head in disappointment. This fellow was rather impoverished. After collecting the crystals, He destroyed the ring and sought a secluded spot to bury the old man's remains. Once these tasks were accomplished, Yi Guan turned to descend the mountain. Suddenly, the atmosphere around the Yi clan was charged with the presence of numerous formidable energies, sending the entire clan into a state of alarm. At that moment, the gates of the Yi residence swung open, and a middle-aged man strode in with an air of authority. Trailing behind him were more than 20 formidable individuals, each a master of the true law realm at the very least. Yi Xiao and the others hurriedly emerged to meet him. The middle-aged man surveyed the surroundings, inquiring, "Where is Yi Guan?" Yi Xiao, taken aback, stammered, "May I ask who you are?" Without indulging in further pleasantries, the middle-aged man advanced with a single stride and unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his arms in defense. A resounding crash echoed through the air as Yi Xiao was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall. Upon landing, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Glaring at the middle-aged man, Yi Xiao trembled. "Tong Yu." The middle-aged man's gaze turned frigid, and just as he was about to respond, his expression abruptly changed. He spun around, and in that instant, a sword sliced through the air, swift as lightning. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and he darted sideways to evade. Yet it was still a moment too late. The middle-aged man's right arm was instantly severed. Subsequently, the man tumbled to the ground, and as he attempted to rise, Yi Guan materialized before him, plunging his sword into the man's throat with a fierce, two-handed thrust. Thwack! The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief as blood gushed forth from his mouth. Yi Guan roared with sudden vehemence, "Secure the gates! Secure the gates!" As his voice echoed, the gates of the Yi residence slammed shut, and almost simultaneously, Yi Guan surged towards the group of formidable adversaries. Joining Yi Guan in this bold advance was Yi Qing. Witnessing their charge, the Yi clan's powerhouses swiftly followed suit. At that moment, their sole intention was to eliminate the threat before them, regardless of the intruders' identities. The sudden onslaught of Yi Guan and his allies left the true law realm experts in utter disarray. How dare the Yi clan retaliate? Before they could fully process the situation, Yi Guan and his comrades were upon them. With a swift motion, a head was separated from its body. Thwack! The leading true law realm expert had no time to react before his head was sent flying. In the ensuing moments, Yi Guan continued his relentless assault on the remaining adversaries. In what seemed like a heartbeat, the Yi clan's grounds were filled with agonizing cries. Yi Guan, now a 10,000 laws realm cultivator, possessed a cultivation level far superior to these true law realm experts. Moreover, he made no attempt to conceal his power. Thus, upon entering the fray, multiple heads were instantaneously severed from their bodies. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Guan single-handedly dispatched 11 true law realm experts, while Yi Qing eliminated 7 more. The remaining 2 true law realm experts were overwhelmed and killed by the combined might of the Yi clan's warriors. Amidst the chaos, blood flowed freely. Yi Guan came to a halt and slowly approached Yi Xiao, who fixed his gaze upon him, for they were of the Nan family. Yi Guan nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao and the other formidable members of the Yi clan turned pale. The Nan family, one of the 3 prominent families of Southern Prefecture. This had stirred great trouble. Yi Guan calmly stated, "Clan leader, focus on healing. I shall handle the rest." Yi Xiao regarded Yi Guan and commanded, "Let us go to the Guanxian Academy. Also, immediately disband the Yi clan." Yi Guan shook his head. "That course of action is unfeasible." Enraged, Yi Xiao retorted, "As long as you and Yi Qing live, there is hope for the Yi clan." Just as Yi Guan was about to respond, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed in the courtyard. It was none other than Fei Banqing. Fei Banqing surveyed the scene of carnage, her brows knitting together as she turned to Yi Guan. "Are you intending to wage war against the Nan family?" She expressed her discontent. Although she harbored no fear of the Nan family, such reckless slaughter amounted to forging a deadly enmity. Yi Guan rose and approached Fei Banqing, stating, "I am now at the realm of 10,000 laws." Fei Banqing gazed at him in silence. Yi Guan continued, "Grant me but a month, and I shall reach the realm of profound understanding. Just 1 month. Moreover, as a swordsman, I am invincible among those of the same rank, and I can face 2 ranks above with ease, even contend with 3. As he spoke, he locked eyes with Fei Banqing in the decennial martial examination of the academy. I shall be unrivaled. They may do as they please. Fei Banqing scrutinized Yi Guan for a long while before giving him a thumbs up. All right, you've got this. Gazing upon the carnage before them, she turned to Yi Guan, her voice resolute. I am responsible for their demise. Do you understand? A chorus of voices echoed. Understood. Yi Guan nodded swiftly, a wave of relief washing over him. The Yi clan was in no position to confront the might of the Nan family. His earlier actions were born of necessity, for he knew that reconciliation was impossible the moment they attacked. Appealing for mercy or seeking peace would only invite humiliation and prove futile. Thus, he chose to strike decisively. He had considered the repercussions, of course. The worst-case scenario was all-out war with the Nan family, but even the best outcome would likely lead to the same. Since the Nan family had sought him out, it was clear that they would not spare him or the Yi clan, regardless of whether he had killed those two individuals. At this juncture, his only recourse was to leverage the power of the Shen Academy. Fei Banqing scrutinized Yi Guan, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Young one, you have indeed taken me by surprise. Yi Guan remained silent, wary of this woman. He had witnessed her rapid shifts in demeanor firsthand. She was a pragmatist, and with such a person, one could only appeal to their self-interest. What could he offer her? Only by providing value could he hope to maintain a harmonious relationship. Turning her gaze to Yi Qing, who stood nearby, Fei Banqing prompted a respectful bow. She assessed him thoughtfully. You are also quite remarkable. Would you consider joining the Shen Academy? Yi Qing hesitated for a moment before responding. Senior, I appreciate your good intentions. Fei Banqing, understanding his sentiment, replied, Since you have other opportunities, I shall not covet what belongs to another. With that, she turned to Yi Guan. We shall return to the academy tomorrow. Of course, I am aware of your concerns. Come, let me introduce you to the Grand Elder of the Nan family. Yi Guan nodded in agreement. Very well. He then glanced at Yi Qing. Brother Yi Qing, take good care of the clan leader. Yi Qing nodded slightly. Brother Yi Guan, you go ahead. I will handle things here. Fei Banqing grasped Yi Guan's shoulder, and in an instant, the two vanished from sight. Yi Qing gazed towards the distant horizon and murmured, He is a sword cultivator. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. This individual possesses extraordinary fortunes. Yi Qing nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. Yi Guan's strength was, after all, beneficial for him. In the realm of martial arts, competition is inevitable, yet it does not preclude the existence of camaraderie among brothers. Having more brothers to compete alongside would surely be advantageous. Just then, Yi Xiao called out, Little Qing. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing hurried over. Clan leader. Yi Xiao regarded Yi Qing with a wry smile. You too have concealed your strength. Yi Qing nodded slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xiao said, Unity is paramount for a family. Yi Qing smiled softly. Clan leader, I understand your meaning. Brother Yi Guan is stronger than I, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. If I were to surpass him, I believe he would also accept it gracefully. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Yi Xiao's face. Yi Qing said, Patriarch, allow me to escort you for recuperation first. With that, he assisted Yi Xiao, directing him towards the hall. Moments later, Yi Guan, accompanied by Fei Banqing, arrived at the southern mountain range. At this juncture, the southern mountain range was still teeming with formidable individuals, not only from the southern province but also from the northern and central provinces. A deranked demonic beast. This was sufficient to garner the attention of all powerful factions across the three provinces. Upon arriving at a mountain peak, Fei Banqing directly led Yi Guan towards the distance. Yi Guan trailed behind Fei Banqing, casting a glance at her. Today, Fei Banqing was attired in an ink-green gown, adorned with faint plum blossoms on the hem, a blend of allure and aloofness. Her slender waist was accentuated by a pure white jade belt, a captivating sight. Undeniably, Fei Banqing possessed considerable beauty. However, he was curious about her age. Of course, he would never be so imprudent as to inquire. Would that not be courting death? Just then, Fei Banqing abruptly turned to face Yi Guan. Do you find it pleasing to the eye? Yi Guan paused momentarily, then nodded. Indeed, it is. Fei Banqing regarded Yi Guan, remaining silent. Yiguan hesitated, then stated, Instructor Fei, why do you gaze upon me in such a manner? I merely observe, harboring no malicious intent. Fei Banqing glanced at Yiguan. I have come to realize that you, young man, possess a certain allure for women. If you were to attend the academy and reveal your identity as a sword cultivator, you would undoubtedly attract countless amorous maidens. Yiguan responded with a smile. I am already betrothed. Fei Banqing shook his head, remarking that in this era, it was not uncommon for men to have multiple wives. Yiguan remained silent, deeming it prudent not to comment on the matter. Fei Banqing chose not to elaborate further, leading Yiguan to a mountain cliff where several individuals began to cast their gazes upon them. She brought Yiguan directly before an elderly man clad in gray robes. Upon seeing Fei Banqing, the old man smiled faintly and greeted, Instructor Fei. Without hesitation, Fei Banqing stated, Nan Ku, the members of the Nan family you sent to trouble the Yi clan have all been eliminated by me. The crowd stood in stunned silence, while Nan Ku's expression froze in shock. Fei Banqing fixed her gaze upon him, declaring, This young man has recently become my disciple and is now a student at the Guanjin Academy. The Nan family must refrain from pursuing him any further. Otherwise, I shall consider it a declaration of war against me. Nan Ku quickly retorted with a smile, Instructor Fei, this is a misunderstanding. Had we known he was your student, we would never have dared to disturb him. Misunderstanding? Fei Banqing replied coolly, For every member of the Yi clan that perishes, 2 from the Nan family shall follow suit. With that, she turned and departed with Yiguan, while behind them, Nan Ku continued to smile apologetically, showing no signs of anger. Yiguan glanced back at Nan Ku, who returned the smile devoid of any hostility or dissatisfaction. Yet Yiguan's expression darkened. Damn it, such a person is the most unsettling. Those who smile on the surface while scheming in the shadows are the most troublesome. At that moment, Fei Banqing interjected, Stop looking. Yiguan withdrew his gaze and remarked, Instructor, that old man is not a good person. Fei Banqing glanced at Yiguan and inquired, Are you truly a good person? Yiguan offered a sheepish smile, remaining silent. Fei Banqing calmly remarked, Had he exhibited even the slightest dissatisfaction just now, I would have been compelled to eliminate him on the spot. Yiguan hesitated for a moment before responding, Is it not said that the power of the 3 great families rivals that of the Guanyuan Academy? Fei Banqing replied, Indeed, in Nanzhou, the strength of the 3 great families cannot be underestimated. However, our Guanyuan Academy in Nanzhou is merely a modest branch in the lower realm. We have our superiors, while they possess nothing at all. Yiguan's expression stiffened. Fei Banqing continued, In this world, solitary endeavors are futile. To navigate through life, one must have allies. Yiguan nodded slightly, grasping the essence of his words. Fei Banqing then led Yiguan before a middle-aged man, who was flanked by a man in white. Upon seeing Fei Banqing, the middle-aged man smiled faintly. Director Fei, it has been 2 decades since we last parted ways. I trust you have been well. At this, Yiguan glanced at Fei Banqing, noting his advancing age. Fei Banqing replied coolly, Director Zhua, after all these years, why have you made no progress in your strength? Director Zhua laughed heartily and then turned his gaze to Yiguan. Is this your student? Fei Banqing nodded. Director Zhua examined Yiguan and remarked, He possesses a commanding presence, remains composed under pressure, and is undoubtedly a prodigy. Suddenly, he shifted the topic. Shall he engage in a friendly spar with my student? Upon hearing this, the man in white turned to Yiguan. I humbly request your guidance. As Yiguan was about to speak, Mentor Fei calmly interjected. No need. He is not particularly skilled in combat. The one who excels in that regard did not attend the ancient wilderness city. After saying this, she cast a glance at the man in white before turning away with Yiguan. Mentors were observed Yiguan's departing figure, pondering his character. The man in white shook his head, stating, He appears remarkably composed. Beyond that, I discern nothing. Mentors was smiled and remarked, Do you understand why I encouraged you to spar with him? The man in white offered a slight bow, inviting his mentor to enlighten him. Mentors were continued, This Mentor Fei has always been competitive, yet this time she intervened on behalf of that youth. Prior to her intervention, that young man displayed no signs of fear, indicating he harbors no apprehension towards you. Yet, Mentor Fei chose to intervene. He paused momentarily before adding, "There is but one interpretation. She wishes to conceal the youth's true capabilities from us." The man in white furrowed his brow. Mentors was softly warned the martial examination, held once every decade, approaches. Should you encounter this individual in the future, exercise utmost caution. Never underestimate him. The man in white bowed slightly, acknowledging, "I understand, master." In the distance, on the road, Yi Guan remarked solemnly, "The mentor wishes to prevent me from revealing my strength?" Fei Banqing nodded. "That man in white is Han Jin, a prodigious talent from the Beizhou Guanyuan Academy. He is likely at the void-connecting realm at this moment." Upon hearing this, Yi Guan was taken aback. Such a young individual at the void-connecting realm? Fei Banqing glanced at Yi Guan and added, "And he is not even the most extraordinary genius from the Beizhou Guanyuan Academy." Yi Guan remained silent. Fei Banqing suddenly halted, gazing intently at Yi Guan. "You once proclaimed your invincibility, while others are mere trifles." Yi Guan responded earnestly, "I fear no one." Fei Banqing chuckled. "That is indeed the spirit." Yi Guan nodded slightly, yet within he reminded himself to strive even harder. There are always greater beings beyond the realm of mortals. Despite being a swordsman, it does not equate to invulnerability. Only through relentless effort and self-improvement can one face any adversary in the future. Fei Banqing continued, "Tomorrow we shall arrive at the academy. Once there, you will undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges." Yi Guan inquired, "Xiao Jia?" Fei Banqing cast a glance at Yi Guan, feeling a twinge of astonishment. Their time together had been brief, yet this young lad's cunning and intellect were truly remarkable. He is undeniably a clever individual. Regaining her composure, Fei Banqing nodded slightly. Xiao Jia possesses a sacred spirit physique, a trait with boundless potential, coupled with her exceptional innate talent and unparalleled beauty at the academy, thus attracting a multitude of suitors. These individuals are not only extraordinary in their own right, but their backgrounds are also immensely powerful. Yi Guan suddenly interjected, "My background is formidable as well." Fei Banqing turned her gaze towards him, and Yi Guan smiled gently. "My mentor is you. With your protection, I fear no one." Fei Banqing burst into laughter. "Spare me the flattery. I am not swayed by such charm, haha." Her smile was radiant and infectious. After parting ways with Fei Banqing, Yi Guan returned to the Yi clan. The clan's burdens had been alleviated, and he finally felt a sense of relief. The next step was to bid farewell to Yi Xiao and head to Guanchuan Academy. In the courtyard, Yi Guan and Yi Xiao sat upon the stone steps, each with a jug of wine before them. Yi Xiao softly inquired, "Are you leaving tomorrow?"
Yi Guan nodded in affirmation.
Yi Xiao smiled gently. "A good thing." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Guan ventured, "Clan leader, have you considered passing the position of heir to Sister Nan?" Yi Nan, Yi Xiao's daughter, had joined Guanchuan Academy a year prior. Their bond was exceptionally close, transcending mere kinship. Yi Xiao nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have contemplated it." Yi Guan, perplexed, asked, "Then why not?" Yi Xiao chuckled lightly before responding, "If you were ordinary, I could not entrust the Yi clan to you, for as clan leader, the lives of our people are at stake, and I cannot place such responsibility in the hands of the mediocre. However, you are remarkable, possessing both talent and virtue. Entrusting the clan to you would be in the best interest of its future." Yi Guan hesitated again, "But I am merely the adopted son of the Yi clan." Yi Xiao gazed intently at him. "In my heart, you are a member of the Yi clan." Yi Guan fell silent. Yi Xiao continued, "Young one, your future is boundless. The Yi clan may seem like a burden to you, but..." Yi Guan interjected, "To me, the Yi clan is not a burden. This place is my home." Yi Xiao gazed at Yi Guan, who spoke earnestly, "Clan leader, trust me. The future of the Yi clan will undoubtedly make it the foremost clan in all the realms." Yi Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. "I believe in you." Yi Guan then produced a spatial ring and handed it to Yi Xiao, who looked perplexed. "What is this?" Yi Guan replied calmly, "Within the ring, there are some golden crystals intended for Yi Qing. He possesses great talent and will require funds for his cultivation. This should provide him with some assistance for now." After a moment of silence, Yi Xiao nodded and accepted the ring. subsequently raising the wine jug to drink deeply. Yi Guan followed suit, and they both drank heartily. As night fell, the hours passed. The next morning, Yi Guan departed from the Yi clan without a farewell, for they had already exchanged their goodbyes the previous night. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after he exited the Yi residence, Yi Xiao appeared at the entrance. Observing Yi Guan's receding figure, he smiled faintly before turning away. Meanwhile, Yi Qing glanced at Yi Guan's departure before also turning away. In the hall, Yi Xiao regarded Yi Qing, inquiring, "Are you leaving as well?" Yi Qing nodded affirmatively, yes. After a prolonged silence, Yi Xiao retrieved a spatial ring and handed it to Yi Qing, saying, "This was given to me by Xiao Guan last night to pass on to you." Yi Qing hesitated momentarily before accepting the ring. "Thank you, clan leader." Yi Xiao softly replied, "The Yi clan will forever be your home."
Je vink bovet deeply, dejlaring.
Clan leader, the Yi clan will always be my home. With that, he turned and left. Within the hall, Yi Xiao gazed at the departing Yi Qing, feeling a twinge of reluctance, yet predominantly a sense of gratification. These two young members of the Yi family each possess their own destinies. The modest Yi clan should not serve as their constraint. Outside the Yi clan, Yi Qing contemplated the spatial ring in his hand. After a prolonged silence, a faint smile graced his lips as he strode into the distance. Along the way, he inquired, "Master, where shall we go?" An aged voice echoed within Yi Qing's mind. "To the central divine continent. There lie the three seals of law." Yi Qing nodded. "Very well." With that, he swiftly vanished at the end of the street. Yi Guan arrived at the city gate, and as he approached, he encountered Nailan Jia and Fei Banqing. Upon seeing Yi Guan, Nailan Jia offered a gentle smile. Yi Guan approached Fei Banqing and gave a slight bow. "Mentor Fei." Fei Banqing nodded. "Let us proceed." She then ushered the two onto a cloud vessel that materialized from her outstretched palm, measuring several dozen feet in length. As they boarded the vessel, Yi Guan looked down, and in that moment, the entire ancient city appeared minuscule beneath him. Suddenly, Fei Banqing remarked, "Xiao Guan, you must keep your identity as a sword cultivator concealed." Yi Guan turned to her, and she solemnly continued, "The legacy of the sword path is of utmost significance, particularly since a sovereign-tier beast once appeared in this vicinity. Should you reveal your identity as a sword cultivator now, outsiders will undoubtedly associate you with that sovereign-tier beast, and the situation could become exceedingly troublesome." Yi Guan nodded. "I understand. Upon arriving at the academy, I shall strive to maintain a low profile in my demeanor while exhibiting high ambition in my endeavors." Fei Banqing glanced at Yi Guan and remarked, "Although you refrain from causing trouble for others, it is possible that trouble may find you." Yi Guan replied calmly, "I am a man of reason." Fei Banqing inquired, "What if others are unreasonable?" After a moment of contemplation, Yi Guan responded, "I will take decisive action, and you shall handle the aftermath." Fei Banqing stared at Yi Guan in silence, while Nailan Jia shook her head with a smile. It must be said that her fiancé is indeed a remarkable talent. After a brief pause, Fei Banqing continued, "I may have given you the illusion of invincibility. However, I must caution you that within the academy, all matters adhere to the law, specifically the principles of Guanjin. Anyone who contravenes these laws shall face severe punishment from the judicial court, with no exceptions, even for the dean." Yi Guan nodded, expressing his intention to study the laws of Guanjin Academy upon arrival. Fei Banqing observed Yi Guan for a moment before shaking her head, feeling a sense of concern. Despite his seemingly gentle demeanor, when he takes action, he can be exceptionally ruthless. Her intuition warned her that with this individual at Guanjin Academy, a shift in power among the younger generation was imminent. She now found herself in a state of mild distress. Nailan Jia suddenly asked, "Teacher, will the Nan family and the Zheng family come to an amicable resolution?" Fei Banqing shook her head, asserting that they certainly would not. Having lost two prodigies without gaining any advantage, how could they possibly let it go? Nailan Jia furrowed her delicate brows, implying that they might resort to underhanded tactics. Fei Banqing nodded, acknowledging that the Zheng family was faring relatively well, although the younger generation had fallen into obscurity and their strength was not what it once was. As for the Nan family, she paused momentarily before continuing, "There is a prodigy from the Nan family at the academy, named Nan Xian, who is a direct disciple of Master Xiao. Nailan Jia fell silent. Nan Xian. The Guanchuan Academy boasts 3 esteemed mentors: Fei Banqing, Xiao Gu, and Song Ci. Previously, Song Ci nearly took Yi Guan as a student, though not as a direct disciple. A mentor may have many students, but only one can be a direct disciple. And Nailan Jia was the sole direct disciple of Fei Banqing. Fei Banqing cast a glance at Yi Guan, shaking her head. It was clear that the journey to Guanchuan Academy would not be a peaceful one. Suddenly, Yi Guan spoke up, "Mentor Fei, we seek no trouble, yet we do not fear it." Fei Banqing chuckled. "Indeed. Remember, do not instigate trouble, but do not shy away from it either. If anyone dares to bully you, stand your ground and fight back. However, bear in mind, if you were to lose against the younger generation, I shall not intervene on your behalf. But rest assured, if anyone dares to use their might against the weak, I will certainly stand up for you." Yi Guan nodded. "Understood." Fei Banqing glanced at the two before saying, "You may continue your conversation." With that, she turned and departed. Yi Guan gazed towards the distant horizon and softly remarked, "A grander stage awaits." It must be said, he was indeed looking forward to attending Guanchuan Academy. After all, it was the most formidable force in the southern province, teeming with countless talented prodigies. Nailan Jia cast a sidelong glance at Yi Guan and chuckled. "Why do I get the feeling that your arrival there will stir up some trouble?" Yi Guan chuckled. "There is no remedy. My fiancée Yi is simply too beautiful." Nailan Jia raised an eyebrow. "Yet there are many enchanting women within the academy." Yi Guan replied, "Indeed, the world is replete with beauties, but what does that signify for me, Yi Guan? If I were to admire each lovely woman I encountered, would I not resemble a mere stallion?" Nailan Jia remarked, "I once perused a book wherein the author asserted that lust is an innate trait of men. What is your perspective?" Yi Guan blinked. "Am I permitted to refrain from answering?" Nailan Jia gazed at him and smiled. "Indeed." Yi Guan erupted into laughter. Nailan Jia then turned her gaze towards the horizon, gently brushing her hair that the breeze had tousled, and softly inquired, "Do you truly believe we will be together in the future?" After a brief silence, Yi Guan replied, "Do you despise being with me?" Nailan Jia shook her head. Yi Guan grinned. "I harbor no aversion to your company either." Nailan Jia smiled back. "Then let us leave our future to fate." At that moment, a cool breeze swept through. The temperature aboard the cloud vessel plummeted. Yi Guan promptly unfastened his robe and draped it gently over Nailan Jia's shoulders. She stared into the distance, silent. Yi Guan turned his gaze towards the horizon and softly said, "Little Jia, I wish to invite you to partake in something." Nailan Jia looked at him as he extended his right hand. After a moment's hesitation, she delicately placed her hand into his. Yi Guan let out a hearty laugh. "Sword, come forth." With a whoosh, the sword suddenly soared from within Yi Guan and landed steadily at his feet. Yi Guan directly brought Nailan Jia onto the sword, and in the next moment, with a flicker of his mind, the sword transformed into a beam of radiant light, soaring into the sky. The blade pierced through the clouds, gliding majestically across the heavens. Amidst the clouds, Yi Guan, guiding Nailan Jia, sped forth on the sword, tearing through the layers of mist, the air resonating with the sound of rupturing space. Yi Guan's hands steadied Nailan Jia at her waist, yet he maintained a respectful distance. Leading the way, Nailan Jia surveyed her surroundings, and on her exquisite visage blossomed a brilliant smile. A smile more radiant than she had ever worn before, flying on the sword. What cultivator does not revel in the joy of soaring through the skies on a blade? On the cloud ship, Fei Banqing watched the two figures soaring above, lost in silence. The art of sword flight. She realized she had underestimated her newly accepted student. Mastery of sword flight demands not only a legacy of swordsmanship but also a high caliber of sword itself. Even within the esteemed Nanzhou Guanxian Academy, no sword met such stringent criteria. How could a youth from an ancient city possess such a legacy of swordsmanship? Fei Banqing's heart brimmed with confusion. After a moment, Fei Banqing shook her head and turned to depart. This dog food, she had no desire to consume further. After some time, Yi Guan returned to the cloud ship with Nailan Jia. She still felt as though she were floating. Yi Guan smiled and asked, "Do you like it?" Nailan Jia turned to him, her smile enchanting. "I do." Yi Guan gazed up at the starry sky, lamenting, Alas, my current strength is insufficient to breach the atmosphere and enter the cosmos. Yet, I firmly believe that day is not far off. When it arrives, I shall take you to explore the celestial beauty of the universe. Nalangia gazed at Yi Guan and affirmed, "It's a deal." Yi Guan responded, "Certainly." They exchanged smiles. As night descended, a tapestry of stars adorned the heavens, and the cloud ship was draped in silvery armor. Yi Guan sat at the helm of the vessel, his eyes gradually closing. Just as he was about to commence his cultivation, as if struck by a sudden thought, he inquired, "Tower Master, are you acquainted with the Guanchuan Academy?" After a brief pause, the little tower replied, "I am." Yi Guan's curiosity was piqued. "Tower Master, did you know the inaugural dean of the Guanchuan Academy, the human sword master?" The little tower was silent for a moment before answering, "I did." Yi Guan's expression was filled with longing. Rumor has it that the human sword master was unrivaled in his era, suppressing all. My aspiration is to become an unparalleled powerhouse like the human sword master. Halt! The little tower abruptly interjected, "Perhaps you might consider setting your sights on someone else?" Yi Guan's brow furrowed in confusion. "Why?" The little tower said in a deep voice, "If you choose another individual as your objective, I shall bestow upon you some benefits." The individual was speechless. Chapter 12. Justifiable Defense. A change of target. Yi Guan felt a surge of confusion. Why the change? The small tower replied, "A new target, and I shall grant you a powerful sword technique." Yi Guan eagerly responded, "All right." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a beam of sword light pierced between his brows. Boom! A torrent of information surged into Yi Guan's mind. One sword determines life and death. When I wield this sword, if I will you to live, you shall live. If I will you to die, you shall perish at that moment. Yi Guan was ablaze with fervor. Incredible. This was his sole sentiment at that instant. With a quivering voice, Yi Guan inquired, "Master Tower, what level is this sword technique?" The small tower answered calmly, "There is no level." Yi Guan furrowed his brows, perplexed. "No level?" The small tower continued, "There is no level. The extent of its power depends entirely on you. Remember, this sword technique emphasizes a state of mind, an invincible state of mind, along with an imposing aura, an aura of invincibility. When I unleash this sword, your life and death rest upon my thoughts." Yi Guan nodded slightly, already sensing its essence. "Master Tower, the creator of this sword technique must be formidable, right?" The small tower replied, "You are the master of the sword." Yi Guan was taken aback for a moment and then asked, "That sister in the plain dress?" The small tower said, "You should simply call her sister." Yi Guan's brows knitted in confusion. At that moment, the small tower added, "This sword technique has been cultivated by only two individuals, your sister in the plain dress and you. The previous practitioner has long since rendered this technique obsolete. Now it is all up to you." Yi Guan exclaimed with excitement, "I shall not disappoint Master Ta and Sister Suchuan's expectations." As he spoke, he began to savor the intricacies of this sword technique. The art of swordsmanship. It holds far greater value than ordinary martial skills. Yi Guan cherished it deeply. As time passed gradually, dawn broke before long. At that moment, Nalan Jia emerged. Today, she donned a delicate azure long gown. Perhaps due to the chilly weather, she draped a sheer emerald veil over her shoulders. Her figure was exquisite, particularly her slender waist and elongated legs, capable of enchanting any man. In her hands, she held an assortment of pastries. Nalan Jia approached Yi Guan and smiled. "Have you been practicing all night?" Yi Guan nodded, rising to affirm. "Indeed." Nalan Jia continued with a smile. "Do try some." Yi Guan, not one to be polite, picked up a small cake and began to eat. Nalan Jia informed him, "My teacher asked me to tell you that we are heading to the Guanyuan Academy." Yi Guan replied with enthusiasm, "I look forward to it." He genuinely felt anticipation for the Guanyuan Academy, a revered sanctuary in the hearts of countless cultivators. At that moment, the speed of the cloud ship began to slow. Fei Hanqing stepped out with a smile, announcing, "We have arrived." Yi Guan quickly turned to gaze outside. Before him lay mountains upon mountains, an endless expanse, where numerous floating peaks hovered amidst the ranges. These peaks hung upside down, straight as swords, adorned with grand palatial structures. At the very center of this mountainous realm floated a colossal sword, towering thousands of feet high, standing majestically between heaven and earth, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Before him, the scene was utterly breathtaking, leaving Yi Guan profoundly shaken. In that moment, he truly realized how insignificant he was. Fei Banqing approached Yi Guan and remarked with a smile, "Astounding, I assent it?" Yi Guan nodded. "Indeed, it is astonishing." Fei Banqing chuckled heartily. "Let me tell you, this is merely a trifle. It is said that the grandeur of the main academy in the Guanyuan universe is unparalleled." Yi Guan turned to Fei Banqing. "Have you ever visited the main academy, Master Fei?" Fei Banqing shook his head. "I have not. Only the most exceptional geniuses are deemed worthy to journey to the Guanyuan universe and join the main academy. It has been nearly a millennium since anyone from our southern province, or even the central or northern provinces, has been granted such an honor." Yi Guan pondered. "Tower Master, are you familiar with the main academy of Guanyuan Academy?" The small tower replied. "Indeed." Yi Guan inquired, "Have you been there?" The small tower responded, "I have." Yi Guan expressed earnestly, "Tower Master, I truly envy you." The small tower remained silent. At that moment, the cloud ship came to a halt. Yi Guan gazed into the distance, where, amidst the mountains, dozens of majestic cranes suddenly ascended into the sky. These cranes were enormous, resembling colossal statues, their wings flapping as they emitted an eerie lightning. Yi Guan softly exclaimed, "What is this?" Fei Banqing glanced at Yi Guan and replied, "Those are thunder cranes, raised by the academy. Their least rank is at the spirit level." Yi Guan marveled, "Impressive." Fei Banqing smiled. "There are even more remarkable things. You shall discover them in due time." Having spoken, she led Yi Guan and Nailan Jia to the summit of a mountain, where a few palatial structures stood in solitude, exuding an air of desolation. Fei Banqing remarked, "This is Banqing Mountain, my domain. I have but 2 students, and you are they." As she gestured towards a palace on the right, she continued, "This palace shall be your residence. Within, you will find an assortment of texts. I encourage you to peruse them, particularly the Guanxian method. Familiarizing yourself with it in the academy will be of great benefit to you." Yi Guan nodded in agreement, "Understood." Fei Banqing then turned to Nailan Jia and said, "Come, I shall guide you in your training." Nailan Jia glanced at Yi Guan before responding, "Until we meet again." Yi Guan replied with a smile, "Indeed." With that, Fei Banqing and Nailan Jia vanished from sight. Yi Guan gazed at the grand palace, which dwarfed the Yi residence, and remarked, "Master, do I appear somewhat inexperienced in the ways of the world?" Little Tower replied, "Indeed, a bit." Yi Guan chuckled heartily and entered the palace. Surrounding him were tiered bookshelves. Approaching one, he withdrew an ancient tome to begin his reading. Approximately an hour later, Yi Guan had gained a clearer understanding of the Guanxian Academy and the world at large. He realized he was situated in the lower realm, which was divided into 3 major regions: the southern, northern, and central states, each housing its own Guanxian Academy. Above the lower realm lay the upper realm. The texts revealed little about the upper realm, only mentioning that the martial examination held every decade was a means to ascend to it. It is noteworthy that in the lower realm exists a powerful and enigmatic guild, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. The relationship between the Celestial Treasure Pavilion and the Guanyuan Academy is one of collaboration, and it stands as the sole force capable of rivaling the Guanyuan Academy in the entire lower realm. Fortunately, these 2 factions coexist harmoniously, as it is rumored that the inaugural dean of the Guanyuan Academy shares a remarkable bond with the founder of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. In the ensuing days, Yi Guan commenced his studies of the Guanyuan techniques. Within the confines of the Guanyuan Academy, adherence to the law is paramount. Chaos is not permitted. Besides immersing himself in the Guanyuan techniques, he also began to refine a swordsmanship technique under the guidance of the small tower. With the left hand, the Guanyuan techniques. With the right hand, the pathway sword. On the following morning, as Yi Guan was engrossed in his training, he was suddenly disturbed by a cacophony of noise. Furrowing his brow, he rose and made his way outside the grand hall, where he beheld a throng gathered before the hall of Nailan Jia. Scores of individuals, both men and women, were present. At the entrance of the Nailan Jia hall, nearly 10,000 vibrant roses were arranged in the shape of a heart. and at the center stood a young man, cradling a bouquet of roses in his hands. The young man suddenly bellowed towards the Nalan Jahal, "Miss Nalan, I know you have many suitors, but please grant me the chance to pursue you." The crowd of students erupted in excitement, chanting, "Mu Bai! Mu Bai!" On the other side, Yi Guan frowned slightly, questioning whether these individuals were here to learn. He shook his head in disapproval. While he wished not to cast judgment upon others, the spectacle before him stirred a sense of distaste. The academy serves as a place of learning, not a venue for romantic entanglements. Yi Guan strode away into the distance. He would never condone such an act as openly confessing one's feelings to his fiancée. Amidst the crowd, the students continued to jest, yet the grand hall of Nalan remained silent. The man clutching the bouquet spoke again, "Miss Nalan." Suddenly, Yi Guan approached the individual known as Mu Bai, causing everyone to pause in astonishment. This face seemed unfamiliar. Mu Bai fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan, inquiring, "Who are you?" Yi Guan replied, "I am Yi Guan." Mu Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. "I am aware of you. You are Miss Nalan's betrothed." Upon utterance of these words, the crowd fell into a state of shock. Betrothed. All eyes turned towards Yi Guan. With a smile he confirmed, "Indeed." Mu Bai chuckled, "So, you have followed her to the academy." He then grinned and continued, "I too wish to pursue Miss Nalan. You have no objections, I presume?" "Of course. Even if you did, it would matter little to me." "Ha ha." Some students erupted into laughter. Yi Guan calmly replied, "I advise you to exercise some decorum, for I am a practitioner of physical cultivation, having honed my body for 17 years. Not even a formidable opponent at the level of the myriad laws could inflict harm upon me." "Is that so?" Mu Bai laughed heartily. "A practitioner of physical cultivation. Ha ha." Yi Guan pointed to his chest. "If you doubt me, strike me with a punch." Mu Bai stared at Yi Guan. "This is your request." With that, he unleashed a punch directly at Yi Guan's chest. Bang! Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Guan soared several feet into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He placed his right hand upon his chest, and inexplicably, blood spewed from his mouth. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Mu Bai, in particular, was bewildered, exclaiming, "Are you kidding me? You're a body cultivator? I've only exerted 30% of my strength." At that moment, Yi Guan suddenly leapt into the air with remarkable speed, catching the man off guard and delivering a resounding slap to his face. With a loud smack, the man was sent flying, and before he could land, Yi Guan propelled himself forward, driving his knee into the man's abdomen. The impact was tremendous, causing Mu Bai's eyes to widen in shock as he spat out a mouthful of vital blood. Yet the onslaught was far from over. As Mu Bai touched down, Yi Guan swiftly placed his foot upon Mu Bai's back, slamming him to the ground. The floor shattered upon impact, and Mu Bai's face made intimate contact with the earth. The crowd stood in petrified disbelief. Yi Guan turned to depart. At that moment, Mu Bai suddenly looked up, his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, snarling, "You dare to ambush me, you wretched scoundrel? I will make you wish you were never born." Without hesitation, Yi Guan spun around, charging forward, and in the blink of an eye, he delivered a kick to Mu Bai's throat. A sickening crack resonated as Mu Bai's head was sent flying, blood gushing forth in torrents. In the arena, all the students stood in shock, paralyzed by the horror of what had transpired. A murder had occurred. Killing was strictly forbidden at Guanxian Academy. This was a grave violation of the law, and one of the most severe kind. In that instant, over a dozen formidable auras descended from the heavens, followed by the appearance of more than 10 individuals before Yi Guan. Upon beholding these figures, the expressions of all the students present underwent an immediate and drastic transformation. It was the disciplinary court. Within the Azure Mystery Academy, this was a group that instilled dread in the hearts of all students. Leading the group was Elder Chiu of the disciplinary court, known as the Fiend Azura. Elder Chiu cast a glance at the corpses on the ground before turning his gaze towards Yi Guan. "Who granted you the audacity to commit murder?" he inquired. Yi Guan gestured towards the blood at the corner of his mouth. "I acted in self-defense." The crowd was left speechless. Elder Chiu fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan. "Self-defense?" Yi Guan nodded. "He struck me first, rupturing my internal organs. Therefore, I acted in self-defense." Elder Chiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you attempting to equivocate in my presence? Yi Guan calmly stated, I am merely asserting that it was self-defense. Insolence. Elder Chiu erupted in fury, immediately delivering a palm strike towards Yi Guan's face. However, Yi Guan's speed surpassed his own. The instant Elder Chiu launched his attack, Yi Guan surged forward, driving a knee into Elder Chiu. Elder Chiu's countenance underwent an immediate transformation. The moment Yi Guan made his move, he realized that he had underestimated his opponent. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand and press downward. Bang! With a muffled sound reverberating through the air, Elder Chiu was propelled several yards away. As soon as he came to a halt, Yi Guan charged towards him, raising his right leg in a sweeping roundhouse kick. Alarmed, Elder Chiu hastily raised his right arm in defense. Boom! Elder Chiu was sent tumbling several yards to the left. As Yi Guan was about to strike once more, a sudden roar pierced the air, halting his actions. Stop! The crowd turned to see, from a distance, the grand hall swing open, and Fei Banqing emerged. Fei Banqing. Upon her arrival, the expressions of several students shifted dramatically. The formidable female leader had returned. Fei Banqing strode directly to Yi Guan, casting a glance at the lifeless body of Mu Bai before fixing her gaze upon Yi Guan. Brother, did we not agree to maintain a low profile? On your very first day in the academy, you commit murder and assault an elder of the judicial court. Is this what you call low-key? Yi Guan lowered his head slightly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and presenting it to Fei Banqing with a hint of grievance in his voice. Look, I've been beaten to the point of spitting blood. Ah! Fei Banqing was utterly exasperated, stamping her feet in fury. The onlookers were rendered speechless. At that moment, Fei Banqing was genuinely overwhelmed. She had once believed herself to be quite the troublemaker, but in comparison to this individual, she appeared as a model student in her past. Truly, he was a master of chaos. Master Fei. Just then, Elder Chiu rose from the side, his voice laced with anger. Is this your student? Fei Banqing glanced at Elder Chiu and replied coolly, Indeed. Elder Chiu's fury reached a boiling point as he pointed an accusing finger at Yi Guan. He has committed murder and assaulted an elder of the judicial court. How do you propose we deal with this? Fei Banqing observed Yi Guan for a moment before inquiring. Was it in self-defense? Yi Guan nodded vigorously, affirming, it was self-defense. Everyone can attest that he struck me first. Fei Banqing turned to a female student beside him and inquired, was it Mu Bai who struck him first? The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. Yes, but this Fei Banqing immediately directed his gaze toward Elder Chiu, stating, Elder Chiu, you heard it as well. Mu Bai initiated the altercation, and my student acted in self-defense. Elder Chiu fixed a steely glare at Fei Banqing, retorting, Are you attempting to shield him? Fei Banqing's brow furrowed in response to the elder's accusation. When did I ever claim to protect him? Are your ears deaf? Mu Bai struck first, and my student was merely defending himself. Self-defense. Elder Chiu's complexion darkened with fury, declaring, even if it was self-defense, it constitutes excessive force. By law, once Mu Bai was no longer able to retaliate, he should have refrained from further action. Fei Banqing turned to Yi Guan, who hesitated momentarily before admitting, he threatened me, declaring that I would meet a terrible fate. Thus, I ended his life. I consider this an act of emergency avoidance. Emergency avoidance. Fei Banqing furrowed his brows and softly questioned, Is there such a law? Yi Guan replied quietly, I just added it. Fei Banqing regarded Yi Guan in silence, a torrent of thoughts racing through his mind. What the hell is this emergency avoidance? Elder Chiu erupted in anger, Young man, do you presume I have not studied the Guanxian law? There is no such clause. You are committing intentional murder. Yi Guan calmly asserted, I was merely defending myself. Seeing Yi Guan's defiance, Elder Chiu was nearly apoplectic with rage, exclaiming, Do you think this is a joke? Fei Banqing approached Yi Guan and whispered, Do not act recklessly. At that moment, an elderly man suddenly appeared from the side. Upon seeing the old man, Elder Chiu hastily exclaimed, Vice Dean! Vice Dean! The newcomer was Lu Chun, the Vice Dean of the Judicial Court. Upon his arrival, Fei Banqing's expression darkened. This situation was becoming increasingly difficult to manage. It was not so simple to deceive. Yi Guan glanced at Fei Banqing's countenance, then turned his attention to Lu Chun, pondering something unknown. Lu Chun stepped into the center of the gathering, casting a glance at the corpse of Mu Bai before turning his gaze to Fei Banqing with a smile and addressing him. Instructor Fei. Suddenly, Yi Guan approached Lu Chun, offering a slight bow and said, "Senior, may I have a word in private?" Lu Chun looked at Yi Guan, questioning what he had to say. Yi Guan gestured invitingly and walked aside. Lu Chun furrowed his brow slightly, not giving it much thought, and followed him. Fei Banqing frowned slightly, wondering what this individual was up to. Elder Chiu, standing nearby, wore a face of confusion as well. In the distance, Yi Guan and Lu Chun turned their backs to the crowd. In a manner unseen by others, Yi Guan discreetly placed a spatial ring into Lu Chun's hand. Lu Chun was taken aback. A bribe? His brows knitted together. His gaze grew icy, ready to erupt. However, the next moment, upon discovering that the ring contained 1,000 pieces of golden crystal, he was once again rendered speechless. 1,000 golden crystals. Lu Chun paused, astonishment flashing in his eyes. These crystals were evidently of the highest quality, far surpassing those given to him by the Guanguan Academy. Yi Guan suddenly spoke, "Senior, I was indeed acting in self-defense. He struck me once, nearly taking my life, so—" Lu Chun, maintaining a calm demeanor, smiled and replied, I understand. Yi Guan fell silent, choosing not to respond. If you possess power, rules are bent to serve you. If you have wealth, rules can be altered. But if you lack both power and wealth, then rules are tailored specifically to constrain you. At that moment, Lu Chun abruptly turned to address the crowd. I have grasped the entire situation. This young man was indeed acting in self-defense. It is clear that Mu Bai brought this upon himself. Elder Chiu was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, Vice Dean. Lu Chun shot a cold glance at Elder Chiu. How many times must I remind you? Every matter must be thoroughly investigated before drawing conclusions. Old Chiu, your reckless nature must change. Disperse. With that, he turned and departed. The guards of the enforcement court followed suit, leaving Elder Chiu in a state of confusion. Fei Banqing glanced at Yi Guan before approaching him. Let us go, he said, pulling Yi Guan away towards the distance. The onlookers were left bewildered, while Elder Chiu fixated on Yi Guan's retreating figure, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yi Guan turned to glance at Elder Chiu but chose not to speak. Within the hall, Fei Banqing looked at Yi Guan and said, You claim you bribed him? Yi Guan nodded. How much? Fei Banqing inquired. 1,000 gold crystals, Yi Guan replied. Fei Banqing squinted slightly, exclaiming, You truly possess great wealth. Yi Guan remained silent. After a brief pause, Fei Banqing remarked, His crime does not warrant death. Yi Guan shook his head, replying, That is only because he is already dead. In the eyes of the mentor, he is now a weakling. However, if I lack strength, how shall I fare today? I have indeed attempted to reason with him, yet all I received in return was disregard accompanied by even more scathing ridicule. With that, he shook his head once more. Initially, I had no intention of killing him, but he harbored thoughts of my demise. If I do not eliminate him today, tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, he will surely seek to harm me by any means possible. Therefore, why should I not eradicate the root of the problem, thus preventing future troubles? Fei Banqing gazed intently at Yi Guan, feeling an unexpected sense of fear at that moment. Such meticulous and terrifying thoughts. Her expression was complex as she questioned, But do you not realize? There are many who pursue Xiaojia. Will you kill them all? Yi Guan calmly replied, If I do not kill him today, the members of Guanyuan Academy will consider me an easy target. Such is the nature of this world. The more reason one tries to present, the more others perceive them as vulnerable, leading them to exploit you. It is a fundamental flaw in human nature to bully the weak while fearing the strong. A single strike can deter 100. This is my stance. Fei Banqing continued to scrutinize Yi Guan, asking, What if others continue to confess their feelings to Xiaojia?
Yi Guan countered.
To profess one's love to a woman who is already engaged. Do you believe, mentor, that such an act demonstrates respect for others? Is this behavior not deserving of condemnation? It is akin to someone declaring their affection for your wife in your presence. I ask you which man could remain magnanimous and composed in such a situation. I have expressed my desire for discretion, yet I did not imply that I wished to become a ninja turtle. Fei Banqing fell silent. Yi Guan continued, if anyone else approaches, I shall continue to eliminate them. Fei Banqing regarded Yi Guan and remarked, you are a perilous individual. Yi Guan calmly responded, Master, why is it that, at this juncture, you perceive everything as my fault? Fei Banqing shook his head. I did not assert that this is your fault. Rather, your actions often tend to be excessively resolute, akin to a sword that is too rigid and easily breaks. Do you comprehend? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Guan inquired, then, Master, please instruct me on how to act when someone boldly professes their feelings for Xiao Jia in my presence. Fei Banqing paused for a moment, sighed softly, and then turned to depart. Inside the hall, Yi Guan remained silent. After Fei Banqing exited the grand hall, he found himself amidst a sea of clouds. Not far ahead was Lu Chun, who had departed earlier. Lu Chun opened his palm, and 1,000 golden crystals gently floated towards Fei Banqing. Fei Banqing remained silent. Lu Chun glanced downwards and said, I appreciate talent, and considering your reputation, I shall overlook this matter this time. Fei Banqing nodded slightly. Thank you. Lu Chun added, this individual possesses exceptional character and great potential. He should not resort to such petty cleverness. You must guide him diligently and ensure he does not stray onto a misguided path. Fei Banqing replied solemnly, he hails from a humble background, where the environment is fraught with complexities. All means are employed for survival. Thus, some of his thoughts and actions are rather extreme and radical. I shall gradually lead him towards a path of integrity and righteousness. Lu Chun nodded slightly, cautioning against overcorrection. A man ought to possess a measure of courage, lest he be deemed insignificant. This time, Mu Bai indeed acted excessively, and his demise can be regarded as a consequence of his own actions. However, those who stand behind him may not relent, so do remain vigilant. Fei Banqing, with a stoic expression, declared that if they dared to covertly target Xiao Guan, he would annihilate their entire clan. Lu Chun shook his head with a smile, remarking that you and he are not of the same ilk, nor do you share the same household. His temperament mirrors yours from years past, almost indistinguishably. With that, he turned and vanished into the horizon. Fei Banqing gazed at the spatial ring before him, shook his head, and then turned to depart. Within the hall, Yi Guan sat in quiet contemplation. He asked, Master Tower, have I erred? The little tower replied calmly, what do you believe? Yi Guan slowly closed his eyes, reiterating, I do not seek trouble, but should anyone provoke me, I shall repay them 100-fold. The little tower responded, then follow your heart. Heart. Yi Guan suddenly exclaimed, Master Tower, I desire to grow stronger, exceedingly stronger. The little tower, perplexed, inquired, why? Yi Guan softly replied, only by becoming immensely powerful can I protect myself and prevent others from belittling me. The little tower fell silent. Yi Guan ceased to speak and commenced his cultivation. Within the little tower, a mysterious voice echoed, noting the young one's lack of security. The little tower gently remarked, having been nurtured in freedom since childhood, how could he possibly possess a sense of safety? The mysterious voice remarked, his father was also raised in a wild manner and is well aware of that kind of suffering. Why then does he treat his son in such a way? Little Tower sighed softly. Alas, the young master, in his quest to vanquish the deity within, has turned away from the aid of Sister Destiny and the Master. Alas. Chapter 14. The importance of raising a child in poverty within the hall. Yi Guan stood silently, wielding the Sword of Path. During this period, he had been diligently practicing the profound technique known as one sword determines life and death. The essence of this sword lies in its imposing aura and mental state. To master this skill, one must embody an indomitable spirit that scorns the adversary. The sword may remain sheathed, but once drawn, it shall inevitably decide the fate of its target. How, then, can one cultivate such an invincible mindset and aura? Yi Guan found himself at a loss. However, he understood one critical aspect. At the precise moment of striking, the opponent must be rendered lifeless. The sword is a lethal instrument. Its purpose is to kill. In addition to his training, Yi Guan took the opportunity to learn about the Guanyuan Academy. Presently, The academy boasts 3 extraordinary prodigies. Nalan Jia, a disciple of Fei Banqing, Nan Xian, a protégé of the esteemed Xiaogu, and Sun Xiong, a student under the tutelage of Song Ci. These 3 individuals represent the pinnacle of talent at Guanyuan Academy. Notably, apart from Nalan Jia, the other 2 have already attained the realm of Tongyu. It is worth mentioning that the position of student leader at the Southern Province Guanyuan Academy remains vacant. What does it mean to be the student leader? It signifies the foremost authority among all students, wielding substantial power to govern the student body and, moreover, possessing the privilege to command certain military forces of the academy. It can be said that this position carries immense influence. In the hall, Yi Guan sat cross-legged, deep in contemplation. Since his arrival, there had been individuals approaching Nalan Jia, seemingly stirring up trouble. Was this mere coincidence? To him, it seemed highly improbable. Clearly, there might be someone targeting him. But who could it be? Undoubtedly, there exists but one adversary, that being the Nan family, and within it, Nan Xian is a prominent figure. Yi Guan narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, Mu Bai has likely been manipulated by someone, either to probe my strengths and weaknesses or to orchestrate his own downfall. Nan Xian. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. One must harbor no ill intentions towards others, yet one must also remain vigilant against the designs of others. Suddenly, Yi Guan inquired, Tower Master, do you possess any effective cultivation techniques? I aspire to break through to the Tongyu realm. The Tongyu realm, although he lacked not for riches, he found himself in want of superior cultivation methods. To ascend to greater heights, one must possess more refined techniques. The little tower responded, I do have techniques, but they are unsuitable for you at this moment. Rather, they are ill-suited for this location. Yi Guan furrowed his brow in confusion. Why is that? The little tower replied calmly, because they are exceedingly extraordinary, and the spiritual energy in this place is simply inadequate for such cultivation methods. Yi Guan's expression stiffened. The little tower continued, First, focus on enhancing your strength. Once you reach the upper realm, they should be attainable. After a moment of silence, Yi Guan remarked, Then I shall have to devise my own means. The little tower nodded in agreement. Yi Guan rose to his feet, determined to seek out superior cultivation methods. If he could not procure anything better, he would have to resort to the basic earth-level technique that Xiqing had once given him. However, he yearned for a heavenly-level technique. The better the method, the faster the cultivation, and the higher the quality of the mysterious energy. Additionally, he felt compelled to pay a visit to Sister Nan. His greatest fear was that if she could not be targeted, they might turn their attention towards her instead. Within the small tower, a mysterious voice suddenly inquired, Is the cosmic observation and profound method not permissible? The tower responded calmly, If he were to cultivate this method now, it would bring him endless troubles. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in this place is indeed insufficient for him to practice the foremost cultivation technique of the universe. The enigmatic voice continued, When do you intend to inform him that he has countless estates awaiting his inheritance? The tower replied, There is no rush. Meanwhile, atop a mountain peak, a man clad in white sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands resting upon his chest, emanating an aura of formidable strength. This individual was none other than one of the 3 prodigies of the academy, Nan Xian. At that moment, an elder approached the man in white. This elder was none other than Elder Qiu of the judicial court. Nan Xian opened his eyes and smiled. Elder Qiu. Elder Qiu replied with composure. He is at the 10,000 laws realm, yet possesses strength far surpassing that of an ordinary practitioner at this stage. Moreover, this young man is adept at strategizing. He orchestrated the situation so that Mu Bai would make the first move, thereby justifying his actions as self-defense. As he spoke, his expression darkened ominously. The defeat of Ban Qingshan had truly brought him disgrace. Suddenly, Nan Xian remarked, A sovereign-tier demonic beast has appeared in the Nan mountain range. Elder Qiu furrowed his brow. I have heard of this matter. How is it connected to this individual? Nan Xian nodded. My sister, Nan Qingyue, perished there. Initially, the 5 of them ventured into that secret realm together. But in the end, my sister and young master Zhenglin of the Zheng family lost their lives, while the other 3 survived. According to our knowledge, the Xi family acquired a spiritual vein from that incident, and it is an exceptional one at that. Exquisite spiritual veins. Elder Chou's expression shifted dramatically. Nanshen continued, according to our scouts, that location harbors not only spiritual veins but also earth veins. Elder Chou's complexion instantly altered. Are you implying that the earth veins? Nanshen softly replied, in addition to the earth veins, there must be other treasures, such as supreme spiritual crystals and golden crystals, perhaps even more extraordinary items. Elder Chou solemnly stated, he is currently under the protection of Master Fei. We cannot act against him. Nanshen chuckled. Hasn't Sun Xiong been pursuing that lady, Nalan? Elder Chou narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting we incite discord between them, leading to their mutual destruction? Nanshen shook his head. No need for us to provoke. Sun Xiong will seek him out on his own. However, we must stoke the flames. Elder Chou pondered. How shall we do so? Nanshen smiled. It's quite simple. Just spread the word that this young Master Yi and Miss Nalan are together on the same mountain peak. Elder Chou furrowed his brow. Is it truly that straightforward? Nanshen laughed heartily. Elder Chou, you do not comprehend. Men cannot abide any grain of sand in their eyes. Once this news spreads, it will inevitably be distorted, culminating in a rumor that this young Master Yi and Miss Nalan are cohabiting. At that point, how could Sun Xiong possibly restrain himself? Elder Chou smiled faintly. Rumors can indeed be lethal. Nanshen nodded. Let us not be the ones to propagate this rumor. Let others do it. Elder Chou slightly nodded. Understood. With that, he turned and departed. Nanshen slowly closed his eyes. Sister, rest assured, I will not only make him pay with his life, but I will also ensure that the entire Yi clan pays for you. Yi Guan sought out Fei Banqing. Looking at Yi Guan, Fei Banqing inquired, do you wish to obtain the heavenly rank techniques? Yi Guan nodded. Fei Banqing shook his head, stating, I cannot assist you with that. Yi Guan, puzzled, asked, why not? Fei Banqing replied calmly, to speak frankly, the Academy possesses only 3 volumes of heavenly rank techniques, all housed within the scripture pavilion, and ordinary individuals are entirely unable to access them. Yi Guan hesitated for a moment before asking, Master, what techniques do you practice? Fei Banqing responded mildly, do not entertain any thoughts of acquiring them from me. I indeed practice heavenly rank techniques. However, the Academy has strict orders against private transmission to students. To obtain the heavenly rank techniques, a student must exchange a sufficient number of credits. Yi Guan furrowed his brow. Credits? Fei Banqing nodded. There are 2 methods to earn credits. The first is to complete tasks issued by the Academy, such as hunting down individuals wanted by the Academy or performing significant contributions for the institution. To acquire heavenly rank techniques through this method, you would need to work for at least a decade. A decade? Yi Guan shook his head decisively. Let us consider another approach. Fei Banqing scrutinized Yi Guan. Then steal them. Yi Guan hesitated again before asking, are the guards at the scripture pavilion formidable? Fei Banqing suddenly tapped Yi Guan's forehead. Glaring at him, do you genuinely intend to steal? Yi Guan chuckled awkwardly. Fei Banqing warned, do not act recklessly. If you attempt to seize the techniques from the scripture pavilion, I assure you, not even the head of the Academy could protect you. Yi Guanduan felt a sudden headache. Could it be that he truly had to resort to an earth-tier technique? Fei Banqing said, come, I shall take you to a place. With that, she led Yi Guan away from the grand hall. Before long, they arrived before an ancient city. The city, named Xian City, lay at the foot of the Guanxian Academy, bustling with activity. Fei Banqing guided Yi Guan as they walked further, and Yi Guan, observing the throngs of people on either side, inquired curiously, Master, where are we going? Fei Banqing replied, to the Xianbao Pavilion. The Xianbao Pavilion, Yi Guan exclaimed. Isn't that the largest trading guild in the southern province? Fei Banqing nodded. Yi Guan wished to say more, but they had already arrived. As they reached the entrance of the Xianbao Pavilion, an elderly man in gray emerged to greet them. Smiling, Master Fei, what brings you to the Xianbao Pavilion today? Fei Banqing responded, I wish to purchase a scroll of heaven-tier technique. The gray-clad elder was momentarily taken aback, then replied, let us discuss this inside. Yi Guan looked at Fei Banqing in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his master had brought him here to buy techniques. Inside a private room, The Grey Elder regarded Fei Banqing and said, Master Fei, a scroll of heaven-tier technique requires at least 50,000 gold crystals. This is the lowest price I can offer you, 50,000. Yiguan's expression changed instantly. He realized that his entire fortune amounted to less than 10,000 gold crystals. How could a heaven-tier technique cost such an exorbitant sum? He felt an unfamiliar sensation of poverty wash over him for the first time. At that moment, Fei Banqing produced a spatial ring and placed it before the Grey Elder, declaring, Bring it forth. The elderly man in gray promptly stowed away his storage ring and said, Please wait. With that, he turned and departed. Yiguan glanced at Fei Banqing. Mentor, I. Fei Banqing calmly replied, Xiao Qian. Yiguan expressed some skepticism. Is that true? Fei Banqing replied nonchalantly, After all, I am a mentor at Guanxian Academy. Embezzling a small amount is easily recoverable. Yiguan remained silent. At that moment, the elderly man in gray returned, presenting a black scroll to Fei Banqing. She glanced at it briefly before passing it directly to Yiguan, saying, Go. With that, she stood and left. Yiguan hesitated for a moment before rising to leave, but just as he was about to exit, he suddenly turned to look back. Not far away, there was a portrait of a woman on the wall. The woman had short hair and wore a short-sleeved top, paired with a simple skirt, and a small cloth bag hung at her waist. As Yiguan gazed at the woman, he approached the portrait and gently caressed it. At that moment, the elderly man in gray and Fei Banqing turned their attention to Yiguan. He softly inquired, Senior, who is this? The elderly man smiled and said, She is the founder of my Xianbao pavilion. Yiguan then asked, What is her name? The elderly man replied, Qin Guan. Yiguan stared at the woman, feeling somewhat dazed. Inside the small tower, a voice whispered, Fortunately, we did not give him that small cloth bag prematurely. The mysterious voice responded, When do you intend to give it to him? The young lady murmured, I had intended to give it to him from the start, but considering his father, perhaps it's best to wait. A little hardship will do him good. The old master used to say that boys should be raised modestly. A mysterious voice echoed. Inside the private room, both the gray-robed elder and Fei Banqing were observing Yiguan, their eyes filled with curiosity. Fei Banqing approached Yiguan, gently tugging at his sleeve. What's wrong? He inquired softly. Upon hearing this, Yiguan was jolted from his thoughts. Nothing, he replied quietly, just a sense of déjà vu. With a shake of his head and a smile, he said, Let's go. He then turned and headed towards the exit. Fei Banqing glanced at the portrait on the wall before following him out. On their way, Yiguan gazed at the celestial grade cultivation method in his hand. Mentor. Fei Banqing interjected calmly, I told you, it's a mere trifle. After a moment's hesitation, Yiguan extended his palm, revealing a small black box before Fei Banqing. Upon opening the box, Fei Banqing found a celestial grade demonic beast's core. He looked at Yiguan. What is this for? Do you not wish to be indebted to me? Yiguan quickly responded, I simply feel a bit awkward. Fei Banqing shook his head. You are my student. It is only natural for me to provide you with cultivation methods. Furthermore, you promised to help the Academy win first place in the martial examination. Therefore, you need not feel indebted to me. As Yiguan was about to speak, Fei Banqing turned and vanished into thin air. Yiguan felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Upon returning to the Academy, just as he was about to commence his training, a man abruptly obstructed his path. The man was somewhat imposing, clad in a form-fitting black robe, his physique brimming with muscular power that radiated explosive strength. Fixing his gaze upon Yiguan, he inquired, You are the fiancé of Miss Naylan? Yiguan nodded, and you are? The man scrutinized Yiguan intently. Sun Xiong, one of the 3 great prodigies. Yiguan cast a glance at Sun Xiong. Is there something you need? Sun Xiong chuckled. To the life and death platform. To the life and death platform. Yiguan replied calmly, Very well. Sun Xiong laughed heartily. No need to say more. You certainly possess some spirit. Let us go. With that, he turned and soared into the sky. Yiguan lightly tapped his toes against the ground, propelling himself into the air to follow suit. The reason? He did not inquire. The rationale? It was unnecessary. If a confrontation was to occur, Then so be it. Before long, Yiguan, trailing Sun Xiong, arrived at the summit of a mountain. Atop this peak lay a colossal arena of azure stone, measuring 1,000 feet in length and width, flanked by sheer abysses on either side, with towering stone pillars standing resolutely around. The life and death platform. Within the confines of the Guanshen Academy, should two parties find themselves at an impasse, they could agree to meet at the life and death platform. Once on the platform, fate would take its course. The news of Yiguan and Sun Xiong's impending duel spread like wildfire throughout the academy, and soon, thousands gathered around the life and death platform. On a distant high platform, Fei Hanqing observed Yiguan from afar, choosing not to intervene. Why intervene? Her approach to life is to avoid trouble, yet she must not shy away from challenges. If others dare to provoke, and Yiguan does not respond, she would hold him in contempt. At this moment, Lu Chan appeared beside Fei Banqing, observing Yiguan in the distance, where someone was secretly instigating trouble. Fei Banqing replied calmly, "I am aware." Lu Chan turned to her, and she continued, "Regardless, let the younger generation contend amongst themselves." Lu Chan nodded slightly. The Guangguan Academy is no sanctum of tranquility. This place permits conflict. Without strife, these students would become mere bookworms, devoid of spirit, and that would spell true ruin for the Guangguan Academy. It is worth noting that the head of the academy in each generation has always been the victor of the previous palace struggle. Just then, an elder appeared on the scene. The newcomer was none other than Song Ci. He gazed at Yiguan from afar, his expression quite intricate. On that fateful day, Yiguan nearly became his student, yet he ultimately relinquished that opportunity to Li Chuan of the Li family. Little did he expect that this young man would eventually arrive at the Guangguan Academy. Meanwhile, on the arena of life and death, Sun Xiong watched Yiguan, urging him to take action. Yiguan nodded slightly, then suddenly surged forward with astonishing speed, slicing through the air. Sun Xiong's eyes narrowed, his right hand clenched tightly, and a flame materialized in his palm. In the next moment, he too lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Yiguan. A fierce confrontation ensued. As the fiery fist hurtled towards him, Yiguan narrowed his eyes. Just as their fists were about to collide, Yiguan abruptly transformed his right fist into a palm, striking Sun Xiong's throat directly along his arm. Simultaneously, Sun Xiong's fist landed squarely on Yiguan's chest. Crack! Bang! Both combatants were violently hurled backward in unison. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen's expression on the stone pillar turned grave. "Did you teach him this reckless fighting style?" Fei Banqing shook her head, her gaze fixed upon Yiguan in the distance, her expression a mixture of emotions. "This fellow is truly willing to risk it all." On the distant arena of life and death, Yiguan, before even retreating, spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, suppressing the discomfort in his abdomen, he surged forward, lunging at Sun Xiong like a cheetah stalking its prey. At this moment, Sun Xiong's eyes were wide with shock, his right hand clutching desperately at his throat, blood streaming from his orifices. He had not anticipated that the man before him would resort to such a desperate, life-endangering tactic. His strength was formidable, but his lack of speed allowed Yiguan to exchange injury for injury in this manner. The severe blow to his throat left him gravely wounded, but upon seeing Yiguan charging towards him, a savage glint flashed in his eyes. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his throat, he lunged forward, once again throwing a punch at Yiguan, this time with raging flames emanating from his right hand. As Sun Xiong unleashed his all-out punch, Yiguan suddenly rolled to the right, creating distance between them. Bang! Sun Xiong's punch struck nothing but air, causing a sudden and deafening explosion of sound. In an instant, Sun Xiong's expression changed drastically, for Yiguan had rolled to his feet. Just as Sun Xiong prepared to strike again, Yiguan executed a swift sweeping kick towards Sun Xiong's legs. Bang! Sun Xiong was struck, his body momentarily weightless before he was sent flying backward. At that moment, Yiguan leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Sun Xiong's abdomen. Bang! Sun Xiong crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, Yiguan bent down, gripping Sun Xiong's throat with his right hand. Just then, Song Ci, who was on the stone platform, spoke up, Fei Hanqing glanced at Song Si, his expression impassive. Lu Chun looked towards Yi Guan, saying nothing. Yi Guan slowly raised his head to meet Song Si's gaze. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Yi Guan, Song Si hesitated for a moment before finally asking if he could spare Sun Xiong. Yi Guan replied calmly, certainly. Upon speaking, he released Sun Xiong and stood up. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Song Si was equally taken aback, not expecting Yi Guan to genuinely consider sparing Sun Xiong. After rising, Yi Guan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, under the gaze of the onlookers, walked aside, fixing his eyes on a distant stone pillar where stood a man in white robes. This man was none other than Nan Xian. Under the scrutiny of all present, Yi Guan fixed his gaze upon Nan Xian, declaring, "I am acutely aware that you are the mastermind behind all this. Since you desire my demise, I now offer you the opportunity to descend to the life and death platform, where we shall settle our fates." At these words, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, their attention shifting to Nan Xian. Fei Banqing cast a glance at Nan Xian but remained silent. Nan Xian, locking eyes with Yi Guan, eventually broke into a sudden laugh, saying, "Brother Yi, I am at a loss as to what you are referring to." "Shut your mouth and come down," Yi Guan bellowed, his fury palpable. "I have no time for your meaningless chatter. Today we shall fight, so come down and face your death." At this, Nan Xian's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that Yi Guan would brazenly confront him in front of the crowd. He understood that Yi Guan suspected him of being involved in Sun Xiong's predicament. Yet he was confident that Yi Guan possessed no evidence. And yet, this man had the audacity to challenge him outright. At this moment, Song Si, standing nearby, turned his gaze towards Nan Xian, his eyes reflecting a chilling intensity. He realized that his somewhat oblivious student had been manipulated. Nan Xian, attempting to regain control, chuckled, "Brother Yi, might there be some misunderstanding between us? Are you afraid?" Yi Guan interjected. The onlookers regarded Nan Xian with expressions of incredulity. Nan Xian's demeanor grew increasingly frosty. He recognized that refusing to engage would tarnish his reputation irreparably. Just as he was about to accept the challenge, an elderly figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was Xiao Gu, one of the three esteemed mentors. Xiao Gu gazed at Yi Guan and stated, "Should you desire a life and death challenge, so be it. However, we shall not take advantage of your misfortune. 1 month hence, once you have recovered, you too shall ascend the stage of life and death once more." With that, he vanished from the spot alongside Nan Xian. Witnessing this scene, Yi Guan's expression darkened immediately. After a moment, he turned and walked away. At that moment, Sun Xiong, who lay on the ground, rasped, "Why do you not kill me?" Yi Guan glanced at Sun Xiong and pointed to the abyss to his right. "If you find failure to be shameful, then leap into the void." Sun Xiong fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan. Yi Guan replied calmly, "Is failure truly terrifying? It is not. What you ought to contemplate now is why you were vanquished by me, rather than wallowing in humiliation. A true man must possess both resilience and adaptability. If one cannot endure a single defeat, what kind of man is he?" With that, he strode away, adding, "Remember, you owe me a favor. Furthermore, do not solely cultivate your strength, but also sharpen your intellect, lest you be used as a pawn by others." Sun Xiong fell silent, realizing that he had indeed been outmaneuvered this time. Around them, the other students observed Yi Guan's retreating figure, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. None had anticipated that the fiancé of Nailan Jia would be so formidable and so strikingly handsome. Some of the female students began to regard him with newfound admiration. On a nearby stone column, Fei Banqing watched Yi Guan depart, a slight smirk playing upon his lips. Lu Chun remarked, "This young lad is quite extraordinary." Fei Banqing nodded slightly, acknowledging, his decision not to kill Sun Xiong is indeed unexpected. Lu Chun nodded in agreement. Sun Xiong was rather simple-minded, or rather innocent. Nan Xian, on the other hand, was excessively fond of scheming, while Xiao Jia possessed an overly easygoing nature. It seemed that all three of them were unlikely candidates for the position of top student. Fei Banqing turned her gaze towards Lu Chun, inquiring about the other potential candidate. Lu Chun remained silent. In truth, the Guangxuan Academy boasted more than just 3 prodigies. There was also a hidden genius under the personal tutelage of the Academy's head. Lu Chen softly remarked, "This young fellow possesses both courage and strategic acumen, and his character is commendable. However, his strength pales in comparison to that individual." A subtle smile graced Fei Banqing's lips as she questioned, "Do you believe that's all there is to him?" Lu Chen was taken aback. Abruptly, Fei Banqing announced, "Let's go. I need to borrow some funds from the Academy's head. I'm practically penniless." With that, she turned and departed. Lu Chen was left speechless. Upon returning to his grand hall, Yiguan was met by Fei Banqing. Fei Banqing calmly instructed, "Lie down." Yiguan was bewildered. Without hesitation, Fei Banqing forcefully pushed him to the ground and proceeded to tear open his garments. Yiguan hastily covered his groin, exclaiming, "Instructor, please don't resort to force." Fei Banqing was rendered speechless. Chapter 16. Dual Cultivation? With a resounding slap, Fei Banqing struck Yiguan on the head. "What nonsense are you thinking?" Yiguan stood there, stunned. "Isn't it dual cultivation?" Fei Banqing glared at him before tearing open his clothing. At that moment, a deep crimson bruise adorned Yiguan's chest. The surrounding skin cracked and raw. Fei Banqing produced a white jade vial, uncapping it with care. She gently poured the contents over the bruise, and soon, a dark green liquid began to drip onto Yiguan's chest. A sensation of icy relief washed over him. Yet, a hint of shame crept into Yiguan's heart. After all, how could such a minor injury necessitate dual cultivation for healing? Fei Banqing cast a stern look at Yiguan. "Your Xuanhua fist has yet to reach maturity. Otherwise, that blow could have pierced your body and reduced your organs to ashes." After a brief pause, she continued, "Why resort to such reckless tactics?" Yiguan pondered for a moment before replying, "2 reasons. First, it's the simplest and most direct approach. Second, he underestimated me from the outset. Thus, employing this method at this juncture would surely yield success. My injury, his demise." Fei Banqing fell silent. A wave of disappointment washed over Yiguan. He had intended to eliminate that Nanyuan opponent. But alas, Fei Banqing spoke softly, "There will be other opportunities." Yiguan turned to her, questioning, "Isn't internal strife forbidden in the Academy?" Fei Banqing shook her head. "If internal conflict were forbidden, it would be tantamount to crippling our own martial prowess. Of course, there are limits to this internal strife. Should it go too far, we will naturally intervene. This time, he cleverly orchestrated for Sun Xiong to seek you out. He acted with such meticulousness that there are no incriminating evidence. One can only lament that Sun Xiong's intellect is rather simplistic." Yiguan nodded slightly, comprehending the situation. Fei Banqing cast a glance at Yiguan and then said, "Focus on healing and then on your cultivation." As she spoke, she rose to her feet and, as if struck by a sudden thought, kicked Yiguan's waist, admonishing him not to entertain any frivolous thoughts, asserting, "I am your mentor, understand?" With that, she turned and departed. Yiguan felt somewhat embarrassed. He had indeed misinterpreted the situation. Without dwelling on it further, Yiguan sat up, glancing at his abdomen, which had evidently healed significantly, indicating that Fei Banqing's healing medicine was far from ordinary. Taking a deep breath, Yiguan retrieved the scroll of the heavenly stage skill, and as he unfurled it, the scroll transformed into a beam of white light that entered his brow. Moments later, Yiguan began to cultivate the technique, and soon, the spiritual energy around him surged towards him rapidly. Witnessing this spectacle, a smile blossomed on Yiguan's face. This heavenly stage skill is truly remarkable. At this rate, achieving the ethereal realm would take less than a month. As if struck by an epiphany, Yiguan suddenly inquired, "Tower Master, what do you think of my talent?" The little tower replied calmly, "Not impressive." Yiguan was taken aback. The little tower continued, "In distant lands, there are those who reach the legendary Emperor realm by the age of 10, equivalent to hundreds of Emperor-tier beasts." Upon hearing this, Yiguan's expression changed. It seemed he had been viewing the world through a narrow lens. He must strive even harder. Upon finishing his words, he fell silent and devoted himself to his cultivation. Within the small tower, a mysterious voice suddenly resonated, acknowledging his remarkable talent. The tower calmly remarked, "How did his father fall from grace? Simply by becoming too complacent. Do you wish for him to follow the same path?" The enigmatic voice fell silent. The tower continued. In this world, we cannot allow another monarch of reliance to emerge. The mysterious voice concurred. Indeed. Meanwhile, atop a mountain peak, an elder and a youth stood side by side. It was Xiao Gu and Nan Xian. Xiao Gu regarded Nan Xian in silence, who remained uncommunicative. After a moment, Xiao Gu remarked, "His audacity to challenge you while injured can only be interpreted as his confidence in being able to kill you." Nan Xian replied calmly, "I too possess the confidence to eliminate him." Xiao Gu then asked, "Can you truly defeat Sun Xiong in such a short span of time?" Nan Xian fell silent. Xiao Gu gently shook his head. "I have heard about the matters concerning the Nan mountain range. Your desire for vengeance is understandable, yet you are too hasty. Moreover, you have not only exposed yourself but have also created Sun Xiong as a formidable enemy." Alas! Nan Xian's right hand gradually clenched, remaining mute. Suddenly, Xiao Gu opened his palm, revealing a scroll that appeared before Nan Xian. Nan Xian was taken aback, exclaiming, "What is this?" Xiao Gu replied calmly, "Open it." As Nan Xian unfurled the scroll, his expression shifted dramatically. It was a celestial-grade profound technique. Xiao Gu nodded in affirmation. Instantly, Nan Xian bowed deeply to Xiao Gu, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, master." Xiao Gu said, "I will take you to a place for cultivation." With that, he vanished with Nan Xian. Inside the hall, Yiguan. A voice outside the hall abruptly roused Yiguan. Yiguan turned to see a woman smiling at him not far away. She was dressed in a long black dress, with picturesque features, standing gracefully with her hands behind her back, exuding a playful charm. Upon seeing the woman, Yiguan hastily rose and approached her. Reaching her, he embraced her gently without hesitation, and said with a smile, "Sister Nan." "Yinan, Yi Zhao's daughter." Yinan glared playfully at Yiguan. "You've been here for days and haven't come to see me." Yiguan chuckled sheepishly, "My fault." Yinan suddenly stood on her tiptoes to compare their heights, then smiled. "You've grown taller than me now." Yiguan replied with a smile, "Sister Nan, how is it at Guanshuan Academy?" Yinan nodded. "It's quite good here, but I miss home a bit. I can only return during the annual holiday once a year." She then looked at Yiguan and said with a smile, "I'm really happy to see you." Yiguan sized up Yinan and remarked, "True Dharma realm?" Yinan confirmed with a nod. "Yes." Yiguan glanced around, then produced a storage ring and handed it to Yinan. Yinan glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise, "Gold crystals?" Yiguan nodded. 2,000. "Keep them for your use." Yinan immediately shook her head. "This is too precious." Yiguan smiled. "With these gold crystals, you can quickly reach the myriad Dharma realm." Yinan remained somewhat hesitant. Yiguan expressed a hint of displeasure. "Nanjia, when have you and I ever become so distant?" Yinan rolled her eyes at Yiguan. All right. With that, she accepted the naring. Yinan surveyed their surroundings and then exclaimed with delight, "I never imagined that you would become instructor phase student, and moreover, possess a private palace. It truly inspires envy." Yiguan responded with a smile. "If it pleases you, you are welcome to reside here as well." Yinan demurred. "I cannot disrupt the established order." As she spoke, she produced a box and presented it to Yiguan. Yiguan paused, taken aback. "What is this?" Yinan replied with a smile, "Open it and see." Yiguan opened the box, revealing a fragrant, roasted chicken. Upon seeing this, Yiguan was immediately overjoyed. Yinan chuckled. "This is your favorite, after all." Yiguan promptly sat down and began to devour the chicken. While advanced cultivators can subsist without food, that is typically reserved for those at the pinnacle of cultivation. Individuals like them still require sustenance. To forego food entirely would be preposterous, as they require nourishment. Moreover, they must consume high-quality food. If circumstances permitted, he would even indulge in dragon meat. With this thought, Yiguan mentally inquired, "Esteemed tower, have you ever beheld a dragon?" The little tower replied, "Indeed, I have." Yiguan expressed his admiration. "Esteemed tower, I am truly envious of you. You have witnessed everything. You are truly remarkable." The little tower was rendered speechless. Yinan adjusted her dress and then knelt down, watching Yiguan as he ate. As Yiguan was an adopted son, she spent the most time with him during his childhood. Consequently, The bond between the two siblings has always been profound. In their younger years, when she stirred up mischief, Yiguan would often step forward to take the blame, while she would secretly prepare food for him as he served his punishment. Yiguan turned to Yi Nan and inquired, "Sister Nan, aren't you going to partake?" Yi Nan shook her head. "You go ahead." Yiguan grinned and heartily devoured the chicken leg. Yi Nan chuckled, "You were truly remarkable on the arena of life and death. Did you know that many of my companions have taken a liking to you?" Yiguan smiled wryly. "I was fighting for my life, not trying to impress anyone." Yi Nan jested, "To what extent have you and Nalan Jia progressed? Have you two taken up residence together?" Yiguan's face darkened. "We share a platonic relationship." Yi Nan rolled her eyes. "What's this talk of platonic? You need to be more audacious. Let me tell you, when a girl is in the presence of a boy she fancies, she hopes he'll be a tad forward. Understand?" Yiguan was rendered speechless. Observing Yi Guan's silence, Yi Nan shook her head and smiled, dense as wood. With that, she picked up her basket and said, "I'll prepare meals for you whenever I have the time. I'm off." Yiguan interjected, "Sister Nan, please exercise caution." Yi Nan looked at Yiguan, who said gravely, "Just be careful." Yi Nan nodded. "All right." With that, she departed with her basket. Yiguan's expression turned somber, and he immediately rose to seek out Fei Banqing. Better safe than sorry. When the enemy finds themselves unable to confront him directly, they may resort to targeting his loved ones, using them as leverage against him. Such melodramatic occurrences must be eradicated. Shortly thereafter, Yiguan located Fei Banqing. Upon learning the purpose of Yiguan's visit, Fei Banqing calmly assured him, "Rest assured, no one dares to commit acts of violence within the academy." Yiguan fell silent, recalling his own past transgressions. Fei Banqing shook his head. "I will ensure that the mentors from the outer academy pay special attention to your sister. Furthermore, I will provide her with a communication talisman. Should any danger arise, I will personally rush to her aid." Yiguan immediately bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, mentor." Suddenly, Fei Banqing remarked, "I have just received news that Nan Xian and his mentor have gone to the trial tower." Yiguan furrowed his brow. "The trial tower?" Fei Banqing nodded. The academy boasts 9 trial towers, each a dedicated training ground, comprising 9 levels. The challenges become increasingly difficult as one ascends. Should one manage to reach the 9th level, a mysterious reward awaits. Intrigued, Yiguan inquired, "What kind of reward?" Fei Banqing, gazing at Yiguan, replied, "I do not know." Yiguan was taken aback. Fei Banqing continued, "This tower is exclusively for those under the age of 20. Once one surpasses that age, entry is prohibited. These towers were constructed by the powerful figures from the headquarters who aided in establishing our academy in the southern region. Hence, the nature of the rewards remains a mystery to us." Yiguan promptly declared, "I shall give it a try." Fei Banqing responded, "To enter the tower, a premium purple crystal is required. You must cover the cost yourself." Yiguan nodded slightly, "Very well." After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Mentor, do you require any financial assistance? I still have a—" Fei Banqing suddenly waved his hand, expressing his impatience. "What a trivial matter. I have plenty of money. Hurry up and head to the trial tower." Yiguan. Chapter 17. She is a great sword immortal. Just as Yiguan was about to depart, Fei Banqing called out, "Wait!" Yiguan turned to face her, and Fei Banqing fixed her gaze upon him, saying, "Remember, you have agreed to the life and death platform with Nan Xian in 1 month. A month is a month. Do not attempt to eliminate him prematurely, or you shall disrupt the established order, leading to considerable trouble." Yiguan fell silent, his heart shaken. He had not anticipated that this woman would see through his intentions. In truth, he had indeed been contemplating a stealthy approach to dispose of Nan Xian. He believed in addressing enemies immediately. Fei Banqing sighed softly. "As a strong individual, one may indulge in whims, yet you must bear in mind that within the academy, you have not yet attained the level of invincibility. Should you disregard all conventions, you will find yourself collectively suppressed by those above you." Yiguan nodded slightly. "I understand." Fei Banqing smiled. "Go on." Yiguan performed a slight bow and then turned to leave. Fei Banqing shook her head gently, reflecting on her disciple's admirable qualities. yet lamenting his propensity for hasty decisions that often lacked consideration. Of course, this was also a reason for her fondness for him, as she herself had once been the same. With this thought, she smiled wistfully, sensing a kinship with her own master's feelings from years past. Having a rebellious student truly poses its challenges. The trial tower is situated on the southern side of the Guanxian Academy, atop the towering trial peak, which spans hundreds of miles and comprises 9 lofty summits, each crowned with a trial tower. These towers serve as the training grounds for the students of Guanxian Academy. Yi Guan arrived at one of the trial peaks through a teleportation array. Gazing at the distant trial tower, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he yearned for combat. It is through battle that one's limits can be continually tested and pushed. In his encounter with Sun Xiong, he discerned the latter's vulnerability, namely, a lack of genuine life and death struggles. These true scions from affluent families, blessed with abundant cultivation resources, possess certain advantages, yet these very privileges also serve as their Achilles heel. They tend to cherish their lives excessively. When faced with relentless adversaries who are willing to risk everything, they are bound to suffer grave losses. This is only natural. How could a privileged heir dare to confront a street thug in a fight to the death? Ferocity. After years of navigating the treacherous terrains of the ancient city, he learned one crucial lesson. When it comes to combat, one must be ruthless. If you lack ferocity, you shall meet your demise. Upon reaching the entrance of the trial tower, he was greeted by an elderly man standing at the threshold. Upon seeing Yi Guan, the elder scrutinized him and declared, 1 hour, 100 purple crystals. Yi Guan nodded, promptly producing 200 crystals to hand to the elder. The elder stowed the crystals away and instructed, remember to exit after 2 hours. Yi Guan offered a slight bow and inquired, Senior, may I traverse any level within these 2 hours? The elder fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan and affirmed, yes, provided you possess the requisite strength. Yi Guan smiled subtly, comprehending the implication. With that, he stepped into the tower. As he entered the first level, he was immediately transported to an ethereal expanse, where a phantom wielding a long sword materialized before him. Yi Guan was taken aback. Was this a swordsman? At that moment, the ethereal figure lunged forward, launching a swift strike at Yi Guan with a sword. Swift as the wind, Yi Guan narrowed his eyes slightly, deftly sidestepping as the blade grazed his brow. Almost simultaneously, he executed a powerful sweep with his left foot. Bang! The phantom was forcefully repelled, and in the following instant, Yi Guan surged forward, delivering an elbow strike to the figure's chin. Bang! The apparition shattered into fragments. Yi Guan dusted off his sleeves and proceeded to the second layer. The second layer presented yet another apparition. This time, Yi Guan took the initiative, charging ahead with a speed that surpassed that of the phantom. Before the figure could react, he landed a decisive punch to its chest. Bang! The specter disintegrated. Yi Guan advanced to the next layer. Before long, he found himself at the 7th layer. Upon entering, an apparition materialized before him, sword in hand, silent and still. As Yi Guan prepared to strike, several afterimages suddenly appeared in front of him. His pupils constricted in alarm as he instinctively attempted to evade. But a sword pierced through his right shoulder. Panic surged within him as he swiftly darted backward. Yet simultaneously, blood erupted from his wounds. Retreating to a corner, Yi Guan found his right shoulder and body drenched in crimson, his garments quickly stained red. He gazed at the phantom, his expression grave. What a swift sword! No embellishments whatsoever. Simple and direct. At that moment, the apparition transformed into a flurry of afterimages, hurtling towards Yi Guan. Yi Guanshuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Instead of drawing his sword, he focused solely on evasion. He dodged continuously, refraining from counterattacks. The ephemeral figure relentlessly pursued him, while he maneuvered with increasing awkwardness, sometimes rolling, sometimes crawling. Initially, he sustained numerous sword wounds, but gradually, it became increasingly difficult for the shadow to inflict harm upon him. He began to acclimatize to the figure's speed, using it to refine his own evasion skills. As days passed, by the 3rd day, Yi Guanshuang had completely adapted to the shadow's velocity and discerned its patterns. When the shadow could no longer strike him, it lunged at him with a thrust aimed at his face. In a sudden burst, he charged forward, ducked, and delivered a powerful punch to the shadow's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the figure dissipated instantly. Yi Guanshuang exhaled deeply and settled onto the ground to tend to his wounds. At that moment, he was covered in blood. The speed of this shadow undoubtedly surpassed that of many formidable practitioners of the ethereal realm, and its sword techniques were both fierce and simplistic, making them nearly insurmountable for the average person. More alarmingly, this shadow pursued only one objective: speed. Once that speed reached a certain threshold, it became truly terrifying. Approximately an hour later, Yi Guanshuang's injuries began to heal gradually. He changed into a clean robe and gazed at a nearby teleportation array. Once he stepped into that array, he would ascend to the 8th level. The 8th level promised to be even more daunting. Fear? No, only exhilaration. Yi Guan stepped directly into the teleportation array, and in an instant, he found himself in an expansive void, where the surroundings were boundless. Not far ahead, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized, still clutching a sword. Yi Guan's expression turned vigilant as his right hand gradually tightened its grip. At that moment, the shadowy figure suddenly swung its sword. A beam of sword light flashed through the air. Witnessing this scene, Yi Guan's countenance shifted dramatically. Sword chi. Damn it! This fellow is actually capable of wielding sword chi. It is worth noting that although he was currently a sword cultivator, he could only unleash sword intent and was incapable of manifesting sword chi. Yet this figure before him could actually summon sword chi, and at an astonishing speed, it was upon him in the blink of an eye. It was several times faster than the shadow he encountered on the 7th level. This was perilous. Yi Guan dared not confront the sword chi head-on and could only instinctively evade to the side. Fortunately, he had become accustomed to dodging in such situations. Thus, he narrowly avoided the oncoming sword chi. However, in the next moment, another wave of sword chi surged towards him. Yi Guan's pupils contracted sharply, and at that instant, he sensed the chilling breath of death. He could no longer conceal his own strength. He immediately summoned the Xingdao sword. Whoosh! The Xingdao sword flew forth and collided directly with the sword chi. The sword chi shattered with a thunderous crash. Yi Guan was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly that simple? Meanwhile, in the distance, the sword in the shadowy figure's hand suddenly broke free from its grasp and floated towards him, trembling violently. Fear? Submission? Yi Guan was stunned. The shadowy figure in the distance seemed equally taken aback. Yi Guan gazed at the quivering sword, utterly bewildered. Soon, he cast a glance at the sword in his hand. It was not afraid of him, but rather fearful of the sword itself. Yi Guan swallowed hard and said, "Master Tower, it is afraid of this sword, isn't it?" Little Tower replied, "It should be." Yi Guan, perplexed, inquired, "Why is that?" Little Tower fell silent. Yi Guan pressed on, "Why?" After a moment of contemplation, Little Tower responded, "Perhaps it is simply weary and wishes to rest." Yi Guan's expression darkened. "Master Tower, please do not brush me off." Little Tower continued, "Your sword is rather unique. As of now, only 2 swords can stand against it. The others, when faced with it, can only submit, not daring to reveal their sharpness." Yi Guan blinked. "So, according to you, if I encounter a sword cultivator in the future, I would be invincible?" Little Tower replied, "I can only say that you might not prevail against the wielder of the sword, but your sword will undoubtedly surpass theirs." Yi Guan was instantly exhilarated. "Incredible! Master Tower, has this sister in the plain dress ever been a great sword immortal? I have heard that even in the upper realms, there are no sword immortals." After a brief pause, Little Tower affirmed, "She is indeed a great sword immortal." Yi Guan burst into laughter. "I have a great sword immortal as my master. How impressive!" He then seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, "Master Tower, can the sister in the plain dress shatter a mountain with a single strike?" "A very tall one." Little Tower remained silent for a moment before saying, "If she were to exert her full strength, she indeed could." Upon hearing this, Yi Guan became even more excited. However, he soon made a concerted effort to calm himself, reminding himself to remain low-key. "I must be modest. The sister in the plain dress is formidable. It is not I who am impressive. I must continue to strive, aspiring to one day become a sword immortal." Xiaoda chuckled. Indeed. Yi Guan took a deep breath. For this time, he had acquired a new objective: to become a sword immortal. The moment he achieves that status, he would return to the ancient city to showcase his mountain-splitting prowess. To be honest, he had long harbored discontent towards the desolate mountain behind the ancient city. Within the small tower, a mysterious voice suddenly remarked, "This child. Have we perhaps gone too far?" The small tower sighed softly, pondering about his father. The mysterious voice fell into silence. Indeed, they could not afford to cultivate another mountain king.
Moments later.
Yiguan picked up the sword from the ground and approached the illusory figure, extending the weapon towards it. "Let us begin anew." The illusory figure remained silent. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yiguan placed the sword into the figure's hand, then sheathed his own traveling sword, conjuring a new blade from his profound energy. At that instant, the illusory figure suddenly swung the sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Yiguan narrowed his eyes and charged forward, launching a thrust to meet the sword energy head-on. Bang! The sword energy did not shatter, yet Yiguan was forced to retreat repeatedly. In that moment, the illusory figure surged forward with great speed, a flash of cold light suddenly descending upon Yiguan. A glint of determination flashed in Yiguan's eyes. This time, he refrained from striking, opting instead to evade once more. Like before, he began to dodge with fervor. He understood that should he make a move, he would stand no chance against his opponent, who could unleash a formidable sword aura, moving at a speed several times his own. In such circumstances, he had no opportunity to strike. Thus, he could only evade, accustomed himself to his adversary's velocity while attempting to discern their patterns. Indeed, his plight was dire, extremely dire. In the initial phases, he was unable to completely evade the swiftness of the shadowy swordsman's strikes. Before long, Yiguan found himself drenched in blood. At that moment, he suddenly produced the Xingdao sword. "Wait!" The swordsman immediately halted, for his sword had surrendered. Yiguan stammered, "Allow me a moment to heal. Once I am restored, we shall continue our duel." With that, he confiscated the shadowy sword. The Shadow. Chapter 18. Who can endure this? Healing. He observed the multitude of sword wounds adorning his body, feeling utterly numb. It was truly dreadful. The speed of the spectral swordsman was simply outrageous. The opponent was undoubtedly at least a legendary Soul Realm master. The Soul Realm is a level beyond the ethereal realm, where the soul and body are in perfect harmony, enabling the wielder to perform various minor divine abilities. Such formidable beings can effortlessly shake a small city with a mere wave of their hand. Although this swordsman did not employ any divine abilities, the sword energy he emanated was terrifying. Were it directed at a city wall, it would undoubtedly obliterate it with ease. Furthermore, the opponent's speed was remarkably fearsome. Had he not acclimatized to the swordsman's velocity earlier, he would have been instantaneously vanquished, with not even a chance to retaliate. Yi took a deep breath, adjusting the spectral sword closer to himself before focusing intently on his healing. The specter remained silent. After a full hour of healing, Ye's wounds had mostly mended. Once his injuries were sufficiently healed, he stood up, retrieved the sword from the ground, and returned it to the specter. "Let us continue." The specter uttered no further words and lunged forward, thrusting a sword towards Ye's brow with astonishing speed, arriving in the blink of an eye. Once again, he refrained from countering, opting instead to evade. Before long, he found himself battered once more, prompting him to seize the specter's sword again and commence healing anew. Thus, after approximately 10 days of enduring numerous injuries, Yiguan gradually acclimated to the speed of the illusory figure. Not only that, he began to discern the patterns of its techniques. Furthermore, Yiguan was learning from the specter, studying its moves and adapting to its responses. 5 days passed. In the void, the specter unleashed a flurry of strikes like a tempest, while Yiguan deftly evaded each attack, narrowly escaping the specter's sword every time. After about half an hour of this relentless exchange, Yiguan had not been struck even once. Suddenly, when the specter thrust its sword into empty space, a sword of qi materialized in Yiguan's hand. Just as the specter prepared to retract its weapon, the qi sword pierced its throat directly. With a hiss, the specter began to dissipate. However, this time, the sword did not vanish. Instead, it fell to the ground. Yiguan picked it up and examined it, determining that it was at least an earth-tier sword, a rather impressive blade. He sheathed the sword and did not rush to the 9th level. Instead, he sat down in meditation. At this moment, if he were to encounter Sun Xiong, he would not need to exchange wounds for victory. He could easily dominate the opponent. Of course, he did not indulge in arrogance, for he recognized that his triumph over the specter stemmed from the fact that it was not a real person. Had it been a true adversary, he would not have been afforded such repeated opportunities to start afresh. Although this was a place of cultivation, he understood that he had seized a fortunate chance. In genuine combat, such opportunities for cunning would not present themselves. Yiguan took a deep breath and turned his gaze toward the teleportation array on the 9th level. This time, his expression was exceedingly grave. How formidable would the 9th level be? Undoubtedly, it would be immensely powerful, perhaps even housing top-tier beings beyond the realm of divine spirits. Such beings. Yiguan suddenly shook his head and smiled. How could he be content without venturing inside to take a look? With that thought, he stepped directly into the teleportation array. As a dazzling white light enveloped him, Yiguan found himself in a void. He looked ahead and noticed a luminous gate, with a young man seated nearby. The young man appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, donned in a robe of azure, and beside him lay a long spear. Upon seeing Yiguan, the young man exhibited a hint of surprise. He had been on the 9th level for an extended period, and during that time, no one had managed to ascend to this level. Yiguan promptly clasped his fists in greeting and said with a smile, "I am Yiguan. May I ask your name, good sir?" The young man appraised Yiguan before replying, "I am Xiaogu." Yiguan approached Xiaogu, glanced around, and expressed his astonishment. "Xiaogu, why is there no phantom present on this 9th level?" Xiaogu gestured toward the luminous gate, saying, "If you knock on it, that fellow will appear." Yiguan blinked, intrigued. "Isn't that impressive?" Xiaogu replied earnestly, "Not at all. I have won countless times." Yiguan observed Xiaogu in silence, thinking to himself, "I can hardly believe you." Xiaogu, with a playful glint in his eye, asked, "Wouldn't you like to give it a try, ye brother?" Yiguan smiled slightly, "Very well." With that, he approached the luminous gate. A faint, somewhat malicious smile played upon Xiao Ji's lips. Yiguan knocked lightly, causing Xiao Ji's smile to widen momentarily. However, in the next instant, his expression froze as Yiguan turned and fled. He sprinted with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ji's countenance shifted dramatically. He was about to give chase when, suddenly, a radiant portal burst open, and a colossal axe was hurled forth with tremendous force. The speed was utterly astonishing, akin to a flash of lightning. The target of this immense axe was none other than Xiaogu. As the axe hurtled towards him, Xiao Ji's pupils constricted in alarm. There was no time to flee. The velocity was such that he could only brace himself for impact. Without hesitation, he seized his spear and thrust it forward with great fervor, unleashing a brilliant surge of spear light that erupted from the tip. Bang! The spear light shattered instantly, and Xiaogu was violently propelled backward, landing dozens of yards away. As he came to a stop, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The massive axe, however, did not pursue him further. Instead, it returned to the portal from whence it came. At that moment, Yiguan approached, concern etched upon his face. "Xiao, are you all right?" he inquired. Xiaogu regarded Yiguan in silence, his expression inscrutable. Yiguan then glanced at the radiant portal, his voice tinged with awe. "That axe was utterly outrageous. Frankly, I am still shaken. Had that blow been directed at me, even if I survived, I would have sustained grave injuries. It was overwhelmingly powerful." Xiaogu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a glance at Yiguan, feeling no anger. Initially, it was he who sought to outmaneuver the other. Now he found himself outdone. One could only admit defeat gracefully. A man must possess the fortitude to both win and lose with dignity. A man unable to bear defeat loses his worth. Yiguan inquired again, "Brother Xiao, who is within that luminous gate?" Xiaogu shook his head. "I do not know." Yiguan furrowed his brow. "You have not encountered the person inside?" Xiaogu slightly shook his head. "I couldn't even withstand a single blow. How could I possibly see the real person?" As he spoke, he gazed at the radiant gate, a remnant left by the powerful beings of the Central Academy, undoubtedly extraordinary. Unfortunately, Since the establishment of the Southern State Academy, no one has managed to breach this gate. Throughout the ages, remarkable talents have invariably met their end here. Suddenly, Yi Guan suggested, "Shall we join forces?" Xiao Gu looked at Yi Guan in astonishment. "Join forces?" Yi Guan nodded. "That axe is formidable. Neither of us stands a chance alone, but together, we might have a fighting chance." Xiao Gu scrutinized Yi Guan for a moment, then asked, "Are you certain?" Yi Guan affirmed, "But let it be clear, no betraying teammates." Xiao Gu replied solemnly, "If you do not betray me, I shall not betray you." Yi Guan proposed, "You take the lead, and I shall attempt to shatter that axe from the side." Xiao Gu responded, "Could you bear the burden? I could launch a surprise attack." Yi Guan remarked, "Just now, I observed your gun. Its momentum is magnificent, expansive, and powerful, and it has even cultivated a gun's radiance. While your strength may not quite match that of this colossal axe, it is certainly not far behind." Xiao Gu looked at Yi Guan. "Do not flatter me. I do not wish to bear the weight." As he spoke, he extended his right arm. "Look, my hand is already cracked. I am bleeding." Yi Guan suddenly spread his palm, and a sword of energy materialized in his grasp. With a swift flick of his wrist, the blade gleamed with astonishing speed. Xiao Ji's eyes sparkled with realization. "Brother Yi, you are a sword cultivator." Yi Guan nodded. "Indeed, a sword cultivator. Your strength is formidable, suitable for direct confrontation, while I, as a sword cultivator, possess great speed, making me apt for ambush." Xiao Gu fell silent. Yi Guan turned to him. "Do you not wish to discover what lies within?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Gu resolved, "I will take the risk." Yi Guan encouraged, "Then go and knock on the door." Xiao Gu replied in a low voice, "I must first tend to my wounds." He produced a thumb-sized elixir and swallowed it. Remarkably, the injury on his arm began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this, Yi Guan's eyes lit up. "Brother Xiao, do you have any of those elixirs to spare?" Xiao Gu hesitated briefly before responding, "Not too many." Yi Guan blinked. "Could you lend me two? We may need to fight fiercely soon, and with those elixirs our chances of success would be greater." After a prolonged moment of indecision, Xiao Gu relented. "Very well." He opened his palm, and two elixirs floated before Yi Guan. Yi Guan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." Xiao Gu took a deep breath and instructed, "Brother Yi, I will knock on the door. Be prepared." Yi Guan nodded in agreement. Approaching the luminous door, Xiao Gu knocked softly, and then swiftly retreated several paces. Suddenly, the door swung wide open, and a massive axe hurtled forth. Xiao Ji's expression abruptly shifted, yet he did not falter. He stepped forward, thrusting his gun fiercely ahead, piercing through the cosmic river. As the sound echoed, countless manifestations of gun intent surged forth from the tip of his weapon. Witnessing this spectacle, Yi Guan was taken aback. This individual was indeed a genuine spirit realm practitioner. A prodigy of such youth in the spirit realm was truly remarkable. Without further contemplation, he charged forward. Bang! Xiao Ji's strike directly met the colossal axe. A fierce confrontation ensued. Boom! With a resounding crash, a multitude of gun flashes and shadows shattered, sending Xiao Gu reeling backward. Almost simultaneously, Yi Guan darted behind the immense axe and swiftly brought his sword down with force. Bang! As the blade descended, the gigantic axe was instantly driven to the ground, as if something had been severed by Yi Guan's strike. However, the axe soon began to tremble slightly. Observing this, Yi Guan quickly urged, "Hurry!" Xiao Gu dashed to Yi Guan's side, who then exclaimed, "The individuals inside are manipulating objects from afar. We must move it further away." With that, the two swiftly grasped the colossal axe and sprinted away, moving as swiftly as hares, and in the blink of an eye, they had covered several hundred feet. At that moment, the axe fell silent in their grasp. Relieved, they exchanged glances, and Yi Guan suddenly declared, "No, we must throw it into the teleportation array." Thus, they hurled the axe into the teleportation array leading to the 8th level. The instant the axe entered the array, it activated, and the axe vanished from sight. The two individuals sighed in relief this time. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed from within the radiant portal. Upon witnessing this scene, their expressions instantly turned grave. At that moment, a towering giant emerged, wielding a colossal axe in his hand. The sight rendered the two speechless. Yi Guan swallowed hard and said, "Shao, you strike again. I will launch a surprise attack." Shao Gu trembled as he replied, "Yi, who can withstand such a being?" Chapter 19. Old Friends. Upon witnessing the colossal figure wielding a massive axe, both individuals found themselves in a state of utter dismay. What the hell? An axe too? Yi Guan and Shao Gu exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, they dashed towards the teleportation array. A hasty retreat. Just then, a sudden gust of wind echoed through the arena. Instantly, as they reached the teleportation array, a gigantic axe descended upon it. Boom! The teleportation array erupted into a shower of debris. Their expressions froze. "This is disastrous." Yi Guan turned towards the giant and declared, "Brother Shao, we are left with no other options." Shao Gu remained silent. With their escape route obliterated, it was clear there was no alternative. They could only fight with all their might. Shao Gu glanced at Yi Xian, instructing, "I'll distract him. You seize the opportunity." With that, he lunged forward, his spear soaring through the air with a fierce throw aimed at the giant. Whoosh! The spear cleaved through the atmosphere, exuding terror. At that moment, the giant's right hand opened wide, and from a distance, the axe soared back into his grasp, followed by a swift and powerful downward strike. Bang! The axe struck, sending Shao Ji's spear flying. In that instant, Shao Gu leaped into the air, catching the flung spear, then spun around and charged at the giant once more. A brilliant light radiated from the spear's tip. The giant, expressionless, raised his hand and swung down the axe. Bang! In an instant, Shao Gu, along with his spear, was sent flying several dozen yards away. Almost simultaneously, Yi Guan materialized behind the giant like a specter, thrusting his sword towards the nape of its neck. Thwack! The sword penetrated a few inches before becoming lodged. Alarmed, Yi Guan swiftly released the energy sword and rolled backward. In that very instant, a colossal axe swept across the space he had just occupied, the surrounding air shattering in its wake. Yi Guan retreated several feet, conjuring another energy sword in his palm. As the giant turned its attention to Yi Guan, preparing to strike, a piercing sound erupted from behind. The giant whirled around, only to be met by a spear hurtling towards it. At almost the same moment, Yi Guan rolled forward. The giant raised its hand, swinging its axe. Bang! Shao Gu was once again sent flying, soaring over 40 yards before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon impact, blood trickled from his mouth. Just then, from a distance, Yi Guan suddenly stabbed the giant in the groin. Despicable? In a life-or-death struggle, striking a man there is fair game. The sword pierced a few inches, only to become lodged once more. Yi Guan was stunned. What the hell? Can get stuck here too? A terrifying force descended from above, and Yi Guan quickly released the sword, rolling backwards several times to evade the giant's lethal axe. Simultaneously, he guided an energy sword with his fingers, sending it flying towards the giant's throat. Thwack! The ethereal sword etched a superficial laceration across the giant's throat. However, in the ensuing moment, the giant retaliated with a direct strike, instantly shattering the sword. Observing this, Yi Guan's countenance darkened perceptibly as he fixed his gaze intensely upon the giant's throat, seemingly engrossed in contemplation. Presently, the giant commenced its advance toward Yi Guan, each footfall causing the ground to tremble ominously. Abruptly, Yi Guan exclaimed, "Brother Shao Gu, I implore you to impede him for half an hour." Half an hour. Shao Ji's eyes widened in disbelief before he promptly prostrated himself upon the ground, declaring, "I surrender." Yi Guan swiftly countered, "Then a mere quarter of an hour. Within that span, I shall assuredly vanquish him. A quarter of an hour."
Ye hesitated.
Perceiving the giant's imminent assault, Yi Guan urgently entreated, "Just a quarter of an hour. I am certain I can slay him." Shao Gu, steeling himself, propelled forward, directly charging toward the colossal giant. His velocity was remarkable, the glint of cold steel preceding his arrival. The giant abruptly pivoted, unleashing a forceful axe strike toward Shao Gu. Bang! Shao Gu was once more violently repelled. Simultaneously, under Yi Guan's direction, a multitude of ethereal swords assailed the giant, each aimed precisely at its throat. Bang, 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 bang. Throughout the arena, a series of explosive reverberations echoed incessantly. The fissures upon the giant's throat progressively widened. At that juncture, the giant, brandishing its immense axe, executed a sweeping arc boom. Dozens of ethereal swords instantly shattered. Concurrent with this, Yi Guan materialized before the giant with spectral swiftness, delivering a decisive sword strike upon its throat. Crack! The chasm in the giant's gullet widened further. Yi Guan cleaved downward with his sword, refraining from avarice, immediately relinquishing his chi sword, then executed a backward somersault, retreating several paces upon landing, distancing himself from the giant, and almost simultaneously, he pointed his fingers towards the giant. Thwack! Another chi sword struck the giant's throat. Crack! The giant's throat fissured even more. At this juncture, the giant seemed to realize that Yi Guan was the gravest threat, and forthwith, wielding his giant axe, he charged towards Yi Guan. Upon witnessing this, Yi Guan's countenance underwent a drastic transformation, and he hastily exclaimed, "Brother Shao, quickly intercept him." Having spoken, he opportunely rolled to the side, evading the fatal axe. In the distance, Shao Gu, his body drenched in blood, suddenly roared and once more lunged towards the giant. The giant abruptly wheeled around, then brought his axe crashing down. As the axe descended, a sonic boom resounded instantaneously. Boom! Accompanied by the shattering of a multitude of spear lights, Shao Gu was violently propelled over 50 yards away, eventually crashing heavily onto the ground, his body convulsing, with a torrent of blood gushing from his mouth. At that moment, several more chi swords successively struck the giant's throat. Bang, bang, bang. As a series of explosions reverberated, a gaping aperture manifested in the giant's throat, and concurrently, he staggered backwards several feet. Upon beholding this, Yi Guan was elated beyond measure, and he hastily proclaimed, "Brother Shao, detain him swiftly. I am on the verge of vanquishing him." From the ground in the distance, Shao Gu tremulously voiced, "I am a spear cultivator, not a body cultivator." At that moment, the colossal giant was filled with fury, charging directly towards Yi Guan. Witnessing this scene, Yi Guan's expression abruptly changed, and he hastily began to flee. Fortunately, his ability to escape had been honed during his time below. Consequently, despite the giant's successive axe swings, none managed to inflict injury upon him. He dared not confront the beast head-on, for his strength paled in comparison to that of the giant. Engaging in direct combat would surely lead to his demise or incapacitation. Thus, while he evaded, Yi Guan called out, "Brother Shao, quickly, endure just a little longer. Hold on." In the distance, Shao Gu, bloodied and prone on the ground, glanced up at the towering giant. Upon noticing the giant's throat was on the verge of splitting open, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Summoning every ounce of strength, he leaped toward the giant. At that moment, the giant abruptly turned, swinging its axe down once more. With a thunderous impact, as a burst of energy shattered before him, Shao Gu was sent flying nearly 100 yards. Upon hitting the ground, his body convulsed violently. Lying there, he trembled, murmuring, "I can't go on. I'm at my limit." Meanwhile, at the instant Shao Gu was flung away, Yi Guan seized the opportunity to surge forward, thrusting his energy sword deep into the giant's throat. With a swift thrust, the sword penetrated completely, and a fierce glint flashed in Yi Guan's eyes as he twisted the blade violently. In an instant, the giant's head was severed and sent flying. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Guan let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the colossal figure suddenly swung a massive axe with great force, sending it flying from his grasp, accompanied by terrifying bolts of lightning. Yi Guan's expression shifted dramatically. It was too late to escape. With a resounding crash, he was hurled away, fortuitously landing upon the nearly incapacitated Shao Gu, sending them both skidding across the ground for several dozen yards. Shao Gu! Yi Guan coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, but he could not linger on his injuries. He quickly glanced at the distant giant, who was slowly toppling over, gradually fading from sight. At this sight, Yi Guan finally felt a sense of relief and lay down beside Shao Gu. Turning to Shao Gu, he inquired, "Brother Shao, are you all right?" Shao Gu replied tremulously, "I'm fine, just nearly met my end." Yi Guan grinned broadly, "We have triumphed." Shao Gu nodded slightly, "If we hadn't won, We would have to wait until our next lives to meet. Iguan laughed heartily. The thrill of battle was indeed exhilarating. Just then, the distant light gate began to tremble slightly. Sensing this, both men's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly turned their attention to the gate. Suddenly, a woman emerged from within. Furrowing their brows, they observed her. She was not of corporeal form, but rather an ethereal apparition, clad in a flowing emerald gown, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and a sword scabbard slung across her back. A swordswoman? As she approached, she scrutinized the two of them and then smiled. Did you two manage to defeat it together? With a keen gaze, the woman appraised Iguan and Xiao Gu before smiling and saying, Both of you are remarkable. In the realm beneath the central land of Shenzhou, you are the second to break through the 9th level. Iguan and Xiao Gu were momentarily taken aback. The second? Xiao Gu immediately sprang to his feet and inquired, Who is the first? The woman chuckled. A young girl from the central land of Shenzhou named Ji Xian. Let me tell you, she accomplished it all on her own. And at that time, she was precisely your age, 17. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yi Guan and Xiao Gu darkened instantly, as the joy of their recent breakthrough evaporated without a trace. Suddenly, the woman laughed. Don't be discouraged. You are both exceptionally talented. Now, it is time to reward you. As she spoke, her palm opened, revealing a box that appeared before the two. Iguan blinked. 1? The woman nodded. Indeed. 1. Iguan responded. But there are 2 of us. Could you not provide an additional one? The woman playfully winked. Not possible. Iguan was left speechless as he opened the box to find a scroll inside. Curiously, he asked, What is this? The woman beamed. A method of cultivation at the immortal tier, above the heavenly tier. At her words, the expressions of Yi Guan and Xiao Gu changed dramatically. This was a treasure that even the Guanxian Academy did not possess. They exchanged glances and finally Yi Guan suggested, Let us read it together. Xiao Gu nodded in agreement. Yi Guan continued, After we read it, it will belong to me. Xiao Gu shook his head, indicating that was not acceptable. Yi Guan gazed at the woman before him, hesitating momentarily, before asking, Could you provide another book? Just as the woman was about to respond, her expression suddenly shifted, as if she had discovered something profound. She seized Yi Guan's hand with her right hand. Yi Guan was taken aback. The woman fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes brimming with disbelief, almost frenzied. At this point, she ceased her words. Yi Guan's face reflected confusion. After a brief pause, the woman regarded Yi Guan with a penetrating look, her expression gradually softening. She released his hand and smiled, saying, Certainly. As she spoke, she produced a box and handed it to Yi Guan. At her words, both Yi Guan and Xiao Gu were filled with elation. The woman observed Yi Guan, her eyes revealing not only tenderness but also a hint of complexity. After a moment, she softly remarked, My projection is about to fade. I look forward to your visit to the main academy. Yi Guan inquired, Are you a senior from the main academy? The woman replied with a smile, Indeed, I am from the Guangguan Academy within the Guangguan universe. The main academy is quite an intriguing place. Do remember to come. With that, she gradually became ethereal, and in no time she vanished completely. At that moment, within the small tower, a voice suddenly resonated. Yi Yu, I never anticipated encountering her in this manner at such a place. The mysterious voice inquired, Is that the one? The small tower softly responded, When I first met her years ago, she was merely a young girl. I never imagined she would grow to be so capable on her own. Gratitude. To the Bandit Brother and the Peak of Ritual. Thank you for your generous rewards. A heartfelt thanks to both esteemed individuals. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my friends, including Renjian Yafanfu, XLLJ, The Chubby One, Book Friend 597-16438, JC Jiaozhu, and Feng Xiao, for their generous contributions. I also thank the numerous readers for their support through rewards and monthly votes. Your kindness is deeply appreciated. For those who enjoy reading, you may acquire a fan badge by donating 100 Zongheng coins. If you have not yet added this book to your collection, I invite you to do so. Lastly, I humbly request your monthly votes, your cherished collections, and your generous donations. Thank you all. Chapter 20. Unparalleled Elegance. In the arena, Both Yiguan and Xiaogu were brimming with excitement. The method of cultivating at the celestial level was indeed extraordinary. It was likely non-existent even throughout the entirety of Southern Province. The two men cast aside their previous discontent, their faces radiating with brilliant smiles. At that moment, the distant teleportation array began to tremble. Upon witnessing this, Yiguan glanced back, aware that the Guanyuan Academy was undoubtedly repairing the teleportation array. After a moment of contemplation, Yiguan said, "Brother Xiaogu, you should leave first and claim that you accomplished this feat alone." Hearing this, Xiaogu looked puzzled, questioning the rationale behind it. Yiguan chuckled, "I have enemies within the academy, thus I prefer to maintain a low profile." Xiaogu blinked, realizing Yiguan intended to play the part of the innocent while secretly outsmarting others. Yiguan laughed heartily. Indeed, after pondering for a moment, Xiaogu replied, "To be honest, I am somewhat reluctant to engage in such deception, as it feels rather shameful." Yiguan earnestly insisted, "Consider it a favor for me. A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures can lead to envy." He wished to remain inconspicuous after all. He did not desire to be the subject of others' constant scrutiny. Accumulating wealth quietly was the true path. Reputation, he held little regard for it. After a brief silence, Xiaogu acquiesced. "All right." Yiguan beamed. "Thank you." Xiaogu cast a glance at Yiguan and then inquired, "Have you just joined the academy?" Yiguan nodded, "Yes. I joined not long ago." Xiaogu chuckled and said, "In the future, if you have the opportunity to come to Tianjinfeng, I reside there. Your flying sword is quite formidable. Do visit me when you have the time, and we can engage in mutual sparring." Yiguan responded with a smile. "Excellent." At that moment, the teleportation array suddenly trembled. Yiguan remarked, "Brother Xiao, until we meet again." With that, he picked up his box and sought a hidden spot. Xiaogu smiled, then turned to walk toward the teleportation array. Just then, an elder abruptly materialized within the array. With the elder's appearance, the three esteemed mentors also emerged, along with Lu Qin. The elder at the forefront was none other than the head of Guanyuan Academy, Zhu Fu. Upon seeing the arrivals, Xiaogu hurried over and respectfully greeted, "Teacher." Zhu Fu gently patted Xiaogu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Well done." The expressions of the other three mentors were equally complex. Someone truly had surpassed the 9th level. Zhu Fu suddenly declared, "Let us depart." With that, everyone stepped into the teleportation array, but just before leaving, Zhu Fu cast a glance in a particular direction. Once the group had departed, Yiguan stealthily emerged and entered the teleportation array, quietly leaving the trial tower. The news of Xiaogu breaking through the 9th level swiftly spread throughout Guanyuan Academy. Furthermore, the academy did not conceal Xiaogu, and soon his fame resonated widely. Within a certain trial tower on the 7th level, Xiaogu arrived, where Nanxian was fervently cultivating. With a month's pact at stake, he naturally dared not be negligent. Xiaogu suddenly exclaimed, "Someone has broken through the 9th level." Upon hearing this, Nanxian was taken aback, his expression turning exceedingly grim. "Is it that Yiguan?" Xiaogu chuckled. "Fear not. It is not him. It is Xiaogu." "Xiaogu?" Nanxian furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the name. Xiaogu nodded slightly. "It is not surprising that you have not heard of him. He is a prodigy personally nurtured by the head of the academy, known only to a select few of us." Nanxian spoke in a low voice. "So, he is the top student?" Xiaogu affirmed. "Indeed, he is all but assured of the position. Furthermore, he may well be the next head of the academy." Nanxian fell into silence. Xiaogu continued with a smile, "You must prioritize two matters at present. First, by the end of this month, you must pass the trials of this level. Should you succeed, you would possess at least an 80% chance of eliminating that Yiguan. Secondly, you should cultivate a friendship with Xiaogu. If you can become friends with him, it would greatly benefit you as his family background is rather unique, reportedly connected to the upper realms." "Upper realms?" Nanxian's brow knitted in concern. "Isn't that outside of our southern state?" Xiaogu nodded. "Indeed, it is not from southern state. As for the exact nature of their identity, I am uncertain. In any case, it would be advantageous for you to establish a good rapport with him. If you can instigate a conflict between him and Yiguan, that would be even better." This way, you could not only suppress Yi Guan but also his mentor. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Xian remarked, I have heard that Yi Guan has a sister at the academy. Xiao Gu immediately shook his head. No, that won't do. As far as I know, Yi Nan is being closely monitored by Fei Banqing. Do not entertain any misguided notions. Nan Xian nodded slightly, stating that within 5 days, he would be able to traverse this place, at which point he would establish a good rapport with Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu nodded in agreement, encouraging him to focus on his cultivation before turning to leave. In the arena, a glint of cold light flickered in Nan Xian's eyes. Yi Guan returned to his grand hall and opened the scroll of celestial-level cultivation techniques. The moment he did, a beam of white light suddenly shot forth from the book and entered his brow. Soon, a stream of information flooded into Yi Guan's mind. The Xuanqin method, celestial-level technique. Yi Guan promptly seated himself and began to absorb spiritual energy. Instantly, the entire spiritual essence of the Half-Qing mountain surged towards him. Feeling this overwhelming influx, Yi Guan was taken aback and quickly halted his efforts. The spiritual energy immediately returned to normal, dispersing into the surroundings. Astonished, Yi Guan thought to himself how terrifying this was. He realized that this celestial-level technique was at least 10 times more powerful than the terrestrial-level technique. It was utterly extraordinary. As if struck by an idea, Yi Guan hastily got up and made his way to Nailan Jia's grand hall. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open, revealing Nailan Jia. Today, she donned a light blue gown, her long hair cascading casually down her back, her skin as pale as jade, and her eyes sparkling like stars, exuding unparalleled grace. Upon seeing Yi Guan, Nailan Jia offered a slight smile and inquired if he had something to discuss. Yi Guan nodded, preparing to speak, when he suddenly assessed Nailan Jia and exclaimed, Have you already reached the spirit realm? Nailan Jia nodded in affirmation. Indeed, at this revelation, Yi Guan was left in a state of shock. It is noteworthy that when Nailan Jia departed from the ancient city, she had only just entered the realm of true law, and now she has ascended to the realm of divine soul, traversing 3 realms in such a short span. Nailan Jia suddenly remarked, My physique is quite unique. My master has assured me that I will encounter no obstacles in my early cultivation. Upon hearing this, Yi Guan shook his head with a smile. Incredible! Nailan Jia offered a faint smile without uttering another word. Yi Guan hastily produced a celestial-level technique and handed it to Nailan Jia, saying, Once you have finished, please return it to me. Nailan Jia opened the book and was momentarily taken aback. Celestial-level technique? Yi Guan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. She glanced at Yi Guan. How did you come by such a high-level technique? Yi Guan hesitated slightly, and Nailan Jia pressed, You promised me you would not conceal anything. Yi Guan nodded subtly and proceeded to recount the events that transpired in the trial tower. After listening, Nailan Jia fell silent for a moment before softly stating, I had originally thought I could easily secure a victory over you, but it seems that in a real confrontation, I still lack the upper hand. Yi Guan smiled but remained silent. Nailan Jia directed her gaze towards the technique in her hands. She did not refuse it and began to study it intently. After a while, she committed all its contents to memory and returned the technique to Yi Guan. He put the technique away, and Nailan Jia suddenly inquired, You and that Nan Xian will be heading to the life and death platform in half a month? Yi Guan nodded, yes. Nailan Jia looked at him and declared, I shall come to cheer for you. Yi Guan replied with a smile, That would be wonderful. Nailan Jia smiled faintly. Now, I must begin my cultivation. Yi Guan nodded. All right. As he spoke, he turned to leave. At that moment, Nailan Jia suddenly called out, Wait! Yi Guan turned to face Nailan Jia, who unexpectedly produced a purple sachet and handed it to him. This is for you. Yi Guan accepted the sachet and inquired, Did you make this by hand? Nailan Jia nodded, smiling as she replied, It contains special spices. Wearing it can calm the mind and focus the spirit. Yi Guan smiled faintly. Thank you. Nailan Jia responded, You're welcome. Yi Guan hung the sachet at his waist, but Nailan Jia shook her head, saying, You've placed it incorrectly. With that, she took the sachet back, approached Yi Guan and gently tied it for him. The two stood quite close, allowing Yi Guan to distinctly perceive the delicate fragrance emanating from Nailan Jia. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him, Yi Guan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Once she secured the sachet, Nalan Jia retreated into the hall and declared, "I shall practice." With that, she turned and left. Yiguan cast a glance at the sachet on his waist, grinned broadly, and then departed. Just as he left, Nalan Jia reappeared at the doorway, watching Yiguan's distant silhouette with a smile gracing her face. After exiting Nalan Jia's grand hall, Yiguan made his way to the hall of Fei Banqing. Just as he was about to knock, Fei Banqing's voice resonated from within. "Come in!" Yiguan gently pushed the door open and entered. Approaching Fei Banqing, he offered a slight bow. "Mentor." Fei Banqing regarded Yiguan and said, "Sit." Yiguan took a seat before Fei Banqing. With equanimity, Fei Banqing inquired, "Is there something you require?" Yiguan affirmed and produced the Celestial Grade Cultivation Manual, placing it before Fei Banqing. Fei Banqing glanced at it, then regarded Yiguan without uttering a word. Yiguan hesitated momentarily, then stated, "The 9th level. Xiao and I jointly surmounted it." Upon witnessing Yiguan's candidness, a smile graced Fei Banqing's countenance. "This Celestial Grade Cultivation Manual, is it your reward?" Yiguan nodded. "Indeed. One for each of us." Fei Banqing regarded Yiguan and queried, "You offer it to me?" Yiguan affirmed. "Indeed." Fei Banqing smiled. "You proffer it to me because I procured the Heaven Grade Cultivation Manual for you initially. Therefore, you seek to reciprocate?" Yiguan remained silent. Fei Banqing calmly stated, "I comprehend. You harbor no desire to be indebted to me. In that case, relinquish the cultivation manual and we are even." Yiguan hesitated momentarily, then stated, "The instructor heirs." Fei Banqing regarded Yiguan, who earnestly stated, "My offering of this cultivation manual is indeed an act of gratitude, yet not merely to settle a debt. I simply perceive that this cultivation manual may also benefit the instructor. Nothing more." Fei Banqing regarded Yiguan, remaining silent. Yiguan stated, "Truly." After a moment of contemplation, Fei Banqing stated, "I comprehend." Yiguan arose, offering a slight bow. "Instructor, I shall retreat to cultivate." Having spoken, he departed. Subsequent to Yiguan's departure, Fei Banqing regarded the Celestial Grade Cultivation Manual before her, a smile then gracing her countenance. Chapter 21. Do I appear foolish? Upon returning to his grand hall, Yiguan immediately commenced his training, striving to penetrate the realm of Tongyu. During his previous battle with the colossal giant, he had discerned a critical flaw within himself, an insufficient reservoir of profound energy. This deficiency was particularly pronounced in his mastery of the Sword of Qi, which was woefully inadequate. The myriad methods of the Wanfa realm no longer sufficed to sustain his swordplay. He was determined to elevate his cultivation level. With the acquisition of celestial grade techniques, achieving the Tongyu realm became an exceedingly attainable goal. In less than 2 days, Yiguan ascended directly from the Wanfa realm to the Tongyu realm. Upon reaching this new plane, his overall prowess experienced a remarkable qualitative leap, especially concerning his qi manipulation for swordplay. Furthermore, the speed of his flying sword had doubled compared to before. He refrained from hastily advancing to the Shinpa realm, fully aware of the adage that haste makes waste. It is often unwise for a man to rush, particularly in certain matters. First, he aimed to solidify his current realm. Thus, Yiguan diligently ventured to the 9th level of the trial tower each day. The giant remained ever present, not vanishing after the initial challenge was overcome. Of course, an individual could only conquer the challenge once. Subsequent victories over the giant yielded no rewards. Yiguan's purpose for this visit was to engage the giant in a one-on-one duel, honing his practical combat skills. In the arena, the giant wielded a massive axe, launching a series of ferocious strikes toward Yiguan. Although Yiguan's realm had ascended, he still found himself unable to confront the giant head-on, forced instead to evade with considerable difficulty. However, he had no intention of engaging the giant in a direct confrontation. In confronting this colossal being, one must capitalize on strengths while evading weaknesses. The giant possesses remarkable agility, thus it is imperative to leverage this advantage. Much like in the 8th tier, he begins to evade with fervor, gradually discerning the giant's patterns, ultimately identifying its vulnerabilities. He understands that the finest defense is indeed a robust offense. However, in terms of power, he currently pales in comparison to this behemoth, necessitating a more cautious approach. Initially, Yiguan finds himself in a precarious position, narrowly dodging the giant's assaults on several occasions. Yet, as time progresses, he becomes increasingly attuned to the giant's rhythm, simultaneously mastering the art of counterattack. The optimal moment to strike is precisely as the giant's massive axe descends. Nonetheless, the giant's defensive capabilities are extraordinarily formidable. Even with the enhanced potency of his flying sword, Yiguan struggles to inflict any significant damage, resorting instead to a gradual wear-down. As moments slip by, Yiguan relentlessly chips away at the giant, akin to previous encounters, until a gash begins to form in its throat. He remains prudent, seizing each opportunity to deliver a single, precise strike before retreating. Thus, an entire day transpires. The gash in the giant's throat enlarges with each calculated strike. At this juncture, Yiguan is intensely focused, acutely aware that the giant may afford countless mistakes, yet he cannot afford even a single misstep. One error could lead to grievous harm or even death. Another day passes. As the giant's axe misses its mark, Yiguan seizes the moment, delivering a decisive blow to the giant's throat. With a swift slice, the giant's head is sent flying. As Yiguan continued to retreat, it came as no surprise that the moment the giant's head flew off, he abruptly swung his colossal axe, sweeping it around him. The axe unleashed a terrifying surge of lightning, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds that resonated through the air. When the formidable force of the axe finally dissipated and fell to the ground, Yiguan let out a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground in utter exhaustion. 2 days of intense combat had nearly pushed him to his breaking point. However, every moment had been worthwhile. This practical engagement had significantly enhanced his combat prowess. In truth, he did not place great importance on levels. They were merely a measure. What he truly valued was his combat ability. Often, two individuals of the same level could possess vastly different capabilities in actual combat. Notably, he had refrained from using the Xingdao sword. Had he chosen to wield it, he was confident that he could have dispatched the giant in a single exchange. The giant's defenses could withstand his Qi sword, but they would undoubtedly falter against his Xingdao sword. Nevertheless, he opted not to employ it, preferring not to overly rely on external aids. He decided to reserve the Xingdao sword for a critical moment. After resting on the ground for a considerable time, Yiguan was about to depart when a man suddenly appeared on the scene. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yiguan was momentarily taken aback. The visitor was none other than Xiao Gu. Staring at Yiguan, Xiao Gu was equally astonished. He glanced at the enormous axe lying not far away and inquired, "Brother Yi, did you just take down that behemoth?" Yiguan nodded affirmatively. Xiao Gu immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Yiguan chuckled, "Are you here to challenge the giant as well?" Xiao Gu nodded. "Indeed, the previous battle has granted me numerous insights. Hence, I wish to face it in single combat once more." Yiguan smiled knowingly. He understood that often, the only way to conquer fear is to confront it directly. After the two of them triumphed over the giant, their trepidation towards it vanished. Yiguan remarked, "Brother Xiao, it is your turn now. I must take my leave." Xiao Gu nodded, "Very well." Yiguan then turned and departed. Soon, resounding booms echoed from the 9th level. After exiting the trial tower, Yiguan arrived at the library of the Guanxian Academy, a sanctuary filled with a plethora of books. Reading. Even in the Yi residence, apart from cultivation, his greatest passion lay in immersing himself in literature. Reading enhances one's intellect, reveals one's superficiality, and deepens one's understanding of human nature. Furthermore, it also aids in cultivation. It fosters tranquility, sharpens focus, and encourages self-reflection. With still over 10 days until the competition with Nanxian, Yiguan dedicated his days to training in the trial tower and devouring books. On the 3rd day before ascending the life and death stage, Nanxian emerged from the trial tower. Atop a certain mountain peak, Nanxian sat in meditation, radiating an overwhelming aura. He had reached the Tongyu realm. The arduous training within the trial tower had significantly transformed his strength. At that moment, Xiao Gu appeared beside him, inquiring about the progress of his martial skills. Nanxian confidently replied, "I have successfully mastered them." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji's countenance immediately brightened with a satisfied smile. Nan Xian abruptly inquired about Yi Guan's activities recently. Xiao Gu responded that he spent his days either cultivating in the trial tower or engrossed in books at the scripture pavilion. Nan Xian's brow furrowed slightly as he questioned the level Yi Guan had reached. Xiao Gu shook his head, admitting his ignorance and offering to investigate. However, Nan Xian promptly dismissed the suggestion. Xiao Gu turned to Nan Xian, whose expression remained impassive as he declared his certainty of eliminating Yi Guan within 3 days. Xiao Gu chuckled, expressing his approval of such confidence. Nan Xian nodded subtly, his eyes gradually closing. Xiao Gu then departed, making his way directly to the trial peak shortly after. Disregarding Nan Xian's words, he felt it prudent to exercise caution and ascertain the level at which Yi Guan was cultivating. At that moment, Yi Guan, having just emerged from the scripture pavilion, promptly proceeded to the trial tower and entered it. Xiao Gu discreetly followed suit. Xiao Gu shadowed Yi Guan to the 7th level, and upon witnessing Yi Guan's entry, he felt reassured. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, choosing to wait. Approximately an hour later, Yi Guan emerged from the 7th level, appearing noticeably weakened. Observing from the shadows, Xiao Gu cast a glance at Yi Guan before finally turning to leave, assured. As Yi Guan made his way outside, the little pagoda suddenly inquired whether he was wary of Nan Xian. Yi Guan affirmed with a nod. The little pagoda, puzzled, questioned the reason. Yi Guan calmly explained that if he were in Nan Xian's position, he would undoubtedly be curious about the level at which he cultivated, or at the very least, his mentor would be. Since that day when he passed through, he has consistently transported directly from the 7th level to the 8th, then from the 8th to the 9th, ultimately retracing his steps. He adopts this approach out of utmost caution. His apprehension lies not in fear of Nan Xian, but rather in the concern that upon discovering his true capabilities, the latter might abandon the life and death arena. Suddenly, Xiao Ta remarked, "It is indeed prudent to exercise caution. Can only serve you well." Yi Guan softly responded, "There are still 3 days remaining." In truth, he wished for not a moment's delay, yet he was not invincible enough to disregard the Academy's authority. Moreover, he had no desire to create trouble for Fei Panqing. Thus, he resolved to wait. At that moment, Xiao Gu emerged unexpectedly, casting a glance at Yi Guan with a broad smile, exclaiming, "I have succeeded as well." During this period, Xiao Gu had been fervently challenging the colossal figure daily, and today, he finally triumphed. Yi Guan congratulated him, saying, "Brother Xiao, my heartfelt congratulations." With a grin, Xiao Gu settled onto a nearby stone step, stating, "Brother Yi, let us converse." Yi Guan nodded and positioned himself beside Xiao Gu. In a solemn tone, Xiao Gu expressed, "The most profound realization I have had during this time is the essence of fear. When I first encountered the giant, I was enveloped by a singular emotion, fear. Deep within, I perceived him as invincible, and this notion robbed me of the courage to even confront him afterward." Turning to Yi Guan, he continued earnestly, "I must express my gratitude to you. Had you not invited me to face the giant alongside you that day, I might still be ensnared in fear, unable to escape." Yi Guan chuckled. "On that day, when I faced him alone, I was indeed filled with trepidation, lacking the courage to engage in battle. Had it not been for you, I would have chosen to flee." Xiao Gu laughed heartily and replied, "Brother Yi, you are quite an intriguing individual. I believe you would be well suited to serve as the chief student of the Academy. If you were to be the chief student, I would wholeheartedly accept it." Yi Guan gazed at Xiao Gu and remarked, "As far as I know, you are a direct disciple of the Academy's headmaster. You ought to be the chief student." Xiao Gu shook his head. "I have no interest in that." Yi Guan, perplexed, inquired, "Why not?" Xiao Gu lifted his gaze to the sky and smiled. "My heart lies not here, but in the upper realm, in the central land of divine China." Yi Guan furrowed his brow. "The central land of divine China?" Xiao Gu nodded. "Above the upper realm is the central land of divine China. Beneath the central land, there are thousands of worlds, great and small, and the prodigies of these realms ultimately aspire to reach the central land, where noble families flourish, myriad races vie for supremacy, and countless exceptional talents emerge. Truly a realm of hidden dragons and crouching tigers." He then looked at Yi Guan and continued, "You and I may be regarded as the most extraordinary geniuses in this small southern state, yet in that place we would merely be considered average. Upon saying this, he shook his head and sighed. In truth, there exists an even more formidable place, the headquarters of the Guanxian Academy in the Shaoguan universe. The ultimate goal of the talented individuals from myriad world academies is to reach there. Regrettably, the path to that place is exceedingly arduous, to the point of despair. Yiguan fell silent. The world is vast, southern state is small, and he is even smaller. Xiaogu chuckled. If you were to become the top student. Yiguan suddenly shook his head. I have no interest in that. Xiaogu was taken aback, and Yiguan smiled. In the future, I shall make a name for myself in the Central Land and contend with those numerous prodigies at the Guanyuan Academy. Xiaogu paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. What an ambitious goal! By heavens, I too aspire to make my mark in the Central Land and compete with those genius aberrations at the Guanyuan Academy. Yiguan smiled once more, then rose to his feet, waving his hand. I'm off to study, until we meet again. After Yiguan departed, Xiaogu also got up to leave, but after taking a few steps, a man suddenly appeared before him. The newcomer was none other than Nan Xian. Upon seeing Nan Xian, Xiaogu was momentarily stunned. Who might you be? Nan Xian clasped his fists and smiled. Brother Xiao, I am Nan Xian from the Nan family. Nan Xian. Xiaogu blinked. Are you the one set to ascend the life and death platform? Nan Xian nodded. Indeed. Xiaogu chuckled softly and inquired. Is there something you need? Nan Xian smiled gently. I have heard that Brother Xiao has broken through to the 9th level. I hold you in the highest regard. I have come today to get to know you better and hope to become friends. He paused for a moment, then continued. The one you were just conversing with was Yiguan, correct? Xiaogu nodded, yes. Nan Xian's expression turned serious. Brother Xiao, you must be cautious of Yiguan. Xiaogu furrowed his brow. Why is that? Nang Xian's expression darkened as he remarked. This person is ruthless and cunning, adept at scheming and framing others. Most importantly, I have heard that he resents you, Brother Xiao, and wishes to contest for the position of the top student. Suddenly, Xiaogu lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick, catching Nang Xian completely off guard and striking him in the abdomen. Bang! Nang Xian was propelled several dozen feet away. Dazed, Nang Xian struggled to comprehend the situation. Xiaogu cast a frigid glance at Nang Xian and declared, I do not mind when others play tricks or act cunningly, but I detest being regarded as a fool. You seek to create discord between me and Brother Yi, prompting me to turn against him. I fail to understand. Do I truly appear to be a fool? Nang Xian. Chapter 22. What a performance! Xiaogu shook his head, initially intending to deliver another blow, but upon reflection, he deemed such a person unworthy of his effort. With that, he dusted off his trousers and turned to leave. In his wake, Nan Xian's expression turned exceedingly grim. 2 days later, under the night sky, Yiguan sat upon the stone steps before the grand hall, his hands cradling his head as he gazed at the stars. This night, the moon was full, surrounded by a multitude of twinkling stars. As he beheld the celestial expanse, a profound yearning filled his heart. Alas, he was yet unable to traverse the depths of the cosmos on his sword. His power was insufficient. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted by. Fei Banqing settled beside Yiguan, her eyes fixed upon the starry sky. Do you possess confidence for tomorrow's life and death arena? She inquired. Yiguan replied with a smile. Of course, do not underestimate your opponents, Fei Banqing cautioned. Yiguan nodded, I understand. Suddenly, Fei Banqing remarked, once this matter concludes, we must prepare to ascend to the upper realm. Yiguan turned to her, the upper realm? Fei Banqing affirmed, the martial examination occurs once every decade, and it will be held in 3 months. We must depart for the upper realm in advance.
Yiguan spoke solemnly, Mentor.
How can we reach the headquarters of the Guangguan Academy? Fei Banqing shook her head. It is exceedingly difficult. Far too difficult. Yiguan queried, what do you mean? With a smile, Fei Banqing elucidated. In this vast universe, there are innumerable branches of the Guangguan Academy, and each student therein aspires to reach the main academy. To do so, one must continuously battle and subdue the prodigies and geniuses from all the branches. Yiguan fell silent. This is indeed somewhat outrageous. Fei Banqing chuckled. I know you are not content with mediocrity, but for now, Do not dwell on the affairs of the Academy's main hall. Rather, focus on taking each step with diligence. Yi Guan nodded. I understand. Suddenly, Fei Banqing opened her palm, revealing a golden armor before Yi Guan. Yi Guan was taken aback. Fei Banqing said, This is a heavenly armor, the only one I possess, and I lend it to you for a day. Yi Guan glanced at the armor, which emanated a faint fragrance. However, he shook his head. No need, mentor. Fei Banqing looked at Yi Guan. Did you not say one must not underestimate their opponents? Yi Guan smiled wryly. Fei Banqing placed the armor into Yi Guan's hands and stood up. I shall watch your performance tomorrow. With that, she vanished into the distance. Left alone, Yi Guan stared at the armor in his hands, remaining silent. Ultimately, he decided to keep the armor. As Yi Guan lay down, continuing to gaze at the starry sky, he seemed to ponder something, and suddenly asked, Tower Lord, what kind of person is my mother? After a brief silence, the little tower responded, She is a formidable individual. Yi Guan quickly inquired, Formidable? The little tower affirmed, Indeed, she is highly admirable. Yi Guan said solemnly, Is she currently imprisoned by the Yi clan? The little tower confirmed, Yes. Yi Guan suddenly asked, What level of strength is required to rescue her? After a moment of contemplation, the little tower replied, At the very least, you must become a Grand Sword Immortal. Grand Sword Immortal. Yi Guan slowly closed his eyes. I will become a Grand Sword Immortal. Little Tower hesitated for a moment before speaking. Do not harbor resentment towards her. The reason they chose to let you roam free was, in truth, a necessity. Otherwise, they would not have allowed me to accompany you. Yi Guan nodded slightly, a realization dawning upon him. If the parents were truly heartless, they would not have dispatched Tower Master to follow him, nor would they have entrusted him with the legacy of the sword. Feeling a sense of relief, Little Tower continued, Focus on your cultivation, and when the time comes, I shall take you to inherit. Oh, what I meant was, I will take you to rescue your mother. Yi Guan nodded in agreement, all right. Meanwhile, atop a certain mountain peak, Nanxian was seated in meditation. Suddenly, an elderly man appeared before him, bowing deeply and addressing him as young master. As he spoke, he presented a black box to Nanxian. The family head learned of your impending duel at the life and death platform, and he specifically sent this old servant to deliver this item to you. Upon opening the box, Nanxian discovered a pitch-black armor within. His eyes narrowed in recognition. It was a heavenly-grade armor. The elder spoke in a grave tone. This is a top-grade heavenly-grade Xian turtle armor, crafted from 108 pieces of heavenly-grade Xian turtle scales, adorned with defensive formations personally inscribed by a master runemaster. It can withstand a full-force strike from a spirit realm expert without sustaining any damage. Upon hearing this, Nanxian's excitement surged. Uncle Nanzheng, my Nan family possesses such a treasure? Nanzheng smiled with pride. As one of the 3 great families of Nan Prefecture, how could my Nan family lack any foundation? The clan leader was aware that you would face Yi Guan at the life and death platform tomorrow, which is why he instructed me to bring this treasure post-haste. Nanxian gazed at the tortoise shell in his hand and spoke coldly. With this treasure in my possession, I shall stand invincible. Nanjing nodded and then presented a small box to Nanxian. Confused, Nanxian inquired, What is this? Nanzheng replied with a smile. Open it and see. Upon opening the box, Nanxian discovered 2 smooth, lustrous pills exuding a captivating fragrance that invigorated the senses. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Is this a heavenly-grade elixir? Nanzheng affirmed, Indeed, it is the revitalizing pill of the highest quality. As long as you are not instantly defeated, this pill can swiftly mend even the gravest of injuries. After a brief pause, he added, Our family possesses only 5 of these elixirs in total. With a solemn expression, Nanxian declared, Tomorrow, I shall slay Yi Guan. Nanzheng nodded, expressing his faith in the clan leader's strength. Once Yi Guan falls, he will lose all value, and then our clan can eradicate the Yi family of the ancient city. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he continued, We, the Nan family, must make it clear to the world that those who offend us shall meet their demise. Nanxian carefully stored the 2 elixirs and the tortoise shell. Previously, he only had a 70% chance of defeating Yi Guan, but now he felt entirely confident. In addition to the elixirs and the tortoiseshell, he also possessed a technique of celestial rank. It could be said that he was not merely capable of vanquishing a practitioner of the ethereal realm, but he could also contend against those of the spirit realm. After all, both the celestial technique and the tortoiseshell were, at this stage, virtually unparalleled. Combat relies not only on strength but also on wealth and equipment. The Yi clan, to which Yi Guan belongs, is merely a small family. How could they possibly contend with the formidable Nan family? Upon contemplating this, a smile crept onto Nan Xian's lips. Nan Zhang continued, "Young master, the family head has instructed that Yi Guan, being recognized by Fei Banqing, must possess extraordinary qualities. Therefore, even if you are entirely confident, do not underestimate him, lest you suffer an unexpected defeat." Nan Xian nodded slightly. "I understand. Rest assured, I shall not belittle him. In tomorrow's duel, I will exert my utmost effort, leaving him no opportunity." Nan Zhang chuckled. "That is reassuring." Nan Xian slowly closed his eyes. "I find myself exceedingly eager." Nan Zhang nodded. "Our Nan family is equally impatient. Once Yi Guan is vanquished tomorrow, our powerful members will immediately head to the ancient wilderness city to eradicate the Yi clan." Nan Xian furrowed his brow. "What of Mentor Fei?" Nan Zhang laughed. "Fear not. Once Yi Guan is dead, Mentor Fei will certainly not risk antagonizing our Nan family over a deceased individual, for it is hardly worth his while." Nan Xian acknowledged. "Indeed." With that, he turned his gaze toward the direction of Banqing Mountain, a cold smirk adorning his lips. The following day, as the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the students of Guanshan Academy hurried to the life and death platform. In no time, thousands of students had gathered around the platform. At that moment, amidst the crowd's watchful eyes, a man descended from the sky and gradually landed on the life and death platform. Clad in a cloud-colored robe, his hands clasped behind him, his garments danced as if stirred by an unseen wind. This individual was none other than Nan Xian. Upon the arrival of Nan Xian, a chorus of cheers erupted from his supporters. As one of the three prodigies of the Guanjin Academy, it was only natural for him to have a legion of admirers. Nan Xian closed his eyes slightly, remaining silent. At that moment, figures began to materialize around the stone pillars. Fei Banqing had also arrived early, her eyes gently shut, lost in contemplation. Not far from her stood Nan Xian's mentor, Xiao Gu, who cast a glance at Fei Banqing without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Song Ci observed Xiao Gu with a disapproving expression, for it was this very Nan Xian who had nearly caused Sun Xiong's demise. That grudge had not escaped his memory. Suddenly, an elder appeared in the arena. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd promptly bowed in respect, acknowledging the academy head. The newcomer was none other than Zhu Fu, the head of Guanjin Academy. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "There is no need for such formalities." He then turned his gaze to a figure standing not far from the right stone pillar, Xiao Gu. At that moment, a woman gracefully descended from the air. The atmosphere in the arena ignited with excitement upon her arrival. Na Lanjia. The instant Na Lanjia made her entrance, countless male students were rendered mesmerized by her presence. Na Lanjia was revered as the most beautiful woman in Guanjin Academy, the object of affection for innumerable admirers. She alighted on a stone pillar, her expression serene. At this juncture, amidst the collective gaze of the crowd, a man suddenly appeared not far from Nan Xian. It was none other than Yi Guan. The atmosphere surged to a fever pitch upon his arrival. A cataclysmic battle is imminent. As Yi Guan made his entrance, Nan Xian slowly opened his eyes, directing a cold smirk towards Yi Guan. Yi Guan's expression remained serene. At that moment, Zhu Fu appeared between the two, casting a glance at them. "If either of you wishes to withdraw now, you still have the opportunity." Nan Xian chuckled softly. To withdraw at this juncture would undoubtedly render one the greatest joke in the history of the academy. With that, he turned his gaze towards Yi Guan. Yi Guan offered a slight bow to Zhu Fu. "Headmaster, let us commence." Zhu Fu nodded. "In that case, from this moment forth, you two shall engage in a duel, with life and death at the mercy of fate." With those words, he turned and vanished from sight. Nan Xian looked at Yi Guan, a faint smile gracing his lips, hands still clasped behind his back. "Yi Guan, on this day next year it shall be your." Just then, A sword of aura suddenly soared through the arena like a clap of thunder. Yiguan uttered not a word, nor did he allow Nanxian any time for retort, and he struck decisively. Swish! Nanxian had barely registered the attack, attempting to draw his hands away, but it was too late. His throat was instantly severed, blood splattering forth, his voice abruptly silenced. The spectators were frozen in disbelief. What just transpired? On the stone pillar, Fei Hanqing stared intently at Yiguan, utterly astonished by his sudden strike. Below, the crowd remained petrified. Not only the students, but even the mentors on the stone pillars, including Zhu Fu, were left in stunned silence. As Zhu Fu regained his composure, his expression turned gravely serious. Meanwhile, Xiao Gu appeared ashen, incredulously gazing at Yiguan. Below, Yiguan shook his head, pondering why individuals often resort to mockery before engaging in combat. Does such banter truly enhance one's fighting prowess? Or is it merely an attempt to vanquish me with words? Before Yiguan stood Nanxian, who clutched his throat, blood gushing forth as he gazed at Yiguan in disbelief. Rasping you. Sword cultivator. Ambush. No sense of martial ethics. With a swift motion, another energy sword pierced through Nanxian's forehead. He collapsed immediately. A finishing blow. Yiguan slightly shook his head. The head of the academy had already declared the commencement, so if he chose to engage in idle chatter, could he blame anyone but himself? To Yiguan, exchanging words during a fight was an exceedingly foolish endeavor. He approached Nanxian, searching his body, and upon discovering the mysterious turtle shell and 2 elixirs, his eyes gleamed with excitement, hastily stowing them away. A stroke of fortune. He did not opt to battle for an extended period, as it was unnecessary. Why squander energy and time on what could be resolved with a single sword? Act discreetly. Kill ostentatiously. He is a sword cultivator. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly gasped. Instantly, everyone regained their composure. This is a sword cultivator. The atmosphere erupted in disbelief. Yet, Yiguan paid no heed to the crowd. He soared directly before Nalan Jia, extending his left hand, and summoned his sword. With a whoosh, the Dao sword flew forth, tracing a magnificent arc in the air before landing steadily at his feet. Yiguan stood upon the path of the sword and extended his right hand towards Nalan Jia. Nalan Jia gazed at Yiguan, a faint smile gracing her lips as she reached out her right hand to rest it in his. She then stepped onto the path of the sword. Yiguan gently supported Nalan Jia's slender waist with his left hand, while with his right hand, he pointed and commanded, "Ascend." With a whoosh, the path of the sword transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring into the heavens, piercing through the clouds. In the arena, the onlookers gazed skyward, envy shimmering in the eyes of the women. Meanwhile, Xiao Gu, observing the spectacle above, murmured, "Such ostentation. Gratitude is extended to the esteemed leader, book friend 59301910, for their generous reward. A heartfelt thanks to my friends, such as I haven't got on the Car Rong Rua, Sa Feng Hai Liang Gong Qian Shua. Yu is quite handsome, JC Master, and Crazy Young Master, for their contributions. Due to the limited length of the chapter, I am unable to list the names of all the generous supporters individually. I sincerely apologize. I am grateful to all readers who have offered rewards and votes. Your support means the world to me, especially to those who quietly contribute but refrain from commenting in the review section. Thank you. Additionally, it warms my heart to see many familiar faces among the old readers. It seems that some of you are still here. For those interested in my new book, feel free to join the QQ group 249116602. Chapter 23, Apology. On the stage of life and death, Nanxian lay quietly, blood continuously oozing from his throat. Around him, silence prevailed. What was anticipated to be a monumental battle concluded unexpectedly, with a single sword strike. This Nanxian had not even been able to withstand Yiguan's singular blow. Amidst the shock, there was an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. A swordsman. To think there was a swordsman within the Guanguan Academy. On the stone pillar, Song Fu cast a glance at Fei Banqing and remarked with a smile, "Junior sister, you have concealed your depth well." Fei Banqing remained silent. She too had not anticipated Yiguan's sudden strike. revealing his identity as a swordsman. What was his intention? After a moment of contemplation, she softly stated, "Were you attempting to demonstrate before her that her fiancé is indeed exceptional?" Upon saying this, she shook her head with a smile. This little fellow. Clearly, Yi Guan's actions were motivated by this reason, while simultaneously conveying to others not to harbor intentions towards Nailan Jia. At that moment, Xiao Gu suddenly appeared upon the stage of life and death. He spoke not a word but instead lifted Nanxian's lifeless body and vanished into the horizon. Fei Banqing glanced at the departing Xiao Gu, remaining silent. Beside her, Song Si suddenly said, "Rest assured, he dares not act recklessly." Fei Banqing nodded slightly and then turned to leave. In the arena, the crowd dispersed. The news of Yi Guan being a swordsman rapidly spread throughout the Guangguan Academy. A swordsman. The number of swordsmen in the entire southern province was alarmingly scarce, and the Guangguan Academy had none at present. Yet now one had emerged. Thus, Yi Guan swiftly became the focal point of discussion within the Guanyuan Academy, igniting a flurry of conversations among countless individuals. Accompanied by Nailan Jia, Yi Guan ascended to the clouds, where they perched upon a flying sword. In the distance, a crimson sun began its slow ascent, surrounded by a sea of billowing clouds. Nailan Jia suddenly spoke softly, inquiring, "Why reveal your identity as a sword cultivator?" Yi Guan replied with a smile, "Previously, I concealed it out of fear of being targeted, wary of those with ill intentions. But now I am unafraid, unfazed." Nailan Jia turned to gaze at Yi Guan, and after a moment, she smiled radiantly. "Do you know what is most enchanting about you?" Yi Guan looked toward her, and she turned her gaze toward the horizon, softly declaring, "Confidence." Yi Guan, taken aback, echoed, "Confidence?" Nailan Jia nodded. "I find your confidence utterly captivating." Yi Guan chuckled. "In truth, there is another reason I wield a sword." He then turned his gaze toward the horizon, adding, "I wish to convey to everyone that the person you have chosen is truly remarkable." Nailan Jia replied gently, "I know." Yi Guan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The two remained seated upon the flying sword, gazing into the distance. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Guanyuan Academy, Song Fu and a gathering of instructors convened. Zhu Fu looked down at Fei Banqing, remarking with a chuckle, "Junior sister, you have kept us on our toes." The others turned their attention to Fei Banqing, shaking their heads with amused smiles. Indeed, none had anticipated that Yi Guan was a sword cultivator. Xiao Gu sat with eyes half closed, remaining silent. Fei Banqing calmly remarked, "This little fellow is quite cautious. He fears that once his identity as a sword cultivator is revealed, he may attract the attention of those with ulterior motives." Song Fu nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of this concern. Rest assured, regarding his status as a sword cultivator, the Academy will only be pleased and will certainly not covet his swordsmanship legacy. Although our Xuanguan Academy in Nanzhou may not possess the wealth of the upper realms, we would never resort to harming our own students. Fei Banqing nodded in understanding. Song Fu cast a glance at Xiao Gu and declared, "As for matters concerning Nanjing, this discussion ends here. It is an order." The assembly turned their gaze towards Xiao Gu. With the emergence of yet another prodigious talent within the academy, it was unthinkable to allow any harm to come to him. Xiao Gu nodded slightly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He understood that if he dared to lay a hand on Yi Guan, he would be met with a united front against him. Song Fu continued, "The list of participants for the martial examination in the upper realm has been finalized. Sun Xiong, Xiao Gu, Yi Guan, and Nailan Jia. Besides these four, you mentors may also bring along a few exceptionally talented students to broaden their experiences." The attendees nodded in agreement. Song Fu smiled. The meeting is adjourned. As everyone began to disperse, Fei Banqing remained. Song Fu looked at him and instructed, "Please inform Yi Guan that he need not worry about the affairs of the Yi clan. From this moment on, both he and the Yi clan will be under the protection of the academy." Fei Banqing nodded slightly before rising to depart. Song Fu shook his head with a smile, pondering sword cultivators. Truly full of surprises. At that moment, Xiao Gu entered the room, approaching Song Fu and offering a slight bow. "Teacher," he greeted. Song Fu regarded Xiao Gu and inquired, "On that day of breaking through the barrier, It was Yi Xiong who accompanied me, but he requested that I keep it confidential. Therefore, Song Fu chuckled. I understand. Xiao Gu nodded slightly. Song Fu then asked, have you ever sparred with him? Xiao Gu shook his head. No, I have not. However, he is exceptionally strong, particularly in terms of his speed and his flying sword. Should I engage in a duel with him, I would undoubtedly feel pressure. Yet I do not fear him. Song Fu smiled. Neither of you are interested in becoming the top contender, are you? Xiao Gu nodded. Indeed. Song Fu shook his head with a smile. I knew it. Do you know whom I initially intended to designate as the top contender? Xiao Gu shook his head. I do not know. Song Fu replied. Nan Xian. Xiao Gu was taken aback. Song Fu continued softly. True geniuses and prodigies cannot remain in Nanzhou. You all require a broader platform. Whether it be you, Yiguan, or Nalan Jia, the talents and dispositions of the three of you are exceptional. Once you ascend to the upper realm, even if you do not achieve notable results, the academies there will still welcome you. Xiao Gu fell into silence. Song Fu added with a smile, this is beneficial for both you and the academy. For the purpose of participating in the martial examination is to secure more resources for the academy. Furthermore, the academy will not confine you. The more outstanding you are, the brighter the future of the academy will be. Xiao Gu lowered his head slightly, remaining silent. Song Fu chuckled lightly. I am aware that you have long harbored concerns about this matter. Today, I share these thoughts with you to help you unburden your heart completely. In youth, one should strive, toil, and showcase oneself. Xiao Gu bowed deeply, declaring, no matter where my future may lead me, this place shall forever be my home. Song Fu remarked with a smile, as for Nan Xian, he is indeed the most suitable candidate for the position of chief in the academy. However, he possesses a fatal flaw. He is overly concerned with the ways of the petty. A person may embody both gentlemanly and ignoble qualities. Thus, the academy has continually observed and guided him. Regrettably, he has now encountered Yiguan. As he spoke, he shook his head with a wry smile, betraying a hint of helplessness. Xiao Gu responded with a shake of his head. This individual is narrow-minded, unable to tolerate anyone surpassing him. Should he assume the role of chief, it would indeed spell trouble for the academy. Song Fu nodded slightly. In 3 months, the martial examination will take place, and we must depart for the upper realms in 1 month. You must prepare yourself. Xiao Gu nodded in understanding. Song Fu encouraged him. Go now. Xiao Gu offered a slight bow before turning to leave. After a moment of silence, Song Fu commanded, send word that, effective immediately, Yiguan is to be promoted to an inner courtyard student, with all cultivation resources tripled, and he shall be personally instructed by the esteemed Mentor Mu. Understood, came the reply. As the words fell, an elderly man in the corner bowed slightly before preparing to withdraw. At this moment, Song Fu added, furthermore, prepare a grand gift to be sent to the Yi clan in the ancient wilderness. You shall personally deliver it, and subsequently select 3 commendable disciples from the Yi clan to bring back to the academy. Inform the Yi clan that henceforth each year, we shall select 1 individual from their ranks to come to the academy for instruction. This is a privilege reserved for only the most esteemed families. The elder cast a glance at Song Fu, offered a slight bow, and then turned to depart. Song Fu gradually closed his eyes in the southern family. Within a grand hall, Xiao Gu stood at the center, facing the lifeless body of Nan Xian. In that moment, a beautiful woman wept bitterly as she cradled Nan Xian's corpse. Not far from her stood a middle-aged man, his countenance dark and foreboding as he gazed at the remains of his son. These two were none other than the parents of Nan Xian. At the forefront, an elderly man clad in an ample black robe observed the scene in silence, his emotions inscrutable. Suddenly, Xiao Gu let out a soft sigh. Patriarch Nanemo, I underestimated that Yiguan. This matter is entirely my fault. Had I known he was a swordsman, I would never have allowed Nan Xian to face him on the life and death platform. Nanemo gently shook his head. Can this be attributed to you, Master Xiao? It is he who was overconfident. Xiao Gu sighed heavily and then inquired, does the southern family have anyone suitable? If so, I shall personally take them to the academy for instruction. Nanemo rose, clasping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, he exclaimed, then quickly called out, Xiao Feng. As the sound faded, a young man around 15 or 16 years of age emerged. He strode swiftly to Xiao Gu, offering a deep bow. I pay my respects to Master Xiao. Xiao Gu appraised Nanfeng with a slight nod. Very well. Without delay, Nanfeng knelt and proclaimed, I pay my respects to my teacher. Xiao Gu nodded in acknowledgement. Accompany me to the academy tomorrow. With that, he turned and departed. Once Xiao Gu had left, the beautiful woman suddenly spoke with a fierce tone. Patriarch, you must avenge Shen'er. If Yi Guan remains alive, I... Silence. Nanemo bellowed, startling the woman into silence. He fixed her with a steely gaze, warning, should you utter the word revenge again, I shall personally put an end to you. The woman's face was etched with disbelief. With a soft sigh, Nanemo reflected, this individual is a sword cultivator, which implies he has acquired the legacy of the sword path. This suggests that he may be backed by a powerful and enigmatic entity. Furthermore, as a sword cultivator, his combat prowess is formidable. The Guanyuan Academy will undoubtedly invest heavily in his development. If our Nan family dares to retaliate against Yi Guan or the Yi clan, we risk the annihilation of our lineage. The woman trembled as she questioned, shall we simply let this matter rest? Nanemo slowly closed his eyes and replied softly, our focus should not be on vengeance at this juncture, but rather on whether this individual might seek to retaliate against our Nan family. He then turned to the kneeling Nanfeng. Remember this. Once you enter the Guanyuan Academy, you must not display any animosity towards Yi Guan. Not even a hint of hostility. Keep your distance from him, concentrate on your studies and cultivation, and disregard everything else. Do you understand? Nanfeng nodded. I understand. Nanemo glanced towards the elderly man in the corner and instructed, please visit the Yi residence and prepare a substantial gift. Convey that the incident concerning Nanshan was entirely a misunderstanding. Our family misjudged young Master Yi Guan. We have thoroughly investigated and found that Qingyue's demise bears no connection to him. Enough of this. I shall personally extend my apologies, as it would reflect greater sincerity. The crowd remained silent. Chapter 24. The Essence of the Sword. At the Guanchuan Academy, amidst the half-green mountain, Yi Guan arrived at the Grand Hall of Fei Banqing. Upon seeing Yi Guan approach, Fei Banqing smiled and said, congratulations. Yi Guan returned a slight smile and took a seat before Fei Banqing. He then produced a box and presented it to Fei Banqing. It was, in fact, the celestial armor that Fei Banqing had bestowed upon him. Fei Banqing regarded Yi Guan with newfound respect, exclaiming, indeed, I underestimated you. Yi Guan shook his head, replying, it was that Nan Xian who underestimated me. Intrigued, Fei Banqing inquired, how so? Yi Guan spoke solemnly. Firstly, he was oblivious to my true capabilities, severely underestimating my strength in our encounter. Secondly, due to possessing the celestial armor and those 2 elixirs, he felt overly secure, strategically belittling me. Lastly, when one steps onto the life and death arena, it is a matter of survival. His incessant prattling before the battle was a grave misstep. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Banqing asked, do you understand why he engaged in such idle chatter before the fight? Yi Guan nodded slightly. He is a scion of a prominent family, having never experienced the street brawls that we commoners endure. He paused, then continued, those from the lower echelons often possess a fierceness that is unrestrained and fearless. Fei Banqing looked at Yi Guan, chuckling, I can see that. Yi Guan added, of course, even if he had not underestimated me, he still would not have been my match. It merely differentiates between an early demise and a delayed one. Fei Banqing erupted in hearty laughter. You little rascal. I truly admire your confidence. Ha. Yi Guan took out a pill and placed it before Fei Banqing. Master, this is a heavenly grade pill. You may keep it. It may prove useful in the future. A heavenly grade pill is indeed a rare treasure. Fei Banqing did not decline. All right. Yi Guan stood up, gave a slight bow, and added, Master, I shall return to my cultivation. With that, he turned and left. Fei Banqing glanced at the pill before her, and a warm feeling surged within her. She realized that this young man was the kind who reciprocated kindness. Moments later, she shook her head with a smile, acknowledging the young one's keen insight. Yi Guan arrived at a mountain summit, where he seated himself, hands placed gently before his chest, channeling the celestial cultivation method within him. In an instant, a multitude of spiritual energies converged upon him like a tidal wave. Cultivation. With the celestial heart method, his progress was truly accelerating at an astonishing rate. This method was indeed extraordinary. After a considerable time, Yiguan slowly opened his eyes, raised his hands delicately, and exhaled a breath of turbid air. At that moment, he had reached the pinnacle of the ethereal realm, just a step away from the spirit realm. However, he refrained from hastily advancing to the spirit realm, for he believed that to attain a new realm, one must first become familiar with the current one. Thus, he delved into extensive research to comprehend the spirit realm. In the realm of the spirit body, the primary focus lies in the harmonious fusion of the physical form and the spirit. The spirit encompasses both mental strength and the soul. When these three elements achieve perfect integration, one can transcend a personal limit, resulting in a significant augmentation of one's capabilities. A mere strike can effortlessly shake the very foundations of a city wall. The behemoth encountered on the 9th level of the trial tower epitomizes the spirit body realm, wielding an axe capable of shattering a city wall with ease. Such formidable beings instill fear throughout any corner of the southern province. Upon gaining a profound understanding of the spirit body realm, Yiguan resolved to pursue its mastery, for in a month's time he must ascend to the upper realm, where he would inevitably confront even more formidable adversaries. Moreover, he must remain vigilant against the Yi clan. Should they discover his intentions, his fate would be dire. Strength is paramount. Only with power can one safeguard oneself and those dear to them. Rather than meditating in solitude, Yiguan returned to the 9th level to engage in battle with the giant once more. He sought to push himself to the utmost limit of the ethereal realm before striving for the spirit body realm. Additionally, combating this giant would serve to hone his mental acuity and fortify his soul, necessitating utmost concentration. Any lapse could prove catastrophic. Thus, for the ensuing days, Yiguan immersed himself in relentless training on the 9th level. Before long, half a month had slipped by. On this particular day, Yiguan once again ascended to the 9th level, where the giant reappeared, suddenly swinging its colossal axe down toward him with tremendous force. The sheer might of the blow reverberated, producing a thunderous explosion of energy. Yiguan maintained a tranquil demeanor. Just as the axe hovered perilously close to his head, he deftly sidestepped, evading the lethal strike with grace. In that moment, he unleashed a swift strike with his sword, cleaving into the giant's knee. A sharp crack echoed as the giant's knee split open. At that instant, the giant, wielding the enormous axe, swung it violently in Yiguan's direction. The sound of the air being sliced was deafening. Reacting swiftly, Yiguan executed a half-squat, resembling the delicate folding of paper, and once again evaded the blow. Concurrently, his energy sword shot forth, striking the giant's knee anew. With a resounding crack, the giant's right foot was severed, causing him to stumble forward. Seizing the opportunity, Yiguan leaped gracefully and plunged his sword into the giant's throat. A chilling crunch resounded as the giant, in his final moments, raised his axe for a last desperate strike. Yet, Yiguan, with impeccable timing, drove his sword into the giant's right wrist. The giant's hand was firmly impaled, rendering him incapable of delivering his final blow, and he began to fade away, piece by piece. Yiguan sheathed his sword and turned to depart. Suddenly, the luminous portal began to tremble. Yiguan paused, turning back to the portal, from which a woman emerged slowly. It was none other than the sword cultivator who had once bestowed upon him the celestial level techniques. Yiguan was taken aback. "Senior?" he inquired. The woman smiled warmly. "Congratulations." Yiguan, perplexed, asked, "Congratulations?" The woman nodded. "You are the fastest person in history to have vanquished this giant." Yiguan's expression was one of confusion. "Fastest?" The woman nodded slightly. "There are a total of 98,000 trial towers in both the upper and lower realms, and you are the fastest individual under 20 to conquer a giant in history." Yiguan blinked, stating, "I could have done it even quicker." He was not lying. He truly could. The woman smiled and replied, "That is already quite impressive." Yiguan then inquired, "Senior, is there a reward?" The woman nodded. Indeed, as she spoke, her palm opened, revealing a badge before Yiguan. The badge bore 5 gilded characters. Trial Tower Champion. Yiguan fell silent. Could you not offer something more tangible? A title of Trial Tower Champion? To be honest, he did not find it particularly valuable. The woman suddenly laughed, saying, "Let me tell you, this badge is rarer than your celestial tier cultivation manual." Upon hearing this, Yiguan's interest was piqued. He took the badge and asked, "How so?" The woman replied with a smile, "This badge holds immense significance. Possessing it allows you to join any Guanyuan academy, excluding the main institute." Yiguan spoke softly, "Is that true?" The woman nodded, "Of course." Yiguan glanced at her and then said, "I know of a place called Zhongtu Shenzhou, which governs thousands of worlds. There must be Guanyuan academies there as well. Can this badge grant me entry to those academies?" The woman smiled. "Certainly." Yiguan questioned further, "What if they do not recognize it?" The woman winked. "Even if they had 1,000 boldness, they would not dare." Yiguan was puzzled. "Why is that?" The woman smiled and asked, "Do you know what I do?" Yiguan shook his head. The corners of her lips curled slightly as she continued, "I am the chief overseer of all the branches. They all fall under my jurisdiction. This badge system is my invention. Anyone who can obtain such a badge is undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. Such individuals cannot be denied by any branch of the Guanyuan Academy." Yiguan hesitated for a moment and then inquired, "What if they refuse?" The woman gazed at him and replied, "There is no what if." Yiguan nodded. "I understand now." Suddenly, the woman approached Yiguan, gently ruffling his hair, and said with a smile, "Do your best. I look forward to the day you arrive at the main academy." After speaking, her figure gradually became ethereal and soon vanished. After her departure, Yiguan looked at the badge in his hand and grinned. What an unexpected gain! As if recalling something, Yiguan suddenly asked Tower Master, "Why do I feel that this senior knows me?" The little tower fell silent for a moment before responding. "It must be your illusion." Yiguan furrowed his brows. "An illusion?" The little tower affirmed, "Certainly. She is the chief overseer of all branches, a person of considerable authority in the Guanyuan Academy. How could she possibly know a poor boy from a remote village like you?" Yiguan pondered this and replied, "That makes sense." The little tower continued, "You can now cultivate the 2nd level of sword intent." "Sword intent?" Yiguan exclaimed with excitement. The little tower explained, "Indeed, it is an extension of the sword, a manifestation of your will. If you can comprehend the essence of the sword, your flying sword's power could be enhanced by at least 5-fold. With such strength, you could effortlessly vanquish a giant with a single strike." Yiguan was brimming with excitement. He had perused the materials and discovered that only those who cultivate the sword's intent can be considered true sword cultivators. It is said that, in the upper realms, many stop at the sword's momentum after attaining it, unable to grasp the sword's intent throughout their lives. Therefore, before one has cultivated the sword's intent, they can only be regarded as a swordsman, strictly speaking. Yiguan quickly inquired, "Master Tower, how can one cultivate the sword's intent?" The little tower replied, "Comprehend." Yiguan blinked. "Could you provide a hint?" After a moment of silence, the little tower responded, "For instance, what do you believe the sword is meant for?" After pondering for a while, Yiguan opened his palm, and the traveling sword appeared in his grasp. He gazed at the sword for an extended period, then pointed forward, his gaze icy. "The sword is a weapon for killing. I cultivate the sword solely for the purpose of slaying." With a resounding echo, the traveling sword in his hand trembled violently, and in the next moment, a faint red glow surged forth from the sword. A deep rift was torn into the ground several yards away by this crimson light. Yiguan was taken aback. Inside the little tower solemnly remarked, "Damn, is he cheating?" A mysterious voice interjected, "No, I can attest." The little tower muttered gravely, "This is even more outrageous than the cheating master." Chapter 25. Journey to the Upper Realm. The Essence of the Sword. The little tower was utterly astonished that Yiguan had directly comprehended the essence of the sword. It was simply beyond comprehension. Of course, for it, the essence of the sword was not an extraordinary phenomenon. After all, during its era, sword cultivators were countless. However, in this age, sword cultivators were exceedingly rare. Most notably, Yiguan had grasped the essence of the sword almost instantaneously. His father had spent an extensive amount of time to attain such understanding. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed within the little tower. He is the chosen one of destiny. The little tower fell silent. Within the 9th layer, Iguan exclaimed with excitement. Master Tower, was that the essence of the sword I just experienced? After a brief silence, the little tower responded. It should be. Haha. Iguan rejoiced like a child. The little tower was rendered speechless. Moments later, Iguan hurriedly composed himself and asked, Master Tower, how should I wield this essence of the sword? The little tower advised, try wielding your sword again. Infuse it with the essence. Iguan nodded slightly, closing his eyes. He exchanged his sword for a chi sword, opting not to use the action sword, as it was too extraordinary, and he did not wish to become overly reliant on it. Prolonged dependence on external objects could obscure one's own capabilities, leading to potential mishaps. After a brief moment, Iguan pointed with his fingers, and the chi sword soared forth, swift as lightning. Boom! A tremendous rift tore open the ground nearly 10 zhang long, a sight that left Iguan utterly astounded. Terrifying. The prowess of his swordsmanship has increased at least 5-fold, and not only that, his speed has also seen a significant enhancement. Iguan was filled with exhilaration, as if struck by a thought. He made his way directly to the 8th level, only to return to the 9th level shortly thereafter. At that moment, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from within the luminous portal. The giant, wielding a massive axe, charged towards Iguan, who promptly raised his hand and pointed. With a swift motion, a sword of energy sliced through the giant's throat. Crack! The giant's head was severed and flew away. It was an instantaneous kill. Iguan gazed at the portal, eagerly anticipating the appearance of the female sword cultivator. However, this time she did not materialize. Instead, the badge he bore underwent a transformation. Evidently, his record of challenges had been refreshed. Iguan shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Not dwelling on it, he resumed his sword manipulation, and now, with the infusion of sword intent, the power of his flying sword could only be described as terrifying. After an hour of cultivation, Iguan finally paused. At that moment, the small tower suddenly remarked, Do not rejoice too soon. While sword cultivators are scarce in this realm, they abound elsewhere, teeming with prodigies, particularly in the Yi clan, where the number of geniuses is even greater. Even imperial-grade demon beasts in the Yi clan merely serve as mounts. It felt that this little fellow was beginning to grow complacent and needed a dose of reality. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yi Guan's face gradually faded. Imperial-grade demon beasts as steeds? The small tower affirmed. Indeed. Yi Guan hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, Is the Yi clan truly so outrageous? The small tower replied, Absolutely. Once you venture into a larger world, you will come to realize the terrifying nature of certain great clans. After a moment of silence, Yi Guan inquired, Master Ta, does the Yi clan possess a true dragon? A dragon? That is merely a creature of legend, replied Xiao Ta. Indeed it does. Yi Guan continued, Do they also regard dragons as steeds? Yes. Yi Guan murmured, How extravagant. Xiao Ta interjected, But isn't it said that dragons are inherently proud? How could they willingly serve as mounts for humans? After a brief pause, Xiao Ta explained, Their pride is contingent upon the individual. Much like certain women who may seem haughty in your eyes, yet may present a different demeanor before others. At this point, Xiao Ta refrained from elaborating further, aware that this individual was not the former master and thus should not speak freely. Curiosity piqued, Yi Guan asked, What do you mean? Xiao Ta replied, What I intend to convey is that you must strive to grow stronger. If you attain sufficient strength, capturing a dragon to serve as your steed may not be an impossibility. Yi Guan nodded. I understand. Rest assured, Master Ta. I will not become complacent. I shall endeavor to improve. Excellent. Keep pushing forward. Yi Guan inhaled deeply and turned to depart. After leaving the trial tower, it was midday, with the sun blazing in the sky. Yi Guan gazed upward, slowly closing his eyes, allowing the sunlight to bathe him in warmth and comfort. At that moment, an elderly man suddenly appeared before Yi Guan, offering a slight bow. Young Master Yi, your family letter. As he spoke, he handed an envelope to Yi Guan. A letter from home. Yiguan promptly took the envelope, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. He then produced several pieces of purple crystal and offered them to the elder. The elder quickly replied, I cannot accept. However, Yiguan insisted, placing them directly into the elder's hand with a smile. You have worked hard. After a moment's hesitation, the elder accepted the gift, smiling. Thank you for your generosity, young Master Yi. With that, he stepped back. Yiguan swiftly opened the envelope to find a letter from Yishao. After reading for a while, he folded the letter and tucked it away. He was astonished to discover that the Nan family had actually come to apologize to the Yi clan. This was quite unexpected. Moreover, the Guanchuan Academy had accepted 3 disciples from the Yi family, and in the future, the Yi clan would be permitted to send 1 student annually to study at the academy. Such privileges were typically reserved for only the most prominent families. This meant that in the future, the Yi clan would continually nurture talent, closely affiliated with Guanchuan Academy. The Yi clan was destined to become the foremost family in the ancient wilderness city and might even evolve into a formidable lineage in the southern province. Furthermore, Yi Nan received special attention, a testament to the academy's favor. After a moment of contemplation, Yiguan turned and departed. Upon returning to Half-Green Mountain, Fei Banqing appeared before him. Looking at Yiguan, Fei Banqing smiled. Have you received the news? Yiguan nodded. Fei Banqing continued with a grin. What are your thoughts? After a brief silence, Yiguan replied, I am grateful to the academy. Fei Banqing shook his head with a smile, urging, share your true thoughts. Yixian forced a smile. His sentiments were indeed genuine. Given how the academy treated him and the Yi clan, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Fei Banqing gazed at Yixian and, after a moment of contemplation, softly spoke, the academy's intentions are quite straightforward. They recognize your immense potential. Hence, this is a means to draw you closer. Of course, this approach is benevolent, and its purpose is commendable. Do you understand? Yixian nodded, affirming, I understand. Fei Banqing continued, we are about to ascend to the higher realms, and we are aware of your concerns for the safety of the Yi clan. Rest assured, the Yi clan is currently under the protection of the Guanchuan Academy. As long as the Nan family possesses a modicum of intelligence, they will refrain from targeting the Yi clan. Yixian nodded again. I am aware. Fei Banqing smiled. Let us not dwell on that any longer. You have been cultivating on the 9th level recently. Have you made any progress? Yiguan hesitated, words caught in his throat. Fei Banqing calmly remarked, if you prefer not to share, you need not do so. I respect your freedom. After a moment's hesitation, Yiguan finally spoke. I have comprehended the sword intent. Sword intent. Upon hearing this, Fei Banqing's pupils dilated in astonishment. Is that true? Yiguan nodded. Indeed. As he spoke, he opened his palm, revealing a faint crimson sword intent shimmering in his hand. Witnessing this scene, Fei Banqing was instantly filled with excitement. Excellent. Truly excellent. In that moment, she was genuinely elated. Sword intent signified that Yiguan was a genuine sword cultivator. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire southern region. This was a true sword cultivator, and to grasp the sword intent at such a tender age was nothing short of terrifying. At this moment, Fei Banqing was genuinely astonished, or rather, overwhelmed. A sword cultivator so youthful is a rare gem, not only in the southern province but even in the upper realm. Reflecting on this, Fei Banqing shook his head with a smile, realizing that he had indeed underestimated you. Yiguan smiled slightly, admitting that he too had not anticipated grasping the essence of sword intent so swiftly. Nevertheless, for him, this was merely the beginning. He vowed to continue his diligent efforts. Upon hearing this, Fei Banqing's expression grew somewhat complex. To comprehend sword intent at such a tender age and to truly become a sword cultivator would typically lead others to arrogance. Yet, this young man exhibited no trace of vanity. Such composure is truly rare. A disciplined and calm individual. Fei Banqing suddenly remarked, your understanding of sword intent should remain undisclosed for now. Yiguan nodded in agreement, understanding the importance of discretion. Fei Banqing continued with a smile. This time, our academy has a significant chance of success. Yiguan responded with a slight smile, pledging to exert his utmost effort. Fei Banqing chuckled heartily and added, "Let me tell you, Xiao Jia is quite formidable as well. She will undoubtedly bring you a tremendous surprise." Yiguan inquired, "Mentor, what precisely is the Holy Spirit physique?" Fei Banqing replied with a grin, "I can only tell you that this physique faces no obstacles in the early stages of cultivation. Breakthroughs are as effortless as eating." Yiguan solemnly acknowledged, "Xiao Jia's physique is indeed extraordinary." Fei Banqing nodded slightly, acknowledging that the resources her academy could provide were limited. Otherwise, her accomplishments would undoubtedly exceed her current standing. This journey to the upper realm represented an opportunity for her, and the upper realm academies would undoubtedly vie for her talent. Yiguan hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "Is the academy truly willing to allow its students to depart?" Fei Banqing replied with a smile, "Indeed, we are willing. Whether it be you, Xiao Jia, or that Xiao Gu, once you venture to the upper realm, you will ultimately find yourselves in more promising circumstances. The academy supports this, as we cannot offer you additional resources. Retaining you here would only hinder your growth. Conversely, your departure benefits the academy, as your future success will enable you to assist us in return." She smiled again, adding, "The academy's vision is quite expansive." Yiguan nodded slightly, understanding her perspective. Suddenly, Fei Banqing asked, "May I request a favor from you?" Yiguan paused, then responded, "Please, mentor, speak." With a serious tone, Fei Banqing instructed, "Once you arrive in the upper realm and shine brightly, numerous factions will undoubtedly extend their olive branches to you. You may join any faction you choose, but you must not affiliate with the Shen sect." Yiguan, puzzled, asked, "Why not?" Fei Banqing calmly replied, "Do not question the reasoning. It is simply not permitted." Yiguan nodded, "Understood." Fei Banqing smiled, "Now, go prepare. We shall soon embark for the upper realm." Yiguan offered a slight bow before turning to leave. Within the hall, Fei Banqing's gaze gradually turned icy. The Shen sect. Chapter 26. Strive for the first position. Half a month has passed. At the esteemed Guanyuan Academy, before the main peak and the Guanyuan Hall, all the students have gathered. Today marks the day when several prodigies of the academy embark on their journey to the upper realm for the martial examination. Naturally, they have come to bid farewell. Yiguan and Xiao Gu, along with two others, arrived at the Guanyuan Hall early, eagerly anticipating their journey to the upper realm. In addition to their party, 3 other students will accompany them, primarily to broaden their horizons rather than participate in the martial examination. Below, countless students gazed at Yiguan and the others with envy. A journey to the upper realm holds the promise of glory. A commendable ranking not only brings honor to the academy but also to the entire southern province, and an even higher rank would shine a light on the entire lower realm. At that moment, the academy's headmaster, Song Fu, stepped forward. He surveyed the crowd and smiled gently, assuring them that there is no need for envy. With hard work, they too shall stand here in the future. They are the hope of the academy, while you represent its future. The students below bowed slightly in respect to Song Fu. Turning his attention to Yiguan and the others, Song Fu announced, "This time, I, along with Mentor Fei, shall escort you." He then gestured towards Xiao Gu and Song Ci, stating, "You two will remain at the academy." They nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Song Fu summoned forth a magnificent cloud ship, which descended from the rolling clouds above, swiftly landing before the assembly. "Let us depart," Song Fu declared with a smile. As the crowd boarded the vessel, it swiftly ascended into the sky, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Xiao Gu gazed into the horizon, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Song Fu softly remarked, "This time we should no longer be at the bottom." For a century, Nanzhou had endured 10 martial examinations, yet each time it had ranked last. It was precisely due to this repeated failure that Song Fu sought out Xiao Gu, hoping to alter this dire situation. Should they once again finish at the bottom, the Nanzhou Guanchuan Academy would irrevocably lose the support of the Upper Realm Academy. Without access to educational resources, the Nanzhou Guanchuan Academy would be rendered virtually defunct. What are educational resources? They encompass martial arts techniques, spiritual veins, combat skills, divine abilities, and spirit crystals. Ordinarily, Nanzhou would receive these resources from the Upper Realm annually. However, for centuries, the Academy had not received any support from the Upper Realm Academy. Why? Because the Nanzhou Academy consistently ranked last in the martial examinations, and the Upper Realm Academy deemed its underperforming students unworthy. Consequently, without merit, they would not bestow such advantages. In simpler terms, it is a matter of trading outstanding students for these resources with the Upper Realm Academy. This encapsulates the tragedy of the Lower Realm Academies. Yet, there is no alternative. If they do not pursue this path, the Lower Realm Academies risk closure without these vital educational resources. It is remarkable that the Nanzhou Guanchuan Academy has endured for this long. Upon hearing Song Si's words, Xiao Gu nodded slightly. The three of them were indeed formidable. Song Si turned to Xiao Gu, who calmly reassured him. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to harbor any ill intentions towards Yi Guan at this stage. Having spoken, he turned and departed. After a moment of silence, Song Si also turned and left. Amidst the clouds, the cloud ship sailed swiftly. Yi Guan stood at the bow, gazing below as the Guanjin Academy grew smaller, eventually shrinking the entirety of South State. At that instant, he felt a sudden pang of nostalgia for the Yi clan, the clan he had belonged to for 17 years, the foremost clan across the myriad realms. Yi Guan slowly closed his eyes. This was a promise he had made to the clan leader, and he would undoubtedly fulfill it. Furthermore, he needed to find exceptional spirit veins to aid the Tower Master in healing. He must strive diligently. At that moment, a fragrant breeze swept by. Yi Guan turned to see Nailin. Today, she was adorned in a pristine white gown, immaculate and untainted. Nailin smiled and asked, "What are you pondering?" Yi Guan replied with a smile, "I find myself missing the Yi clan." Nailin gently reassured, "We will return." Yi Guan nodded in agreement. Nailin then glanced at the slowly descending crimson sun on the horizon, softly remarking, "For centuries, our academy has consistently ranked last in the martial examinations. You are aware of this, aren't you?" Yi Guan looked at Nailin astonished. "Last every time?" Nailin confirmed. "Indeed, if we place last again this time, Guanjin Academy in South State will lose the opportunity to participate in future martial examinations, which would be a devastating blow for the academy. Without the support and protection of the Upper Realm Academies, our Lower Realm Academy will gradually decline, ultimately leading to its closure." Yi Guan fell silent, realizing this was a possibility he had not considered. Nailin chuckled, "This time our burden is quite heavy." Yi Guan nodded, "I will exert myself to the utmost." Nailin smiled faintly, "Are you familiar with the Upper Realm?" Yi Guan shook his head, "Not very much." Nailin continued, "The Upper Realm is divided into southern and northern territories, which collectively encompass 360 states. Each of these 360 states houses a Guanyuan Academy, meaning we must compete with the talents from all these states for a place in the top 10. Yi Guan squinted his eyes. "Top 10? Nailin affirmed. "Indeed, only by securing a position in the top 10 can we procure the greatest benefits for our academy." Suddenly, Yi Guan inquired, "What if we aim for first place?" Nailin turned to Yi Guan, grinning, "The academy will erect a statue in your honor." Yi Guan's expression froze momentarily. Nailin continued with a playful tone, "Do you know what the reward for first place is?" Yi Guan shook his head. Nailin elaborated, "The academy that claimed first in the last martial examination received 2 celestial-grade spirit veins, 10 earthly-grade spirit veins, 50 top-tier spirit veins, 10 volumes of celestial-grade techniques, and 30 volumes of heavenly techniques, along with an annual grant of 100,000 gold crystals." At this revelation, Yi Guan's expression shifted. Nailin added with a grin, "If you secure first place, the academy will undoubtedly honor you with a statue. Moreover, the Yi clan will receive exceptional support from the academy." Yi Guan replied with a smile, "Then let's strive for it." Nailin regarded Yi Guan thoughtfully. "Striving for first place?" Yi Guan nodded resolutely, "Yes, for first place." After observing Yi Guan for a moment, Nailin beamed. "What a confident man." At that moment, Xiao Gu approached with a smile and remarked, "Brother Yi, it is not that I wish to douse your enthusiasm, but striving for the top position is indeed an exceptionally daunting task." Yi Guan turned his gaze towards Xiao Gu, inquiring further. Xiao Gu continued with a grin, "For centuries, the first place in the martial examinations of the Upper Realm Academy has consistently been claimed by a single institution, the Qingzhou Guanchuan Academy." Yi Guan expressed his curiosity. "Qingzhou?" Xiao Gu nodded. Are you familiar with the significance of Qingzhou? Yiguan shook his head. Xiao Gu spoke in a solemn tone. Qingzhou is the birthplace of the first dean of the Guanchuan Academy, the sword master of the mortal realm. The mention of the mortal realm sword master stirred Yi Guan's spirit. This is indeed a legendary figure, the founder of the Guanchuan Academy, who established a new order. Xiao Gu continued, this place is remarkably significant. Being the birthplace of the mortal realm sword master, it has received substantial resource allocation from the Guanchuan Academy. Moreover, it is a land of extraordinary talents, where prodigies emerge in abundance. For centuries, they have maintained their position at the top of the martial examinations, while other states can only vie for second place. Furthermore, he cast a glance at Yiguan. They completely dominate the second-ranking academies, with no room for doubt. Yiguan chuckled, are you lacking in confidence? Xiao Gu shook his head. It's not a matter of confidence. It's simply that they are truly formidable. It's utterly disheartening. Yiguan softly declared, if we are to compete, we shall aim for the first position. Xiao Gu looked at Yiguan and, after a moment, erupted into laughter. Brother Yi, I admire your spirit. Ha. Yiguan shook his head with a smile. For him, there were only two options. Either not to compete or to strive for nothing less than first place. Meanwhile, Song Fu gazed at Yiguan and his companions in the distance, remarking, junior sister, I must say, your discernment is indeed commendable, for you have brought two extraordinary talents to our academy. Fei Banqing turned to Yiguan with a grin, saying, this one comes as a bonus. Song Fu laughed heartily. Fei Banqing looked towards Yiguan in the distance, a smile gracing his lips. 5 days later, the cloud ship suddenly activated a powerful protective shield, and shortly thereafter, it began to glide slowly into the starry expanse. As they entered the cosmos, standing at the bow of the ship, he beheld the infinite starry sky, his heart swelling with awe. The universe was vast. At that moment, he truly felt the insignificance of his existence. Not only was he small, but the entire lower realm appeared as mere dust. At that moment, Fei Banqing approached Yiguan, smiling, isn't it breathtaking? Yiguan nodded, indeed feeling the shock. Fei Banqing continued, this is merely a small star domain. Yiguan turned to his mentor, asking, Master, how vast is this boundless universe? Fei Banqing shook his head slightly. I do not know either. Yiguan gazed into the depths of the starry sky, observing the countless celestial bodies, his eyes reflecting not only awe but also a fierce determination. Youth, it was time to venture forth, to explore the outer world, to witness the endless cosmos. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed through the cosmic river. Boom! The entire starry expanse trembled, and the cloud ship was instantly riddled with numerous cracks. The crowd was filled with dread. Song Fu stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze fixed upon the distant starry river, a look of astonishment etched upon his face. At the edge of everyone's sight, a shockwave was propagating. The residual force of that very shockwave had just been felt. It was at least hundreds of thousands of miles away, and furthermore, this shockwave was not even from the epicenter. It must have emanated from an even more distant location. In this moment, both Song Fu and Fei Banqing's expressions turned gravely serious. Song Fu spoke in a low tone. It appears that an unparalleled powerhouse is engaged in an epic battle far away. Yi stared into the depths of the starry river, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Song Fu breathed a sigh of relief, remarking, fortunately, they are exceedingly far from us. Otherwise, we would surely be in peril. Fei Banqing responded solemnly, we cannot ascertain the level of the powerhouse. Just then, a terrifying aura suddenly surged forth from the far reaches of the starry sky. Upon witnessing this, the faces of Song Fu and the others changed dramatically, and he hastily raised the grand flag of the Guanyuan Academy. This banner might very well be a safeguard in critical moments. In this world, no one dared to disregard the prestige of the Guanyuan Academy, founded by the master of the mortal sword. At that instant, a black-robed elder appeared several thousand zhang away from the cloud ship. After halting, he abruptly turned, and in that moment, the fabric of space tore open, revealing a woman stepping forth. Clad in a flowing gown of cloud white, she exuded an ethereal grace, her beauty reminiscent of a celestial being. The The black-robed elder fixed his gaze upon her, his expression contorted with fury. Jing, you have pursued me from the central divine continent to this place. Have you lost your mind? Within the leaf viewing tower, a sudden voice resonated from the small tower. Oh, it is indeed her. Gratitude is extended to Lord JC and the esteemed Mad Young Master for becoming the Alliance leaders. Heartfelt thanks also to Peak Sacrifice, Mr. Q9999999, Book Friend 594262256, Taoist Words and Buddhist Teachings Master Baoyun, The Torrential Downpour Only for a Single Sword, Book Friend 5909613, and the ever-supportive Ruo, among countless others for their generous contributions and unwavering support. To all the readers who have contributed and voted, your support is immensely appreciated. Sincere thanks to all the distinguished individuals. Chapter 27. Please, harbor no resentment. Without uttering a superfluous word, the Lady Jian made a sweeping gesture with her sleeve. Instantly, a terrifying force pervaded the arena, an overwhelming power that shattered the surrounding space-time continuum upon its emergence. A palpable shift of countenance crossed the face of Master Song, who promptly steered the cloud vessel away in a hasty retreat. The robed elder, however, was utterly aghast. With a flourish of his right hand, he layered countless instances of space-time upon each other, erecting a formidable bulwark. Yet, upon contact with the Lady Jian's power, these temporal defenses crumbled into oblivion. Then, a spectral figure materialized before the robed elder. Boom! Already grievously wounded, the elder was defenseless against her assault. With a single blow, she struck him squarely in the throat. Crack! His head was instantly severed, a fountain of blood erupting in its wake. With a disdainful wave of her sleeve, she incinerated the elder's corpse, reducing it to nothingness. Having dispatched the elder, she was on the verge of departing when she abruptly turned her gaze toward the cloud vessel of the Guangxuan Academy, teetering precariously on the verge of capsizing, a consequence of the residual force of the woman's power. In a flash, she vanished, reappearing on the cloud vessel just as it righted itself. Master Song, casting a glance at the woman standing not far away, bowed slightly. Esteemed Senior, we are from the Guangxuan Academy of the Southern Prefecture. His words were cut short as the woman materialized directly before Yiguan, a sight that instantly filled Master Song with trepidation. At that moment, Fei Banqing abruptly interjected, positioning herself in front of Yiguan. She gazed upon the woman before her, her eyes reflecting apprehension yet devoid of fear. The woman cast a glance at Fei Banqing before stating, I harbor no ill intentions. With that, she turned her attention to Yiguan, beckoning, approach, let me observe you. Yiguan advanced toward the woman, his countenance serene, though the Xingdao sword within him lay in readiness. The woman scrutinized Yiguan, and after a moment, a hint of complexity flickered in her eyes. What is your name? She inquired. Yiguan returned her gaze, replying, Yiguan. Yiguan. The woman echoed softly, Guan. The onlookers in the area watched the woman with wary expressions. Just then, the woman offered a gentle smile, her demeanor softening considerably. Are you perhaps journeying to the central divine continent? She inquired. Yiguan shook his head. I am bound for the upper realm. The upper realm. The woman's brow furrowed slightly. After a brief pause, she smiled faintly and said, If you ever find yourself in the central divine continent in the future, feel free to seek me out. As she spoke, she extended her palm, and a jade pendant floated gently toward Yiguan. Yiguan appeared somewhat taken aback. Senior, what is this for? He asked. The woman chuckled. I reside within the God clan. Should you seek me out with this jade pendant, none within the God clan would dare impede you. Yiguan's confusion deepened. Senior, do you know me? The woman blinked playfully. Haven't we just become acquainted? Yiguan was speechless. The woman laughed. Little one, I eagerly anticipate your arrival in the central divine continent. With that, she turned abruptly. In an instant, the space before her fractured, and she stepped into the rift, vanishing from sight. In place, Yi gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, a look of bewilderment on his face. Beside him, Song Fu and others were equally perplexed. Yi contemplated inwardly. Master Tower, she seems to recognize me. The small tower replied, It's merely an illusion. Yi furrowed his brow, And the small tower continued, consider this. Someone of her caliber could hardly know you. Perhaps she is simply intrigued in the moment? After a brief silence, he softly remarked, indeed, given her formidable strength, it stands to reason she would not be acquainted with me. Could it be? Could she be acquainted with my parents? The small tower fell silent. Damn it! This fellow is not easily deceived. He inquired, Master Tower? The small tower advised, your immediate priority is to enhance your strength. Did you witness her power just now? Terrifying, isn't it? He nodded, his expression grave. Truly terrifying. The small tower urged, devote yourself to training. Strength is paramount. Everything else is mere illusion. He nodded again. Though a hint of doubt lingered in his heart, he refrained from further questions. Nonetheless, his intuition suggested that the Master Tower was concealing something from him. At that moment, Fei Banqing suddenly asked, Xiao Guan, do you know that senior? He shook his head. No, I do not know her. Fei Banqing's brows slightly furrowed. You do not know her? He replied with a wry smile. I honestly do not know her. Fei Banqing nodded slightly. Then she must have recognized your extraordinary talent and wishes to forge a positive connection with you. He chuckled, perhaps. Fei Banqing nodded and exchanged a glance with Song Fu. Both remained silent. Clearly, this matter was far from simple. However, neither of them pursued the matter further. The cloud ship continued its journey. Nalanda approached Yiguan and cast a glance his way, remarking, I find you rather mysterious. Yiguan smiled and responded, Is it regarding the matter concerning that senior just now? Nalanda nodded. She must surely know you, yet you do not recognize her. Yiguan fell silent. Nalanda offered a faint smile. As far as I am aware, you were adopted by the Yi family, correct? Yiguan affirmed with a nod. Nalanda inquired softly, Are you aware of your origins? Yiguan shook his head slightly. I do not know the details, but I have a sense that I am an illegitimate child, the kind that cannot be seen in public. My parents left me with the Yi clan for my protection. An illegitimate child. Nalanda's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She was aware that in certain prestigious families, such children were often regarded as a source of shame. Nalanda turned her gaze back to Yiguan and smiled gently. Do not dwell on this identity. Whether you are an illegitimate child or not makes no difference to me. In my heart, you are simply Yiguan. Yiguan turned his gaze toward the depths of the starry sky, saying, Xiao Jia, this identity may bring significant danger in the future. Nalanda stepped closer to Yiguan and replied with a smile. If danger truly arises, I will face it alongside you. Yiguan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to look at Nalanda. She was gazing into the depths of the starry sky, her hair gently billowing, utterly enchanting. Yiguan found himself captivated by her beauty. Thus, the two conversed at the bow of the ship throughout the night. On the following day, the cloud vessel entered a starry teleportation array. Song Fu stowed away the cloud ship and led the group into the array. As the teleportation array activated, they swiftly vanished from sight. After an indeterminate duration, Song Fu and his companions materialized before an ancient city. The formidable walls of the city towered nearly 10 feet high, while the grand entrance spanned several dozen feet, presenting a magnificent spectacle. At the city gate, a bustling throng of people moved in and out, creating a lively atmosphere. He gazed in awe at the ancient city before him, exclaiming, This city is truly magnificent. The others, including Sun Xiong, nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with admiration. Xiao Gu chuckled heartily, Brother Yi, this is the upper city. My Xiao clan resides here. We shall rest at our clan shortly. He turned to Xiao Gu, inquiring, Brother Xiao, are you from the upper realm? Xiao Gu nodded affirmatively, indeed. He smiled, asking, So, is this martial examination held in the upper city? Xiao Gu shook his head. No, the examination takes place in Cloud City. He furrowed his brow. Cloud City? Suddenly, Xiao Gu pointed towards the horizon. Look! He followed his gaze, and in the distance, atop the clouds, a grandiose city emerged faintly. Witnessing this sight, everyone was momentarily speechless. Xiao Gu remarked, during the competition, there will be simultaneous cloud projections across 360 states, allowing everyone from those states to witness our contest. He blinked, puzzled, what is a cloud projection? Xiao Gu explained with a smile, this is a unique function developed by the Xianbao Pavilion. To be honest, I am not entirely sure about the specifics, but it allows all the academies across the 360 states to witness our competition. In other words, if one manages to secure a place in the top 10, their name will truly resonate throughout the realm. Yiguan remarked softly, I have gained new insights. Xiao Gu chuckled heartily. I've heard that there are even more wondrous things in the central continent. At that moment, an elderly man suddenly approached from a distance. He hurried to the front of the group and offered a slight bow to Song Fu. Head of the academy, the family master has prepared a banquet. Please follow me. Song Fu returned a gentle smile. Thank you for your trouble. The elder promptly bowed again. You are too kind. Head of the academy. Just as Song Fu was about to speak, a loud guffaw echoed from afar. Junior sister, you have arrived yet made no announcement. Do you look down upon your elder brother? Upon hearing this, Fei Banqing's gaze turned icy. Yiguan glanced at Fei Banqing before turning his attention to the source of the voice. Not far away, a middle-aged man was approaching alongside a woman clad in green. Fei Banqing's eyes fixed on the middle-aged man, his murderous intent unmasked. Song Fu spoke in a low tone. Calm down. Fei Banqing remained silent. The middle-aged man and the woman in green walked up to the group. The man looked at Fei Banqing and smiled. Junior sister, it has been quite some time. Fei Banqing's expression was devoid of emotion. It seems you have been waiting for me here for a long time. The middle-aged man chuckled. I knew you would come this time, but I believe this will be your last visit. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it seems that your Southern State Guanzhuan Academy is destined to once again occupy the last position. His voice resonated loudly, drawing the attention of all around. Upon hearing the name of the Southern State Guanzhuan Academy, the crowd turned to gaze curiously at Yiguan and his companions, their expressions peculiar. The Southern State Guanzhuan Academy, having languished at the bottom for hundreds of years, has consequently earned the moniker King of the Underlings. Fei Banqing fixed his steely gaze upon the middle-aged man, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Song Fu quietly urged, do not allow them to find an excuse to target Xiao Guan and the others. We must leave. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Banqing turned and departed. Just then, the woman in green beside the middle-aged man looked at Fei Banqing with a mocking laugh, saying, Is this the saintess of the Xintian sect from years past? Truly disappointing. Nothing more than a stray dog. Nailan Jia narrowed his eyes, his right hand clenching tightly, when suddenly, a figure dashed forward. Yiguan, with astonishing speed and in close proximity to the woman in green. He seized her throat before she could react, forcefully pulling her backward. Bang! The woman's body slammed onto the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath her. As the middle-aged man prepared to retaliate, Fei Banqing had already positioned himself in front of him, while Song Fu appeared directly behind the middle-aged man. At that moment, Yiguan suddenly yanked the woman's hair, dragging her forcefully before Fei Banqing, and demanded, Apologize to my mentor. The woman clad in blue hissed, I am from the Xintian sect. In a sudden motion, Yiguan delivered a resounding slap to her right cheek. Crack! Her face immediately swelled and turned crimson. Ah! The woman screamed in a frenzy. How dare you insult me? I am from the Xintian sect. Yiguan retaliated with another slap to her left cheek. Bang! Her left side also swelled instantly, and in a fit of rage, she bellowed, If you have the guts, kill me. If you have the guts, kill me. Yiguan then produced a dagger, holding it menacingly against her throat, and began to make a slow incision. Ah! At that moment, the woman finally felt fear. She hurriedly exclaimed, I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yiguan released her and approached Fei Banqing, softly saying, She has apologized. Please do not be angry. Fei Banqing regarded Yiguan in silence. Chapter 28. A Game of Cards. Fei Banqing smiled faintly, no longer incensed. Yiguan nodded, then turned to regard the middle-aged man, who was also observing him. He did not act, for if he did, Fei Banqing and Song Fu would intervene. The middle-aged man, fixing his gaze on Yiguan, jested, Junior sister, is this a new student you've taken on? He's quite spirited. I trust he remains so. Fei Banqing was about to speak when suddenly, dozens of powerful auras surged from afar. At this spectacle, The crowd before the city gates hastily cleared the way. The Shen Tian sect's experts had arrived. In the blink of an eye, 12 Shen Tian sect powerhouses descended upon the scene, among whom were 3 at the divine soul realm. Leading them was an elderly man in gray robes, whose aura was as profound as the ocean, exuding an intangible pressure. Upon seeing this gray-robed elder, Song Fu's countenance immediately darkened. The gray-robed elder, after leading his entourage into the midst of the gathering, glanced at the wretchedly injured woman in green. In an instant, his expression turned grim. He then extended his right hand, seizing towards Yi Guan from afar. The space before Yi Guan warped, and a hand, spectral in nature, reached out. The sky realm. At this sight, the expressions of those present underwent a drastic change. The sky realm was a state above the divine soul realm, where one could not only traverse space within a limited range but also command the power of spacetime, possessing unfathomable strength. Seeing this, Yi Guan's eyes narrowed, and he was about to draw his sword when Fei Banqing abruptly appeared before him and delivered a palm strike. With a resounding thud, the hand was forcefully struck aside, sending the elderly man in gray staggering back several paces. The gray-clad elder cast a glance at Fei Banqing, lamenting that he should never have allowed him to depart all those years ago. Fei Banqing retorted with a smile, "Wei Tong, you wretched old fool. In the past, you were nothing more than a cur in my presence." The elder narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent surging within. At that moment, Song Fu stepped forward, questioning, "What? Is the Shen-Tian sect attempting to bully my Guanyuan Academy in my absence?" The gray-clad elder scoffed, "Guanyuan Academy? Do you not find that just utterly ludicrous? Just take a look. Who still regards your southern state Guanyuan Academy with any seriousness?" Song Fu's expression darkened. The elder then turned his gaze toward Yi Guan, declaring, "If you do not surrender this man today, none of you shall leave." As his words echoed, the formidable members of the Shen-Tian sect encircled Yi Guan and his companions. Yi Guan regarded the gray-clad elder in silence, yet within him, the sword of the path was poised and ready for action. He felt no fear. Rather, he pondered whether he could slay his opponent with a single strike. It would be a challenge, yet if executed unexpectedly, there might still be a chance. If all else failed, then perhaps 2 strikes would suffice. At that moment, a hand suddenly grasped his arm. Not that of Nalinjia, but of Fei Banqing. Yi Guan turned to Fei Banqing, who shook his head slightly. Yi Guan fell silent. Just then, a booming laughter echoed from within the city, and a somewhat portly middle-aged man emerged. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Gu let out a sigh of relief. A figure approached, revealing himself to be none other than his father, Xiao Shan, the patriarch of the Xiao clan. As Xiao Shan stepped into the arena, he chuckled, "Elder Wei Tong, do you intend to slay my son as well?" Wei Tong frowned slightly, casting a glance at Xiao Gu beside him, and replied in a grave tone, "Patriarch Xiao, do you wish to meddle in the affairs between my Shen-Tian sect and her?" Xiao Shan calmly responded, "Elder Wei Tong, I merely wish to remind you that in recent years, the Guanchuan Academy in the southern province has indeed fallen into decline. It has deteriorated to the point where even those within the academy do not hold it in high regard. However, do not forget they remain the Guanchuan Academy. Should you dare to massacre them here today, do you believe that tomorrow the Shen-Tian sect will not encounter considerable trouble?" Upon hearing this, Wei Tong's expression darkened. At that moment, a middle-aged man beside Wei Tong chuckled, "Elder Wei, there is no need for haste." Seemingly struck by a thought, Wei Tong turned his gaze towards Yi Guan, stating, "Then let you live a few more days." With that, he turned and departed. A multitude of Shen-Tian sect experts followed suit, leaving the scene. Yi Guan glanced at Wei Tong without uttering a word, while Fei Banqing tightly grasped his hand. Once Wei Tong and his companions had departed, Xiao Shan turned to Song Fu, smiling, "Headmaster Song, please." Song Fu nodded slightly. Moments later, they arrived at the Xiao residence. In the hall, Xiao Shan held a banquet to entertain the guests. After several rounds of toasts, as the gathering dispersed, Yi Guan returned to his courtyard. No sooner had he entered than Fei Banqing appeared before him. Yi Guan offered a slight bow, "Master." Fei Banqing replied, "Let us take a walk." After a moment's hesitation, Yi Guan nodded, "All right." The 2 individuals walked along the gray stone path of the courtyard, heading towards the distance. Fei Banqing suddenly inquired, "Are you contemplating taking action at the city gate?" Yiguan nodded in affirmation. Fei Banqing asked, "Are you confident you can eliminate him?" Yiguan replied, "I have a 90% certainty." Fei Banqing glanced at Yiguan, questioning why it was not 100%. Yiguan hesitated before responding, "I refrain from claiming 100%, as it might lead to my own arrogance." Fei Banqing shook her head with a smile. "You, my friend." As she spoke, she gently brushed aside the hair that the wind had tousled. "Do you know why I have been restraining you?" Yiguan replied, afraid of escalating the situation. Fei Banqing shook her head. "No." Yiguan turned to her, puzzled. Fei Banqing whispered, "This place is unlike others. Here, even in the act of taking a life, one must possess a sense of righteousness, meaning there must be a justification. Otherwise, should things spiral out of control, the Academy will not support us. In that case, you might relish in your act, but those who accompany you will face the consequences." Yiguan fell silent. Fei Banqing continued, "Moreover, killing him alone bears no significance. For once he is gone, others will emerge to provoke you. Will you continue to kill then?" Yiguan remained silent. Fei Banqing gazed at Yiguan and remarked, "A man must learn to master his emotions. One cannot allow their feelings to govern them. Do you understand?" Yiguan nodded. "I understand." Fei Banqing offered a slight smile. "I shall take my leave to rest. You should retire early as well." With that, she turned and walked towards the right. As she took only a few steps, she suddenly halted, turned to Yiguan, and smiled, saying, "Thank you for standing up for me today. It brings me great joy." With that, she pivoted and strode away into the distance. Left behind, Yiguan remained silent for a moment before making his way back to his courtyard. Upon entering his room, the lights extinguished. Yet, before long, the door swung open, and Yiguan emerged, now clad in dark attire. He surveyed his surroundings briefly before leaping onto the rooftop, vanishing into the night in an instant. The Xuantiangong was also participating in the martial examination, which was not exclusive to the Guanguan Academy. Other sects and families were permitted to partake as well. After all, both families and sects aspired for their disciples to gain entry into the esteemed Guanguan Academy. In the entire upper realm, there existed but one Guanguan Academy. To be admitted was indeed a mark of honor. The Xuantiangong was regarded as a significant sect in the upper realm. Thus Yiguan was easily able to ascertain their residence. The place where the Xuantiangong members were lodged was the drunken immortal tower. In the darkness, the small tower suddenly remarked, "Did you not just promise your mentor to learn to master your emotions?" Yiguan replied, "I am entirely calm now, not impulsive in the least." After a moment of silence, the small tower responded, "It is indeed possible to endure." Yiguan retorted, "But, tower, he has threatened me. How dare he threaten me?" The small tower hesitated before asking, "So, because he threatened you, you intend to kill him?" Yiguan asserted, "My intent to kill him is not for mere satisfaction, but rather as a necessary measure of self-defense." Little Tower stated in a low voice, "Damn it, emergency evasion." Yiguan suddenly interjected, "Tower, could you assist me in concealing my presence?" After a moment's hesitation, Little Tower replied, "Yes, but only for half an hour." Yiguan nodded, "That will suffice." As he spoke, Yiguan had already reached the window of the 9th floor of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Inside the room, an elderly man sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes gently closed. This individual was none other than Wei Tong. Thanks to Little Tower's assistance in masking his aura, even at such a close distance, Wei Tong remained oblivious to his presence. Yiguan did not rush to act. He was waiting, biding his time for an opportune moment. When confronted with such a formidable opponent, without a suitable opportunity, a single sword strike that failed to eliminate the target could alert all the strong individuals of the Shentian sect. Suddenly, Wei Tong produced an ancient tome. As he opened it, a peculiar grin spread across his face, growing increasingly lecherous. Just then, the door to the room swung open, and a young woman gracefully entered. Upon entering, the young woman offered a subtle smile and began to undress. Yiguan furrowed his brow. "Tower, what is she doing?" Little Tower replied calmly, "She is disrobing." Yiguan pressed, "Why is she undressing?" Little Tower responded, "Perhaps for a game of cards." Yiguan was left speechless. At this moment, the woman stood before Wei Tong, completely unclothed, and he opened his eyes, then promptly lifted her into his arms and turned towards the bed. For the sake of decorum, further details shall be left to the imagination. From beyond the window, Yi Guan grimaced, realizing the nature of the endeavor. The old man was indeed vigorous. Yi Guan fixed his gaze upon the elder on the bed, and after a moment, the old man's body convulsed violently. He exclaimed, 36 stratagems of yin and yang, each a soul-devouring, bone-piercing flight. Where lies the beauty of mortal scenes? 'Tis the jade maiden below, her flute in sight. At that instant, a sword materialized from the window, an entirely unforeseen blade. Upon the bed, Wei Tong's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. He seized the woman before him, using her as a shield. Yet, the sword executed an uncanny curve, cleaving into Wei Tong's throat at an impossibly acute angle. Thwack! In a heartbeat, Wei Tong's head was severed. In the subsequent moment, the sword retraced its path, vanishing beyond the window. Upon the bed, the woman was utterly dumbfounded. Soon, a piercing scream echoed from within the chamber. A throng of Shen Tian sect powerhouses and sentinels from drunken immortal pavilion stormed into the 9th floor. Upon beholding Wei Tong's lifeless form, their complexions darkened. Amidst the nocturnal obscurity, Yi Guan sprinted with abandon. To kill and flee, exhilarating. At that juncture, the small tower's voice reverberated within Yi Guan's mind. Someone is trailing you. Upon hearing this, Yi Guan's eyes narrowed. He halted abruptly and rasped, Venerable one, you may reveal yourself. There was no response. The small tower interjected. 100 paces to the right. Yi Guan promptly directed his fingers, and a sword of pure energy pierced towards the designated location. However, in the ensuing moment, the sword's aura dissipated. At that moment, a woman gracefully emerged. Her beauty was striking, adorned in a flowing crimson gown that clung to her voluptuous figure, particularly accentuating her bosom, which seemed almost too ample for the fabric to contain. She appeared to sway, captivating all who beheld her. The woman gazed at Yi Guan, smiling silently. Just as Yi Guan was about to speak, she swiftly moved directly in front of him, causing his heart to race in alarm. Before he could react, she had removed his mask, and in the next instant, she had returned to her original position. Yi Guan's expression darkened. The display of her formidable strength was truly terrifying. The woman regarded Yi Guan with a smile, remarking, a youthful swordsman, so young yet already grasping the essence of sword intent. Which family do you hail from, young genius? Yi Guan remained silent. The woman continued with a grin, you need not speak. I can uncover it myself. Yi Guan replied solemnly, Guangshuan Academy. Guangshuan Academy. A flicker of surprise crossed the woman's eyes before she inquired, which state is your Guangshuan Academy in? Yi Guan answered, Nanzhou. Nanzhou. The woman was taken aback. You hail from the lower realm of Nanzhou? Yi Guan nodded. She scrutinized him with interest, exclaiming, fascinating, truly fascinating. Yi Guan inquired, may I know your esteemed name, senior? The woman smirked slightly. You do not recognize me? Yi Guan shook his head. With a playful laugh, she said, you may leave now. Yi Guan was momentarily stunned before he turned and vanished into the darkness of the night. Once he departed, an elder appeared behind the woman. His voice low and grave. Head of the academy, he has slain Elder Wei Tong of the Shentian sect. The woman cast a glance at the elderly man. What harm is there in a handsome young man taking a life? The elder's expression stiffened, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied, we have established a rule against killing within the city. The woman calmly responded, I did not witness it. Did you? After a brief silence, the elder confessed, no. During the day, I stood in line for 4 hours to undergo a nucleic acid test, leaving only the night to compose my thoughts. I ask for your understanding. Thank you for your patience. Well, I realize that you may doubt my intentions. I have been stockpiling material, preparing for a grand revelation that will surely delight you. Chapter 29. Love. On the return journey to the Shao residence, Yi Guan's expression was exceedingly grave. Tower Master. That woman is truly terrifying. The Tower Master replied. Indeed. Yi Guan furrowed his brow, somewhat astonished. You don't find her frightening? The Tower Master responded, I do find her frightening. After a moment of hesitation, Yiguan remarked, Tower Master, I believe you're not genuinely afraid of that woman. Is there something you're concealing from me? So, you may share it. My capacity to endure is quite strong. The Tower Master remained silent for a brief while before stating, There is nothing. Yiguan forced a smile and said, Very well. Since you are unwilling to speak now, perhaps you will share it with me at another time. The Tower Master sighed in relief, thinking, Damn, this kid is indeed no ordinary character. The Yi family has produced 3 generations, each more astute than the last. I truly find myself in a predicament. Suddenly, Yiguan sighed softly. Since my arrival here, I have encountered many formidable individuals. I truly feel inadequate. I must strive for improvement. The Tower Master quickly affirmed, Yes, you must indeed work harder. Yiguan pondered, why did she let me go? The Tower Master explained, there must be some benefit to her. Yiguan expressed confusion. A benefit? But I possess nothing. The Tower Master fell silent. Yiguan chose not to press further, knowing that the Tower Master was resolute in his secrecy. No inquiries would yield answers. Nevertheless, he was not anxious, for he could gradually coax the Tower Master into revealing more. Although the Tower Master might be unreliable, he possessed treasures that warranted careful persuasion. Moreover, he discovered that Master Tower was quite amenable. As long as one showered him with flattery, he would bestow treasures. Moments later, Yiguan returned to his courtyard and gently pushed open the door. However, as soon as he did, he found himself momentarily stunned. Not far from him sat a woman. It was Fei Banqing. She regarded him in silence. Yiguan's expression froze. After a brief hesitation, he uttered, I must have entered the wrong room. With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Fei Banqing commanded, Come in. Yiguan felt a twinge of annoyance but complied, stepping into the room and closing the door behind him. He then removed his dark attire. Fei Banqing observed him and inquired, Did you eliminate Wei Tong? Yiguan nodded affirmatively. Fei Banqing's demeanor remained calm, devoid of any visible emotion. It seems the words I shared with you fell on deaf ears. Yiguan hastily replied, Mentor, no one knows it was I who did it. Without warning, Fei Banqing slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming in anger, Do you comprehend where you are? This is the upper realm, a place teeming with hidden talents and formidable experts. If others were to discover this, do you understand the peril you would face? Yiguan lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Fei Banqing fixed her gaze upon him, asserting, There are always greater powers beyond your own. Do not presume that being a sword cultivator grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Yiguan nodded, acknowledging her admonition. I shall not dare to do so again. Upon hearing this, Fei Banqing felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. Her initial ire had dissipated considerably. After a moment of silence, she asked, You weren't injured, were you? Yiguan shook his head. No, I wasn't. Fei Banqing cast a complex glance at Yiguan and said, Take a rest. After placing a white jade vial down, she rose to depart. Yiguan hastily inquired, Mentor, what is this? Fei Banqing replied, A top-tier heavenly elixir. Consuming it will enhance your strength by at least 30% for half an hour, with minimal side effects. Yiguan hesitated, preparing to decline, but Fei Banqing had already exited the room. He quickly seized the elixir and pursued her. As he reached her side and was about to speak, Fei Banqing suddenly warned, If you dare to return it, I shall spank you. Yiguan chuckled. Since it is a gift from my mentor, I shall certainly accept it. Fei Banqing softly remarked, You, like Xiao Jia, should address me as teacher. After a moment of contemplation, Yiguan nodded. Teacher. Fei Banqing fixed her gaze on Yiguan and asked, What does it feel like to slay a master of the Void Realm? Yiguan solemnly responded, Fortunate. Indeed, it was sheer luck. It was a surprise attack, and under normal circumstances, I would not have stood a chance in a one-on-one duel. Such beings capable of traversing time and space are exceedingly formidable. Fei Banqing cautioned, If the Shantian sect comes seeking you tomorrow, deny it vehemently. Understand? Yiguan nodded. I comprehend. You may doubt me, but I shall not concede. Fei Banqing scrutinized Yiguan and recalled, You once told me you understood. Yet you turned around and went on a killing spree. Yi Guan offered an awkward smile and fell silent. Never argue with a woman. Simply nod at whatever she says, and she will have no reason to be upset. Fei Banqing gently shook her head, exclaiming, "You, on the surface, appear calm and composed. Yet within, you resemble a wolf, unwilling to suffer any loss." Yi Guan offered a faint smile, replying, "I do not deceive others, yet I shall not allow myself to be deceived." Fei Banqing gazed at Yi Guan, asking, "Why did you intervene on my behalf earlier?" Yi Guan responded solemnly, "She insulted you." "That was unacceptable." After a moment of silence, Fei Banqing softly remarked, "Rest well. We must confront the Shantian sect tomorrow." Yi Guan nodded, affirming, "Understood." Once Fei Banqing departed, Yi Guan returned to his chamber. Lying on his bed, he slowly closed his eyes, murmuring, "Tower Master, just now, while vanquishing Wei Tong, I gained some insight into that sword technique. A single strike determines life and death." This technique, imparted to him by the Tower Master, had been seldom utilized, as he felt he had not fully grasped its essence. Yet, in the act of killing, he experienced an epiphany. The small tower inquired, "What revelation did you attain?" Yi Guan replied gravely, "Murder." "Was this sword technique not created for the purpose of killing?" The small tower encouraged him, "Elaborate on your thoughts." Yi Guan nodded slightly before continuing, "When I harbored the intent to kill Wei Tong, my conviction was that he must die, and I discovered that both the power and speed of my flying sword seemed to have significantly increased." The small tower fell silent. Yi Guan then added, "Thus, I believe that to master this technique of determining life and death through a single sword strike, one must not merely train in isolation. One must kill, one must possess the heart to slay." After a brief silence, the small tower asked, "Is there anything more?" Yi Guandao remarked, "The greater the intent to kill, the more formidable the power of this sword technique becomes. Therefore, I personally believe that I cannot cultivate this sword art in the same manner as others. I can only refine it through the act of taking lives." Xiao Ta responded, "Let us proceed as per your inclination." Yi Guandao hastily inquired, "Master Ta, am I correct in my assumption?" Xiao Ta replied, "Do not concern yourself with others' opinions. Follow the dictates of your own heart." Yi Guandao nodded, "Very well. The art of killing." Within the small tower, a mysterious voice suddenly resonated, acknowledging the remarkable comprehension of this young individual. Xiao Ta cautioned, "We must remain exceedingly vigilant. We cannot allow him to stray from the righteous path." The enigmatic voice concurred. Indeed, as night gave way to dawn, the Shantian sect arrived at the Shao residence, accompanied by a number of formidable warriors. Emerging from the Shao estate were Song Fu and others. Leading the Shantian sect was the middle-aged man encountered at the city gate. Upon seeing him, Fei Banqing calmly remarked, "Lu Lian, I have heard of Wei Tong's demise. Truly, this is a cause for celebration." Lu Lian fixed his gaze upon Fei Banqing, accusingly stating, "You are responsible for this." Fei Banqing retorted with a smile, "Where is your evidence?" Lu Lian responded with a smirk, "Fei Banqing, do you comprehend the nature of your actions? You are provoking our Shantian sect." Fei Banqing mockingly replied, "Oh, how terrified I am." At this, Lu Lian's expression darkened significantly. Just then, Xiao Shan stepped forward, his voice grave. "Lu Lian, Wei Tong was a formidable figure of the Void Realm. Who among us here could silently eliminate him?" Lu Lian remained silent. Xiao Shan added, "Moreover, to my knowledge, the one who committed the murder is a swordsman." Lu Lian's expression turned exceedingly grim. The fact that Yi Guan was a swordsman was known only to those from the lower realm, and naturally, the members of the Guanyuan Academy would not disclose his identity as a swordsman. Xiao Shan regarded Lu Lian, sensing the peculiarities of the situation, and suggested, "I recommend that you investigate this matter thoroughly." Lu Lian chuckled softly, "Since my Shantian sect arrived here, we have only had conflict with the Nan Province Guanyuan Academy during the day, and yet Elder Wei Tong was murdered in the dead of night. Who else could it be, if not the Nan Mountain Guanyuan Academy?" Xiao Shan responded calmly, "Lu Lian, do you have any evidence?" Lu Lian met Xiao Shan's gaze squarely. "No, I can only express my suspicions." Xiao Shan shook his head. "Lu Lian, you are a respected elder. Why speak so irresponsibly? Without evidence, what purpose does your accusation serve?" Suddenly, Lu Lian turned to Fei Banqing and, after a brief moment, remarked with a smile, "The winds of the upper realm are strong. Advise your students to be cautious lest they be swept away." With that, he turned and departed. Once Lu Lian and his companions left, Xiao Shan glanced at Fei Banqing and the others, harboring his own doubts. Could it truly be these individuals who committed the murder? At that moment, Song Fu suddenly directed his gaze towards Yi Guan and the other two, stating, "During this period, you are to diligently cultivate within the Shao residence. Refrain from leaving unless necessary." Yi Guan and the others nodded in agreement. Song Fu then turned to Xiao Shan, saying, "Brother Xiao, I truly appreciate your assistance." Xiao Shan shook his head. "Between us, such formalities are unnecessary." Song Fu's tone grew solemn. "For now, we can only await the martial examination in 2 months." Xiao Shan nodded slightly. During this period, the few of them could cultivate diligently within the Xiaofu. Exiting the Xiaofu was permissible, yet they must not venture outside the city. For within its bounds, no one would dare commit murder under the open sky. However, beyond the city peril lurked. Song Fu acknowledged this. Whether it was Xiao Gu, Yi Guan, or Nailan Jia, each was a prodigy among prodigies, and it would be an utter tragedy if they were to perish here. After a brief moment, Yi Guan arrived at the Xiaozu's library. He felt somewhat unfamiliar with this upper realm and resolved to gain a deeper understanding of it. After perusing for about an hour, he acquired insights into the major factions of this upper realm. There existed only the northern and southern realms, with Guanyuan Academy reigning as the most formidable force, followed by the 2 prominent families and 3 major sections. The 2 prominent families were the Wang and Zhao families, both of which boasted a history spanning a millennium, rich in heritage. The 3 major sects consisted of Xuantiangong, Xingyun sect, and Yun sect, with the Yun sect and Zhao family being rather enigmatic in the northern realm. In addition, there was another faction known as the Xianbao Pavilion, which typically refrained from engaging in conflicts among other factions. However, no faction dared to offend them. This was an exceedingly affluent entity, commanding respect even from Guanyuan Academy. Not only in this upper realm but even within the Guanyuan universe. Guanyuan Academy held Xianbao Pavilion in high regard, for when Guanyuan Academy was established, it was the financial backing from Xianbao Pavilion that enabled its very foundation. Moreover, the relationship between the master of the Xianbao Pavilion and the earthly sword master of the Guanyuan Academy is indeed extraordinary. This time, 360 states are participating in the martial examination, and among these, 2 states possess strength surpassing even that of the upper realm. These 2 states are Qingzhou and Yunzhou. Among them, Qingzhou is the strongest, for it is the birthplace of the earthly sword master. This place received abundant resources from the Guanyuan Academy in the past, and it is rumored that the academy nearly established its headquarters in Qingzhou. Yunzhou, too, is remarkable, blessed with extraordinary talent and numerous prodigies, having once produced 3 emperors. Unfortunately, for centuries, Yunzhou has consistently been overshadowed by Qingzhou. Each martial examination, Qingzhou's prowess leaves the other states in despair. As Yi Guan emerged from the library, night had fallen. The full moon hung in the starry sky, surrounded by countless twinkling stars. At that moment, Nailan Jia approached him from the side, dressed in a flowing purple gown, her long hair cascading elegantly. She walked with a tranquil and graceful demeanor, captivating all who beheld her. Nailan Jia stood before Yi Guan, offering a gentle smile. "Shall we take a stroll? Tonight is the Lantern Festival, a lively occasion that occurs once a year in the city." Yi Guan blinked in surprise. "The Lantern Festival?" Nailan Jia nodded affirmatively. Indeed, with the allure of companionship, he could hardly refuse her invitation. Yi Guan grinned. "Let us go." Nailan Jia replied with a smile. "Let us." After departing from the Shao residence, the 2 made their way towards the heart of the city. This night, the surroundings were adorned with red lanterns, and throngs of people filled the streets, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Throughout the city, fireworks occasionally burst into the sky, dazzling in their brilliance. This lantern festival was established by the esteemed master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and has continued to this day. On the streets, 2 figures strolled leisurely. Nailan Jia surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "I adore this festive atmosphere." Yi Guan nodded in agreement. "I share your sentiments." Nailan Jia softly stated, I have heard that the stronger one becomes, the more solitary they are. I do not wish for my martial path to be a lonely one. Yiguan turned to Nalan Jia and replied, the path of martial arts is indeed quite solitary. Little Jia, would you accompany me on this journey? Nalan Jia gazed back at Yiguan, who smiled gently as he continued, I hope we can walk together. If we remain invincible, let us be invincible for eternity. If not, then let us transcend together and promise to meet in the next life. What do you say? A promise for the next life. Nalan Jia momentarily drifted into thought, and after a brief pause, she chuckled, do you love me? Yiguan countered, do you love me? Nalan Jia shook her head. I am uncertain. After a moment's reflection, she added, having never been in a relationship, I do not know what love is. However, I find great joy in being with you. Does that count as love? Yiguan pondered her words and then shook his head. I too have never been in love, yet my feelings mirror yours. I am also very happy in your company. A slight smile crept onto Nalan Jia's lips. Yiguan laughed, perhaps we both love, or perhaps we do not. Regardless, what does it matter? As long as we are happy. Nalan Jia nodded in agreement. Just as Yiguan was about to speak, a man clad in white suddenly approached Nalan Jia. The white-clad gentleman slightly bowed and said with a smile, Miss, I am Wang Yuan from the Wang family. Upon first encountering you, I felt as though a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm, and thus I found myself captivated by you. Might I inquire if you... Nalan Jia abruptly took Yiguan's hand and gazed intently at Wang Yuan, stating, Can you not discern that we are a couple? Are your eyes situated upon your posterior? Chapter 30. Within my heart. Upon hearing Nalanja's words, a look of bewilderment crossed Wang Yuan's countenance. The Wang family, one of the two great clans of the upper realm. Moreover, he was the heir apparent. Over the years, not a single woman he had pursued had been able to resist him. Why? Affluence. Authority. Strength. Tonight was the Lantern Festival, and he had come out specifically to hunt for prey. And just a moment ago he had beheld Nalanja. At that very instant he smiled. Such a beautiful woman was truly a gift from the heavens to him, Wang Yuan. And now, this woman before him was rejecting him. However, this only piqued his interest further. For a man, a woman who evokes a sense of conquest is all the more delightful. Unperturbed by Nalanja's rejection, Wang Yuan smiled faintly. Esteemed lady, I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to become acquainted with you. I, Yiguan interjected with a smile. She does not wish to make your acquaintance. Wang Yuan turned his gaze to Yiguan and inquired with a smile. How may I address you? Esteemed sir. As a scion of a noble family, he would naturally not recklessly make enemies. For once he provoked someone he should not only would he suffer the consequences, but he could also bring disaster upon the Wang family. Although such a possibility was exceedingly small, he remained cautious. If he were dealing with a member of a great clan, he would turn foe into friend. If not, he would stab him in the back. Yiguan fixed his gaze upon Wang Yuan and said with a smile, Guess. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but his smile remained. Yiguan stared intently at Wang Yuan. We wish not to be disturbed further. Upon finishing his words, he grasped Nalan Jia's hand and began walking into the distance. Wang Yuan suddenly chuckled, exclaiming, Intriguing, truly intriguing. He dares to threaten me. He commanded someone within half an hour. I wish to know everything about this individual. Behind him, an elderly man quietly withdrew. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Wang Yuan's eyes. In the distance, Yiguan and Nalan Jia walked hand in hand, moving further away. Nalan Jia did not release her grip. Naturally, Yiguan would not let go either. It was instinctive. Nalan Jia suddenly remarked, I can sense your killing intent. Yiguan nodded slightly. Were it him, he would never initiate a conversation in the presence of a woman accompanied by a man, as it would be disrespectful to both. Yet he had done just that. Nalan Jia turned to Yiguan, asking, Would you initiate a conversation with a woman? Yiguan pondered for a moment before responding, I suppose not. Nalan Jia, intrigued, inquired, Why not? Yiguan replied calmly, By striving to become stronger and earning more, women will naturally approach you. Nalan Jia was taken aback for a moment, then replied, That makes sense. As they spoke, they exchanged smiles. Yiguan suddenly stated, I believe he will not let this go easily. Nailan Jia laughed. I think so too. Yiguan turned to Nailan Jia asking, what do you think? Nailan Jia blinked. I wish to stroll outside the city. Would you accompany me? Yiguan grinned, of course. With that, they made their way towards the city gates, their hands still intertwined, as if they had entirely forgotten about it. At that moment, Yiguan abruptly halted, leading Nailan Jia to a nearby vendor. He produced a violet crystal and handed it to the proprietor, then received in return a delicate butterfly hairpin. The vendor, upon seeing the violet crystal, could hardly contain his delight, realizing he had struck gold. Yiguan turned to Nailan Jia with a smile, saying, allow me to adorn you. Nailan Jia blinked, questioning, aren't you curious if I like it? With a grin, Yiguan replied, this is my first time gifting such an item to a girl. I lack experience. So, do you like it? Nailan Jia beamed. Please, put it on for me. Yiguan nodded, drawing closer to her. At that moment, they were so near that they could feel each other's breath. Gently, he inserted the hairpin into Nailan Jia's flowing locks, yet something about it seemed slightly off. All set, Nailan Jia announced with a laugh. Yiguan hesitated for a moment before affirming. All right. With that, they clasped hands and strolled towards the outskirts of the city. Before long, they reached the outskirts, which appeared rather desolate. Suddenly, from the depths of the nearby thicket, they heard a series of gasps. A woman's voice. The tone was urgent, slightly breathless, and tinged with excitement. The words tumbled out incoherently. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Not there. It was unclear whether she desired or rejected. Yiguan and Nailan Jia exchanged silent glances, and the atmosphere turned rather inappropriate. Yiguan suddenly suggested, shall we move to the side? With that, he guided Nailan Jia towards the right. After the brief interlude, a palpable silence enveloped the two. Yiguan gazed at Nailan Jia, whose ethereal beauty shone under the moonlight, a visage truly beyond compare. Yiguan spoke softly, Xiao Jia, you are truly exquisite. Nailan Jia blinked, responding, there are many beautiful women in this world. Yiguan chuckled lightly. Their beauty may be notable, but yours resides within my heart. Nailan Jia's eyes glimmered with shyness. Such sweet nothings. If you repeat them 10 times more, I shall beg you to cease. I do not wish to hear them. Xiao Ta. Yiguan smiled, holding Nailan Jia's hand tightly. At that moment, 2 sets of footsteps suddenly approached from behind them. It was Wang Yuan, accompanied by an elder. Wang Yuan regarded the pair with a slight smile. Interesting. You intended to draw us out, didn't you? Yiguan and Nailan Jia turned to face Wang Yuan. Nailan Jia fixed her gaze on him. Do you fancy yourself quite the gentleman? Wang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, replying with a grin, my dear lady, I merely wish to make your acquaintance. Nothing more. Nailan Jia shook her head. I have no desire to know you. Wang Yuan laughed heartily. Yet I am quite eager to know you. He then turned his attention to Yiguan. I initially presumed you hailed from a distinguished lineage, but to my surprise, you come from Southern Prefecture. TSK, I must admit, I hold a certain admiration for your audacity in threatening me. It truly takes courage. Yiguan cast a glance at Wang Yuan, offering no words, for he deemed it unnecessary to converse with a man already condemned. Wang Yuan's smile gradually turned sinister as he inquired whether Yiguan had contemplated the manner of his demise. At that moment, the elder behind Wang Yuan interjected in a grave tone, cautioning his young master that their adversaries were not to be underestimated. Wang Yuan furrowed his brow, poised to respond, when suddenly Nailan Jia's right hand shot forward. In the ensuing instant, the very fabric of space before Wang Yuan fissured, and a hand seized him by the throat. Both Wang Yuan and the elder were visibly shaken. Yiguan, too, was taken aback. The Empyrean realm. He had not anticipated that Nailan Jia had attained such a level. It defied belief. Nailan Jia, her gaze fixed upon the aghast Wang Yuan, betrayed a hint of disdain as she remarked that, in comparison to her young master Guan, he was utterly insignificant. With that, she exerted a forceful twist of her hand. A sickening crack echoed as Wang Yuan's head was wrenched from his shoulders, blood sprang forth. The elder, jolted back to his senses, turned to flee, only to find the space before him rending apart. A hand struck his throat with deadly precision. With a frozen expression, the elder collapsed lifelessly. Nailan Jia extended her palm, and the two men's rings soared into her grasp. After a cursory examination, she extracted 1,000 gold crystals and offered half to Yiguan. Yiguan accepted the ring and then inquired whether Nalanjia had indeed reached the Empyrean realm. Nalanjia responded with a smile, asking if it came as a surprise. Yiguan affirmed with a nod, expressing his astonishment. Nalanjia then credited him for her achievement. Yiguan was puzzled. Nalanjia chuckled and said, "Thank you for your celestial stage martial arts. Without your teachings, I could not have advanced so rapidly." The mention of celestial stage martial arts struck Yiguan with a sudden realization. He had almost forgotten about it. With the celestial stage martial arts combined with Nalanjia's unique physique, it was akin to cheating. Nalanjia smiled. "Let us be on our way." Yiguan nodded in agreement. "All right." The two departed. Shortly after their exit, an elderly man appeared in the scene. Upon seeing the corpse of Wang Yuan, his expression darkened considerably. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly materialized in the area. This man was none other than Wang Qi, the current head of the Wang family. Wang Qi gazed upon the body of Wang Yuan, a practitioner of the Sky Ascension realm. The elder nodded, confirming, "The one who killed him is indeed of the Sky Ascension realm." He paused briefly before adding, "I shall investigate immediately." Wang Qi interrupted, "Wait." The elder turned his attention to Wang Qi, who spoke calmly, "The martial examination is approaching, and during this period, the geniuses and prodigies from various states will gradually arrive in the upper city. This city will not be peaceful." He then looked at the elder, asserting that the audacity to kill a member of the Wang family indicated a lack of fear toward them. The elder spoke in a solemn tone. "What do you mean, Patriarch?" Wang Qi replied, "Investigate, but do not act recklessly upon discovery." The elder nodded in understanding. After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at Wang Yuan. Wang Qi maintained a composed demeanor, instructing, "Take him back to the Grand Elder. This is the consequence of my failure to discipline him properly." The elder spoke in a deep voice. If the Grand Elder were to witness this, he would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary for revenge. Wang Qi cast a glance at the elder, seemingly indifferent to the matter. After uttering these words, he turned and departed. The elder remained silent. It was evident that the patriarch intended to utilize a knife to slay his enemies. Upon returning to the Shao residence, Yiguan and Nalanjia each retreated to their respective chambers. Once inside his room, Yiguan seated himself in meditation, producing a collection of golden crystals, and began to channel the celestial tear heart technique. He was poised to break through to the spirit realm. In truth, during his time at the Guanyuan Academy, he had already reached the pinnacle of the ethereal realm, being but a step away from the spirit realm. However, he had refrained from making the leap, preferring to attain the ultimate limit of one realm before striving for the next. Now, he felt that the moment had arrived. Training was indeed a costly endeavor. Before long, he had expended over 1,000 golden crystals, primarily due to the astonishing nature of this celestial technique. Yiguan's aura surged dramatically, and at that moment, his soul experienced a profound enhancement. An hour later, he had consumed 3,000 golden crystals. His aura now reached its zenith. Half an hour later, after depleting over 2,000 additional golden crystals, he suddenly opened his eyes, releasing a wave of turbid energy that gradually emanated from his mouth. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat, yet felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. He had entered the spirit realm. In that instant, he sensed his consciousness sharpened to an extraordinary degree, enabling him to distinctly perceive an ant within the confines of the room. Sensing the moment, Yiguan's lips curled slightly upwards. If he were to wield his sword now, its power would undoubtedly be greatly amplified, for the strength of swordsmanship is intrinsically linked to the might of one's soul. With the addition of sword intent, he now possessed the utmost confidence to effortlessly slay a seemingly formidable opponent in the void realm. His sword was swift. As a thought crossed his mind, Yiguan cast his gaze downwards towards his storage ring, where less than 2,000 gold crystals remained. Witnessing this, he could not help but smile wryly. It must be said, the path of cultivation was indeed exorbitantly costly. The higher one ascended, the more wealth it consumed. The average individual could scarcely afford such a pursuit. At that moment, Yiguan suddenly exclaimed, "Tower Master, are you there?" The little tower replied, "What is it?" Yiguan hesitated for a moment before responding, Are you free? I would like to borrow some money." The little tower responded, "I have no money." Yiguan insisted earnestly, "I assure you, I will repay you." The little tower reiterated, "I truly have no funds. I am currently gravely injured, otherwise, I would have already opened the world within for you." Yiguan pondered for a moment and then asked, "Do you possess any treasures or the like? I could sell them to procure some money for cultivation." The little tower replied, "I have none." Yiguan was left speechless. The little tower continued, "You could resort to theft." Yiguan was taken aback. The little tower added, "If you feel any moral qualms, you could emulate someone. Learn from a certain individual who employs a tactic called phishing law enforcement. Using this method to rob incurs no psychological burden whatsoever." Chapter 31. Qing Zhou, Phishing for Lawbreakers? Yiguan was perplexed, having never encountered this term before. The little tower remarked, "Indeed, would you like to learn?" Yiguan responded, "Robbery?" The little tower confirmed, "Yes." Yiguan shook his head, deciding against it. Such acts of thievery were contrary to his true intentions, so he chose to refrain. Before dawn, Yiguan nestled into sleep. The following morning, an elderly man clad in scholarly robes unexpectedly arrived at the Shao clan. As Yiguan rose, Fei Banqing appeared before him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Fei Banqing urged, "Follow me." Grasping Yiguan's arm, she led him to the Shao clan's council hall. At that moment, both Song Fu and Xiao Shan were present, along with an elder dressed in the robes of the Guanyuan Academy. Yiguan felt a sense of confusion. Upon seeing him, the elder stood and smiled. "You must be young Master Yiguan?" Yiguan nodded slightly, inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" The elder replied with a smile, "I am Han Xiu, the head of the etiquette department at Guanyuan Academy. I have come to invite you to the welcoming ceremony 2 days hence." A welcoming ceremony. Yiguan was taken aback, his face a mask of bewilderment as he glanced at Fei Banqing. She smiled and explained, "This welcoming ceremony is an event hosted by Guanyuan Academy, inviting the most exceptional prodigies and talents from all 360 states. Typically, fewer than 100 individuals receive an invitation." Upon hearing this, Yiguan instantly comprehended the significance. Nearby, Song Fu was equally overjoyed. Historically, the welcoming ceremony had never included the southern states' Guanyuan Academy, making this the inaugural invitation. Certainly, he was more perplexed. How could the Guanyuan Academy extend an invitation to Yiguan? Song Fu gazed at Yiguan, his eyes brimming with confusion. At that moment, Yiguan suddenly inquired, "Senior, does the Guanyuan Academy in South Prefecture invite only me?" Upon hearing this, Han Xiu replied with a smile, "Indeed." Yiguan fell silent, instantly losing much of his interest. It would be better to focus on his cultivation at home. He thought it best to avoid unnecessary social engagements. Just then, Song Fu hastily interjected, "Young Guan, this is a splendid opportunity to connect with the talents of the world. You must not decline." "Decline?" Han Xiu was taken aback. He glanced at Yiguan and, noticing his apparent disinterest, recalled a particular instruction. Therefore, he quickly added, "Of course, the 4 geniuses from the South Prefecture Academy are all invited." Upon hearing this, everyone in the hall was momentarily stunned. "All can attend?" Fearing Yiguan might refuse, Han Xiu promptly presented 4 invitations into Yiguan's hands, saying, "Young Master Yi, please remember to attend punctually the day after tomorrow at the hour of the rooster. Farewell." With that, he turned and departed. In the hall, the others exchanged glances. At that moment, Song Fu suddenly asked, "Young Guan, do you know anyone at the academy?" Yiguan shook his head with a wry smile. "No." Song Fu furrowed his brow. "Then why not?" Yiguan replied in a deep voice, "I do not know." Nearby, Xiao Shan chuckled. "In any case, it is not a bad thing." Song Fu nodded and smiled. "Indeed." He gazed at the 4 invitations in his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. Venturing alone would be somewhat monotonous. Yet accompanying Nailan Jia would transform the experience entirely. In truth, 2 invitations would suffice. What purpose did Sun Xiong have in joining Xiaogu? Truly perplexing. Moments later, Yi found Nailan Jia, Xiaogu, and Sun Xiong, distributing the 3 invitations among them. Xiaogu fixed his gaze upon Yi, questioning whether this was a welcoming gathering. He nodded, affirming that the invitations had just arrived from Guanxian Academy. Xiao Ji's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. Nalan Jia turned to Yi, inquiring if he knew anyone from Guanxian Academy. He shook his head. Nalan Jia furrowed her delicate brows, pondering if someone had discovered Ye's identity as a sword cultivator. He remained silent. Surely, the visitors would not present invitations without reason. There must be an underlying motive. At that moment, Xiao Gu suddenly interjected, stating that he had several matters to discuss that would undoubtedly pique their interest. The trio turned their attention to Xiao Gu, who continued with a grin. The individuals from Qingzhou and Yunzhou have already arrived in the city. Moreover, they have taken residence directly at Guanxian Academy. He, intrigued, asked how many had come from Qingzhou and Yunzhou this time. Xiao Gu replied solemnly that only one individual from Yunzhou had come, named Zhufu, with his realm and strength remaining unknown. Sun Xiong frowned slightly, questioning if it was merely one person. Xiao Gu confirmed, indeed, just one. Nalan Jia remarked softly that they were either reckless or Zhufu possessed extraordinary strength. Xiao Gu asserted it must be the latter. Yunzhou has produced 3 great emperors. They would surely not wish to remain overshadowed by Qingzhou, and Zhufu is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Yiguan nodded slightly and then inquired, how many individuals have arrived from Qingzhou? Xiao Gu replied in a solemn tone, 3 in total, 2 men and 1 woman. I only know the names of 1 man and the woman. The man is called Aohan, and the woman is named Mu Yunhan. Yiguan asked what about their strength. Xiao Gu looked at Yiguan and responded, their prowess remains uncertain. Yiguan furrowed his brow. Xiao Gu continued in a grave voice, as far as I am aware, each year, Qingzhou is allotted 3 spots to participate in the martial examination in the upper realm. The competition for these spots is nothing short of hellish. Yiguan expressed confusion. Are they limited to only 3 spots? Xiao Gu nodded. Only the top 10 can claim these 3 spots. Otherwise, the other states would be at a severe disadvantage. This is precisely why the competition among the top 10 states during the martial examination is extraordinarily fierce. Particularly in Qingzhou, the struggle for these 3 spots can only be described as hellish. Yiguan murmured, is there one individual whose identity remains undisclosed? Xiao Gu shook his head. That individual is too enigmatic. It is likely that their true identity will only be revealed when the martial examination commences. Suddenly, Nalan Jia interjected, Yunzhou has 3 spots, yet they have sent only 1 person. This is quite irregular. Xiao Gu concurred, indeed it is unusual. However, I suspect that Yunzhou is plotting something significant, especially since they have been overshadowed by Qingzhou for centuries. Nevertheless, vying for the top position will not be an easy feat. For hundreds of years, Qingzhou has maintained its supremacy, and this generation of geniuses will undoubtedly resist any attempt to usurp the title of number 1 under heaven from them. Yiguan expressed curiosity. What is this number 1 under heaven plaque? Xiao Gu chuckled. Indeed, as long as we seize the first place, not only will there be various rewards, but also this plaque proclaiming number 1 under heaven. If we bring this plaque back to Nanzhou, I assure you, the entire region will treat you like a deity, and for at least a century, the younger generation will regard you as their paragon. Yiguan remained silent, his right hand clenched tightly. Xiao Gu continued, in essence, this martial examination is a battle for honor. Qingzhou stands as the guardian of dignity, while other provinces vie for it. After all, it's a clash of titans. Suddenly, Sun Xiong inquired about the prodigies from other provinces. Xiao Gu replied, in every martial examination, there are always some dark horses emerging. However, without exception, it ultimately boils down to a contest between Qingzhou and Yunzhou. As he spoke, he shook his head with a smile, admitting that Qingzhou's strength in each iteration is nearly despairing, truly deserving of being the birthplace of the Sword Master of the Mortal Realm. The Sword Master of the Mortal Realm. Upon hearing this, the others in the vicinity stood in solemn respect. The current tranquility of the universe can largely be attributed to the Sword Master of the Mortal Realm. Xiao Gu suddenly laughed. I never expected that we would also receive an invitation. Attending this welcome soirée might allow us to meet those prodigious talents from Qingzhou and Yunzhou. By the way, speaking of which, he grinned mischievously, there's another matter. The 3 turned their attention to Xiao Gu, who continued, While we've been discussing the prodigious talents of Qingzhou and Yunzhou, do you know the geniuses and prodigies from the Shangji Guanyuan Academy? The three shook their heads. Xiao Gu smiled. The current top student at Shangji Guanyuan Academy is a young woman named Luo Zhaoqi. She is not only the foremost scholar of the Upper Realm's mystical academy, but is also celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the Upper Realm. The most beautiful. Yiguan couldn't help but glance at Nailan Jia, who returned his gaze with a smile and said, "Why are you looking at me?" Yiguan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. As Nailan Jia observed Yiguan's silly grin, she suddenly turned her attention to Xiao Gu. "Will Luo Zhaoqi attend the welcome gathering the day after tomorrow?" Xiao Gu replied with a grin, "Of course she will, as she is the one in charge of this welcome event." Nailan Jia looked at Yiguan, a playful smile gracing her lips. "At that time, you shall judge for yourself who is more beautiful, me or her." Yiguan smiled slightly, remaining silent. Xiao Gu laughed heartily before adding, "There's another matter we must be cautious about." The trio turned their attention to Xiao Gu, who spoke with a serious tone. This time, the talented individuals from the Shen sect will also participate in the martial examination, and 4 of them will be present. The leader, Ming Lu Ku, is a prodigy of the Shen sect, reputed to be the most extraordinary talent in a century. He paused for a moment before continuing. "Undoubtedly, during this martial examination, the Shen sect will target us relentlessly. Therefore, when the examination begins, we must be vigilant against them." Shen sect. Yiguan maintained a calm demeanor, saying, "No worries. When the martial examination starts, we shall deal with them directly." Xiao Gu laughed again. "Yes, let us confront them head-on." With that, he stood up. "You all continue your conversation. I shall go train." After saying this, he turned to leave. Sun Xiong hurriedly called out, "Wait for me. I will train too." With that, he followed suit. At that moment, Nailan Jia turned to Yiguan and asked, "Have you already reached the Divine Soul stage?" Yiguan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Nailan Jia smiled faintly. With less than 2 months until the martial examination, she aimed to find a way to reach the realm of the sky. Yiguan nodded again. This time, there were countless prodigious talents, and he certainly did not dare to underestimate others. As a swordsman, he could not assume that he was invincible among the younger generation. Having confidence is commendable, but one must not become arrogant. Nailan Jia remarked with a smile, "I shall also go and cultivate. We shall meet the day after tomorrow." Yiguan cast a glance at the butterfly hairpin adorning Nailan Jia's head and replied, "Very well." Nailan Jia rose and departed. Left alone, Yiguan felt somewhat troubled. He wished to cultivate as well. However, he was out of funds. With less than 2,000 gold crystals remaining, it was hardly sufficient, especially now, as his demand for spiritual energy was immense. As for the Southern States Xian Shu Academy, he felt too embarrassed to approach Fei Banqing for assistance, as he realized that Fei Banqing was not particularly affluent either. At that moment, Nailan Jia suddenly halted in the distance, turning to look at Yiguan. "How many gold crystals do you have left?" she inquired. Yiguan smiled and replied, 2,000. Nailan Jia responded solemnly, "Then you should be falling short." Just as Yiguan was about to speak, Nailan Jia continued, "Shall we consider borrowing some?" Yiguan looked puzzled. "Borrow?" Nailan Jia nodded. "The Immortal Treasure Pavilion allows for loans, but interest must be paid. For instance, if we borrow 10,000 gold crystals, we would need to repay around 11,000 after a month. If we borrow 100,000, we would owe nearly 130,000 after the same period." Upon hearing this, Yiguan's expression darkened. This sounded like usury. Who could have devised such a nefarious scheme? It is truly a bit excessive. Xiao Ta. Chapter 32. Wife. Loan. Yiguan found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the Xianbao Pavilion would engage in such practices. The interest rate was, to put it mildly, rather alarming. Nailan Jia chuckled. "Shall we take out a loan?" Yiguan shook his head, deeming it far too exploitative. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, "Xianbao Pavilion must be open to receiving items for sale, correct?" Nailan Jia inquired, "Are you considering selling that inner Dan?" Yiguan nodded. He possessed both an imperial-grade inner Dan and a heavenly-grade inner Dan, which were of little use to him at present. As for the earthly-grade spiritual vein, he had no intention of parting with it, as it was meant for the Yi clan. Of course, that would only be feasible when no one in Nanzhou dared to covet the Yi clan's interests. Nailan Jia remarked, very well. Let us also sell the 2 inner dawn I have. Yi Guan had previously gifted her 2, which she had kept with her. He nodded in agreement. Let us go. The pair departed from the Shao residence and made their way to the Xianbao Pavilion. Situated in the bustling heart of the upper city, Xianbao Pavilion spanned nearly 100 acres. When Yi Guan and Nailan Jia arrived at its entrance, they were taken aback by the grandeur before them. One word encapsulated it: opulence. The Xianbao Pavilion was not merely magnificent. It soared 9 stories high, bustling with patrons coming and going, creating an atmosphere of vibrant liveliness. As Yi Guan and Nailan Jia stepped through the entrance, a strikingly beautiful young woman approached them with a welcoming smile. How may I assist you today? She inquired. Nailan Jia replied, we wish to sell some items. The young woman smiled gently, please, follow me. As she spoke, she led Yi Guan and Nailan Jia to a lengthy counter, which boasted 12 individual stalls, each with a long queue. Yi Guan was taken aback. Were they all vendors? The woman chuckled. Indeed. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Guan produced the celestial inner elixir from his palm, exclaiming, take a look at this. Upon seeing the celestial inner elixir in Yi Guan's hand, the woman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. I see now. Follow me, she said, guiding Yi Guan and Nailan Jia to a private room, where an elderly gentleman sat, meticulously examining a scale before him. The woman smiled and said, Master Fu, I have something remarkable. Upon hearing this, Master Fu lifted his gaze to inspect Yi Guan and Nailan Jia, then focused on the elixir. Yi Guan opened his palm, presenting the celestial inner elixir to the elder. However, Master Fu merely shook his head in response, dismissively questioning, is a celestial inner elixir truly noteworthy? He then resumed his examination of the scale. Suddenly, the woman urged, Master Fu, please take a closer look. At her insistence, Master Fu furrowed his brow, redirecting his attention to the inner elixir. As if uncovering a revelation, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, this is the inner elixir of a thunder-devouring beast. With that, he swiftly seized the elixir. Yi Guan and Nailan Jia exchanged puzzled glances, both novices in the realm of magical beasts. At this moment, Master Fu turned to Yi Guan and inquired, what price do you seek for it? Yi Guan replied, you may offer your price. Master Fu scrutinized Yi Guan and asked, what shall I call you? Upon hearing this, Yi Guan's expression instantly darkened. Here it comes. Damn it. The same old routine again. It was evident that if he and Nailan Jia hailed from some obscure minor faction, this old man would undoubtedly exploit the situation for his own gain. In this era, one's background and connections are of utmost importance. Suddenly, Nailan Jia spread her palm, and a unique force surged forth from within her. Witnessing this spectacle, the old man from the mansion was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. This was the fabled Holy Spirit physique heavens. As he spoke, he turned to the graceful young woman and instructed, Xiao Xiu, quickly bring tea for our esteemed guests. The young woman promptly retreated. The old man hastily added, my lady, please take a seat. Nailan Jia nodded slightly and then sat beside Yi Guan. At that moment, the young woman returned, carrying 2 cups of tea. Nailan Jia lifted her cup and took a delicate sip before stating, it is said that the immortal treasure pavilion is fair in dealings. Hence, I have come here. Please, name your price. The old man hesitated for a moment before raising 5 fingers. Nailan Jia fixed her gaze upon him. 5 million gold crystals? Upon hearing this, the old man's expression froze, and he forced a smile. My lady, your words are truly alarming. It is actually 50,000 gold crystals. Nailan Jia appeared somewhat displeased. You could have simply stated 50,000. Why the need for riddles? The old man fell silent, feeling quite speechless. Logically, she should have been aware of the market rates. Nailan Jia set her cup down. Increase the offer. The old man hesitated for a moment before responding. I cannot increase it any further. As Nailan Jia spread her palm, the inner core of the celestial grade demon beast swiftly returned to her grasp. She turned her gaze towards Yi Guan and declared, let us depart. At her words, Yi Guan nodded in affirmation, and the two rose to leave. At that moment, The old steward of the estate hastily interjected. Wait, we can negotiate. Nalan Jia glanced back at the steward, thinking to herself, negotiate? You black-hearted old scoundrel. The stewardess expression froze, yet he dared not retaliate, for she was not only of the Holy Spirit constitution but also exuded an air of arrogance. There must be someone backing her. Although the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was formidable, it was merely that, an institution, not him. If he were to offend individuals beyond his station, his livelihood would be at stake. Seeing Nalan Jia and Yi Guan preparing to depart, the steward quickly exclaimed, 80,000 gold crystals. Nalan Jia's delicate brows knitted slightly, prompting the steward to smile ruefully. Miss, this is already the maximum price. With unwavering resolve, Nalan Jia locked her gaze on the steward, replying, 90,000. Agreed. The steward responded immediately, sealing the deal. He produced a storage ring and placed it before Nalan Jia, which contained precisely 90,000 gold crystals. Witnessing this exchange, both Yi Guan and Nalan Jia fell into a contemplative silence. They had miscalculated. Nevertheless, one must accept the consequences of a wager. Nalan Jia stowed the ring and then produced 2 additional celestial-grade inner cores, asking what is the value of these 2. The steward's expression stiffened once more. Ultimately, Yi Guan and Nalan Jia departed the Celestial Treasure Pavilion with 300,000 gold crystals in hand. Outside the grand entrance, Nalan Jia handed Yi Guan a storage ring containing the sum of 300,000. Just as he was about to speak, Nalan Jia fixed her gaze upon him, insisting, that will suffice. The tone was undeniably firm. Yi Guan hesitated for a moment before saying, Xiao Jia, you are in need of money. Nalan Jia shook her head, indicating that she did not require it for the time being. Yi Guan wished to say more, but Nalan Jia calmly interjected, I may become quite upset. With a sense of resignation, Yi Guan retracted the storage ring. Nalan Jia smiled faintly before adopting a serious demeanor. Do not hastily sell that imperial-grade elixir of yours. Yi Guan nodded in understanding. The value of an imperial-grade elixir far surpassed that of the inner core of a heavenly-tier beast. He intended to keep it for himself unless absolutely necessary. Absorbing it directly in the future could significantly enhance his strength. Nalan Jia then suggested, let us depart. Yi Guan glanced back at the Xianbao Pavilion and remarked, business people are indeed quite shrewd. Nalan Jia nodded slightly, mentioning that she had heard the founder of the Xianbao Pavilion hailed from a place known as the Galaxy, where the inhabitants were notoriously astute and inclined to exploit the labor class. Yi Guan expressed his confusion. The Galaxy? Nalan Jia chuckled. Indeed, it is a distant place from us. I discovered this while researching the Pavilion Master's background. It is said that many extraordinary individuals reside there. Yi Guan nodded subtly, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Upon returning to the Shao residence, the 2 parted ways to their respective rooms for cultivation. Gazing at the 30,000 gold crystals before him, Yi Guan let out a soft sigh. How impoverished he felt. At that moment, the small tower suddenly spoke. Do you wish to strive for the skyward realm? Yi Guan nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have less than 2 months left to reach the skyward realm. Little Tower said, your swordsmanship has become quite swift. Do you know how to enhance your speed further? Yi Guan promptly responded, please, Master Tower, bestow your wisdom. Little Tower continued, upon reaching the void realm, one can harness the power of time and space, allowing for limited temporal traversals. In truth, a sword can do the same. Yi Guan was taken aback. Little Tower explained, a sword can traverse time and space, and I possess a technique specifically designed for this, known as the instant kill sword. Within a certain range, one can wield the sword to traverse through time, striking down an opponent in an instant. Yi Guan eagerly inquired, what is its grade? Little Tower replied, why do you concern yourself with grades? Yi Guan was left speechless. Little Tower elaborated, if cultivated to perfection, even an ordinary sword strike can annihilate the heavens and obliterate the earth. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Guan admitted, I have been too attached to superficialities. Little Tower reassured him, once you reach the void realm, you may begin to cultivate this instant kill sword. As for the level to which you can refine it, that is entirely up to you. Yi Guan nodded slightly. Understood. Little Tower added, in the void realm, the emphasis lies in comprehending time and space. Those you encountered previously, claiming to have mastered the Void Realm, are greatly lacking. They have only grasped the surface of time and space and dare to call it mastery. It is truly laughable. Should you attain the Void Realm, remember to thoroughly delve into this realm before advancing to the next. Yiguan affirmed, I understand. Little Tower concluded, I happen to possess a manuscript on the cultivation concerning time and space, filled with insights from predecessors. You may take a look.
Yiguan hurriedly replied. Alright.
As his words fell, a torrent of information surged into his mind. After a brief moment, Yiguan's expression grew grave as he settled into a meditative posture, beginning to comprehend the surrounding spacetime. Spacetime, in essence, is the amalgamation of time and space. They are intertwined yet distinct. The concept of time is profoundly enigmatic, far beyond Yiguan's current understanding. Thus, the small tower imparted to him only the aspect of space. Space, simply put, is an objective manifestation of material existence. However, upon delving into it, one soon realizes its complexities far exceed such simplicity. Gradually, Yiguan became mesmerized. He had never envisioned space to be so intricate. Within the techniques of spatial cultivation provided by the small tower, there lay detailed instructions on how to perceive spacetime, integrate into it, and ultimately master it. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Yiguan slowly raised his right hand. At that moment, the fabric of spacetime before him began to distort in response to his motion. Moments later, Yiguan thrust his right hand forward, and in an instant, it materialized several feet away. Witnessing this spectacle, Yiguan was overwhelmed with ecstasy. It turned out that mastering spacetime was so remarkably straightforward. He then proceeded to manipulate his sword, leading to a bizarre scene within the room, as his sword flickered from one side to the other, appearing and disappearing with an otherworldly grace. Observing this, Yiguan's excitement intensified. He was traversing spacetime on his sword. Inside the small tower, a voice echoed, "This fellow's talent is utterly extraordinary. Whose talent has he truly inherited? If it were the talent of the young master, it should not be so. The young master is not that extraordinary, and as for the young master's mother, she hardly cultivates at all, spending her days solely on crafting bombs." Suddenly, a mysterious voice interjected. While she may not engage in cultivation, many realms within this universe were established by her. Her disinterest in cultivation does not imply a lack of talent. The small tower fell silent, nearly forgetting this point. Just then, Yiguan grabbed paper and pen, and began to write swiftly. The small tower, perplexed, asked, "Why are you writing down the space-time cultivation method I provided?" Yiguan replied with a smile. "Such a remarkable thing deserves to be shared with Xiao Jia." The small tower hesitated, then said, "This is quite precious." Yiguan grinned widely, remarking, "She is my wife, what is mine is hers." "Tower Master, you don't happen to be without a wife, do you?" The small tower responded. Grateful acknowledgements to friends such as Pang Yi, also known as Yi Yu, Ryu Ming Yuan JC Master, and Feng Xiao for their generous support. Thank you to all readers who have offered rewards and votes. Thank you. Lastly, dear friends, may I ask for your support in rewards? May I request your votes? After a brief moment, Yiguan recorded the spacetime cultivation method given by the small tower and swiftly made his way to Nalanjia's courtyard. Within the small tower, it remarked solemnly, "This fellow is quite different from his father." The mysterious voice concurred. "Indeed, there are notable distinctions." The small tower continued. "His talent is extraordinarily exceptional. He often progresses far too rapidly. I believe such swift advancement may not be entirely beneficial. It must be tempered." A mysterious voice remarked, "I believe you need not worry excessively. This little fellow is quite aware of his own situation. We merely need to grasp the overarching direction." Xiao Ta nodded in agreement. Before long, Yiguan arrived at Nalanjia's courtyard, where Nalanjia appeared somewhat taken aback upon his arrival. Yiguan presented a piece of paper to her, prompting her confusion. "What is this?" she inquired. Yiguan flashed a grin and encouraged her. "Take a look." As Nalanjia examined the paper, her expression swiftly turned grave. "What is this?" she questioned, her tone heavy with concern. Yiguan smiled faintly. "A senior taught me this. I believe it will be beneficial for you." After contemplating for a moment, Nalanjia replied solemnly, This is truly terrifying. It was undeniable that it somewhat shattered her previous understanding. Yiguan chuckled. Focus on your cultivation. With that, he turned to depart. Nalan Jia watched his retreating figure, her expression complex. What a mysterious individual. The more she interacted with Yiguan, the more enigmatic he seemed to her. As a thought crossed her mind, she shook her head with a smile, feeling warmth in her heart. In comparison to this precious method of cultivation, she cherished the young man's sincere intentions even more. Since mastering the art of temporal sword control, Yiguan had become utterly enamored with the sensation it provided. Gliding through time and space on his sword was truly otherworldly and unfathomable, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to defend against. If he were to confront Wei Tong, he wouldn't need to resort to ambush. He could simply and boldly deliver a fatal blow with a single stroke. Furthermore, he began to practice the technique of the instant kill sword, channeling all his strength to unleash the most formidable strike, capable of instantly vanquishing his opponent. The sword, when unsheathed, is destined to claim a life. In the dead of night, deep within the back mountains of the Shao residence, Yiguan's eyes were gently closed, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. In the next moment, a sword pierced through the air, embedding a fallen leaf into the trunk of an ancient tree 30 paces away. Observing the spectacle, Yiguan shook his head slightly. Still not swift enough. This strike was intended for instantaneous demise, harnessing the entirety of his spiritual essence to traverse through time and space, unleashing his most formidable blow. Yet, he felt it was still insufficiently fast. It could be swifter. Throughout the night, Yiguan immersed himself in relentless training, repeating the process time and again. Whenever exhaustion set in, he would take a brief respite before resuming his fervent practice. In this world, Yiguan lacked powerful parents, a prestigious lineage, or a formidable backing. Thus, he was compelled to rely solely on his own efforts. The mundane world flowed like a torrent. Merely standing firm was an arduous task, while rising above the masses was an endeavor far more challenging than the heavens themselves. Consequently, he resolved to toil harder, tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Only then would he possess the slightest chance of transcending his current station. Time flew by as he devoted himself to his cultivation, and soon it was the day of the welcoming ceremony. In the afternoon, Yiguan meticulously adorned himself and made his way to Nalan Jia's courtyard. Please wait, came Nalan Jia's voice from within the room. Yiguan stepped aside. Today he donned a cloud-colored robe, his tall and straight figure resembling a spear, his face, as white as jade, radiating sharp contours of cold handsomeness. His sword-like brows and starry eyes were accompanied by a subtle smile that exuded a sense of composure and elegance. At his waist hung a fragrant sachet. At that moment, the door of Nalan Jia opened, and a woman emerged. Upon seeing Nalan Jia, Yiguan momentarily lost himself in thought. Today, Nalan Jia was clad in a gown of pure white, as immaculate as freshly fallen snow. Her features were exquisitely delicate, without a trace of flaw, and as she walked gracefully, she resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Even Yiguan could not help but be captivated. Adorning her head was a butterfly hairpin. Nalan Jia approached Yiguan with a smile and said, "Let us go." Yiguan replied, "You look truly beautiful today." Nalan Jia blinked. "Is that so?" Yiguan nodded. With a slight curve of her lips, Nalan Jia added, "Then you shall help me determine who is more beautiful, myself or Miss Luo Zhaoqi." Yiguan's expression froze. Observing Yiguan's reaction, Nalan Jia's smile broadened, and with a playful shake of her head, she said, "Let us be on our way." When the two arrived at the entrance of the Shao residence, Sun Xiong and Shao Gu were already waiting there, along with Fei Banqing and Song Fu. Fei Banqing cautioned, "Be careful." Yiguan nodded, "All right." The four of them boarded the carriage, heading towards the Guanxian ceremony hall. Fei Banqing glanced at the others and whispered, "I am a bit worried." Song Fu chuckled, "Worried about Yiguan?" Fei Banqing nodded. With a slight smile, Song Fu reassured, "There is no need for concern. This young lad is composed and will not come to harm." Fei Banqing shook his head with a smile. Indeed, before long, the four arrived at the Guanxian ceremony hall, a grand edifice adorned with opulence, its entrance laid with luxurious, costly animal skins. At this moment, People were entering the Guanxian ceremony hall in succession. As usual, this time there were only 100 individuals. Remarkably, these 100 could be regarded as the finest geniuses hailing from 360 states. Upon entering the grand hall, which was spacious enough to accommodate at least several thousand, they beheld a colossal stone platform measuring several dozen yards in length and width, beneath which were arranged circular tables. At this moment, Xiao Gu suddenly remarked with a smile, "I must tell you, the seating arrangement carries great significance." The three turned their gazes toward him, and he continued with a grin, "The closer your seat is to the front, the more esteemed you are by the Guanyuan Academy. Each time, Qingzhou is granted the foremost position, followed by Yunzhou, while the rest depends on the Academy's discretion." Sun Xiong shook his head, lamenting the harsh realities of this world. Xiao Gu cast a glance at him and chuckled. "In this world, it is all about interests and values. Only when you can offer benefits and value to others will you be regarded with importance. There is no other way." Sun Xiong nodded in understanding. Xiao Gu smiled once more and remarked, "Let us see where we are seated." As he surveyed the surroundings, he found no indication of their position. At that moment, Nailan Jia suddenly pointed toward the front, exclaiming, "Look!" Xiao Gu turned his gaze into the distance, and soon his expression froze. Their seats were in the second position, beneath Qingzhou and beside Yunzhou, sharing the second tier with Yunzhou. Witnessing this scene, the four stood in astonishment. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Xiao Gu spoke in a hushed tone, "Why have we been assigned to the second position?" He then looked toward Yi Guan, who shook his head, replying, "I do not know." Xiao Gu gazed at the designated spot and murmured, "This is tantamount to roasting us over an open flame. Is the one who assigned us our positions harboring a grudge against us?" Sun Xiong replied in a low voice, "Shall we take our seats?" Xiao Gu hesitated for a moment before turning to Yi Guan, who calmly responded, "Let us sit. After all, it is their arrangement. Why not occupy the seats?" Xiao Gu expressed his concern, "I fear it may attract animosity." Yi Guan chuckled, "If we are afraid to take a single seat, how can we aspire to claim the top position?" With that, he confidently strode towards the designated area, undeterred by fear. He understood a fundamental principle. When confronted by these rebellious geniuses, one must not show trepidation. The more timid one appears, the more they perceive you as an easy target, leading them to band together and bully you. Nailan Jia smiled and followed suit. Observing both of them advance, Xiao Gu burst into laughter and joined them. Naturally, Sun Xiong could not sit on the ground, so he also followed suit. As the four of them settled into their seats, countless gazes in the room immediately converged upon them. Upon noticing the sign displaying their table's name, everyone was taken aback. Nanzhou Guanxuan Academy. Nanzhou? The expressions of those present morphed into a mix of curiosity, confusion, and displeasure. Xiao Gu glanced around and remarked, "They are all watching us." Yi Guan lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip before saying, "Let them be." Xiao Gu laughed. "My instincts tell me that trouble is surely on the horizon." Yi Guan spoke calmly, "Avoid trouble, yet fear not." Xiao Gu chuckled heartily. Indeed, at that moment, a man suddenly entered. His long hair was tied back, and he donned a simple garment of coarse cloth and trousers, his feet clad in straw sandals, presenting an appearance of stark humility. Within the hall, some individuals displayed expressions of mockery upon seeing the man. However, their smiles quickly froze. The man gradually approached the table where Yi Guan and the others sat. Yunzhou, Zuofu. The atmosphere shifted, and the crowd's demeanor turned gravely serious. The perennial second place. This was the prevailing sentiment regarding Yunzhou. Such a title was no mere jest. To consistently secure the second position year after year was indeed formidable. After Zuofu took his seat, he turned to a nearby maid, offered a slight bow and requested, "A cup of hot water, please." The maid promptly filled a cup for him. Subsequently, the onlookers observed as Zuofu retrieved a piece of flatbread from his robe and began to eat, disregarding those around him. Yi Guan regarded Zuofu with a solemn expression. He could not sense the man's aura. Meanwhile, the others in the hall were scrutinizing Zuofu. In the past, Yunzhou had dispatched 3 exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet this time, they had sent only one. This deviation from the norm was quite unusual. Just then, two figures appeared at the entrance, a man and a woman. The man was tall and robust, with a broad chest and muscular arms, exuding an imposing presence that suggested he could withstand 1,000 adversaries. A woman donned in a simple azure gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, held a sheathed long sword with delicate fingers. Her gaze was frigid, reminiscent of ancient ice, devoid of any emotion. The two approached the first table amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd Qingzhou. In that moment, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Aohan, Mu Yunhan. As they took their seats, Aohan cast a glance at the left husband and then at Yiguan and the others. Meanwhile, Mu Yunhan merely regarded Nalinjia with a fleeting look. Beside Yiguan, Xiaogu spoke in a hushed tone. There is still one person from Qingzhou yet to arrive. Just as Yiguan was about to respond, a woman gracefully emerged from the inner hall. Upon seeing her, the crowd's attention was instantly captivated. Clad in a violet upper garment and a fiery red blouse, her bosom was ample, as if it might burst forth. She wore a flowing pale green skirt, her slender waist and curvaceous hips exuding an air of unparalleled sensuality as she walked. Her eyes sparkled like clear water, and in her glance, there was an exquisite elegance that was simply captivating. In summary, a figure of a siren, a visage of an angel. In the assembly, only Nalinjia could rival her in beauty. The newcomer was none other than Luo Zhaoqi, the premier of the Guanxian Academy. Beside Yi Guan, Nalinjia suddenly inquired, "Am I more beautiful or is she?" Just as Yi Guan was about to answer, Nalinjia added, "Do not deceive me." Yi Guan pondered for a moment before replying, "She is indeed beautiful. Her appearance is on par with yours, yet her beauty bears no relation to me." Nalinjia gazed at Yi Guan. "Does my beauty have any relevance to you?" Yi Guan nodded, "Of course, for you are my wife." Upon hearing this, Nalinjia momentarily paused, then a subtle smile graced her lips. At that moment, she felt a surge of pride, her laughter blossoming like a flower, radiating beauty that rendered all the women present pale in comparison. Just then, Luo Zhaoqi gracefully ascended the circular platform amidst the gazes of the crowd. She glanced at everyone and cheerfully proclaimed, "On behalf of the Guanxuan Academy, I extend a warm welcome to all of you to the upper realm." At this juncture, a man slowly rose to his feet. With a slight bow, he said with a smile, "Chief Luo, I am Lu Ku from the Shentian sect, and I have something to express." Luo Zhaoqi regarded Lu Ku with an inviting smile and replied, "Please, go ahead." Lu Ku returned the smile and continued, "Qingzhou, sitting in the front row, I concede. Yunzhao, sitting in the second row, I also concede. However," he declared, suddenly pointing at Yiguan and his companions, "Nanzhou, sitting in the second row, I cannot accept." Luo Zhaoqi narrowed her eyes, poised to respond, when Yiguan, beside her, abruptly set down his teacup and turned to Lu Ku, asserting, "Unacceptable. Let us settle this with a duel. It's straightforward." The crowd was left speechless. Chapter 34. Just because I dislike you. One-on-one challenge. In the arena, everyone was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Yi Guan from Southern Province would be so audacious. A challenge to duel at the slightest disagreement? Lu Ku's expression darkened. He too had not foreseen such a bold move from Yi Guan. "Damn it, are you a reckless fool? Always resorting to duels." In truth, Lu Ku had not intended to confront Yi Guan directly. He merely sought an excuse to turn Yi Guan and his companions against the crowd. It was not just Lu Ku who felt discontented. Everyone present shared his sentiments. Why should Southern Province occupy the second row? Thus, he resolved to take the lead in provoking the Southern Province, inciting the collective ire of the audience. However, he had not anticipated Yi Guan's sudden escalation. This effectively put him in a precarious position. All eyes in the arena were now upon him. Discontent? Then let us duel. How straightforward. Luo Zhaoqi cast a curious glance at Yi Guan. Originally, Southern Province had no right to attend this welcome gathering. Yet, she had recently received orders from above mandating their invitation and assigning them seats in the second row. Consequently, she was intrigued by Yi Guan and his companions. Now, witnessing Yi Guan's directness, her curiosity only deepened. At that moment, amidst the gaze of the crowd, Yi Guan strode confidently towards Lu Ku. "Are you not dissatisfied? Let us duel." If you find this insufficiently thrilling, we can ascend the life and death platform, determining fate with a single battle. The life and death platform. The crowd looked at Yi Guan, astonished. Such a grand escalation? Lu Ku's expression was exceedingly grim. The more arrogant Yi Guan became, the deeper his unease grew. At this moment, he found himself in a predicament. Should he refuse, he would lose face. Yet if he agreed, it was evident that the other party possessed some hidden advantage, for otherwise, they would not dare to act so brazenly. What to do? Lu Ku raised his gaze towards Luo Zhaoqi on the stage. At this juncture, only the esteemed head of the Guanzhuan Academy could intervene. Luo Zhaoqi smiled and said, Lu Ku, if you agree, the Guanzhuan Academy can offer you the venue free of charge. Upon hearing this, Lu Ku's countenance grew even darker. Within the hall, everyone was watching him. Although they too felt discontent, none voiced their thoughts. After a brief moment, Lu Ku suddenly chuckled and said, It appears I was rash. Since this is the Academy's arrangement, I trust they have their reasons. As he spoke, he turned to Yi Guan, clasped his fists, and apologized. I meant no offense, and I hope Brother Yi can forgive me. At these words, the crowd within the hall regarded Lu Ku not with derision, but rather with admiration. Such flexibility, a person capable of great undertakings. Yi Guan cast a glance at Lu Ku and responded, I forgive you. Just don't make such a foolish mistake again. Be good. With that, he turned and returned to his seat, leaving Lu Ku's expression akin to one who had just lost their parents. The onlookers could hardly suppress their amusement. Once Yi Guan settled back into his seat, Xiao Gu remarked in a low voice, This fellow is bound to resort to underhanded tactics. Yi Guan replied calmly, No matter. Xiao Gu looked at Yi Guan and chuckled, Brother Yi, you truly are confident. Ha ha! Yi Guan shook his head and smiled. He had never regarded himself as invincible, for he understood that there are always individuals beyond oneself, and mountains beyond mountains. Thus, one must remain humble. However, that was simply his nature. If you provoke me, I shall retaliate. Whether I can prevail or not is another matter, but I dare to fight. If I succeed, splendid. If I do not consider it disgraceful. It is those who do not dare to engage that should feel shame. Life is already fraught with challenges. Why endure unnecessary indignation? At that moment, Luo Zhaoqi suddenly remarked, Esteemed guests, starting tomorrow, the Guanyuan Academy will open its grounds for your cultivation. Our academy boasts 36 trial peaks, each offering distinct challenges. You may select one trial for your training, albeit with a modest fee of gold crystals. The announcement ignited excitement among those present in the hall. Upon arriving in this upper city, they had been bereft of a place to train, which had caused them considerable distress. It should be noted that with nearly 2 months remaining before the martial examination, while 2 months may seem insignificant to an ordinary person, for prodigies such as themselves, it is a span during which a myriad of accomplishments can be achieved. Furthermore, this is a cultivation ground of the upper realm, incomparable to the trial grounds of ordinary provinces. Yi Guan felt a surge of joy as well. He had been troubled recently, as the Shao residence lacked adequate training facilities. Now, with the Guanyuan Academy opening its grounds for cultivation, it was indeed a splendid turn of events. Luo Zhaoqi further announced, I have more auspicious news to impart to you all, which is that the rewards for the top 3 victors of this martial examination have been augmented. Moreover, the foremost champion shall receive a mysterious benefaction. Mysterious benefaction. Upon hearing this, the assembly was immediately piqued with interest. Luo Zhaoqi surveyed the crowd and said with a smile, After 2 decades of cultivation, one can achieve renown throughout the land in a single morning. On this occasion I, representing the Guangxuan Academy, extend my wishes to each of you, that you may attain a commendable rank in the martial examination, bringing honor to yourselves, your families, and your respective provinces. As he concluded, music resonated within the hall. Subsequently, a cohort of maidens entered, bearing platters laden with delectable delicacies. Furthermore, as Luo Zhaoqi receded, a bevy of beauteous women ascended the stage and commenced a graceful dance. Yi Guan smiled and shook his head, remarking to himself that the Guangxuan Academy certainly knew how to entertain. At this juncture, several gentlemen within the hall began to solicit ladies for a dance. Xiao Gu also hurried forth, locating a maiden whom he invited, and she, not declining, joined him in a dance. Presently, a gentleman approached Nailan Jia, bowing slightly and inquiring with a smile, "Fair maiden, might I have the pleasure?" Nailan Jia demurred, turning to Yi Guan with a smile. "I am betrothed to him." The gentleman chuckled. "It is merely a dance." Yi Guan interjected abruptly, "Perhaps I shall dance with you instead." The gentleman's expression faltered. Yi Guan regarded him and quipped, "Do not be so rigid about gender." The gentleman cast a glance at Yi Guan before turning and departing. Yi Guan then turned to Nailan Jia, inquiring, "Do you possess the art of dancing?" Nailan Jia shook her head. Yi Guan smiled and suggested, "Shall we take a stroll?" Nailan Jia nodded in agreement. "All right." As they rose to depart, a man suddenly approached Mu Yunhan. Just as he was about to speak, Mu Yunhan shot him a glance and barked, "Get lost." The man's expression froze, and without uttering another word, he turned and left. This was Qingzhou, not one to provoke. Not only was he unable to confront the situation, but even the upper realms dared not offend Qingzhou, and even the central land had to show respect to it. For this was the birthplace of the Master of Swords. Yi Guan and Nailan Jia exchanged glances before making their way outside. There, they found it had turned dark. The sky adorned with countless stars, and a bright moon hung above. The two strolled leisurely into the distance, a gentle breeze caressing them, refreshing and cool. Suddenly, Nailan Jia remarked, "That Zhufu is quite remarkable." Yi Guan nodded. He had also been observing Zhufu, who seemed entirely absorbed in his food, avoiding eye contact with anyone. He appeared rather reclusive, yet often those who are solitary can be quite formidable. Nailan Jia continued, "Mu Yunhan is a swordsman, his aura deeply restrained, with a powerful sword intent concealed within. Though his blade remains sheathed, it exudes an oppressive force." She paused for a moment before adding, "Very strong." Yi Guan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, quite strong." Nailan Jia continued, "That Aohan may be a body cultivator. In this world, the most formidable opponents are body cultivators and sword cultivators. A sword cultivator can shatter myriad laws with a single strike, far surpassing others of the same rank. However, a body cultivator, if you cannot breach their defenses, they become even more fearsome than sword cultivators, forever standing invincible." Yi Guan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Nailan Jia added, "Moreover, there is another individual from Qingzhou who has yet to make an appearance. I surmise that their strength surpasses that of the two you mentioned." At this, she turned to Yi Guan, asking, "Do you still wish to claim the top position?" Yi Guan nodded. Nailan Jia gazed at him in silence. Yi Guan smiled gently, stating, "If I am to contend, I shall strive for the first place. I have never considered myself invincible, yet I have never believed myself inferior to others." After observing Yi Guan for a moment, Nailan Jia beamed, "I shall accompany you in this pursuit." Yi Guan replied, "Excellent." The two then began to walk slowly into the distance. At that moment, Yi Guan suddenly remarked, "Xiao Jia, I have always harbored a question. Your sacred spirit physique, does it truly present no obstacles in the early stages of cultivation?" Nailan Jia nodded affirmatively. "Indeed," Yi Guan spoke in a serious tone, "so you can enhance your abilities as you wish?" Nailan Jia laughed. "It was so before, but now I have begun to suppress my own realm." Yi Guan, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" Nailan Jia explained, "The cultivation method you provided has made me realize that one must thoroughly comprehend a realm. Otherwise, hastily elevating oneself may lead to an unstable foundation in the end. For instance, between you and me, though my previous realm surpassed yours, I find myself lacking the slightest confidence to overcome you." Yi Guan fell into silence. Nailan Jia remarked, "One must proceed with caution and steadiness." Yi Guan nodded, "Indeed, in our cultivation we must tread carefully. An overly rapid ascent may prove detrimental." Nailan Jia chuckled, "I owe this to your cultivation method. Otherwise, I might still be lost in the euphoria of advancement, recklessly striving to elevate my own realm. Though it may yield significant short-term power, the long-term drawbacks are far too great." Yi Guan smiled, "Let us strive together." Nailan Jia's lips curled into a slight smile. "Together we shall strive." Beneath the moonlight, the two ambled quietly toward the horizon, an atmosphere both serene and warm. Just then, Sun Xiong approached briskly, calling out, "Yi Guan, Yi Guan and Nalin Jia halted, and Sun Xiong, standing before Yi Guan, spoke in a grave tone, "You must hurry to the Hall of Rites. Xiao Gu is about to face Lu Ku on the life and death stage." Upon hearing this, Yi Guan paused momentarily, then inquired, "Why?" Sun Xiong's expression darkened. Lu Ku brazenly stole his partner in front of Xiao Gu, and that woman chose to side with Lu Ku, deliberately insulting him. This is a trap, a despicable scheme by Lu Ku. Yi Guan spoke somberly, "Have they ascended the life and death stage yet?" Sun Xiong replied, "They are heading there now." Yi Guan narrowed his eyes. "Let us go." With that, he set off toward the distance. Nalin Jia remained silent but followed closely behind. As Yi Guan and his companions arrived at the ceremonial hall, Xiao Gu and Lu Ku were preparing to ascend the life and death platform, accompanied by Xiao Ji's previous female companion. Lu Ku smiled slightly and said, "Young Master Yi, we are to engage in a fair duel. Surely you do not wish to meddle." Suddenly, Yi Guan vanished from sight. Lu Ku's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Yi Guan would dare to strike first, and caught off guard, he could only passively defend himself. However, his speed lagged considerably behind that of Yi Guan. A sharp sound reverberated through the air, an unmistakable slap, before Lu Ku was sent flying several paces away. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. Yi Guan, rising from the ground, Lu Ku's face contorted with fury. Yi Guan cast a glance at Lu Ku, devoid of any additional intent, merely expressing his displeasure. "If you're unhappy, then feel free to retaliate." The spectators were left speechless. At that moment, Lu Ku's female companion coldly interjected, "Yi Guan, do you believe yourself to be someone of significance? This is the ceremonial hall. Your actions here are a blatant affront to Miss Luo and a disrespect to the Guanyuan Academy." Before she could finish her sentence, Nalin Jia abruptly vanished from her position with astonishing speed. A resounding slap echoed once more as the woman was sent hurtling several paces away. Nalin Jia glanced at the woman who had been struck, similarly expressing his displeasure. "If you're unhappy, then feel free to retaliate." The onlookers were left in stunned silence once more. Within the hall, all eyes were fixed upon Yi Guan and his companions, taken aback by the renewed conflict between the two factions. The denizens were genuinely astonished by the formidable prowess exhibited by Yi Guan of the southern province and Nalin Jia. From afar, Lu Ku's countenance was one of utter dismay as he glared intently at Yi Guan. With no further ado, he abruptly extended his right hand, causing the very fabric of space before Yi Guan to contort. An appendage materialized, poised to seize him, yet Yi Guan had already vanished from that spot. Lu Ku's pupils contracted as he swiftly raised his left arm in defense. A resounding thud echoed as Lu Ku was propelled a dozen feet backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. As he attempted to rise, Yi Guan materialized before him, his foot planted firmly upon Lu Ku's chest. Lu Ku coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed upon Yi Guan. "Slay me, then," he challenged. The assembly watched with bated breath. To kill within the hall of ceremony, rather than the dueling platform, would be a transgression. "Young Master Yi," a voice called out from the side. It was Luo Zhaoqi. Luo Zhaoqi addressed Yi Guan with a smile. "You mustn't violate the rules." His tone was gentle yet resolute. After a moment of silence, Yi Guan turned his gaze back to Lu Ku. "What was that you said?" Lu Ku grinned. "Slay me." In an instant, Yi Guan's foot descended upon Lu Ku's throat. A sickening crack reverberated through the hall as Lu Ku's eyes widened in death. The countenance of the assembly underwent an immediate transformation. Was this a deliberate affront to the esteemed chief Luo Zhaoqi? Luo Zhaoqi fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan, the smile gradually dissipating from his visage. Yi Guan pivoted, offering a slight bow to Luo Zhaoqi. "Esteemed Chief Luo," he began, "it is not my intention to slight the maiden or the academy. However, you are witness. It was his entreaty that I dispatch him. It was his express desire. I merely acted in accordance with his behest." A palpable stillness descended upon the hall. Luo Zhaoqi, his eyes unwavering, maintained his observation of Yi Guan, offering no rejoinder. Yi Guan's demeanor remained placid. Abruptly, Luo Zhaoqi advanced before Yi Guan, a smile playing upon his lips. "Master Yi," he declared, "let this matter be concluded thus. With a flourish, he swept his sleeve, and the remains of Lu Ku, which lay distant upon the ground, were reduced to ash. Most alarmingly, the very fabric of spacetime that had cradled Lu Ku's form was shattered by this force, birthing a minuscule temporal singularity. The spectators, beholding this spectacle, were seized by a collective gasp. Such formidable power, each with eyes fixed upon Luo Zhaoqi, was struck with profound awe. This chief of the Shen Academy was no mere ornamentation. Yi Guan cast a fleeting glance at Luo Zhaoqi, his composure unruffled. Luo Zhaoqi then addressed the gathering, his tone light. Partake well, enjoy yourselves thoroughly. Should any dare to instigate further discord, they shall face my displeasure. Concluding, his gaze shifted to the companion of the departed Lu Ku. Henceforth, he decreed, the Xuani sect is barred from all martial examinations, and shall be denied entry to the next iteration as well. Upon hearing this pronouncement, the woman's complexion drained of all color. In the midst of the gathering, a palpable air of pity enveloped the crowd. The Shen sect found itself in an irretrievable predicament. The cancellation of the session left them unable to participate in the lower realms, sealing their fate. After speaking, Luo Zhaoqi turned and departed, followed by Yi Guan and the others who shared no interest in lingering. Within the inner hall, Luo Zhaoqi settled into a chair and delicately lifted her teacup, savoring a sip. Not far from her sat an elderly man, the head of the ritual hall. With a smile, Luo Zhaoqi inquired, Head Li, was it you who invited this young Master Yi? Head Li nodded affirmatively. Luo Zhaoqi offered a slight smile, remaining silent thereafter. Head Li then asked Little Qi, have you discerned anything extraordinary about this individual? After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Zhaoqi replied, he conceals his true strength. Head Li's tone turned grave. To what extent does he conceal it? At least 60%, Luo Zhaoqi stated. 60%. Head Li fell into silence. It was indeed remarkable that with merely 40% of his strength, he could vanquish Lu Ku of the Sky Sovereign Realm. Suddenly, Luo Zhaoqi spoke again. However, even if he conceals 60% of his power, it hardly justifies your unique treatment of him, Head. Therefore, I suspect he might be hiding 80% of his strength. 80%. Head Li's eyes narrowed. To defeat Lu Ku with only 20% of one's strength was not merely impressive. It bordered on the extraordinary. Luo Zhaoqi smiled, adding, in truth, I find myself more intrigued by that Zhuofu. Head Li expressed surprise. Zhuofu? Luo Zhaoqi nodded. That individual is the true enigma, profoundly concealed. Li Yuan's initial inquiry was about how one compared to the individual from Qingzhou. After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Zhaoqi softly remarked, the individual from Qingzhou is reputed to be the third prodigy in history. Instinctively, Li Yuan inquired about the identities of the first two. Luo Zhaoqi elegantly lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip before responding, the master of swords from the mortal realm, and Guosher. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's expression froze. Luo Zhaoqi chuckled lightly. I must say, to exist in the same era as him is indeed a lament for this generation of Qingzhou's talented prodigies. She paused for a moment before continuing. People from central China have already begun to take notice of him. At this revelation, Li Yuan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Is this true? He pressed. Luo Zhaoqi nodded, explaining that central China was set to send someone specifically to escort him, awaiting his victory to take him directly to central China. Li Yuan spoke gravely. Why the urgency from central China? Luo Zhaoqi replied softly, it is said to be related to a contest of fate, though I am not privy to the specifics. Moreover, this time, the individual from Qingzhou has been predetermined as their candidate. Li Yuan sighed and shook his head, lamenting, if that is the case, then the outcome of this martial examination is already foretold. Luo Zhaoqi stated calmly, according to the estimations from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the projected results are Qingzhou first, Yunzhou second. Li Yuan then inquired about Nanzhou. Luo Zhaoqi smiled slightly. After today's events, Nanzhou should be able to secure a place in the top 10. Top 10. Li Yuan nodded, acknowledging that this was quite commendable, considering that Nanzhou had consistently been at the bottom in recent years. As he spoke, he paused briefly, then turned to Luo Zhaoqi, inquiring about his assessment of Yi Guan. After a moment of silence, Luo Zhaoqi replied. He possesses considerable talent and wisdom, yet he is overly impulsive and lacks the virtue of patience. Thus, he may struggle to achieve great things. Following their departure from the ceremonial hall, the four individuals made their way toward the Xiao residence. Along the path, Yiguan glanced at the sullen Xiao Gu and remarked with a smile, still sulking, "Are we?" Xiao Gu shook his head. "I merely did not anticipate that woman was from the Shen sect." Yiguan responded, "Since you are aware that her approach was driven by ulterior motives, there is no need to dwell on it. It is simply not worth your concern." Xiao Gu nodded slightly. "Indeed," Yiguan continued, "this time, the Shen sect has suffered significant losses. They may not let this matter rest easily." Xiao Gu chuckled. "Rest assured, they would not dare target us again before the martial examination. If they were to provoke us now, it would mean declaring war against the Guangguan Academy. Even with tenfold courage, they would not dare." Yiguan nodded, emphasizing the importance of remaining vigilant. Xiao Gu agreed, stating, "Tomorrow, I plan to head to the Guangguan Academy's trial peak for training. Its trial grounds are far superior to the ones in the lower realms." Yiguan smiled, then paused before asking, "Do you two have any other matters to attend to?" Xiao Gu was taken aback, and his expression immediately darkened. "Damn it, this fellow is trying to usher us away." He shot a glare at Yiguan before turning to Sun Xiong. "Sun Xiong, I need your assistance with something. Let us go." Sun Xiong glanced at Yiguan and Nailan Jia, then nodded. He was certainly not the type to lack discernment. Soon, the two vanished at the end of the street, leaving only Yiguan and Nailan Jia. Nailan Jia smiled and said, "My intuition suggests that you did not show that Chief Luo any respect. It seems you have offended her." Yiguan replied calmly, "I don't care." Nailan Jia looked at Yiguan and asked, "You are not concerned?" Yiguan chuckled. "Why should I be bothered by her opinion of me?" Nailan Jia replied sternly, "She is the top student of the Guanyuan Academy." Yiguan shook his head. "That has little to do with me. Besides, I have no intention of seeking her out or requiring her assistance. Moreover, this woman appears approachable, yet her heart is filled with arrogance. If I were to fawn over her, she would only look down upon me." Nailan Jia stared at Yiguan, chuckled, and was about to speak when Yiguan suddenly shook his head. "Let us not discuss her. I prefer not to talk about other women in your presence." Upon hearing this, a subtle smile crept onto Nailan Jia's lips. The two leisurely made their way towards the Xiao residence, engaging in light conversation about mundane matters, creating a serene and warm atmosphere. After returning to the Xiao residence, Nailan Jia retreated to her room, while Yiguan departed once more, heading straight for the trial peak of Guanyuan Academy. He had no time to waste. Tonight, he would focus on his cultivation. Before long, Yiguan arrived at the trial peak of Guanyuan Academy. In the Guangguan Academy, there exist 36 trial peaks, each with its unique methods of assessment. After much contemplation, Yiguan ultimately chose to ascend one of these peaks. The theme of this particular peak revolves around the manipulation of time and space, encompassing various disciplines such as temporal control, gravitational manipulation, spatial density, and the power of time. Yiguan opted for the gravitational aspect of time and space, primarily aiming to refine his instantaneous strike technique. Upon arriving before a towering edifice, he recognized it as the training ground for temporal gravity, consisting of 9 levels. The first level presented a gravitational force equivalent to 1 times standard gravity, while the second doubled that force, and so forth, culminating in the 9th level, which exerted a gravity 9 times stronger than normal. After paying the requisite fee, Yiguan entered the first level. As he stepped through the threshold, an immediate sensation of increased weight enveloped him, as if an invisible force pressed down upon his being. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him, and a sword of energy traversed the fabric of time and space, materializing several paces away. However, he soon realized that his speed had significantly diminished, a consequence of the gravitational forces at play. A faint smile graced Yiguan's lips as he resumed his swordplay. He engaged in relentless practice, repeating the motions tirelessly until exhaustion compelled him to rest. By the next day, he had acclimated to the gravitational conditions of the first level, and his sword's speed had returned to its original swiftness. Thus, he advanced to the second level. As time flowed steadily onward, by the 5th day, Yiguan had ascended to the 4th level. However, upon entering this new tier, a grave expression settled upon his features. The higher one ascends, the more terrifying the gravitational force of time and space becomes. At this moment, the gravitational force of time and space on the fourth layer is 4 times that of the external world. Had one arrived at the fourth layer from the outset, taking even a single step would have been impossible. Yi Guan inhaled deeply and then began to draw his sword. In such an environment, both his mental and spiritual faculties experienced significant enhancement. Initially, it was quite arduous. His sword movements were several times slower than they would be outside. However, he diligently adapted to this gravity, striving to conquer it. Progressing just a little faster with each attempt was sufficient. While Yi Guan trained, a voice suddenly resonated within the small tower, prompting a recollection of a certain individual. The mysterious voice inquired, "His father?" The small tower replied softly, "No, it is his grandfather." The mysterious voice fell silent. The small tower continued, "He lacks the extreme views of his grandfather, yet in terms of perseverance and character, he is by no means inferior." After a moment of silence, the mysterious voice remarked, "I believe you should refrain from continually frightening him, making him feel like a bastard child, as that could lead to future dangers. Just look at how hard he is striving. It tugs at my heartstrings." The small tower gently responded, "Do you not realize that the challenges he will face in the future are 100-fold more perilous than those related to being a bastard child?" After a brief silence, the mysterious voice concluded, "Perhaps it is better to keep scaring him, as long as it does not frighten him to death." The small tower. "Thank you to the illustrious Lord of the vast starry sky for the generous reward. A second Lord has also bestowed a grand gift. Much gratitude. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to friends such as Dong Didi, Book Friend 59214959, JC Master, Feng Xiao, and Keluobart for their generous rewards and unwavering support. Thank you all." Chapter 36. The Perpetual Journey of Cultivation. In the blink of an eye, Yi Guan had been immersed in his training within the tower for an entire month. At this moment, he had ascended to the 6th level. The gravitational pressure of time and space here was 6-fold that of the outside world. Upon entering this realm, Yi Guan felt as though an immense mountain had been placed upon him, rendering even the act of breathing a monumental task. Nevertheless, he persevered with unwavering determination. One must endure hardship to rise above others. This was the truth he held dear. Without effort, how could one expect to reap rewards? Although the process was excruciating, the exhilaration and sense of accomplishment that followed each trial became an addictive pursuit for him. It took him 3 arduous days to gradually acclimate to the gravitational challenges of the 6th level. Subsequently, he embarked on a fervent practice of swordsmanship. Although his focus was on speed, he understood that as his velocity reached a certain threshold, his strength would similarly multiply exponentially. Aware of the limitations of his energy and time, he decided to hone a singular skill, to refine his speed to its utmost potential. After another 3 days, Yi Guan had fully adapted to the spatial pressures of the 6th level. Now, the speed of his sword strikes matched that of the outside world. Taking a deep breath, he seated himself on the ground and, after resting for an hour, he rose to enter the 7th level. Upon crossing into the 7th level, despite the increase being merely a factor of 2, he felt as though it had multiplied infinitely, as his breath caught in his throat, nearly causing him to crumble under the weight. Yi Guan's expression darkened. Indeed, the higher he ascended, the more formidable the challenges became. At that moment, Xiao Ta suddenly remarked, "In truth, at your current level, reaching this point is already a remarkable achievement. You may pause for now." Yi Guan took a deep breath, declaring, "I wish to see my limits." A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and he resumed his swordplay. However, the pace at which he wielded his sword was notably slow, lagging behind by several folds compared to his usual speed. After merely 1 strike, he was already drenched in sweat. Yi Guan wiped the perspiration from his brow and continued his practice. With each successive strike, his speed gradually began to improve. He was resolute in breaking through his own limits and transcending himself. For days passed, and his speed enhancement became increasingly apparent. With merely 20 days remaining until the martial examination, Yi Guan showed no intention of exiting the tower, dedicating himself tirelessly to training on the 7th floor. The fervent training over these days had borne fruit. Now, the speed of each of his strikes was nearly indistinguishable from that outside. Clearly, he had fully acclimated to the gravity of the 7th floor. One day, when his sword speed matched that of the outside world, he suddenly felt utterly drained, completely devoid of strength. Yet, he erupted into a fit of laughter. He had succeeded. He had once again surpassed his limits. Xiao Ta interjected, "That feels exhilarating, doesn't it?" Yi Guan grinned widely, replying, "Absolutely exhilarating." Xiao Ta inquired, "Shall we ascend to the 8th floor?" Yi Guan immediately sat up, exclaiming, "Why not?" As he spoke, he began to rest. An hour later, Yi Guan arrived at the 8th level. As he entered the 8th level, he once again felt the formidable pressure of time and space. However, this time, there was no gravity in his eyes, only exhilaration. Challenges were indeed a boon. Subsequently, Yi Guan once again entered a frenzied training mode, wielding his sword repeatedly. Remarkably, he adapted to the time and space pressure of the 8th level even faster than at the 7th level, taking less than 10 days to fully acclimate. On the ground, Yi Guan lay quietly, now filled with anticipation for what awaited him beyond this tower. After resting for another hour, he ascended to the 9th level. Upon entering the 9th level, he was momentarily stunned. The gravitational force of time and space here was identical to that of the 8th level. What could this mean? Yi Guan pondered with a hint of confusion. Just then, a luminous portal suddenly appeared not far in front of him. Upon seeing the portal, Yi Guan's excitement surged. Could it be a real combat trial? At that moment, the portal swung open, and a shadow slowly emerged. The shadow bore a sword, a swordsman. Yi Guan's eyes narrowed in anticipation. The shadow's cultivation realm was the same as his own, both being in the void ascension stage. Suddenly, the shadow unleashed a strike. With a flash, a blade shot toward Yi Guan, causing his pupils to constrict. His instinctive combat reflexes prompted him to lean aside just in time to evade the attack. Simultaneously, a sword of energy materialized in Yi Guan's hand, and he executed a sweeping motion with great force. A sound akin to a sword tearing through the air suddenly echoed through the arena. A strike had missed its mark. The shadow had retreated several paces away with astonishing speed. Yi Guan felt a surge of alarm within him. In that instant, the shadow abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear before Yi Guan as a flurry of overlapping phantoms. Yi Guan was struck with terror. He had not anticipated that the shadowy swordsman possessed such incredible swiftness. Just as he contemplated evading, it was already too late. A blade pressed against his forehead. The sword penetrated half an inch, blood gushed forth, and in an instant, Yi Guan's face transformed into a crimson mask. Yet, the shadow chose not to strike further but instead slowly faded away. The trial tower, after all, was designed for testing rather than for killing. The Guangguan Academy did not endorse such brutality. Standing still, Yi Guan remained silent. The small tower inquired, "Have you been disheartened?" Yi Guan shook his head, expressing regret, lamenting that he had not summoned every ounce of his focus in facing the opponent. With that, he turned to descend to the 8th level only to ascend to the 9th once more. At that moment, the shadow re-emerged. Yi Guan uttered no words. With a mere gesture, a sword lunged toward the shadow. Yet this strike, too, met only empty air. Whoosh! The atmosphere shattered. Almost simultaneously, the shadow appeared before Yi Guan like a phantom. Yi Guan, having anticipated this, sidestepped in that very instant. He successfully evaded that strike. However, the next moment, the shadow leveled the sword horizontally against Yi Guan's throat. Yet again he faced failure. The shadow quietly vanished. Standing still, Yi Guan remained silent for a moment before saying, "Tower Master, it seems he has anticipated my anticipation." Little Tower replied, "No, he simply possesses extraordinary speed. You are significantly slower than him. If you could adapt to his pace, I can only say that within the same rank you would undoubtedly be invincible." Yi Guan slowly closed his eyes. What's the point of being invincible at the same rank? I aspire to be invincible across ranks. I wish to remain invincible forever. After a brief silence, Little Tower remarked, "Impressive." Yi Guan returned to the 8th level, then ascended to the 9th. The shadow reappeared once more. Yi Guan drew his sword without hesitation. His speed in drawing the sword was no slower than that of the shadow, yet his reaction lagged behind. Swoosh! A strike met empty air, as the shadow had already lunged at Yi Guan. He evaded the first strike and then the second, but during the third. Swoosh! A blade suddenly pierced Yi Guan's chest, penetrating half an inch. The shadow gradually faded away. After a long, contemplative silence, Yi Guan turned and returned to the 8th level, then ascended to the 9th once again. He struck anew. Thus, Yi Guan faced failure time and again, yet he continued to challenge himself relentlessly. As days swiftly passed, Yi Guan transformed from someone who couldn't evade even a single strike to one capable of dodging dozens of attacks from the shadow. At this moment, only 7 days remained until the martial examination. Within the trial tower, Yi Guan grew increasingly exhilarated and passionate with each battle, for every defeat revealed his shortcomings. Recognizing one's shortcomings is the first step towards improvement. Thus, with each defeat, Yi Guan emerges stronger. 3 days have since passed, and at this moment, Yi Guan can now engage in a back-and-forth battle with the shadow. It is indeed a battle of extremes. A single misstep from either side could lead to immediate defeat. 2 more days have elapsed, and presently, Yi Guan stands on equal footing with the shadow. This confrontation has persisted for 2 days and nights. Both have maintained an unwavering performance throughout this grueling encounter. On the 3rd day, however, the shadow makes an unexpected error. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Guan thrusts a flying sword at an extraordinarily peculiar angle into the shadow's nape. With a soft sound, the shadow halts in place. After a brief pause, the shadow suddenly raises its sword to its brow and offers a slight bow to Yi Guan before gradually vanishing. Yi Guan remains silent, filled not with joy, but rather with a sense of loss. At that moment, the distant light gate begins to tremble slightly, and the next instant, a woman emerges gracefully. Upon seeing her, Yi Guan is taken aback. The newcomer is none other than the woman who appeared at the trial tower of the Xian Shu Academy in Nanzhou. The woman carries a sword case on her back, exuding an air of cool confidence. Yi Guan stammers, "Senior?" The woman approaches him with a smile, saying, "I did not expect we would meet so soon. Congratulations on surpassing your own limits." Yi Guan solemnly inquires, "My own limits?" The woman replies with a smile, "Indeed, this challenge was set by me, tailored to your own capabilities. That shadow represents your limits. Defeating it signifies surpassing your own boundaries. At this moment, you may be regarded as a sword sovereign, a monarch among swords, transcending oneself. The sword sovereign." Yi Guan was momentarily bewildered. The woman blinked, "Are you not pleased?" Yi Guan replied solemnly, "Elder, is there a reward? The title of sword sovereign?" It truly did not matter to him, it was merely a label. If it were the title of sword immortal, he might have felt a surge of excitement. A reward. The woman shook her head with a smile. "You are quite something." As she spoke, she opened her palm, revealing a badge before Yi Guan. Upon seeing the badge, Yi Guan's expression darkened instantly. Couldn't there be some monetary reward? Perhaps? The woman pondered for a moment and then said, "Apologies. For this challenge, there is only the badge, no money or techniques, as I did not anticipate your financial constraints." Yi Guan's expression froze. The woman continued with a smile, "This badge is not trivial. It is the badge of trial sovereignty, a symbol of honor." Yi Guan fell silent. He held no fondness for honor. He only cherished wealth. The woman, somewhat exasperated, insisted, "This badge will prove invaluable in the future. Trust me, its worth transcends mere currency." Yi Guan sighed inwardly, then accepted the badge, stating, "Elder, may I suggest that next time you consider offering monetary rewards or martial techniques instead of honor, which cannot be consumed." The woman's expression stiffened. Yi Guan added, "Regardless, thank you, Elder." The woman suddenly patted Yi Guan's head and said with a smile, "Keep it up. I look forward to the day you arrive at the Academy's main branch." After saying that, she vanished without a trace. Yi Guan shook his head with a sigh and turned to leave. At that moment, he felt a surge of anticipation for what awaited him outside. It is worth noting that the gravity in this place is 8 times that of the outside world. If he were to step outside his capabilities. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. At that moment, the small tower suddenly spoke. "Had you wielded the path sword earlier, you could have easily defeated that shadow." Yi Guan shook his head, I did not wish to resort to it. The small tower was puzzled. Why not? Yiguan replied solemnly, if one becomes overly reliant on external tools over time, they may gradually lose their sense of self and fail to perceive their own true nature. When stripped of these external aids, they may find themselves lost, lacking confidence, and even succumbing to fear. The small tower fell into silence. Chapter 37. Invincible beneath the three swords. The moment Yiguan departed from the trial tower, he felt as though he was as light as a feather. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. It took Yiguan a considerable amount of time to finally acclimatize to the external space and time. At this moment, an unparalleled excitement surged within him. He realized that his current speed had increased by at least tenfold compared to before. Tenfold? What does that even signify? Moreover, and most importantly, the velocity at which he wielded his sword had also accelerated by at least 10 times. A swift, lethal strike. A true instant kill. Yiguan slowly closed his eyes. Is this my limit? No. He could sense that he had not yet reached his utmost potential. His speed could indeed surpass this. However, for the time being, his comprehension and mastery of time and space could only bring him to this level. Yiguan turned to glance back at the trial tower, feeling a wave of sentimentality. The small tower suddenly inquired, "What troubles you?" Yiguan softly replied, "Time and again, I believe I have reached my limits, yet when I strive further, I discover that those are not my true limits. I can still grow stronger." As he spoke, he gently closed his eyes. "Tower Master, do humans have limits?" The small tower responded, "Some do, while others do not." Yiguan chuckled heartily. "Indeed," Little Tower said, "My dear child, it is not my intention to undermine you. Throughout the endless expanse of time, I have encountered countless prodigious individuals, not only gifted but also remarkably diligent. Therefore, you must never allow yourself to succumb to arrogance. Do you understand?" Yiguan nodded slightly. "I understand." He paused for a moment before inquiring, "Tower Master, were you once formidable as well?" Little Tower responded calmly, "I was somewhat competent." Yiguan blinked in surprise. "Somewhat competent?" Little Tower continued, "I am invincible beneath the three swords, yet I can only exchange blows above them." A mysterious voice lingered in the air. Yiguan, intrigued, asked, "Three swords?" Little Tower softly replied, "That is another legend." Just as Yiguan was about to ask further, a woman approached from a distance. Upon recognizing her, Yiguan was momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Luo Zhaoqi. Luo Zhaoqi glanced at Yiguan and smiled. "Young Master Yi, have you just emerged from within?" Yiguan nodded. "Miss Luo, are you here to cultivate?" Luo Zhaoqi replied with a smile. "Indeed." Yiguan returned her smile. "Then I shall not disturb you, Miss Luo. Farewell." With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Luo Zhaoqi suddenly called out, "Young Master Yi, please wait." Yiguan looked back at her, and Luo Zhaoqi continued with a gentle smile, "If I may be so bold, to which level have you ascended?" Yiguan replied with a smile, "The 9th level." Luo Zhaoqi was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head with a smile. "Since you are unwilling to speak the truth, I have been presumptuous." Yiguan cast a glance at Luo Zhaoqi and then said, "Farewell." Upon finishing her words, she turned and departed. Luo Zhaoqi gazed at the retreating figure of Yiguan, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. The 9th level? Impossible. During her own time, she had only reached the 8th level, and even then, she had not conquered its challenges. She was acutely aware of the terrifying temporal and spatial pressures contained within. The 9th level? As arduous as ascending to the heavens. Without further contemplation, Luo Zhaoqi turned and left. When Yiguan returned to the Shao residence, he learned that Xiao Gu, Sun Xiong, and Nailan Jia were still engrossed in their training. Only 3 days remained until the martial arts examination. At that moment, Fei Banqing suddenly appeared before Yiguan, surveying him with a discerning eye before inquiring, "You have emerged?" Yiguan replied with a smile. "Indeed." Fei Banqing asked, "How much have you improved?" Yiguan responded, "A great deal." Fei Banqing was momentarily taken aback, then queried, "A great deal?" Yiguan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, a great deal." Fei Banqing smiled. "That is wonderful." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Do you feel pressured about the top 10? Yiguan blinked and declared, My goal is to be first. Fei Banqing chuckled, shaking her head. I was merely jesting with you before. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Just aim for the top 10. Securing a place in the top 10 would already break the highest record in our academy's history. Yiguan smiled subtly. I will do my utmost. Fei Banqing nodded. Excellent. She paused again, then asked, Do you know how the martial arts examination is conducted? Yiguan shook his head. I do not. Fei Banqing smiled and said, The martial arts examination consists of 3 stages. The first stage, known as the Great Wave Washing Sand, entails a formidable pressure of martial will imposed by the academy. Only those who can endure for an entire hour may advance to the second stage. In this phase, at least 80% of the participants will be eliminated. Yiguan furrowed his brow. 80%? Fei Banqing nodded. Indeed, many come here only to be eliminated in the first round. Yiguan fell silent. Fei Banqing continued, The second stage will be even more brutal, as it requires survival in the Endless Demon Domain. Yiguan expressed confusion. Endless Demon Domain? Fei Banqing affirmed. Yes, it is a territory belonging to the demon realm, teeming with various formidable beasts. Surviving there is exceedingly difficult. Historically, out of 100 participants, fewer than 20 manage to survive. It is a place where death is a reality. Yiguan nodded slightly and then inquired, What about the third stage? Fei Banqing replied solemnly, The third stage is even more merciless, as it involves competing for the Qingyun order in the desolate lands. Within this barren expanse, there are 10 Qingyun platforms, each bearing a Qingyun order. The central platform holds the first-ranked order, flanked by the second and third, and so forth. Each state can only contend for one order. As she spoke, she turned to Yiguan. Choose the platform corresponding to the rank you desire. Yiguan nodded slightly. I understand. Fei Banqing continued. The brutality of the third phase can be attributed to another reason. The unregulated contest. Participants may employ any means and supernatural abilities at their disposal. If you possess a legendary artifact, it is permissible to use it. Moreover, one can summon formidable beasts, provided a contract has been established with them. Yiguan replied somberly, Is that truly allowed? Fei Banqing nodded. This competition is not solely about individual prowess. It encompasses equipment, lineage, and backing. Yiguan hesitated for a moment before asking, Doesn't this seem somewhat unfair to certain individuals? Fei Banqing retorted, Do you believe absolute fairness exists in this world? Yiguan fell silent. Fei Banqing continued, Moreover, the former sword master of humanity once imparted a profound truth. Equipment, lineage, and backing are also forms of strength. Yiguan was at a loss for words. The little tower interjected. Did he truly say that? After a brief silence, the little tower asked, What is your opinion? The mysterious voice responded. Fei Banqing resumed, There has never been absolute fairness in this world. Consider yourself. As a sword cultivator, your advantage over others in different states is inherently unjust. Why do you possess the legacy of the sword path while they do not? Conversely, if Qingzhou possesses even greater advantages, is it fair that they have them while you do not? Yiguan nodded slightly. I understand now. Fei Banqing smiled. Remember, aim for the top 10. Do not engage in a head-on clash with Qingzhou. Your survival is paramount. A wave of warmth coursed through Yiguan's heart. I understand. At that moment, Nailan Jia approached from a distance. Fei Banqing looked at Nailan Jia and said with a smile, Little Jia. Nailan Jia bowed slightly to Fei Banqing. Teacher. Fei Banqing examined Nailan Jia and then inquired, How do you feel? Nailan Jia smiled faintly. Excellent. Excellent. Fei Banqing chuckled. That's good. As she spoke, she opened her palm, and 2 white jade bottles appeared before Yiguan and Nailan Jia. Yiguan was somewhat puzzled. Teacher, what is this? Fei Banqing explained. Each white jade bottle contains 3 heavenly grade elixirs. I'm sorry, the academy is quite impoverished and cannot provide you with better elixirs and divine objects. Yiguan gazed at the white jade bottle before him and said in a deep voice, Teacher, this is sufficient. As he spoke, he and Nailan Jia accepted the white jade bottles. Fei Banqing smiled. Prepare yourselves. In 3 days the martial examination will commence. A time for you to make a name for yourselves. Yiguan nodded slightly, then turned and departed with Nailan Jia. After Yiguan and Nailan Jia left, Song Fu appeared beside Fei Banqing. He looked at the departing figures in the distance and said softly, "They are both quite monstrous. It's a pity the Academy cannot provide them with better resources." Fei Banqing said softly, "After this martial examination, they will have access to better platforms." Song Fu nodded slightly. In truth, both were somewhat reluctant to let them go. After all, it had been many years since the Southern Prefecture Academy had produced two such monstrous individuals. However, they also knew that remaining in the Southern Prefecture would only waste these two talents. In this world, it's not just about talent. Platforms and family background are of utmost importance. Fei Banqing remarked softly, "If they lack a noble lineage, we must provide them with an exceptional platform." Zhu Fu nodded slightly in agreement. In the distance, Yi Guan and Nailan Jia strolled leisurely towards the garden. Nailan Jia glanced at Yi Guan and asked with a smile, "How much have you improved?" Yi Guan replied earnestly, "A great deal. Truly a great deal." Nailan Jia blinked, inquiring, "How much is a great deal?" Yi Guan chuckled, "A tremendous amount." Nailan Jia shook her head with a smile. Yi Guan then turned his gaze towards Nailan Jia, asking, "What about you?" Nailan Jia replied with a grin, "Quite a lot as well." As they shared a knowing smile, the setting sun cast a warm glow around them. The two ambled away, engaged in light-hearted conversation, their camaraderie natural, harmonious, and heartwarming. Time passes swiftly, and before they knew it, 3 days had elapsed. On the morning of the third day, a resounding bell echoed throughout the upper city. As the sound resonated, prodigious talents from 360 states soared into the sky, heading towards the ethereal cloud city above. In an instant, nearly 1,000 individuals ascended from the city, a most spectacular sight. Among them were Yi Guan and his companions. Before long, the throng broke through the cloud layers, arriving at the majestic walls of Cloud City, which towered several dozen feet high and spanned thousands of feet wide, with gates soaring over 10 feet tall. A sight of unparalleled grandeur. Everyone gathered at the city gates, their faces alight with excitement. At that moment, a colossal crystal orb began to rise slowly from within the city, positioning itself directly above the entire expanse of Cloud City. A gasp arose from the crowd. It is the cloud projection. Cloud projection. At this moment, a magnificent light screen ascended to a height of 1,000 feet within the Guanyuan Academy across the 360 states. The live broadcast was synchronized throughout all 360 states. At this juncture, Luo Zhaoqi suddenly appeared before the city gates, offering a gentle smile to the crowd as she graciously welcomed everyone to the Guanyuan Academy. The martial examination is officially commencing. As her voice echoed, the city gates slowly swung open. Tomorrow, the eruption will take place. Prepare your tickets. Chapter 38. The divine within. At the moment the city gates swung open, the atmosphere surged with fervor. Instantly, everyone surged into the city. The entire city lay barren, devoid of any edifices. Thus, as the throngs poured in, it retained an air of vast emptiness. Yi Guan and his companions felt a thrill of excitement. Once every decade. Moreover, broadcast simultaneously across 360 states. Yi Guan glanced upwards at the cloud-bound projection sphere, fully aware that the members of the Yi clan in Southern State were undoubtedly observing the unfolding events. At that moment, Luo Zhaoqi reappeared before the crowd. She surveyed the assembly and then proclaimed with a smile, "After 10 years of cultivation, the day of triumph is upon us. Gentlemen, fight for your family, fight for yourselves, fight for honor. Press on." With that, she turned and vanished from sight. Fight for your family, fight for yourselves, fight for honor. The crowd erupted with fervent enthusiasm. After years of arduous training, what was the pursuit? To put it simply, for fame, for fortune, on a grander scale, for freedom, for longevity. The excitement and passion among the crowd escalated, reaching a fever pitch. Securing a commendable ranking would render one a hero upon returning to their state. Who does not yearn for recognition? Who does not wish to bask in glory? The time is now. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky began to part, and in the next instant, a formidable pressure of will descended from above. Boom! In an instant, hundreds of individuals were pinned to the ground, immobile under the weight of this overwhelming force. Expressions of shock and fear spread across every face. The oppressive aura descended like a cascade of icy water, extinguishing the fervor and excitement of all present in an instant. To flaunt one's superiority, one must possess genuine prowess. In a fleeting moment, hundreds found themselves pinned to the ground, unable to rise. Among the remaining few, many struggled to maintain their composure, gradually succumbing one by one. In the midst of this turmoil, Yiguan remained unfazed, his countenance as serene as still water. He felt no tremor of emotion. Beside him, Nailan Jia and Xiao Gu mirrored his tranquility, while only Sun Xiong sensed a hint of strain. At that moment, a new wave of despair washed over the crowd. The oppressive aura was intensifying. Witnessing this, some individuals fell into utter hopelessness, choosing to surrender outright. One by one, they collapsed. Those who lay prostrate on the ground, unable to resist, opted to forfeit their participation. Upon forfeiting, they were promptly whisked away by a mysterious force. As time trickled by, the number of those still standing dwindled. Yiguan cast his gaze toward the distance, where Mu Yunhan and Ao Han remained as tranquil as ever, displaying no reaction whatsoever. Before them stood a young man, clad in a resplendent robe, his long hair cascading over his shoulders delicately sculpted, hands clasped behind him, and eyes gently closed, reminiscent of an ancient sage in deep meditation. At that moment, many in the arena turned their attention toward this young prodigy. Clearly recognizing him as the enigmatic genius from Qingzhou, Yiguan averted his gaze to the figure of Zhuofu, who sat with eyes half closed, hands concealed within his sleeves, silently reciting an ancient incantation, exuding an air of mystery. At that moment, the man on the left suddenly opened his eyes and turned to glance at Yiguan. Upon witnessing this scene, Yiguan was momentarily taken aback. Simultaneously, the mysterious man from Qingzhou also opened his eyes and directed his gaze towards Yiguan. Behind the enigmatic figure, Ao Han looked at Yiguan and inquired, "Enmu, have you discovered something?" The man named Enmu slowly closed his eyes again, replying, "Nothing significant." Ao Han nodded slightly and chose not to elaborate further. In the arena, more and more individuals were collapsing. In less than half an hour, fewer than 100 people remained. This was the process of sifting through the sands. Those who were unfit were eliminated in the first round without any embellishments, thus saving time. Yiguan gradually closed his eyes, finding that the overwhelming pressure of will had little effect on him. His resolve, while not invincible, was at least as steadfast as rock, impervious to the ordinary pressures of will. Beside him, Xiao Gu and Nailan Jia were faring reasonably well, while Sun Xiong was struggling significantly at this moment. Among the four, he possessed the weakest strength. Nevertheless, he was determined to hold on, unwilling to be eliminated in the first round. Time passed incrementally, and several more individuals fell in the arena, though not many, as those who had managed to endure thus far were generally quite capable. For some, however, each moment felt like an eternity, as the mysterious pressure of will continued to intensify. Many in the arena appeared pale and drenched in sweat, yet they persisted. This opportunity, occurring once every 10 years, was not something they wished to relinquish so easily. It is imperative to understand that relinquishing the opportunity now equates not merely to forfeiting a chance to join the esteemed Shangji Guangguan Academy, but also to abandoning the prospect of venturing to the legendary Central Divine Land. To embark on a journey to that fabled realm, one must first secure a place at the Shangji Guangguan Academy. Yet, this prestigious institution does not accept the mediocre. One must demonstrate their worth. Perhaps in this lifetime, there exists but this singular opportunity to rise above the ordinary. With each step forward, the likelihood of joining the Guangguan Academy amplifies. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, all at once, the enigmatic pressure of will dissipated into thin air. In that fleeting moment, a collective sigh of relief swept across the crowd, swiftly followed by expressions of exhilaration. They had successfully navigated the first trial. Yiguan surveyed his surroundings, noting that only 82 individuals remained. From over 1,000, a mere 82 had persevered. The elimination rate, one must admit, is quite formidable. At that juncture, Luo Zhaoqi reappeared before the assembly, adorned in an elegant crimson gown that exuded an air of sophistication intertwined with allure, captivating the gaze of countless admirers. Luo Zhaoqi surveyed the crowd with a gentle smile, congratulating them on their successful passage through the first trial. I believe your loved ones are currently cheering for you back in your homeland. Upon hearing her words, the audience turned their gazes toward the cloud projector suspended above. They understood that their families were undoubtedly watching them at this very moment. Yi Guan too lifted his eyes to the celestial projector. At this moment, within the Shuangguan Academy in Southern Prefecture, a wave of excitement surged among the students, who erupted into fervent cheers. Yi Guan. He is watching us. Somewhere amidst the crowd, Yi Xiao was also gazing at Yi Guan, and upon seeing him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Gripping Yi Nan's hand tightly, he trembled with emotion, exclaiming, "It's Xiao Guan! It's Xiao Guan!" Just recently, Song Ci from Shuangguan Academy had personally traveled to the ancient wilderness city to bring the members of the Yi family back. Yi Guan, along with Xiao Gu and Nailan Jia, represented the hopes of Southern Prefecture. Thus, their families were certainly to be treated with utmost priority by the Academy. Hearing Yi Zhao's words, Yinan felt a rush of excitement as well. It's Xiao Guan. Behind them, the members of the Yi clan erupted into wild cheers. Even the usually composed second elder could not contain his joy, grinning from ear to ear. In this moment, Yi Guan symbolized not only the Shuangguan Academy of Southern Prefecture, but the entire Yi clan. In the upper realm, in Cloud City, Yi Guan withdrew his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips, knowing that the Yi clan was undoubtedly watching him at this very moment. He took a deep breath, filled with determination. Strive for first place. Why should Qingzhou always be first? Just because it is the birthplace of the human sword master? What of the human sword master? He held deep respect for the human sword master, even viewing him as a personal aspiration. Yet, he believed that one could respect a person without fearing them. To fear is to sow the seeds of dread within oneself, giving rise to a formidable inner deity, one that could potentially obstruct one's path throughout life. With a single thought, he resolved to act. At this moment, Yi Guan suddenly attained clarity, feeling an unparalleled sense of ease. In the next instant, the sword within him trembled slightly, and a surge of sword intent threatened to erupt from his being. Sensing this development, Yi Guan's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly suppressed the burgeoning sword intent. Under his restraint, the sword intent gradually calmed, yet he could perceive that it had seemingly intensified. Confused, Yi Guan pondered, "Master Tower, what is the meaning of this?" The small tower replied, "For a sword cultivator, the essence lies within the heart. When your state of mind experiences a breakthrough, your sword intent will inevitably strengthen. An enhancement in sword intent signifies an elevation in the path of the sword. In essence, congratulations are in order. Your mastery of the sword has indeed advanced. If we were to categorize your level within the sword cultivation realm, you are now at the threshold of a half-step sword saint." Yi Guan furrowed his brow, contemplating. Half-step sword saint? Sword cultivation realm? The small tower elucidated. The hierarchy of sword cultivators is as follows: sword practitioner, sword cultivator, sword master, sword emperor, sword saint, sword immortal, great sword immortal, and beyond that lies the sword sovereign. The Tianyun sword sovereign you mentioned earlier is indeed a sword sovereign. In fact, her current prowess likely surpasses that of a typical sword sovereign. Nonetheless, the title of sword sovereign represents the pinnacle of respect within the sword cultivation hierarchy. Pausing briefly, continued, however, the title of sword sovereign is merely an honorific and does not necessarily denote the strongest. Some truly formidable sword cultivators are indifferent to such titles. Yi Guan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Master Tower, I am now a half-step sword saint. Is my progress not a bit too swift? Beyond this lies the realm of the sword immortal." A sword immortal. After a brief silence, the little tower remarked, "It's merely a title. You need not take it too seriously." Yet Yi Guan remained exuberantly thrilled, exclaiming, "Half-step sword saint, sword immortal tower master, a sword immortal. I have the chance to become a sword immortal." The little tower was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a mysterious voice interjected, "You needn't elaborate. A bit of aspiration and a sense of fulfillment are not unwelcome." The little tower fell silent, choosing not to respond further. At this moment, Yi Guan was indeed brimming with excitement. After all, A sword immortal was a legendary being. The prospect of becoming one filled him with uncontainable enthusiasm. Nearby, Xiao Gu cast a surprised glance at Yiguan, thinking it unreasonable for him to be so elated after merely passing the first trial. At that moment, a voice resonated from afar. It was Luo Zhaoqi, announcing, after a brief respite, "The Academy will transport you to the Endless Demon Realm, and your task is quite simple. Traverse the Endless Demon Realm and reach the endpoint to pass the second trial." She surveyed the crowd, smiling as she added, "A friendly reminder. The beasts of the Endless Demon Realm have a penchant for devouring humans, so exercise utmost caution should you encounter them." The expressions of the crowd turned grave, for after the recent eliminations, any sense of complacency had been thoroughly extinguished. Suddenly, teleportation arrays began to materialize beneath their feet. Nalankara abruptly grasped Yiguan's arm, urging him, "Come in." Yiguan stepped forward, and Nalankara explained, "Each teleportation array can only transport 2 individuals, and the destination is entirely random." As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Xiao Gu and Sun Xiong, urging them to find a way to reunite after entering. Xiao Gu nodded, reminding them to exercise caution. No sooner had his words left his lips than the teleportation array activated, causing everyone present to vanish from the scene. Chapter 39. Courtesy. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Yiguan slowly opened his eyes, feeling a slight heaviness in his head. This transmission seemed to have taken quite a while. After a moment, Yiguan surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a crystal-clear river, its depths visible, while on the opposite bank stood a continuous range of mountains, at the horizon of which, faintly visible, fluttered a towering banner. Guangguan Academy. Clearly, that was their intended destination. At this moment, Nailan Jia, who stood beside him, suddenly remarked, "This place is not to be underestimated." Yiguan turned his gaze towards the flag, contemplating whether to soar directly towards it. Just then, a piercing scream abruptly pierced the sky from the right. Yiguan and Nailan Jia quickly looked over, witnessing a man plummeting straight down from the heavens, struck by a jet-black flying beast. The creature resembled an eagle, its size comparable to that of a bull, and with its massive wings, it created powerful gusts of wind. A low-tier beast. Most alarmingly, it was not a solitary creature, but rather a swarm, at least 100 of such beasts. Yiguan and Nailan Jia exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. It appeared that flying was no longer an option. Although they might be able to evade these beasts by riding their swords, he was reluctant to reveal all his cards at this moment. Yiguan suggested, "Let us proceed on foot." Nailan Jia nodded in agreement. As the two approached the lakeside, just as they were about to take flight, Yiguan furrowed his brow, grasping Nailan Jia's arm. "Wait." Nailan Jia cast a glance at Yiguan, whose pupils suddenly constricted. He swiftly pulled Nailan Jia behind him, just as the ground before them erupted in a sudden fissure. In the next instant, a shadow lunged toward them with astonishing speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, Yiguan was swifter still. With a resounding thud, the shadow was sent hurtling away, and after several paces, Yiguan and Nailan Jia beheld the creature's form. A monstrous beast resembling a rodent, adorned with minute wings and possessing a single eye. Nailan Jia spoke gravely, "This is a shadow mouse, an earth-tier beast, yet they are even more fearsome than sky-tier beasts. Their speed is astonishing." Yiguan scrutinized the shadow mouse, which, at that moment, pivoted and transformed into a fleeting blur, vanishing into the distance. It was a prudent choice to flee rather than confront. The beast was not foolish enough to engage recklessly. Yiguan remarked, "Indeed, we must not be complacent." Previously, he had harbored the notion that with his current strength, he could traverse this place with impunity. Such thoughts were perilous, for they breed an unwarranted sense of superiority. Even when hunting a mere rabbit, a lion must exert its full might. Nailan Jia continued solemnly, "The beasts here are at least of the earth tier." Yiguan added, "There must be many of the sky tier as well." As they exchanged glances, Yiguan's voice lowered, "I wonder where Xiao Gu and Sun Xiong are at this moment." Nailan Jia replied, "Let us proceed. I hope we encounter them." With a nod, Yiguan and Nailan Jia continued their journey onward. Soon, the two individuals ventured into the vast mountain range. Upon entering a dense forest, Yiguan's brows furrowed. The silence enveloping this woodland was unsettlingly profound. He halted his steps, casting a glance around, when suddenly, a serpent measuring over 10 feet in length swooped down from above. The serpent paused mere inches from his head, halted by a sword of chi that had inexplicably pierced its skull. At that moment, the tranquil stillness of the forest was shattered by a cacophony of rustling sounds. Nalan Jia surveyed the surroundings, only to find an overwhelming number of serpents emerging from the foliage. Yiguan whispered, "We have entered the serpent forest." Countless snakes slithered toward them, flicking their tongues in a disturbingly eerie manner. Nalan Jia instinctively inched closer to Yiguan, whose gaze fell upon her pale complexion. Yiguan blinked in surprise. Was she afraid of snakes? Nalan Jia nodded in affirmation. He gently grasped her hand and reassured her. "It's all right." As he spoke, he scanned the area, ultimately fixing his gaze on a deep purple serpent. Upon meeting Yiguan's stare, the serpent emitted a strange sound, and in an instant, the entire swarm of snakes surged toward Yiguan and Nalan Jia as if driven mad. In that crucial moment, Yiguan swiftly broke off a nearby branch, and with a swift motion, he struck the deep purple serpent on the head. To his astonishment, the serpent spoke. "Stop." Yiguan was taken aback. Could this Serpent King truly speak human language? The Serpent King fixed its gaze upon Yiguan, urging, "You may proceed." It was aware that this human had shown mercy. The branch moments ago could have easily claimed its life. As the Serpent King's words resonated, the serpentine horde before Yiguan and Nalan Jia parted ways. Yiguan cast a glance at the Serpent King, then took Nalan Jia's hand and moved towards the distance. Suddenly, recalling something, Yiguan halted and turned to the Serpent King, inquiring, "Are there any particularly perilous areas ahead?" The Serpent King regarded him in silence. Yiguan opened his palm, and a spatial ring floated before the Serpent King, containing 1,000 gold crystals. The Serpent King glanced at the ring and replied, "Give me another 1,000 gold crystals, and I shall instruct my subordinates to escort you along a safe path." After a moment of contemplation, Yiguan responded, "Is that how we play this?" The Serpent King calmly stated, "If you can fight, then fight. If not, find another way to earn. Is there a problem?" Yiguan nodded, "No problem at all." Initially, he presumed that the minds of these beasts might be rather simplistic, being creatures of the wild, but it appeared he was mistaken. Yiguan presented the Serpent King with another spatial ring. At that moment, a small serpent darted before Yiguan and Nalan Jia. The Serpent King instructed, "Follow it." Yiguan nodded, "All right." Thus, Yiguan and Nalan Jia trailed the small serpent, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. Along their journey, they successfully evaded numerous territories of ferocious beasts, significantly alleviating their troubles. The territorial instincts of demonic beasts are exceedingly strong. Often, if one inadvertently or deliberately trespasses into their domain, it is perceived as a provocation. However, with the guidance of this small serpent, they have alleviated a considerable amount of trouble. Before long, Yiguan and Nalan Jia, led by the diminutive snake, arrived at a breathtaking gorge flanked by towering mountains, each soaring thousands of feet into the sky. At that moment, the little serpent came to a halt. Yiguan and Nalan Jia turned to the serpent, which stated, "Ahead lies the territory of the Earth Bear clan. Our serpent tribe has always been bitter adversaries with them. Should they catch a whiff of my presence, they will undoubtedly engage you in fierce combat. Thus, from here onward, you must proceed on your own." Yiguan nodded slightly, opening his palm to reveal a spatial ring that floated before the serpent. He smiled and said, "Thank you." The serpent glanced at the ring, which contained 100 golden crystals. It blinked its eyes and remarked, "The Earth Bear King once studied at the Guanyuan Academy and has a particular fondness for human etiquette. If you show a bit of politeness, he may not trouble you." Yiguan replied, "Thank you." The serpent retorted with a grin, "I appreciate your tip." With that, it stowed away the spatial ring and turned, vanishing from the sight of the two. Yiguan and Nalan Jia exchanged a glance, shaking their heads with a smile. Nalan Jia remarked, "Suddenly, I feel that snakes aren't so terrifying after all." Yiguan chuckled, "Indeed." The two then continued their journey into the distance. Nalan Jia softly remarked, "The current coexistence of the demon race and humanity, as well as the myriad of other races, owes much to the sword master of the mortal realm from years past. It was he who unified the universe, fostering a harmonious relationship among the 100 clans and establishing a new order. Otherwise, the chaos of the world would be unimaginable. Iguan nodded slightly. After joining the academy, he had perused numerous accounts regarding the sword master of the mortal realm. As Nalan Jia had stated, the ability of the human race to coexist peacefully with the 100 clans was indeed a result of the efforts of the sword master. With his singular strength, he had united all clans. Every faction was obliged to adhere to the rules of the Guanjin law. Although some conflicts still persisted among certain leaders, large-scale battles had never occurred. As if struck by a sudden thought, Yiguan inquired, Tower Master, do you know the sword master of the mortal realm? I mean, do you know him in the sense that he knows you as well? After a brief silence, the small tower replied, I do know him. Yiguan's excitement surged. Tower Master, you are acquainted with the sword master of the mortal realm. How impressive you are. The small tower responded nonchalantly. Yiguan continued, Tower Master, you previously disapproved of my aspiration to become a peerless powerhouse like the sword master of the mortal realm. What was your reasoning behind that? The small tower replied, what I meant was you should take your time and not aim too high too quickly. Do you understand? Yiguan nodded. I understand. As they conversed, he and Nalan Jia had already arrived deep within the canyon. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and before them stood an enormous black bear, its size surpassing that of 3 cattle. Its mere presence exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. It was a celestial tier demon beast. Yiguan's expression turned grave. The reason for his seriousness was not merely one bear, but rather hundreds of them. Hundreds of bears. Although some of these bears were not of particularly high rank, the sheer number charging towards him was overwhelming. Even for him, beasts of the wild had an undeniable penchant for congregating in groups. Yiguan retracted his thoughts and bowed respectfully to the great black bear, apologizing for inadvertently trespassing into its domain and seeking the Bear King's forgiveness. Beside the great black bear, one of the bears suddenly roared in anger, humans. In an instant, the great black bear retaliated with a swift swipe. Smack! The offending bear was sent flying several yards away. The assembly of bears stood in shock. The great black bear coldly admonished, what are you roaring about? Have I not taught you the importance of civility? Courtesy. With that, it turned to Yiguan and bowed again, saying, esteemed sir, this old bear extends its greetings. Yiguan was momentarily speechless. Nalan Jia could hardly contain his amusement. Yiguan offered a slight smile, realizing the rumors of the Bear King's erudition and decorum were indeed true upon this encounter. The great black bear blinked its eyes. Do the outsiders know of me? Know of my humble self? Yiguan nodded affirmatively. The great black bear chuckled. Such are merely hollow titles. Yiguan smiled gently and retrieved a tome from his possession, presenting it to the Bear King. Your Majesty, this book is a treasure from the Guanyuan Academy's collection. Though it does not contain martial arts or techniques, it is a legacy left by the sword master of your. After perusing it, I found it immensely enlightening. As fate would have it, passing through your lands today, I wish to bestow it upon your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the great black bear hastily took the ancient tome and said, humans. Oh, esteemed sir, you are truly too gracious. As he spoke, he promptly produced a heavenly grade inner elixir and presented it to Yiguan, stating, it is only proper to reciprocate. Please accept this heavenly inner elixir. The bears. Yiguan. Chapter 40. Fury. Gazing upon the heavenly stage inner pill before him, Yiguan fell into a contemplative silence. Its value was staggering. A single tome exchanged for such a precious inner pill? He shook his head gently, declining the offer. Bear King, this pill is far too precious. The great black bear chuckled. You refuse? Yiguan reiterated his refusal. The gift of the book is a token of my sincerity. Yet your inner pill is simply too valuable. Accepting it would be exceedingly unethical. Although tempted by the allure of the heavenly stage inner pill, his moral compass urged him to refrain from indulging in such an extravagant windfall. The great black bear regarded Yiguan for a moment before exclaiming, human, you are quite different. You do not treat me as a fool like others. Yiguan was taken aback. The great black bear then laughed heartily. I shall accept your book. With that, he raised his paw and gestured for passage. Upon hearing this, the bear demons behind him parted to make way. Yiguan clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you. With that, he and Nalanjia made their way into the distance. At that moment, the great black bear called out, "Human." Yiguan turned to face him, and the bear continued with a grin. Ahead lies the celestial wolf clan. If you wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, you might consider taking a slight detour to bypass them. Yiguan smiled faintly. Thank you. As they departed, Nalanjia cast a glance back and noticed a grim sight. A dozen human corpses hidden in the shadowy corner behind a massive boulder. This sight caused her delicate brows to furrow slightly in concern. After Yiguan and Nalanjia departed, a black bear beside the Bear King suddenly spoke. Bear King, why did you let them go? The great black bear gazed into the distance, reflecting on the individual who sought to navigate the situation cleverly. Unlike others, this person did not regard me as a fool. The black bear asked solemnly, Is that the reason? The great black bear replied calmly. In the face of our entire clan, he exhibited no fear. Instead, he spoke eloquently and remained composed. Such a person, if devoid of a hidden card, I would never believe. Continued, given this, rather than risk confrontation, why not adopt a different approach and forge a bond of goodwill for future benefit? With that, it glanced at the black bear and added, whether as a human or a bear, one must learn to recognize the times, discern intentions, and avoid reckless confrontation. The black bear nodded, summarizing in simple terms, if one can win, fight. If one senses defeat, make friends, correct? The great black bear laughed heartily. Ah, a teachable youth. After Yiguan and Nalanjia left the gorge, they heeded the Bear King's counsel and chose a different route, moving towards another direction. Nalanjia suddenly remarked, That Bear King is quite remarkable. Yiguan smiled. To ascend to the throne of a clan, one must possess exceptional qualities. Nalanjia looked at Yiguan and chuckled. At first, I thought you would accept that inner core. In that moment, she too felt a twinge of temptation. Yet, Yiguan declined, shaking his head. Those who seek small gains often lose much more, and besides, such matters carry an air of immorality. Nalanjia nodded slightly. Indeed. Yiguan glanced around and then spoke softly. I wonder how Xiao Gu and Sun Xiong are faring now. A hint of concern lingered in his voice. This place was rife with celestial tier beasts, even more than he had anticipated, and most of these creatures were social by nature. Should he encounter a horde of such beasts, it would indeed be a harrowing experience. Even he, when besieged by over 100 bears, would have no choice but to flee. He was unafraid of one-on-one confrontations, yet the prospect of being overwhelmed by numbers left him apprehensive. Nalanjia remarked solemnly, this time, the number of those who can pass will likely be exceedingly few. Yiguan nodded, acknowledging that the Academy's assessment was indeed rather extreme. Nalanjia shook her head. From what I know, the recruitment standards in the Central Plains are even more terrifying. Yiguan, intrigued, inquired, how so? Nalanjia turned to Yiguan. Do you have any idea how many individuals they are accepting from this upper realm? Yiguan shook his head. Nalanjia replied gravely, 1. Upon hearing this, Yiguan was taken aback. 1. Nalanjia affirmed, only the one who ranks first in the martial examination is qualified to be taken away by them. Yiguan fell silent. The requirement that only the first would be eligible to enter the Central Plains was simply outrageous. Nalanjia continued solemnly, that is merely the beginning. It is said that the standards for recruitment by the Guanchuan Academy's main campus are even more daunting. With that, she smiled wryly. For those at the bottom, striving to ascend is akin to scaling the heavens. Yiguan smiled slightly in response. Precisely for this reason, we, who lack formidable family lineage and background, must strive all the harder. Nalanjia chuckled. Let us strive together. Yiguan nodded in agreement. The two quickened their pace. Before long, they had circumvented the territory of the Wolf Clan, drawing ever closer to the flag of Guanyuan Academy. Yiguan gazed towards the distant mountain and remarked, once we traverse this mountain, we shall reach our destination. Nalanjia nodded, and the pair continued to hasten their steps. Although both were concerned for Xiao Gu and Sun Xiong, they found themselves powerless to search for them amidst the vast mountains. Finding someone in such a wilderness was exceedingly difficult. Soon, they reached the mountain summit, and at this moment they were merely a few miles from the flag. A smile adorned their faces. Just then, a sudden laughter echoed from the side, followed by two more voices. At this, Yi Guan and Nailan Jia turned to look, and not far off, a man approached leisurely. Clad in a long black robe, he was tall and sturdy, sporting a thick beard that lent him a rugged appearance, though his gaze possessed a rather lascivious quality. The first impression he left was that he was not a man of good character. Upon catching sight of Nailan Jia, his eyes gleamed with interest, and he exclaimed, "What a beautiful woman! I have never encountered such a stunning lady before." TSK. Yi Guan took a glance at the man and realized that he was no human but rather a beast of the demon variety, and furthermore, a creature of the heavenly tier. The demon beast's gaze remained fixated on Nailan Jia as he grinned widely. "You must be Yi Guan and Nailan Jia, correct? Someone offered a handsome sum for me to eliminate you. Yet I never anticipated that this young lady, Nailan, would possess such exquisite beauty. Not only would I be captivated, but even the most austere of eunuchs would surely find themselves enchanted." At that moment, a swift shadow suddenly surged before him. The beastly man's pupils constricted in terror. Overwhelmed by the sheer velocity, he could only defensively raise his arms to shield his head. Just then, Yi Guan's foot struck mercilessly at his groin. Bang! A piercing agony radiated from his lower region, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. The sensation was utterly indescribable. In the instant he lowered his arms, Yi Guan delivered a powerful punch to his throat. Bang! The beastly man was sent hurtling backwards, and in that fleeting moment, Yi Guan seized his right hand and forcefully slammed it against the ground. Bang! The impact shattered the earth beneath him. Yi Guan leaned over to scrutinize the beastly man, reflecting on the misguided belief that both humans and beasts ought to possess a modicum of decorum. How mistaken I was! The beastly man glared at Yi Guan with venomous hatred, exclaiming, "Look around you." At that moment, a throng of beastly creatures materialized, numbering in the hundreds. The beastly man sneered, "If I perish, the woman you cherish will be trampled upon 1,000-fold by my savage kin." Yi Guan grinned, declaring, "By the end of today, the world shall know no savage tribe." With that, he unleashed a ferocious punch, and the beastly man's anguished screams echoed as every bone in his body shattered under Yi Guan's might. The monstrous beasts howled in a frenzy, demanding the death of their foe, while sparing the woman. The creatures charged relentlessly towards Yi Guan. As he gazed upon the approaching horde, a surge of murderous intent surged within him, and to add to the ominous atmosphere, a peculiar faint crimson hue began to manifest around the edges of his eyes. Chapter 41. Delightful Slaughter. Yi Guan surged forth like a tempest. In his hand, a short dagger appeared, seemingly from nowhere. The 2 months spent training within the trial tower had propelled his speed to an astonishing level, one so formidable that even heavenly tier beasts could not evade him. The demonic creatures before him stood no chance against his velocity. In that fleeting moment as Yi Guan dashed forward, the throat of one beast was rent asunder, blood gushing forth. One beast fell. In the next heartbeat, he had plunged into the throng of monsters, and once more, another beast succumbed. Yi Guan moved like a wraith, weaving effortlessly through the horde, leaving the beasts unable to even discern his form. The air was filled with piercing cries of anguish. Nearby, the beastly man lying on the ground was rendered utterly bewildered by the scene. Damn it! In that instant, he realized he had been deceived. The information he had received was utterly false. This man was far from an ordinary practitioner of air control. He felt the sting of betrayal in his heart. Meanwhile, one beast after another fell in the distance. Witnessing this carnage, the beastly man hastily exclaimed, "Stop! This is a misunderstanding." At that moment, Nailan Jia approached him, placing a foot upon his mouth. "Silence! Do not disturb him. Let him relish in his slaughter. I take great pleasure in watching him kill." The beastly man could only stare in disbelief. In the distance, the pace of the beast's demise quickened, and in the blink of an eye, over 100 had fallen. At that moment, the group of monstrous beasts finally succumbed to fear. After such a prolonged battle, they had not even grazed the shadow of the human before them. Their strengths lay in their brute force and physical defenses, yet they were woefully unskilled in speed. Suddenly, one of the beasts glanced at the beastly figure lying on the ground and roared, The king is dead. Retreat. With that, it turned and fled without hesitation. The beastly figure, eyes wide with rage, bellowed, "Damn it! I'm not dead. Not yet." However, the other beasts paid him no heed and vanished from sight in their haste to escape. Yiguan came to a halt, feeling an overwhelming heat coursing through him, and he noticed that the sword in his hand emitted a faint crimson glow. Trembling, he thought to himself, "Tower Master, why does it feel as though my blood is in motion?" After a moment of silence, the small tower replied, "It's merely an illusion. You must have become intoxicated with the thrill of killing." Yiguan's expression froze. The small tower continued, "It's normal to feel exhilarated during your first massacre. Just take a moment to rest." After a brief hesitation, Yiguan nodded in agreement. Inside the small tower, it sighed in relief, thankful that the young man's bloodline had not awakened here. Otherwise, with their combined strength, they would have been unable to suppress it. A mysterious voice intoned solemnly, "You must teach him to be a good person." The small tower retorted, "A good person? Indeed, in such circumstances, if he does not kill, I will not intervene. We must guide him properly, but we will not turn him into a coward. If it were his father." The voice trailed off, then resumed, "If it were his grandfather, the demon beasts of this entire mountain range would likely be slaughtered to extinction." A mysterious voice inquired somberly, "And if it is his father?" The little tower was silent for a moment before responding, "It depends. At the very least, he would be like his son, ceasing the carnage where it stands now. At worst, the entire upper realm would be obliterated, paving the way for the next theater of conflict." The mysterious voice was left speechless. Yiguan approached the demon beast man at a measured pace. The demon beast man, his face etched with terror, was about to speak when Yiguan interjected, "Did the Shen Tian sect send you to assassinate me and little Jia?" The demon beast man stared at Yiguan, his voice laced with incredulity. "How could you possibly know?" Yiguan replied calmly, "Since our arrival in the upper realm, we have been at odds with them. Who else could it be?" The demon beast man said in a deep voice, "I possess many treasures. If you spare me, they shall all be yours." Suddenly, Yiguan slit the demon beast man's throat with a swift stroke. Thwack! A jet of blood spurted forth. The demon beast man's eyes widened in disbelief as he breathed his last. Yiguan seized the demon beast man's ring and declared, "By killing you, your treasures become mine regardless." The demon beast man was beyond retort. Yiguan glanced at the ring, momentarily stunned. Within it, there were 2 celestial-grade demon beast cores, 60,000 gold crystals, and a collection of lower-grade demon beast cores. Yiguan was pleasantly surprised. 2 celestial demon beast inner Dan, at the very least, can fetch 200,000 pieces, in addition to 60,000 golden crystals and several low-tier demon beast inner Dan. This time, the harvest could amount to nearly 300,000 golden crystals. 300,000. The speed at which wealth accumulates through slaying and plundering is astonishing. Yiguan quickly thought, "Master Tower, could you elaborate on that fishing law enforcement you mentioned earlier?" At that moment, Nailan Jia unexpectedly approached Yiguan, presenting a handkerchief and gently wiping the blood from his face. Yiguan was taken aback. They were so close that he could distinctly perceive the fragrance emanating from Nailan Jia. Gazing at her exquisite beauty, Yiguan found himself momentarily entranced. Nailan Jia softly remarked, "There is no need to be angered by the words of such individuals. I am indifferent to them." Yiguan shook his head, stating, "If they insult me, I shall not endure it. But if they insult you, I shall not tolerate it either." Nailan Jia smiled and asked, "What if you encounter someone you cannot defeat?" After a moment of silence, Yiguan replied, "If I cannot win, then I shall be struck. Yet should anyone dare to insult you, regardless of my strength, I will retaliate." Nailan Jia gently advised, "Endure for a moment, and the storm will pass. Take a step back, and the sea will stretch vast." Yiguan shook his head, declaring, "If the one I cherish is insulted before me and I must endure, then what purpose does my cultivation serve? I wield my sword not to become a submissive turtle." Nailan Jia gazed at Yiguan, pondering, "Do you care for me?" Yiguan contemplated for a moment before responding, "Is that not permissible?" Nailan Jia was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "Your response has left me utterly bewildered." With that, She took Yi Guan's hand and gently wiped the blood from it. Suddenly, Yi Guan inquired, "Is this your first time tending to a man's wounds?" Nalan Jia replied, "No. It's the second time." Yi Guan was momentarily stunned. Nalan Jia glanced at him and added, "The first time was for my father. He was once injured, and I tended to his wounds. Is that not permissible?" Yi Guan grinned, "Of course, it is." Nalan Jia shook her head and chuckled. "You are such a simpleton." Yi Guan laughed softly, then quickly retrieved half of the spoils from his spatial ring and placed them in Nalan Jia's hands. She looked at him and said, "You should keep it for yourself." She could discern that Yi Guan was a fervent cultivator who required more resources for his training. However, Yi Guan shook his head. "Your physique is unique. You are in greater need of cultivation resources." Nalan Jia was about to protest, but Yi Guan insisted on dividing the spoils equally between them, saying, "One half for each. Let there be no further discussion." Nalan Jia agreed, "All right." With that, she stowed away the spatial ring. Just then, the ground in the distance began to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. Both Yi Guan and Nalan Jia were left speechless. They turned to look and beheld a towering beast, over 10 feet high, charging toward them with ferocity. The overwhelming pressure it exuded was palpable, even from several miles away. Nalan Jia spoke in a low voice. "This cannot be anything less than a half-step celestial tier beast." Yi Guan replied sternly, "Run." Nalan Jia nodded in agreement. As the two were about to flee, Nalan Jia suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look!" Yi Guan turned his gaze and saw a figure sprinting frantically in front of the monstrous beast. It was none other than Xiao Gu. At that moment, Xiao Gu caught sight of Yi Guan and Nalan Jia, and his heart soared with joy. He shouted wildly, "Brother Yi, help me! Save me, please! Oh my! Hurry and rescue me!" Yet, Yi Guan merely grasped Nalan Jia's arm and turned to flee. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Gu was momentarily stunned, and the next moment, he trembled as he called out, "Brother Yi? My dear brother, brother! It is I, your comrade Xiao Gu." Chapter 42. The Honor of Qing Zhou. Run. There was no choice but to flee. A demigod-level beast, accompanied by a horde of monstrous creatures, was an overwhelming adversary. The three individuals pushed their speed to the utmost limit. Fortunately, the beast was not particularly swift. Soon, they found themselves drawing closer to the flag. However, the relentless pack of beasts showed no signs of halting. Witnessing this, Yi Guan's expression darkened. What on earth had Xiao Gu done to provoke such a desperate chase? Before long, the trio reached a stone platform, upon which rested the banner of the Guanjin Academy. Before the platform stood 5 individuals. The 3 from Qingzhou were present, as well as the gentleman from Yunzhou. Additionally, there was another man, dressed in a pristine gray robe, lounging casually upon a large rock, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. Upon spotting Yi Guan and his companions, the gazes of the 5 individuals converged upon them. Soon after, their attention shifted to the relentless horde of beasts pursuing the trio. The sight caused their brows to furrow in concern. Yi Guan turned to face the oncoming beasts, and upon realizing their unwavering pursuit, his expression grew grim. He then looked at the pale-faced Xiao Gu before him and inquired, "What have you done?" Xiao Gu trembled as he replied, "Heaven help me! What could I possibly do? That creature is so monstrous. How could I contend with it?" Yi Guan spoke gravely, "It is fixated on you." Xiao Gu, taken aback, quickly produced an egg from his possession, exclaiming, "I found an egg." As he spoke, he blinked and said, "It can't possibly belong to it." Yi Guan found himself somewhat at a loss for words. "What do you think?" he replied, picking up the egg and casting his gaze towards the ferocious beast charging towards him. "If you come any closer, I'll crush your egg." The expressions of those around him suddenly turned peculiar, clearly hinting at their impure thoughts. At that moment, the beast came to an abrupt halt, fixating its fierce gaze upon Yi Guan, filled with malice. The pack of creatures behind it also froze in place. Yi Guan stared at the beast, declaring, "This is a misunderstanding." The beast sneered, "You have taken my egg, and now you dare to threaten me? You call this a misunderstanding? Don't you find that utterly ridiculous?" After pondering for a moment, Yi Guan proposed, "Let us engage in a contest. If I win, we shall forget about the egg." The beast scrutinized Yi Guan, asking, What if you do not win? Iguan replied with a smile. Then I'll be finished, won't I? The beast asserted, human, you challenge me. As a monarch, I have no choice but to accept your challenge. If you win, the matter of the egg shall be settled. However, should you lose, both you and your companions shall perish. Iguan nodded. Very well. The beast waved its hand, and the smaller creatures behind it retreated in unison. Xiao Gu suddenly interjected. Brother, why don't I take your place? Iguan turned to Xiao Gu, smiling. I have faith in your strength, but I have recently made significant progress and seek an opportunity to hone my skills. Allow me this chance. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Gu nodded. All right. Iguan approached the beast, while Xiao Gu cast a complex glance at him. He understood that Yiguan's words were merely an attempt to preserve his dignity. For in truth, he felt no assurance in confronting this formidable creature. This beast was a half-step to the immortal realm, a level that surpassed even the most potent human cultivators. Its combat prowess was far superior to that of any human of similar rank, with an abnormally formidable defensive capacity. As the eyes of the onlookers followed him, Yiguan stood before the beast and spoke. Esteemed one, due to your immense strength, I may have to resort to any means necessary. Should I inadvertently offend you, I hope for your understanding. The beast responded calmly, do as you wish. In an instant, Yiguan vanished from sight, only to reappear before the beast like a wraith, delivering a fierce kick to its groin. The spectators were momentarily frozen in shock. Yiguan's speed was so astonishing that the beast had no time to react, and his kick landed squarely. With a dull thud echoing through the air, the beast's eyes widened in surprise as it was forced to retreat repeatedly. During its backward movement, it unleashed a powerful punch, but it struck nothing but air. Nevertheless, the ground beneath it was left with a massive crater several feet deep. At that moment, Yiguan had already circled behind the beast and aimed another kick at its groin. With another resounding thud, the beast's pupils contracted sharply, and it instinctively covered its groin with its hands. In a swift motion, Yiguan appeared above the beast, brandishing a dagger poised against its throat. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of those present grew solemn. Speed. They had not anticipated that Yiguan's swiftness could reach such astonishing heights. The man in gray fixed his gaze on Yiguan, lost in thought. Left Fu glanced at Yiguan, slowly closing his eyes, lamenting the situation. In Qingzhou, Mu Yunhan regarded Yiguan with exasperation. Ao Han shook his head. Against a creature with formidable defense, his current strategy would be the most effective. He then turned to Mu Yunhan and posed a question. Is your blade swifter, or is his speed superior? After a moment of silence, Mu Yunhan replied, if a single strike cannot fell him, I concede defeat. Upon hearing this, Ao Han's expression turned grave. If I were to confront him one-on-one and he refrained from engaging directly, victory would be elusive. He then looked toward the distant Yiguan, astonished that such a prodigy had emerged from the previously unremarkable South Province. In the distance, Yiguan refrained from slaying the beast. He stepped aside and placed the egg on the ground. Esteemed one, this is your egg. The beast stared at Yiguan, remarking, your speed is extraordinary. Yiguan smiled faintly, opting for silence. After a prolonged pause, the beast retrieved the egg and declared, a bet is a bet. Our grievances are now resolved. With that, it turned and led its fellow creatures away into the distance. Left alone, Yiguan remained contemplative. Speed. He realized that when velocity reaches its pinnacle, it truly becomes insurmountable. What a pity! It was regrettable that this beast was not sufficiently powerful to provide him with a satisfying battle. Since vanquishing the shadow at the 9th level of the Trial Tower, he had not encountered any adversary capable of instilling a sense of crisis within him. As if struck by a thought, Yiguan turned his gaze towards Enmu in the distance. Noticing Yiguan's attention, the man in gray beside him could not help but smile with a hint of amusement. Suddenly, Ao Han, standing next to Enmu, remarked, Enmu, he is looking at you. This fellow seeks to challenge you. Ha ha. Enmu cast a glance at Yiguan, then slowly closed his eyes, murmuring, this is not my battlefield. Ao Han chuckled. I understand. The central continent is your arena. While this fellow possesses commendable strength, he is still woefully inadequate to challenge you. Enmu shook his head slightly, Whether it is he or Zhufu, both have set their sights on me, which signifies their confidence. I shall not underestimate any of them, for to belittle one's opponents is a most foolish act. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Guan in the distance, reflecting that if he were to conceal his own prowess, Yi Guan's speed could render him defenseless in their encounter. The reason the half-step celestial tier beast fell so swiftly was due to its failure to regard its opponent with sufficient seriousness. Aohan nodded, comprehending the underlying message. And Mu then began to close his eyes once more, declaring, I shall uphold the honor of Qingzhou, which has stood for nearly a millennium. Should the divine obstruct me, I shall slay the divine. Should the Buddha hinder me, I shall eradicate the Buddha. Chapter 43. Accompanying you, Yiguan, Nalan Jia, and Xiaogu moved to a secluded spot, their gazes fixed upon the distant horizon. They awaited Sun Xiong's arrival. However, an hour elapsed, and Sun Xiong remained absent, causing the expressions of the trio to darken. At that moment, Xiaogu spoke up, reassuringly, do not worry. Within this realm, should one voluntarily forfeit, the Academy will retrieve you. Thus, he should be fine. Yiguan nodded slightly, his eyes drifting towards the edge of the plain. Although he had not conversed much with Sun Xiong, he still hoped for his success in this trial, as they hailed from the same origin. As dusk approached, Sun Xiong was still nowhere to be seen. Yet, individuals from other states began to appear, with approximately 20 newcomers arriving since their arrival. With only half an hour remaining until the conclusion of the assessment, Xiaogu observed a figure clad in gray in the distance, a prodigy from Yongzhou named Junmu. Yiguan glanced at Junmu, who had arrived even earlier than they had. At that moment, sensing Yiguan's gaze, Junmu turned to meet it, flashing a broad smile. Yiguan reciprocated with a faint smile, a silent acknowledgement exchanged between them. Xiaogu continued, I counted. There are representatives from 19 states here. If no additional states arrive, that means 19 states will vie for 10 spots. Yiguan nodded thoughtfully, his eyes once again scanning the distant horizon, where no new figures emerged. Just then, Luo Zhaoqi suddenly materialized in the arena. Upon the arrival of the newcomer, the assembly understood that the second round of the martial examination had concluded. At that moment, Xiaogu suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming, Look! Yiguan turned to gaze at the horizon, where a man was struggling to run towards them across the plain. The man's complexion was ashen, and he clutched his abdomen with his right hand, blood seeping from his fingertips. The onlookers remained silent as they watched the approaching figure. Luo Zhaoqi observed the man without uttering a word. Under the collective gaze, the man finally reached Luo Zhaoqi, managing a pale smile as he uttered, I'm not late, am I? Luo Zhaoqi replied calmly, you are late. The man was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. However, Luo Zhaoqi then added unexpectedly, but I will make an exception this once. An exception this once. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped the implication. Ultimately, the question of timeliness rested solely upon Luo Zhaoqi's decree, and she had chosen to extend this man a chance. Upon hearing her words, the man promptly bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Chief Luo. Luo Zhaoqi smiled gently before turning to address the group. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed to the third round. This round differs from the previous two. It will be a contest between individuals. A friendly reminder, choose your banners wisely, for should you make an ill-fated choice against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, there will be no opportunity for a second selection. As she spoke, she raised a finger. You have one night to recuperate. Tomorrow morning, you will be transported to the wilderness, where individuals from all 360 states will witness your prowess. Moreover, as she spoke, a subtle smile graced her lips, a smile imbued with a myriad of charms. This time, not only was there the esteemed presence of a distinguished figure from the Zhongzhou Academy witnessing the event, but also the Grand Elder of the Divine Gu clan, one of the 6 prominent families of the Holy Land. The 6 prominent families of the Holy Land? Many in the arena appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the term. Luo Zhaoqi remarked with a smile, it is entirely normal for you to be unaware. The 6 prominent families of the Holy Land are ancient lineages, having thrived for at least tens of millions of years, boasting an extraordinarily profound heritage. They stand as the 6 mightiest families, second only to the Guanyuan universe. To be selected by them would indeed be an immense fortune. At this, she cast a glance at Nailan Jia beside her. The Zhongtu Academy would undoubtedly select only one individual, and being chosen by the 6 prominent families of the Holy Land would represent an extraordinary opportunity. The resources available to them are incomparable to those below. The crowd soon grasped this understanding, their excitement palpable. Luo Zhaoqi smiled lightly, said nothing further, and turned to leave. The spectators seated on the ground bore expressions of exhilaration. They had successfully passed the second challenge. Those who advanced to the third challenge were no ordinary individuals. From over 1,000 participants, fewer than 30 remained. To have journeyed this far was already an impressive feat. Yi Guan and his companions sat together, encircled by a campfire, as Yi Guan retrieved a chicken to roast. They were certainly not at the point of foregoing meals. Moments later, Yi Guan tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Nailan Jia. Beneath the flickering glow of the flames, the exquisite visage of Nailan Jia was momentarily adorned with a hint of warmth, rendering her beauty utterly captivating. Nailan Jia accepted a chicken leg and inquired, "What rank shall we strive for tomorrow?" Xiao Gu immediately cast a glance at Yi Guan. To be candid, aiming for the top spot was an immense pressure. After all, it was Qingzhou. Furthermore, that Zhuofu would undoubtedly contend for the first place as well. Yi Guan replied with a smile. First. Nailan Jia fixed her gaze upon Yi Guan, and after a brief pause, she broke into a charming smile. "I shall accompany you." Xiao Gu spoke solemnly, "Then let's do it." After finishing the chicken, Yi Guan reclined against a nearby boulder, resting his arms behind his head as he gazed at the luminous moon in the sky, lost in thought. At that moment, a gentle fragrance wafted through the air as Nailan Jia settled beside him. Yi Guan turned to her and offered a faint smile. "What are you smiling at?" Nailan Jia asked playfully. "Oh, nothing, just feeling happy," Yi Guan replied. "I feel the same," Nailan Jia whispered softly. The two lay there in serene silence, engaging in light conversation about mundane matters, life, and the future. Time passed unmeasured as the earth lay still. The bright moon hung overhead, and the stars twinkled in the vast expanse. Yi Guan turned to Nailan Jia, noticing that she had succumbed to slumber. Gently, he removed his long robe and draped it over her, then reclined beside her. At that moment, Nailan Jia nestled closer, resting her head upon his arm. Yi Guan's body stiffened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He gently wrapped his right arm around Nailan Jia, gazing at the serene beauty in his embrace. Noticing her calm and natural demeanor, he offered a faint smile, filled only with warmth. Slowly, Yi Guan closed his eyes and inwardly inquired, "Master Tower, are you asleep?" After a brief pause, the small tower replied, "Not at all. I do not require sleep." Yi Guan felt a twinge of confusion and asked, "Why is that?" The small tower responded, "Because I have matters to discuss." Yi Guan hesitated for a moment before questioning, "Master Tower, is my Yi clan one of the 6 holy clans?" The small tower replied, "No." Yi Guan was momentarily taken aback, then asked, "Not at all?" The small tower clarified, "They are even stronger than the 6 holy clans." Yi Guan spoke in a low voice, "So formidable?" The small tower affirmed, "In the realm of Guanyuan universe, they are indeed exceptionally powerful. Therefore, you must strive diligently. Do you understand?" After a moment of silence, Yi Guan contemplated, "If, hypothetically, I could attain the strength of that sister in the plain dress, would I have any reason to fear the Yi clan?" After a lengthy pause, the small tower responded, "If you could reach her level, I believe the Yi clan would grant you at least a modicum of respect." Yi Guan softly stated, "That sister in the plain dress is a grand sword immortal." "Master Tower, I too shall endeavor to become a grand sword immortal." The small tower remained silent. Chapter 44. The Guardian. The following day, a faint blush of dawn appeared on the horizon. Within the mountains, the sounds of various beasts echoed in succession, signaling the commencement of the day's labors. Upon a stone, Nailan Jia slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Yi Guan, who was within arm's reach. Yi Guan's features were sharply defined, exuding a striking handsomeness. A subtle smile graced Nailan Jia's lips as she gradually sat up and stretched languidly. At that moment, Yi Guan opened his eyes, and upon beholding the unparalleled beauty before him, A smile of delight emerged upon his face. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared before the assembly. It was Luo Zhaoqi. Today, she adorned herself in a flowing crimson gown, her silhouette enchanting. The exquisite beauty she possessed was further accentuated by the vibrant red attire, lending her an allure that was undeniably captivating. Luo Zhaoqi surveyed the crowd and cheerfully declared, "Esteemed guests, please." As her words resonated, a teleportation array materialized beneath everyone's feet. The array activated, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. Upon their reappearance, they found themselves amidst a vast expanse. Yiguan gazed into the distance, where the horizon stretched infinitely before him. Far off, 10 flags were planted, each separated by several thousand zhong, creating a remarkably spacious setting. The central flag bore 2 gilded characters. First, all eyes were instantly drawn to this prominent flag, each individual displaying a distinct expression. At that moment, a projector emerged from the clouds, broadcasting a synchronized live feed across the 360 states. At that moment, to the right of the crowd, a colossal stone platform gradually emerged from the ground. This platform spanned thousands of feet in length and width, and upon it, rows of tables and chairs materialized. It was the observation platform. Following this, a group of individuals appeared atop the stone structure. Most were students and mentors from the esteemed Upper Realms Guanxian Academy, while a few were elders from various prominent families and sections. Indeed, only those of notable status were deemed worthy to witness the spectacle up close. Suddenly, a voice resonated throughout the venue, announcing the arrival of the academy head. As the words echoed, a woman appeared at the forefront of the observation platform, dressed in a flowing deep purple gown. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her figure was both graceful and voluptuous. Her face adorned with a subtle smile that radiated unparalleled beauty. She was none other than Zhao Su, the head of Guanxian Academy. Upon seeing this woman, Yiguan was momentarily taken aback. He recognized her. On the day he had slain the elder of the Shentian sect, it was this very woman who had obstructed his path. Could this truly be the head of Guanxian Academy? Yiguan found himself in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Zhao Su's gaze met his, and with a playful blink, she seemed to convey a sense of mischief. Yiguan fell silent, astonished that this woman was indeed the head of the academy. Why had she not exposed him on that day? Was it because of his affiliation with the academy? A sense of uncertainty clouded his thoughts. Just then, an elderly man and a striking matron appeared beside Zhao Su. The elder bore a golden insignia on his left chest, featuring a small character that read Guan. The individual in question is Yuan Gu, who has traveled from the Observational Academy of the Central Land. In this realm, he is a member of the esteemed Council of Elders, wielding considerable influence. Upon his arrival, his gaze immediately fixated upon the Anmu from Qingzhou. Beside him stood a beautiful woman, an elder of the Shenj clan, named Li Wan. Her attention, too, was drawn to Nalanjia. She coveted the Anmu, yet she was acutely aware that the Shenj clan could not compete with the Observational Academy of the Central Land. After taking their seats, Zhao Su remarked, "Elder Yuan, according to our previous customs, the top scorer of the martial examination must first undergo a period of study at our academy before proceeding to the Central Land. Yet this time you have come personally to escort him. It seems quite urgent." Yuan Gu nodded slightly, replying, "Indeed, Director Zhao, this time we are in a great hurry. A matter of utmost urgency." Zhao Su expressed her surprise, inquiring why the sudden urgency. Yuan Gu spoke gravely, "It is a contest of fortunes." Zhao Su narrowed her eyes, realizing that it had already begun. Yuan Gu affirmed, his expression serious, "It has commenced." Zhao Su asked, "Is the pressure immense?" Yuan Gu sighed, "More than immense. It is colossal. Were it not so, we would not be in such haste to escort Anmu away." He then glanced at Anmu in the distance and softly remarked, "Only he possesses the potential to contend with those few." Zhao Su inquired, "Which individuals do you refer to?" After a brief silence, Yuan Gu responded, "Not long ago, a figure emerged from the five-dimensional universe, a person with a natural Tao body, who has attained the Tao with a mortal form. It is said that this individual has received the transmission of the Tao from the MTNDO, which serves as their protector." MTNDO. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su narrowed her eyes slightly, recalling the one who was once proclaimed the fourth sword of the mortal realm. Yuan Gu nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Zhao Su fell silent, her expression gravely serious. To have such a formidable figure as a protector, how extraordinary could this person be? At that moment, Yuan Gu continued. Aside from this individual, a remarkable genius has also emerged from the undying imperial clan. It is said that this person has completely awakened their undying bloodline, and furthermore, they have awakened a fragment of the frenzied bloodline left by the mortal swordmaster within the undying imperial clan. If we exclude the mortal swordmaster, he is the most extraordinary being in the history of the undying imperial clan. The undying imperial clan. Upon hearing this, the expression of Li Yuan, the head of the academy, instantly turned grave. One of the 6 great clans of the sacred land, and indeed ranked first. In the present day, apart from the few superclans of the Gu-En-Suen universe, the undying imperial clan stands as the foremost clan across all realms. Even the superclans of the Gu-En-Suen universe must show deference to the undying imperial clan, for the mother of the mortal swordmaster hails from their lineage. Zhao Su inquired, and who is this person's protector? Luo Zhaoqi replied solemnly. It is said to be the boundless lord, who once fought alongside the mortal swordmaster in the realm of Suzhin. The boundless lord. Zhao Su fell silent, her heart shaken. Yet another unparalleled figure. Yuan Gu continued. In addition, the demon realm has given rise to a remarkable genius whose very birth has astonished the entire demon clan. He is the legendary primordial sacred body, endowed with innate sacred eyes. It is said that the esteemed Miss Arya, head of the Demon Academy, personally visited the demon realm and even took on the role of his protector. The veracity of this claim remains uncertain. He paused momentarily before adding, these exceptional beings are truly unparalleled, and each protector is more formidable than the last, with the individual from the Milky Way being the most terrifying of all. Zhao Su furrowed her brows. The Milky Way? Yuan Gu nodded, his expression growing increasingly grave. It is said that the one from the Milky Way is the destined one of this generation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su was taken aback. The destined one? Who was the destined one of the previous generation? That would be the master of swords from the mortal realm. Throughout history, the destined ones have possessed unparalleled talents, often overshadowing all their contemporaries. And now another destined one has emerged? Yuan Gu gave a wry smile. Now you understand why we are so anxious, don't you? Zhao Su suddenly glanced towards An Mu in the distance, pondering the identity of his protector. Yuan Gu replied solemnly, we speculate that it might be An Wu Shun. An Wu Shun. Zhao Su's expression turned gravely serious. As if struck by a thought, she looked at Yi Guan standing afar, a glimmer of regret flashing in her eyes. This era is unlike the previous ones. Without a powerful protector, one cannot go far. Even with talent, it is insufficient. Protector. The path of martial arts is boundless and infinite. Without guidance and companionship, how far can one truly journey alone? In the face of endless causality and the elusive nature of fate, how can one withstand the trials without protection? Zhao Su gazed at Yi Guan, her eyes filled with a profound sense of regret. She had once held high hopes for Yi Guan, but upon hearing of those formidable guardians of the talented, despair enveloped her heart. Chapter 45. The kick. Upon the desolate expanse, Yi Guan's eyes were gently closed. Today he was determined to contend fiercely. He aspired to seize the first position. At this moment, unbeknownst to him, the entirety of South State was cheering for him. It had been an eternity since anyone from South State had reached the 3rd level. Regardless of whether he secured a ranking today in South State, Yi Guan was already a hero. On the other side, Zhuofu's gaze remained fixated on the flag of first place. This time, his ambition was also to attain the pinnacle. For countless years, Cloud State had languished in the shadows of 2nd place. This had ceased to be a matter of honor and had transformed into a source of shame. The perennial runner-up. Indeed, this title is far from flattering. For millennia, all the talented individuals from Cloud State had toiled relentlessly, with only one goal in mind, to claim the first position. Yet they had all faltered. Zhuofu's eyes gradually closed, and his right hand slowly clenched. Meanwhile, the others in the arena, upon glimpsing the first-place flag, diverted their gazes. Attaining the first position is not an endeavor for just anyone. Cloud State and Qing State truly evoke a sense of despair. In the upper city at this moment, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was hosting a gambling event. Naturally, the wager was on which state would claim the first position. The odds for Qing State stood at 1 to 0.01. This implies that if you bet 100 gold crystals, you would only earn 1. Absurd. Furthermore, each person betting on Qing State for the first position was limited to a maximum of 1,000 gold crystals. Conversely, the odds for betting on Cloud State to achieve first place were 1 to 10. This means that if Cloud State were to secure the top spot, 1 gold crystal could yield 10. Though this ratio appears quite favorable, the subsequent ones are even more enticing. In all other states, the odds stand at a staggering 1 to 1,000. 1,000. If you wager on a different state to claim victory, you could earn a single golden crystal in exchange for 1,000. Most notably, there is no limit. You may bet as much as you desire, 1,000-fold. At first glance, this may seem dismissive of the other states, but in truth, it is primarily because Qingzhou has dominated for nearly a millennium. At this moment, a woman entered the Xianbao Pavilion. The newcomer was none other than Fei Banqing. She navigated through the crowd, and soon, a gasp arose among the spectators. 50,000 golden crystals wagered on Nanzhou's triumph. Upon hearing this proclamation, the atmosphere erupted in astonishment. All eyes turned towards Fei Banqing. She disregarded the onlookers and turned to leave. 50,000 golden crystals. This constituted her entire fortune. Furthermore, she had borrowed a significant amount from Song Fu. Why did she take such a risk? Simply because that young man had once told her he aimed for first place. Within the vast expanse, Luo Zhaoqi appeared before the crowd. She glanced at everyone and smiled, declaring, "Let the games begin." After uttering these words, she gracefully stepped aside. The moment Luo Zhaoqi's voice resonated, the trio from Qingzhou sprang into action. They dismissed the crowd entirely and made their way directly towards the banner of first place. Ignoring everyone, they exuded confidence and audacity. At that instant, Zhuofu also moved. His objective was equally the first place. The spectators were not particularly surprised. After all, the only state capable of contending with Qingzhou was Yunzhou. At that moment, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. For the trio from Nanzhou, Yi Guan and his companions were also making their way towards the first banner. Witnessing this spectacle, expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of all present. What was Nanzhou attempting? To contend for first place. It must be said that upon observing this scene, not only were the onlookers bewildered, but even the representatives from all 360 states were taken aback. Nanzhou too sought to vie for supremacy? In an instant, laughter erupted among the multitude of states. There was mockery, curiosity, and a sense of perplexity. At the Guanyuan Academy of Nanzhou, when Yi Guan and the others approached the first banner, an eerie silence enveloped the institution. Clearly, the individuals within were equally baffled. They believed that securing a 10th place would be a remarkable achievement. Yet now, Yi Guan and his companions aspired to seize the first place. Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Incredible!" Boom! In an instant, the entire Guanyuan Academy erupted in fervor. Genuine passion surged forth. Countless roars ascended to the heavens, echoing through the wilderness. Observing Yi Guan and the others progressing toward the first banner, Zhao Su on the observation platform couldn't help but smile slightly. She understood that this fellow was undoubtedly determined to compete. Yuan Gu glanced at Yi Guan and his companions, remaining silent. Not far away, Luo Zhaoqi cast a surprised and curious glance at Yi Guan. At that moment, the trio from Qingzhou came to a halt. Mu Yunhan suddenly turned to Nailan Jia and inquired, "I have heard you possess the Holy Spirit physique." Nailan Jia nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Mu Yunhan gazed intently at Nailan Jia, marveling at her exquisite visage. What a pity it would be if such beauty were to perish. Nailan Jia offered a faint smile, uttering a plea for her own demise. No sooner had her words escaped her lips than Mu Yunhan's sword was unsheathed with remarkable swiftness. The blade flashed with an almost blinding speed, leaving the onlookers unable to discern its trajectory. A sharp, tearing sound of air echoed through the arena. Yet, this lightning-quick strike met with empty air. for Nalinjia had inexplicably appeared several yards to the right. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Gu on the spectator platform was momentarily taken aback. The young girl possessed an astonishing mastery over time and space. Zhao Su also exhibited a measure of surprise, while Li Wan's face broke into a smile. With her strike having missed its mark, Mu Yunhan regarded Nalinjia with newfound interest. Her voice fell, and she charged directly at Nalinjia. In an instant, the air was filled with the glimmer of blades. At that very moment, Nalinjia vanished from her original position, causing the fabric of time and space to ripple like waves across the arena. Soon, the two women were embroiled in a fierce battle. Aohan cast a glance at Zhuofu and Yiguan, inquiring which of them would engage him in combat. Both promptly shook their heads, only to simultaneously point towards Enmu. Observing this, Aohan's expression darkened. "Your actions have left me quite embarrassed." With that, he decisively pointed at Zhuofu, declaring, "I shall fight you." Zhuofu furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why?" Aohan glanced at Yiguan, responding he enjoys kicking. Yiguan's expression froze in disbelief. Zhuofu, after a brief silence, retorted, "So you believe you can bully me because I am not unscrupulous?" Yiguan's face darkened, feeling quite offended. Aohan, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Zhuofu, compared to this fellow from Nanzhou, I would much prefer to engage with you. Come, let me see if Yunzhou has made any progress this year." Without further ado, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Zhuofu. Boom! The sound of the punch resonated with a terrifying explosion. A body cultivator. Zhuofu glanced at Aohan and, in an instant, clasped his hands together, silently reciting an incantation. In a flash, a beam of starlight descended from the heavens. Rumbling, in the blink of an eye, Aohan was sent flying several dozen feet away, leaving behind a massive pit, several tens of feet wide and deep, where he had once stood. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was left in stunned silence. Aohan gazed at his charred body, then turned to Zhuofu, exclaiming in astonishment, "You are the legendary sorcerer." Sorcerer, an ancient and enigmatic profession. It is said that individuals of such caliber can effortlessly manipulate the powers of the universe, and the more formidable among them can even invoke the laws of an entire realm, instilling fear in all. At that moment, the spectators on the viewing platform, including Zhao Su, were no longer composed. A sorcerer. They had not anticipated that Yunzhou would produce a sorcerer this time. Yiguan looked at Zhuofu, equally astonished, seemingly pondering something as he cast a glance at Zhuofu's lower body. Seeing this, Zhuofu hurriedly replied, "I do not wish to fight you." He paused for a moment before adding, "It's not that you aren't strong, rather, I simply do not want to engage with you." Yiguan. Yiguan's kick to the egg truly causes one great distress. He may fail countless times, yet if he succeeds just once, congratulations, for you shall lose all your fighting spirit. That spot is so formidable that even beasts of the wild cannot endure it, let alone humans. At that moment, Enmu suddenly interjected, "There is no need for you two to compete. Let us confront him together." Upon these words, the arena erupted in uproar. 1 against 2. At that precise moment, everyone in Qingzhou heard Enmu's declaration, and upon hearing it, the crowd surged with excitement. 1 against 2. Such confidence. Such dominance. This is Qingzhou, the eternal deity. On the observation platform, Yuan Gu stroked his beard and smiled. "Good, good, good," repeating the word thrice. To tread the path of martial arts requires such audacity. Zhao Su glanced at Enmu and smiled faintly. Indeed impressive. Below, Yiguan cast a glance at Enmu, then turned to Zhuofu. "I will offer you 50,000 gold crystals. Allow me to engage him first." Zhuofu shook his head slightly. "I will offer you 100,000 gold crystals. Let me strike him first." Yiguan nodded, "All right." Zhuofu gazed at Yiguan, momentarily taken aback. Yiguan extended his right hand. "Give it to me, you strike him first." After a brief silence, Zhuofu retrieved a spatial ring and handed it to Yiguan. To Yiguan's astonishment, there were indeed 100,000 gold crystals within the ring. Yiguan accepted the ring and glanced at Zhuofu. "You are truly wealthy." Zhuofu hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Young Master Yi, do you truly lack even 50,000 gold crystals?" Yiguan shook his head. affirming his lack of such wealth. Indeed, at present, he found himself devoid of resources. However, should he choose to sell his inner elixir, wealth might still be within reach. Nevertheless, the truth remained, he was rather impoverished. The cost of cultivation had become exorbitantly burdensome. Zhuofu cast a glance at Yi Guan, remarking, "Young Master Yi, you are quite cunning." Yi Guan offered a faint smile in response. "Brother Zhua, do your best." With that, he stepped aside. At that moment, Enmu turned to Yi Guan and asked, "Are you certain you do not wish to join him?" Yi Guan shook his head, stating, "No need." He then withdrew to a corner. A 2-on-1 confrontation, even if victorious, would lack honor, and it was entirely unnecessary. Enmu regarded Yi Guan briefly before turning his attention to Zhuofu, urging, "Make your move." Zhuofu nodded slightly, pressing his palms together as he chanted an incantation. In an instant, a tempest surged forth, stretching dozens of feet long. The next moment, this whirlwind transformed into thousands of razor-sharp wind blades, hurtling towards Enmu. The air was filled with a cacophony of tearing sounds, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror. In the distance, Enmu placed his left hand behind his back. The following instant, he extended his right hand forward, slowly clenched it into a fist, then abruptly withdrew it before launching a powerful punch. Boom! As the punch was unleashed, a terrifying wave of force radiated outward, instantly shattering the multitude of wind blades. The intent of the punch. Witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of all present turned grave with apprehension. Enmu gazed into the distance at Zhuofu, urging him, "You have one final opportunity to strike. Unleash your most formidable technique and do not squander this moment." Zhuofu nodded slightly, affirming, "Very well." As he spoke, he slowly brought his hands together in a gesture of reverence, silently reciting an ancient incantation. Suddenly, a crack tore through the fabric of time and space above them, revealing an endless expanse of starry heavens. In that instant, a terrifying force surged forth, sweeping across the desolate plains with overwhelming might. The very fabric of time quivered, and the earth began to fracture beneath their feet. Witnessing this spectacle, Yuan Gu, seated among the spectators, sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the distant Zhuofu, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This is the divine-level supernatural technique." Divine level. At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Supernatural techniques were already formidable and defied the heavens, but divine-level techniques were utterly terrifying. Even in the upper realm, the Spectral Academy had no access to such divine techniques. Ever since the martial arts had fractured years ago, these supernatural techniques had become exceedingly rare, and divine-level techniques were an extraordinary occurrence even in the central continent of the Divine Land. Yet here, they manifested before their very eyes. As the space around them began to warp and distort, the ground crumbled in layers. Enmu lifted his gaze to the rift in time, his expression serene. At that moment, Zhuofu suddenly proclaimed, "Falling stars." With his utterance, a cacophony erupted. In an instant, beams of starlight shot forth from the depths of that distant cosmos, resembling meteors as they burst through the fissure in time and space, hurtling down towards Enmu below. As countless stars illuminated the scene, the fabric of space and time suddenly fractured in layers, resembling a terrifying spider's web. On the observation platform, Yuan Gu's expression shifted dramatically, nearly prompting him to intervene. At that moment, Zhao Su interjected, "Elder Yuan." Upon hearing this, Elder Yuan regained his composure. He realized that he must not interfere. This was a fair duel. Yuan Gu relaxed his grip and turned his gaze towards Enmu. Yi Guan also observed the descending myriad of starlight. His eyes filled with a grave intensity. One must acknowledge that such a formidable divine technique possessed an astonishing power. It was sufficient to effortlessly obliterate an entire city. At that instant, the multitude of starlight engulfed Enmu. Boom! In an instant, dozens of colossal mushroom clouds erupted within the arena, soaring hundreds of feet into the sky. The earth crumbled in layers, and powerful shockwaves radiated outward, causing the onlookers in the wasteland to stagger backward. Approximately a quarter of an hour passed before tranquility gradually returned to the scene. At this moment, the spot where Enmu once stood had transformed into a vast chasm, plunging deep into the ground for dozens of feet. Suddenly, The expressions of everyone in the arena shifted dramatically. A figure slowly ascended from the depths of the pit. It was Enmu, and astonishingly, he emerged unscathed. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in stunned silence. To withstand a divine-grade technique without a scratch? Was this still human? On the observation platform, Yuan Gu's expression relaxed immediately, followed by a smile that graced his features. He settled down, stroking his beard with mirth, exclaiming, "Good, good, good." Zhao Su gazed at Enmu, and after a long while, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Incredible!" Opposite Enmu, Zhuofu, witnessing that Enmu remained unscathed, was overtaken by a sense of helplessness. He clasped his hands together and softly declared, "You've won, I concede." The divine-level techniques had failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon him, and he realized there was no hope for him whatsoever. For a millennium, the individual before him surpassed any genius from Qingzhou in history. The prodigies of the past 10 generations could never have withstood his divine-level techniques with such ease. Qingzhou, truly, a place that once produced the unparalleled sword master of the mortal realm. After conceding, Zhuofu turned and walked aside, still aiming for second place. Not far away, Enmu remained composed, uttering not a word as he strode toward the first-place banner. His demeanor was calm, devoid of any elation, for he had never regarded the people here as his rivals. His gaze was always fixed upon the central plains. This was not arrogance, but confidence. The expressions of those present were exceedingly complex. Once again, Qingzhou claimed the top spot. Undoubtedly. Just then, a voice suddenly resonated throughout the arena. "Wait." Everyone turned to see that the speaker was Yi Guan. The crowd was taken aback. Enmu halted in his tracks and turned to face Yi Guan. Yi Guan smiled and said, "It is our turn." As soon as these words were spoken, the venue erupted in uproar. Do we still need to fight? Such audacity! Enmu fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan, questioning the necessity of it all. Yi Guan nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Of course." Enmu continued to observe Yi Guan intently, reminding him, "Remember, you possess only a single opportunity to strike, for when I make my move, your chance will vanish." Chapter 47. The True Dragon. Only one opportunity to strike. In the arena, no one believed that Enmu was merely boasting. He was a man impervious even to divine-level techniques. At this moment, all 360 states were watching Yi Guan in the arena. It must be said that many considered this young man from the southern state somewhat audacious. On the observation platform, Zhao Su gazed at Yi Guan and remarked with a smile, "How intriguing." She had not anticipated that Yi Guan would dare to challenge Enmu at this moment. It must be acknowledged that while Enmu had not yet made a move, everyone had already sensed his formidable power. Yet, despite this, Yi Guan still chose to confront him. Was it confidence or arrogance? Soon they would find out. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Guan steadily approached Enmu, looking at him with a slight smile. "May I begin?" Enmu nodded, "Yes." As the words left his lips, Yi Guan vanished from his position, a breathtaking speed. In the instant Yi Guan disappeared, Enmu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he swiftly raised his right hand to block Yi Guan's strike aimed at his throat. In the next moment, Yi Guan unleashed a kick towards Enmu's groin. By this time, Enmu had already retreated 10 paces, causing Yi Guan to miss. However, the moment Enmu halted, Yi Guan surged towards him once more with an otherworldly swiftness. Enmu raised his hand and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The immense force shattered the very fabric of space before him. Clearly, he intended to defeat Yi Guan with a single blow. However, his punch struck nothing but air. Yi Guan had appeared beside him without his notice, and in the next moment, a fist came crashing down upon his head. Bang! In the gaze of all present, Enmu was sent flying, and in that fleeting instant, Yi Guan surged forward, closing the distance to Enmu, and delivered another punch to his throat. Bang! Enmu flew backward, while Yi Guan vanished once more from the spot. Subsequently, a bizarre scene unfolded. A series of afterimages relentlessly assaulted Enmu, with muffled thuds reverberating throughout the arena, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. Within mere moments, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Enmu had been forced back 100 paces. The overwhelming speed was utterly crushing. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the arena was left dumbfounded. This youth from the southern province was astonishingly powerful. The crowd stood in shocked silence. On the observation platform, Yuan-gu fixed his gaze on Yi Guan below. His eyes narrowed, astonished by such terrifying speed. Zhao Su nodded slightly, equally astonished. This speed was exponentially greater than when she had first encountered Yi Guan. It was evident that this fellow had experienced a tremendous surge in strength during this period. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying force erupted from within Enmu, while Yi Guan had already retreated several paces away, successfully evading this dreadful power. The spectacle left everyone in the arena utterly astounded. Even more astonishing was the fact that after enduring such relentless blows from Yi Guan, Enmu was still alive. Moreover, he bore no injuries whatsoever. Is this a physical cultivator? In the arena, everyone gazed in astonishment at Enmu. In the distance, Enmu twisted his neck, the bones cracking audibly. He cast his eyes towards Yi Guan and remarked, "You truly astonish me. Your speed is such that even I cannot compare." Yi Guan remained silent. Moments earlier, he had executed lethal strikes, yet none had found their mark. Could it be that the opponent was indeed a physical cultivator? Yi Guan felt a twinge of doubt. At that moment, Enmu suddenly declared, "Your speed is impressive, but alas, you cannot breach my defenses." As his words echoed, he abruptly extended his right hand and leaned down to touch the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and then, terrifying forces surged from the depths of the earth, converging and flooding into his palm like a tidal wave. The power of the earth. At this juncture, someone on the spectator platform gasped in shock. Just then, Yi Guan vanished from sight. In the distance, a glint of cold light flashed in Enmu's eyes as he forcefully thrust his right hand upward. Bellowing, "Crack the earth!" Boom! Instantly, the ground within hundreds of feet was violently upheaved, and a tremendous force surged forth, hurtling towards Yi Guan, who was charging at him. A single force could overcome 10. He intended to shatter Yi Guan's speed with sheer strength. The magnitude of this power was no less than that of previous divine techniques. However, the ensuing scene caused Zhao Su and the others on the spectator platform to rise to their feet in astonishment. At this very moment, only they could truly perceive the swiftness of Yi Guan. There he was, amidst the expanse of earth, delivering a series of punches, each striking precisely at the weakest points of the formidable force. In just 3 blows, Yi Guan shattered the terrifying assault, and then, like a wraith, he reappeared before Enmu, with cunning surpassing brute strength. Upon witnessing Yi Guan materialize before him once more, Enmu's pupils constricted in disbelief. In the next instant, bang! To the astonishment of all present, Enmu was sent hurtling backward. What followed was a repeat of the previous spectacle, as shadowy afterimages relentlessly bombarded Enmu, who found himself utterly incapable of retaliation. It was nothing short of a brutal thrashing. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. On the observation platform, Yuan-gu watched Enmu, who was rendered powerless by the assault, with a grim expression. How could this mere practitioner of the skyward realm move with such incredible speed? Zhao Su shared a similar confusion. Yi Guan's velocity was indeed unnaturally swift. At that moment, Luo Zhaoqi interjected, "I have seen him train within the gravity time-space tower." Zhao Su turned to Luo Zhaoqi, inquiring whether he had mentioned which level he trained at. Luo Zhaoqi replied solemnly, "He claimed to be on the 9th level." The 9th level. Both Zhao Su and Yuan-gu were taken aback, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Zhao Su whispered, "No wonder his speed is so astounding. It turns out he has entered the 9th layer. Furthermore, he is highly likely to have surpassed that threshold." Upon hearing this, Luo Zhao's expression became complex. She glanced at the distant fleeting shadow and let out a self-deprecating smile. When Yi Guan had once told her he was at the 9th layer, she had not believed him and even retorted sharply, "It appears the fool was none other than herself." Contemplating this, Luo Zhao felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. "This guy, I misunderstood you back then, and you didn't even bother to refute me. How infuriating." In the distance, Yi Guan was relentlessly attacking Enmu, brandishing a dagger and aiming for his vital points with every strike. Yet it was futile. and Mu astonishingly withstood all of his lethal attacks with sheer physical prowess. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within Mu. Boom! Iguana's pupils constricted sharply. He reacted swiftly, retreating the instant he sensed something was amiss, but it was still a fraction too late. Boom! Iguan was sent flying dozens of feet away. At that moment, everyone present was left in a daze. Above Mu's head, a golden phantom dragon was spiraling. A dragon? Everyone stood frozen in shock. A true dragon. On the observation platform, Yuangu rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the distant figure of Mu, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. The true dragon, a member of the illustrious True Dragon clan from the central land of Shenzhou, had actually gained their recognition. Ha! He had indeed received the protection of the True Dragon lineage. His laughter echoed unabashedly through the air. At this moment, silence enveloped the arena, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. This was the legendary Dragon Clan. Moreover, it was the supreme overlord among dragons, the True Dragon Clan. How astonishing that Mu had garnered their guardianship. At this juncture, everyone began to comprehend why Mu's defensive capabilities were so extraordinary. It was the True Dragon that shielded him. Iguan, observing the distant True Dragon, was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that this individual harbored a true dragon within him. The True Dragon. Such a creature belonged only to the realm of myth in southern state. He was taken aback to find it here, in this very moment. Iguan marveled inwardly, Master Tower, behold, a dragon, little tower. Meanwhile, Mu cast a dismal glance at Iguan, his expression grim. He had not foreseen that one of his trump cards would be laid bare here. He had not intended to reveal this hidden asset, but regrettably, during his confrontation with Iguan, he realized that the man's speed was overwhelmingly formidable, so much so that he had no choice but to unveil his secret weapon. To remain concealed would only subject him to a relentless barrage of attacks. Though Iguan could not ultimately vanquish him, it was a matter of pride that he could not afford to overlook. He glanced at the ethereal dragon hovering above Mu's head, realizing that this was not the dragon's true form. The essence of the dragon resided within Mu. The dragon. He could not deny the trepidation this creature instilled in him. Yet, at this moment he felt no fear whatsoever. A true dragon? You may be a deity in this realm, but today, Iguan shall engage in battle. His right hand slowly clenched into a fist, and this time, he was determined to unleash his full potential. Just then, Mu began to stride towards Iguan. His gaze fixed intently upon him as he growled, "Come, feel the pressure of the bloodline from the true dragon." As his voice echoed, he suddenly bellowed with fury. At that very instant, the ethereal dragon above him opened its eyes, and in the next moment, it unleashed a thunderous roar. Boom! A terrifying wave of dragon bloodline pressure swept through the atmosphere. In an instant, countless individuals in the vicinity fell prostrate to the ground, trembling in fear. The bloodline suppression was overwhelming. How could the bloodline of ordinary humans withstand the might of a true dragon? Even the elders of the Shuangguan Academy gradually bent their bodies under the weight of this pressure. Zhao Su and Yuan Gu, despite their formidable strength, appeared somewhat pale. The power of the bloodline was simply too overwhelming for them, as they were mere mortals in comparison. However, in the next moment, everyone in the arena was left in astonishment. All eyes were fixed on Iguan, the epicenter of this formidable bloodline pressure. Remarkably, Iguan remained unscathed. He stood there, erect and unwavering, his demeanor as tranquil as still water, utterly unfazed by the circumstances. Everyone else was petrified. Chapter 48. The Afterlife. Is everything well? Witnessing this scene, everyone present was petrified, their eyes filled with disbelief. On the observation platform, Zhao Su fixed her gaze on Iguan, her own eyes betraying her incredulity. In the face of the formidable might of the true dragon's bloodline, how could there be no effect whatsoever? At this moment opposite Iguan, Mu's eyes were also wide with astonishment. How could this be possible? Iguan remained silent. In truth, he too was perplexed as to why he remained unscathed. The overwhelming pressure of the bloodline seemed to have no bearing on him at all. In his heart he pondered, Tower Master, why does the power of the true dragon's bloodline have no effect on me? After a brief silence, the small tower replied, "It might be a counterfeit dragon." Yi Guan's expression froze. A counterfeit dragon? He lifted his gaze towards the ethereal true dragon, which emanated an aura of authority without rage. It certainly did not appear to be a mere imitation. Moreover, many around him had already been subdued by the might of this true dragon. Yet he himself remained unaffected. Yi Guan fell into contemplation. The tower master must be concealing something from him. Just then, Enmu suddenly roared once more, and with this roar, the illusory true dragon above him let out a thunderous bellow. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of the true dragon's bloodline surged through the heavens and the earth. At that moment, even the very fabric of space began to warp. Those closest to the source of this power immediately suffered from severe hemorrhaging and internal ruptures. It was utterly terrifying. All around, countless individuals retreated in panic. At this moment, those observing from the stands were retreating in haste, daunted by the formidable aura emanating from the heart of the true dragon's bloodline. Yet, Yi Guan remained unfazed, standing motionless in his place. He surveyed his surroundings, noting that everyone else was affected while he appeared untouched. A sense of unease enveloped him. Something felt amiss. Opposite him, Enmu was fixated on Yi Guan, his own composure wavering in disbelief. How could this individual stand unscathed before the might of the true dragon? Enmu found himself perplexed. Casting a glance at Enmu, Yi Guan decided to disregard the confusion and vanished in an instant. Enmu's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively began to retreat just as a dagger was drawn across his throat. A burst of flame erupted, yet Enmu remained unscathed. Suddenly, a series of piercing, slicing sounds echoed around him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Guan had unleashed a flurry of strikes, landing dozens of blows. Enmu was forced to retreat repeatedly, attempting to retaliate, but his efforts were effortlessly sidestepped by Yi Guan. Witnessing this spectacle, many in the crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Guan's speed was truly otherworldly, instilling a sense of hopelessness in those who beheld it. Even more astonishing was the fact that Enmu, despite being subjected to such relentless assaults, remained unharmed. After a brief moment, Yi Guan halted, glancing at the dagger in his hand, now rendered broken. He turned his gaze toward the distant Enmu, who still appeared unharmed. Yi Guan fell silent. This defensive capability is insurmountable. In the distance, Enmu gazed at Yi Guan, declaring, with the true dragon's shared defense, "Not even you, nor anyone 2 realms above me, could possibly defeat me." Yi Guan cast a glance at Enmu but remained silent. At that moment, Enmu abruptly raised his right hand and clenched it fiercely. Suddenly, the ethereal true dragon above him extended a claw high into the air, and in the next instant, Enmu struck down towards Yi Guan with a powerful swipe. The dragon's claw descended from the heavens with tremendous force. Crack! As the claw struck, the very fabric of space tore apart, unleashing a cataclysmic force that swept downwards. Below, Yi Guan narrowed his eyes slightly, his form trembling as he swiftly retreated, creating a distance of several dozen yards. Boom! Just as he withdrew, the ground before him collapsed explosively, forming a vast pit several dozen yards deep, and the overwhelming residual force caused the earth within a radius of hundreds of yards to shatter. At that moment, Yi Guan suddenly vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right before Enmu and swung his blade towards Enmu's eyes. Enmu immediately shut his eyes, a golden light emanating forth. Swish! A spark of fire erupted from Enmu's eyes, but it was futile. As Yi Guan prepared to retreat after his failed strike, Enmu suddenly opened his eyes, 2 streams of golden light surging forth. Yi Guan's eyes narrowed as he forced himself to retreat. Yet it was still a moment too late. Boom! Yi Guan was violently propelled back, landing several dozen yards away. Upon halting, Yi observed his right hand, noticing that the skin on his arm had become somewhat charred. Witnessing this scene, Nalanjia's eyes immediately filled with concern. In the distance, Enmu fixated intently on Yi, emanating a faint golden light, an indication of the legendary true dragon's protection. With such a safeguard in place, he remained invincible. On the observation platform, Yuan Gu cast a glance at Yi and offered a slight smile. Although he was impressive, the outcome had already been determined. With the true dragon's protection, Not even Yi, nor himself, could hope to vanquish Enmu. Truly, he was the early favorite of the academy. He turned his gaze towards Enmu, who remarked, "I must admit, you have compelled my hidden cards to surface." Just then, a sudden sword's resonance pierced the heavens. To the astonishment of all present, a blade of chi abruptly pierced Enmu's throat. With a sharp gasp, Enmu staggered back several paces. Everyone in the arena stared at Yi, bewildered. A swordsman? Is he truly a swordsman? On the observation platform, Yuan-gu leapt to his feet, ready to intervene, but was halted by Zhao Su.
What ist?
With 360 states observing, we cannot allow outsiders to interfere. The reputation of the Guanjin Academy would be tarnished. Regaining his composure, Yuan-gu released his grasp and directed his attention back to the battlefield. At that moment, he steadily approached Enmu. With each step he took, a flying sword surged towards Enmu, moving at speeds several times greater than that of Yi himself. Consequently, many in the arena could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of the flashing sword light. In the distance, Enmu was retreating in haste, and after retreating nearly several hundred zhong, a terrifying golden light suddenly erupted from within him. Boom! At that instant, all the flying swords shattered into pieces. Following this, amidst the golden radiance, a phantasmal true dragon gradually took form. The true body of the dragon. Although Enmu had been struck by Yi Guan's sword moments ago, he was not dead, for at the critical moment, the true dragon had shielded his throat from harm. Everyone in the arena gazed at the true dragon, their expressions laden with gravity and reverence. The true dragon, even in the central land of the divine province, it was a being that resided at the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy, a terrifying existence. The true dragon looked down upon Yi Guan, rendering him as insignificant as an ant in its presence. Yi Guan turned to the spectator platform, pointing at the dragon, asking whether he should engage it or continue battling Enmu. Silence enveloped the crowd. The appearance of the true dragon had undeniably altered the dynamics of this confrontation. At that moment, Enmu suddenly declared, "It has forged a pact with me. We share life and death, and it can be said that it is my companion. If you have a companion, you may summon them as well." Companion. Zhao Su regarded Yi Guan, her expression complex. Realizing this did not violate any rules. The third trial was indeed a battle without rules, permitting any means of combat, barring the summoning of outside assistance. After a brief pause, she continued, "If you concede now, the battle may conclude here." She still valued talent and wished to retain Yi Guan. The genius Enmu will be taken away. But if the genius Yi Guan can remain in the Upper Realm Academy, it would indeed be a fortunate event for the institution. Yi Guan fell silent. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Su wore a complex expression. In the depths of the youth's eyes, she discerned an indomitable spirit and a fierce will to fight. What a pity! Zhao Su sighed inwardly. At that moment, the true dragon suddenly unleashed a furious roar directed at Yi Guan. Boom! The space fractured. The earth, too, crumbled in layers at that instant. Yi Guan gazed up at the true dragon, his right hand slowly clenching. Just then, a hand grasped his own. It was Nailan Jia. Nailan Jia smiled gently, declaring, "I shall accompany you." How could she not see that Yi Guan would never concede defeat? Thus, they would face this together. After all, it was merely death. It was rare in this lifetime to encounter someone one truly cherished. If they could not share life, then they would share death. Yi Guan smiled faintly, turning his gaze toward the true dragon. At that moment, the true dragon suddenly dove downward, its immense power sweeping across the heavens and the earth, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble. This was an intent to annihilate both Yi Guan and Nailan Jia. Nailan Jia fixed her gaze on the true dragon. Yet at this moment, she felt no fear whatsoever. Suddenly, with a stomp of his right foot, Yi Guan unleashed a brilliant sword light that soared into the sky. The instant kill sword. At this moment, the sword in his hand had transformed into the Xingdao sword. Buzz! A resonant sword cry echoed throughout the entire realm. Amidst the gaze of all present, a radiant flash of sword light abruptly pierced through the cranium of the true dragon. In the blink of an eye, Yi Guan stood atop the dragon's head, and with a fierce grip on his sword, he struck downwards with tremendous force. A chilling roar of rage erupted from the true dragon, reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. As the colossal beast, drenched in torrents of blood, began its slow descent from the skies. Witnessing this spectacle, every onlooker was rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief, and Mu stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Had the defenses of the true dragon been breached? This was the very embodiment of the dragon, the true dragon itself. How could this be possible? As the dragon plummeted from the heavens, Yiguan, sword in hand, prepared to deliver a decisive blow. He dared not grant the creature any opportunity for reprisal. It was imperative to render it incapable of fighting back. The countenance of every spectator shifted dramatically in that instant. He intended to slay the dragon. The notion sent waves of terror through the crowd. Suddenly, the true dragon emitted a heart-wrenching roar, seemingly summoning aid, and in the next moment, a rift in space-time opened behind Yiguan, through which a middle-aged man emerged with purposeful strides. "Be careful!" Nalan Jia's urgent voice rang out. Yiguan's heart raced with dread as he pivoted sharply, only to find a graceful figure standing before him, Nalan Jia. In the following instant, an overwhelming force descended like a cataclysm. With a resounding crash, Yiguan and Nalan Jia were thrust into the sky, leaving all witnesses in a state of shock. As Nalan Jia's corporeal form instantaneously disintegrated like burning paper, vanishing at a visible pace, she gazed at Yiguan, who stood before her in a state of shock. She extended her hand, yet it was feeble. Her right hand dissipated into the air like wisps of smoke carried by the wind. Nalan Jia softly murmured, "I can only marry you in the next life. Today marks the first day of the month. I wish everyone a joyous holiday. As for votes and such, they are of little consequence. The most important thing is that everyone enjoys themselves." The sudden turn of events caused the expressions of all present to shift dramatically. On the observation platform, Zhao Su's countenance darkened instantaneously. How dare anyone interfere in the martial examination of the Guanyuan Academy? She was poised to act, but a hand restrained her. It was Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu shook his head slightly, explaining, "This person is Ao Shao, the esteemed elder of the true dragon clan. If you intervene, while the Guanyuan Academy may remain unharmed, you could very well meet your demise. The true dragon clan, alongside the primordial ape clan, reigns as one of the two dominant powers in the demon realm of Central Continent. Even within the Guanyuan Academy, situated in Central Continent, they are not to be trifled with. For the ancestral lineage of the true dragon clan possesses top-tier experts serving in the Academy's headquarters. In terms of backing, the Guanyuan Academy cannot compete." Upon hearing Yuan Gu's words, Zhao Su's expression transformed into one of profound dismay. She recognized that she could not contend with the true dragon clan. Should she choose to act today, as Yuan Gu indicated, the Academy might remain unscathed, yet she could very well lose her life. The true dragon clan may hesitate to annihilate the Guanyuan Academy, but that does not imply they would refrain from eliminating her. Moreover, this matter can be executed by the other party with utter stealth. After a moment of silence, Zhao Su inquired, "Is it truly this simple?" Yuan Gu nodded, suppressing his emotions, for otherwise, it would mean death. Zhao Su clenched her hands tightly, enveloped in silence. After a prolonged period, her eyes gradually closed. A profound sense of powerlessness engulfed her. There was absolutely no chance of victory. Faced with such a colossal entity from the Central Plains, she possessed no hope of triumph. Contacting the Central Institute? It was not impossible, but she understood that the opposing party had myriad means to prevent her from reaching the Central Institute. Zhao Su sighed inwardly, releasing her grip. Ultimately, she surrendered. Though anger simmered within her, the harsh reality compelled her to bow before authority. Meanwhile, Yi Guan's gaze fell upon the ground, where the corporeal form of Nalan Jia had completely vanished, and concurrently, her soul was dissipating at an alarming rate. Soon, she would be reduced to ashes, erased from this world. Yi Guan stared at the void where Nalan Jia once stood, as if struck by a thunderbolt, his mind blank. Not far away, Ao Shao of the true dragon clan regarded Yi Guan with cold disdain. "You dare to slaughter my true dragon clan?" His presence was solely to rescue this true dragon. This was the young clan leader of the true dragon lineage. If he were to be slain here by a mere boy, would not the true dragon clan become a laughingstock in the Central Plains? As for rules, In the Central Plains, he might hesitate to break them, but here, the trivial regulations of a minor upper realm academy were far beneath his consideration. Who would dare to voice objections? Who indeed? Ao Xiao fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. The ability to breach the defenses of the true Dragon Clan, coupled with the fact that he was a swordsman, rendered Yi Guan a formidable future adversary that Ao Xiao would not allow to escape. His right hand gradually tightened into a fist, and a terrifying power surged violently from his palm. At that moment, everyone present felt the palpable aura of Ao Xiao's murderous intent. The people across the 360 states stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, questioning how such a thing could transpire. Was this not a fair duel? Was it not clear that this constituted bullying? Why was no one from the Guanxian Academy intervening? Why? Confusion reigned among the crowd, yet no one stepped forth to provide an answer. Suddenly, from a distance, Xiao Gu bellowed towards the spectator platform. Is this not a fair duel? Is this not a fair duel? Silence enveloped the platform, as everyone understood the inherent injustice. Zhao Su, the leader among them, also fell silent, aware of the unfairness yet choosing not to voice it. They merely observed. Witnessing the collective silence, Xiao Ji's eyes widened in fury. Was there no sense of justice left? Was there no fairness? The crowd remained mute. Under the weight of power, where was the sense of justice? Where was the fairness? No one dared to stand against the true Dragon Clan. In the distance, Ao Xiao remained fixated on Yi Guan, poised to strike, when suddenly, a mysterious force locked onto the fading soul of Nalan Jia. Simultaneously, a furious voice erupted from the arena. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! As the words echoed, a brilliant golden light erupted from within Yi Guan, soaring into the heavens. As the golden light dissipated, a phantom emerged in the arena. It was none other than the formidable Tower Master. Ao Xiao fixated on the Tower Master, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. What manner of being are you? The Tower Master, filled with rage, retorted, I am your progenitor. You wretched creature. With these words, he suddenly vanished from sight. Ao Xiao's pupils constricted sharply as he thrust his right fist forward with tremendous force. Boom! With that punch, a surge of golden light erupted, causing the very fabric of time and space to shatter. Bang! To the astonishment of all present, a burst of gold shattered, and Ao Xiao was violently propelled backward. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. At that moment, the phantom seized Ao Xiao by the head and forcefully slammed him into the ground. Bang! The earth trembled and fractured beneath the impact. The crowd was left aghast. Was the true dragon being mercilessly beaten? Just then, Ao Xiao let out a furious roar, transforming back into his true form, a colossal dragon stretching thousands of feet into the sky. In the next instant, the phantom appeared above Ao Xiao's head and, with a mighty stomp, sent him plummeting from the heavens. As he descended, blood gushed from his mouth, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries of agony. A thorough beating? Everyone was utterly shocked by this spectacle. As Ao Xiao landed, the phantom emerged at his abdomen, and with a swift motion, he tore at him. Sizzle! A massive gash was ripped open in the belly of the true dragon, and before the eyes of the astonished crowd, the phantom forcefully extracted the dragon's tendons. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in the arena was petrified. The extraction of the dragon tendons. This was nothing short of an affront to the true dragon lineage. As the tendons were brutally pulled from the true dragon, it shrieked in excruciating pain. Yet, the phantom did not cease. Instead, it continued its frenzied extraction. In a short while, the true dragon's tendons were completely drawn out, and the ground was drenched in dragon blood. At this moment, Ao Xiao was on the brink of death. Master Ta! Suddenly, Yi Guan's quivering voice echoed through the arena. The phantom halted and turned to face Yi Guan, who trembled as he asked, Will Xiao Jia survive? Master Ta stepped forward slowly, gazing at Nalan Jia before him. After a moment of silence, he replied, She can. Yi Guan pleaded, Save her. Master Ta responded gravely, I cannot save her at this moment. I can only temporarily preserve her soul. Moreover, her soul has suffered severe damage. You must procure a sword for her to restore her soul to its original state. Otherwise, even if we revive her now, her soul, Being severely injured would be incomplete. An incomplete soul, even if revived, would not be entirely her. Yiguan urgently inquired, "What sword?" Master Ta replied solemnly, "The Qing Xian sword. The Qing Xian sword." Yiguan's pupils constricted sharply. "The sword of the sword master of the mortal realm?" Master Ta nodded. "Indeed." Yiguan then asked, "Where can it be found?" Master Ta answered, "In the central land of the divine continent, within the Undying Imperial Clan." The Undying Imperial Clan. Yiguan's hands gradually clenched into fists. "Allow your sword to first safeguard her essence," Xiaota uttered softly. Yiguan gazed upon the ethereal Nalanjia before him, his heart writhing in anguish. Tenderly caressing her cheek, he whispered, "Jia, await my return." With these words, he enshrined Nalanjia's soul within the confines of the Xingdao sword. Wiping away the crimson stain from his lips, he slowly rose, his gaze fixed upon Aoshao. The dragon lay in a state of near demise. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yiguan approached Aoshao's draconic head. It was then that Li Wan, from the spectator platform, interjected, "Should you slay him, an eternal vendetta with the true dragon clan shall ensue. If they issue a kill order against you, your demise is assured. Consider." Abruptly, Yiguan's sword descended with lethal force. A flash of light. Thwack! Before the stunned onlookers, the true dragon's head was severed, its lifeblood gushing forth like a fountain. Silence descended upon the assembly. Then Yiguan turned his gaze towards Enmu. Witnessing this, Yuan Gu on the spectator platform hastily exclaimed, "No." Yiguan turned to face Yuan Gu, who stared back intently. The Yin family has sired two martial gods. He is a descendant of the Yin family. To slay him is to invite the wrath of the two martial gods and to antagonize the Guanhai Academy. At that moment, Yiguan vanished from his spot. Thwack! In the blink of an eye, the Xingdao sword pierced Enmu's brow. Enmu stood frozen. But in this critical juncture, a terrifying, overwhelming aura surged forth from the depths of the distant cosmos. In this moment, the entire upper realm trembled. Indeed, the entirety of the upper realm. On the observation platform, Elder Yuan spoke with a quivering voice. Such a terrifying aura must undoubtedly belong to a certain ancestor of the Yin family. The Yin family, with its lineage spanning several tens of millions of years, boasts not only those two Valkyries but also countless top-tier powerhouses. The one who has arrived this time is certainly a superlative being. In the arena, everyone was somewhat dazed. Yiguan raised his gaze to the starry sky. Compared to this overwhelming pressure, the might of the true dragon seemed utterly trivial. There was simply no comparison. Yiguan smiled gently, his eyes slowly closing. If he could not coexist with Xiaojia, then let them perish together. Just then, the sword in his hand, the Xingdao, began to tremble slightly. Chapter 50. I am waiting for you. In the arena, all eyes were fixed upon the horizon, anticipating the arrival of the ancestral figure from the Yin family. Just then, from the unfathomable depths of the starry sky, a voice devoid of emotion resonated. "Begone, begone." The tone was chillingly impassive, steeped in utter indifference. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the cosmos. "How dare you show such disdain for me?" Before the proclamation could be completed, a bone-chilling scream emerged from the abyss of the universe, followed by the slow descent of a bloodied head. After a brief pause, silence enveloped the starry expanse, restoring an eerie calm. On the wasteland, the spectators gazed skyward, still awaiting the appearance of the powerful entity. Yet, in that moment, the overwhelming pressure that had flooded the atmosphere receded like an ebbing tide. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. Was there no appearance? On the observation platform, Yuan Gu's face was a canvas of incredulity. Zhao Su's eyes mirrored that astonishment. What was happening? Had they departed? At a distance, Yiguan slowly opened his eyes, his expression reflecting the same perplexity. What was going on? No appearance? Suddenly, Lord Tower interjected. "Perhaps fate intends for you to survive. If that is the case, then live well." After a moment of silence, Yiguan nodded slightly. "Very well." He then turned his gaze towards Enmu, who, at that moment, had already succumbed to death. In the next moment, he suddenly flickered, and with a single stroke of his sword, he struck the neck of the smaller true dragon. With a mournful cry, that true dragon fell. 2 true dragons had perished. The arena fell into a profound silence. The most formidable genius of Qingzhou and Mu had met his demise. Southern Province had secured the first position. No one could believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. Yi Guan stowed away and Mu's spatial ring, then collected the bodies of the 2 true dragons into his own ring. Subsequently, under the gaze of all, he slowly approached the flag that signified the first place. At last, he stood beside the banner and looked at Zhao Su, proclaiming, Southern Province, first, Southern Province, number 1. At that moment, countless souls in Southern Province erupted with fervor. The crowd erupted into wild cheers. Yi Guan. This name had become the most renowned in the history of Southern Province. On the observation platform, Zhao Su gazed at Yi Guan, rendered speechless. Just then, Yi Guan declared, From this moment onward, I shall forever be a student of the Guanyuan Academy of Southern Province, and I shall not join any other Guanyuan Academy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's pupils constricted. Her hands clenched tightly. Yi Guan continued to regard Zhao Su, reflecting on an academy that feared the strong and bullied the weak, an institution incapable of upholding justice for its students. This was not the academy I envisioned. With that, he turned and departed. In the arena, the faces of all the students from the Guanyuan Academy appeared as though they had been struck, stinging with humiliation. The events that had transpired were witnessed by people from all 360 states. It can be said that from this day forth, the reputation of the Xuanguan Academy has been utterly shattered. In the arena, Zhao Su's complexion turned ashen. Her right hand clenched tightly, her nails digging into her palm. Her earlier inaction had already betrayed her true intentions, and now, Yi Guan's words pierced her heart like a blade. She realized that her resolve in the martial arts had been broken. Justice, natural law, the Xuanguan doctrine, these were the principles she once upheld. Yet just moments ago, she discovered that, when confronted with overwhelming power, she too was rendered feeble. Courage, to face the mighty and boldly declare one's dissent. That is true courage. Beside her, Yuan Gu's expression was similarly pallid. And Mu was dead. What did this signify? It meant that the Xuanguan Academy in the Central Plains would lack capable individuals to contend for fortune. He understood that his recent actions had already incited disdain from the youth named Yi Guan, making it nearly impossible to win him over to the Xuanguan Academy in the Central Plains. Nearby, Li Wan lamented the loss. She had come to recruit Lan Jia, and now that opportunity had evaporated. In the arena, silence enveloped everyone. This martial examination was destined to become the most extraordinary in history. On the streets, Yi Guan and Xiao Gu made their way toward the Xiao residence. Throughout the journey, both remained taciturn. Xiao Gu regarded Yi Guan with a complex expression. After a while, they arrived at the front of the Xiao residence. Yi Guan suddenly turned to Xiao Gu and said, "Thank you." Xiao Gu, puzzled, asked, "Thank you for what?" Yi Guandao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for standing up when everyone else chose silence." Xiao Gu shook his head, replying, "We are friends." Yi Guandao nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the patriarch of the Xiao family, along with Song Xiai and Fei Banqing, emerged. Upon seeing Yi Guandao and his companion, their expressions were filled with profound complexity. Naturally, they were well aware of the events that had transpired on the wasteland. Suddenly, Fei Banqing approached Yi Guandao and softly inquired, "Can Xiao Jia still survive?" Yi Guandao nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Instantly, Fei Banqing's demeanor relaxed. "That is good. Let us go." With that, she took Yi Guandao's hand and led him into the Xiao residence. Xiao Ji's father approached him, wearing a slight smile. "Seeing you stand up for him fills me with anger, fear, and also pride. This is what a man should embody." Xiao Gu gently shook his head. "Father, I am too weak. After this, I wish to venture out and seek my own path." The patriarch of the Xiao family hesitated briefly before consenting. "Very well." Song Xiai sighed softly. Such is the state of the world. Upon returning to the Xiao residence, Yi Guandao secluded himself in his chamber. It was not until deep into the night that he finally emerged. He made his way to the stone steps, seated himself and raised his gaze toward the horizon, fixating on the luminous moon above, remaining silent. In his hand rested the fragrant pouch gifted to him by Nalan Jia. At that moment, Fei Banqing unexpectedly sat down beside Yi Guandao, softly announcing, "Just now, the esteemed Luo Zhaoqi from the Guanchuan Academy visited. She has come bearing the reward for first place. This time, the southern state has acquired 10 celestial spiritual veins, 20 terrestrial spiritual veins, as well as 3 volumes of immortal level techniques and 10 volumes of terrestrial level techniques. In addition, there are various divine artifacts and treasures, along with annual support amounting to hundreds of thousands of golden crystals." She paused momentarily and continued, "The rewards they offer surpass those of the past." Yi Guan remained silent. Fei Banqing elaborated, "Moreover, you personally will receive a reward of 300,000 golden crystals. Not only that, but they also mentioned that the sole quota for the Central Land's Shuangguan Academy will be granted to you. This means you can directly attend the Shuangguan Academy in the Central Land. They assured me that should you choose to go, they will advocate on your behalf to the main academy regarding the True Dragon Clan. Value." Upon finishing, Fei Banqing sighed inwardly. She understood that the Shuangguan Academy had recognized Yi Guan's potential, and when his worth exceeded their expectations, they were willing to stand against the formidable True Dragon Clan for him. Such is the reality of this world. If you possess value, others will elevate you. If you lack it, you might as well be invisible to them. Yi Guan suddenly spoke softly, "Teacher, please return these 300,000 golden crystals to them." Fei Banqing looked at Yi Guan. "Do you not wish to attend the Shuangguan Academy in the Central Land?" Yi Guan replied, "I do wish to go, and I shall depart tomorrow. However, I will not join the Shuangguan Academy." Fei Banqing fell silent for a moment before softly uttering, "Little one, had it not been for the protection of the Guanyuan Academy against the True Dragon Clan, your journey to the Central Divine Land would undoubtedly invite their frenzied retribution." Yi Guan replied softly, "Life and death are predestined. If I endure this trial, I shall resurrect Xiao Jia and eradicate the True Dragon Clan. Should I falter, I shall meet my end alongside Xiao Jia." With that, he abruptly rose and strode towards the exit. As if struck by a thought, he turned to face Fei Banqing, offering a slight bow. "Teacher, I am heading to the Central Divine Land. Please take care." With that, he turned and departed without waiting for dawn. "Today is the day." Suddenly, Fei Banqing called out, "Xiao Guan." Yi Guan looked back at Fei Banqing, who forced a smile, his voice trembling as he asked, "Will you return?" After a moment of silence, Yi Guan replied, "I do not know." With that, he turned and left. In that moment, Fei Banqing watched as Yi Guan vanished into the night, whispering, "You must return. I shall await your return." The moon shone bright, and the night was cool. Someone stood vigil throughout the night. Chapter 51. The Strong Generation. To reach the land of Zhongtu Shenzhou, there are only 2 swift avenues. The first is the Guanyuan Academy, which possesses a teleportation array that leads directly to Zhongtu Shenzhou. However, it is evident that he cannot go to Guanyuan Academy. Aside from Guanyuan Academy, there exists another path, the Xianbao Pavilion. The Xianbao Pavilion is equipped with teleportation arrays throughout the myriad realms. As long as one is willing to pay, they can transport you to any destination of your choosing. Thus, he made his way directly to the Xianbao Pavilion. Before long, Yi Guan arrived at the Xianbao Pavilion, where he encountered a woman standing at the entrance. This individual was none other than Luo Zhaoqi. Yi Guan regarded Luo Zhaoqi in silence. With a smile, she remarked, "I knew you would come here." Yi Guan calmly inquired, "What is it?" Luo Zhaoqi nodded slightly, stating, "There are 2 matters. First, the head of the academy hopes you will join the Guanyuan Academy, whether in the upper realm or Zhongtu Shenzhou." Yi Guan remained silent. In a serious tone, Luo Zhaoqi continued, "The True Dragon Clan is one of the superpowers of the demon realm. They will not target the Yi clan of Nanzhou or the Guanyuan Academy, yet they will undoubtedly pursue you with fervor. The True Dragon Clan would not stoop to challenge the Yi family of Nanzhou, for such an action would be beneath them. After all, the situation has escalated significantly, and countless eyes are upon them. However, the case is different for you. Targeting Yi Guan is an entirely justifiable action, considering that you have slain 2 true dragons." Yi Guan fixed his gaze upon Luo Zhaoqi and asked, "Is that all you have to say?" Luo Zhaoqi let out a soft sigh before saying, "The second matter is that my master has asked me to convey her apologies. As the head of the academy, she failed to stand up for you at a critical moment. It is, Unnecessary. Yiguan suddenly shook his head and began to walk towards the immortal treasure pavilion. Left behind, Luo Zhaoqi fell silent. At that moment, Zhao Su appeared unexpectedly. Luo Zhaoqi turned to Zhao Su and softly said, "Master." Zhao Su replied, "If it were me, I would certainly harbor resentment." Luo Zhaoqi shook his head. He knew that upon his journey to the central divine land, he would undoubtedly be fiercely targeted by the True Dragon clan. Having slain 2 true dragons, the clan would not let this matter rest easily. This was a blood feud. After a brief silence, Zhao Su quietly remarked, "The impact of this martial examination on the academy is immense. The reputation of the academy, built over many years, has been utterly destroyed today." Luo Zhaoqi remained silent, fully aware of the dire implications. Zhao Su let out a self-deprecating smile, saying, "Just now, my memorial submitted to the main branch of the Guangguan Academy was returned." Luo Zhaoqi frowned. Was it the True Dragon clan's doing? Zhao Su nodded. Luo Zhaoqi's expression darkened. "File a complaint." Zhao Su shook her head slightly. "As long as we dare to leave the upper realm, we will vanish from this world without a trace." Luo Zhaoqi's expression became grim. She understood that this was indeed a distinct possibility. A mere head of an upper realm academy would hardly garner the attention of the Guangguan Academy. File a complaint? How naive. Zhao Su gazed towards the immortal treasure pavilion and softly said, "I apologize. I am powerless to assist." Having spoken, she turned and departed. Not all injustices can be rectified. Luo Zhaoqi glanced back at the direction of the Xianbao pavilion, shaking her head. Perhaps she would never see that youth again. After handing over 1,000 gold crystals, Yiguan stepped into the teleportation array, leading to the central land of Shenzhou. As the array activated, he vanished from sight. Within the passage of the teleportation array, Yiguan sat cross-legged on the ground, producing several scrolls. These were the documents he had just purchased at the Xianbao pavilion, all pertaining to the central land of Shenzhou. As he was about to embark on his journey to this realm, it was imperative to first familiarize himself with the locale. Otherwise, he would be utterly blind upon arrival. Moments later, Yiguan gained a general understanding of the central land of Shenzhou. It was an expansive world, beneath which lay 3,000 realms, with the upper realm being but one of them. This gives a glimpse into the vastness of the place. In the central land of Shenzhou, the most formidable power remained the Guanyuan Academy, followed by the Xianbao Pavilion, which was a commercial entity spread across the land. Next were the 6 major noble families, ranked as follows: the Undying Imperial Clan, the Divine Spear Clan, the Divine Clan, the Li Clan, and the Nanling Clan. In addition to these 6 families, there were 2 dominant powers in the Demon Realm, the True Dragon Clan and the Ancient Ape Clan. Furthermore, there existed an ancient and once mighty faction that had now fallen into complete decline, the Dao sect. It was rumored that this sect thrived even before the establishment of the Guanyuan Academy, but for reasons unknown, it gradually waned and was ultimately supplanted by the Academy. In addition to these, there exist countless prominent families and sects, both grand and modest. Among them, there lies a unique force known as the Mercenary Guild. The foremost mercenary group within this guild is named the Guanchuan Mercenary Corps. Despite its designation, it operates independently of the Guanchuan Academy. The leader of the Guanchuan Mercenary Corps is not only the head of the mercenary group, but also serves as the president of the Mercenary Guild, wielding considerable power. It is rumored that the leader of the Guanchuan Mercenary Corps is acquainted with the Master of Swords from the mortal realm. After a moment, he turned his attention to the second scroll, which contained records of the Undying Imperial Clan. It is said that this clan once followed the Master of Swords, nearly sacrificing their entire lineage in battle for him. In gratitude, the Master of Swords greatly supported the Undying Imperial Clan, enabling them to enhance their strength significantly. They subsequently arrived in the central land of Shenzhou, where they ascended to become the foremost clan among the 6 great families of that region. Notably, the mother of the Master of Swords hailed from the Undying Imperial Clan. Due to this connection, although the Undying Imperial Clan has yet to gain entry into the Central Academy of the Guanchuan universe to share in the legendary fortunes of the Great Tao, even the super clans of the Guanchuan universe must afford them a measure of respect. Over the years, the Undying Imperial Clan has been engaged in a singular pursuit, competing with the elite forces of countless dimensional families for a coveted spot in the Guanchuan Academy's central institution. This competition, renowned throughout the central land of Shenzhou, occurs only once every century. The struggle for fortune in this contest is said to be 1,000-fold more brutal than the examinations for martial academies in the higher realms. There will be top geniuses from countless worlds representing their factions in a fierce competition for a single coveted spot. Only one opportunity exists. The victor will secure a place for themselves and their faction at the esteemed Guanjin Academy, where they will bask in the legendary fortune of the Great Tao. The undying imperial clan has been vying for this for countless millennia. Yet, the relentless efforts of innumerable generations have ended in failure. This has driven the foremost powers across various universes to desperately seek out prodigious talents, all in pursuit of the Great Tao's fortune. Yiguan suddenly remarked, "Master Tower, if I were to join the undying imperial clan, I doubt they would grant me the sword of the sword master of the mortal realm." The small tower replied, "Then what do you propose we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Yiguan said, "Could you assist me in covertly acquiring it? I shall return it once I am finished with it." The small tower pondered for a moment before responding, "I fear that is not feasible. I am unable to act in the immediate future." Yiguan sighed softly. Borrow a sword? Why would they lend it to him? Steal it? With the tower unable to intervene, he was even less likely to succeed. Rob, that is preposterous. Even the true dragon clan would hesitate to raid the undying imperial clan. Moreover, upon arriving in the Central Earth divine continent, he would undoubtedly face ruthless retaliation from the true dragon clan. It is indeed a dead end. The small tower inquired, "What do you intend to do first upon reaching the Central Earth divine continent?" Yiguan remained silent for a moment before declaring, "First, I must seek a powerful ally. My personal strength is insufficient to contend with the true dragon clan. Thus I must secure a support to help me confront them. Let the old contend with the old, and the young with the young, or I shall be under immense pressure." As he spoke, his eyes gradually closed. In this world, without a solid foundation, it is truly arduous to navigate. Therefore, I must strive even harder. If I cannot be a second-generation strongman, then I shall become a first-generation one. Xiao Ta. Heartfelt gratitude to the unrivaled leader, Ijin Duzuan, for the generous reward. Additionally, thanks to friends such as Yang Zhen, I am the reincarnation of destiny. Shuyu 592149959, the young and audacious Xiao Xiao, and Shuyu 599799080, Shuyu 59301910, for their bountiful support. Due to space constraints, I am unable to list all the generous readers and voters. I sincerely apologize. I am truly grateful to all the supportive readers. Moving forward, I aim to maintain a steady schedule of 3 updates daily. Furthermore, I shall endeavor to see if I can achieve another surge in output by mid-month. Though the exact number of chapters remains uncertain, I can only say that I will put forth my best effort. Once again, my heartfelt thanks to all the supportive friends. Your rewards and votes are deeply appreciated. Chapter 52. What are you? Without further idle chatter with Master Tower, he produced the spatial ring belonging to Enmu. Within the ring lay 200,000 gold crystals, while the remaining items, including his inner Dan, had been sold to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Present, his total assets amounted to 570,000 gold crystals. This was all he possessed. In the short term, it would suffice. He chose not to sell the 2 dragons. Master Tower suggested that he consume them to strengthen his physique, a notion he found quite reasonable. Yiguan slowly closed his eyes and began to absorb some gold crystals. Cultivation became his sole focus. He dared not slacken his efforts for even a moment. This time, his ambition was to reach the void-breaking realm. The void-breaking realm transcended mere manipulation of time and space. It involved the ability to rend through the fabric of time and space, facilitating long-distance teleportation. With but a thought, one could reach thousands of zhang away. Such a formidable being could sever the heads of foes from afar, wielding immense power. Above the void-breaking realm lay the void annihilation realm, where beings of this caliber could cause widespread spatial detonations. Coupled with potent martial techniques or divine abilities, they could effortlessly obliterate a colossal city of millions with a mere wave of their hand. At this level of strength, abilities began to verge on the grotesque. Time passed, though Yiguan could not discern how long. He had absorbed 1,000 gold crystals and was poised to continue his cultivation when suddenly, a brilliant white light manifested before him. Yiguan swiftly rose to his feet. He had arrived. In an instant he stepped through the white light, and all that lay before him became a blur. Moments later, he sensed that he had come to a halt. He languidly opened his eyes, finding himself within a teleportation array. A short distance away, a hunched old man stood observing him in silence. Yiguan descended from the array and inquired, "Venerable Elder, which way leads to the Undying Emperor clan?" He harbored few expectations for this venture, yet he felt compelled to attempt it. The old man gestured towards a teleportation array to the right, stating, 2,000 gold crystals. Yiguan winced at the sum, but without protest, he produced the required crystals and handed them to the old man. The old man accepted the ring, and Yiguan stepped into the teleportation array. In an instant, he vanished. Moments later, Yiguan arrived amidst the clouds. Before him loomed a stone tablet inscribed with 3 large characters, Undying Realm. As Yiguan approached the tablet, an old man materialized before him. Yiguan clasped his hands in a respectful bow. "I am Yiguan, seeking an audience with the Undying Emperor clan's patriarch." "I implore." The old man interjected, "You are Yiguan?" Yiguan paused, taken aback, and responded, "Does the venerable elder know of me?" The old man scrutinized Yiguan. "What brings you to the Undying Emperor clan?" Yiguan stated solemnly, "I can vie for the Undying Emperor clan's share of the Great Tao's providence." The old man chuckled softly. "Vying for providence is a mere pretense. In truth, you seek the protection of our Undying Emperor clan, do you not?" Yiguan remained silent. The old man shook his head. "A mere victor of the martial examination from the lower realm, what significance does that hold? This is the divine continent of the central domain. As for contending for the fortunes of the Great Path, do you know what kind of prodigies are participating?" He chuckled lightly, adding, "Moreover, my Undying Imperial clan maintains a cordial relationship with the true Dragon clan. We would not provoke them on your behalf. Furthermore, our Undying Imperial clan possesses extraordinary geniuses and has no need for your assistance. Do you comprehend?" After a moment of silence, Yiguan nodded in understanding. With that, he turned to leave. Observing Yiguan's departure, the elder scoffed, "Having achieved the top rank in the martial examination of the lower realms, he seems oblivious to his own limitations. Utterly misguided." With that, he turned and departed. Yiguan returned to the original teleportation array, where he found the elder guarding the array in a state of surprise upon seeing him. Yiguan approached the elder and inquired, "Senior, how does one reach the Li clan?" The Li clan, one of the 6 great families of the Central Earth Divine Province, is noteworthy for its ancestor, Li Banji, who is quite remarkable. She serves as a senior elder in the governing council of the Guanyuan Academy. The council represents the true core of power within the academy, wielding immense authority. Unfortunately, even though Li Banji holds the position of elder, she must adhere to the regulations established by the Guanyuan Academy and cannot directly escort the Li clan into the main academy. However, her presence alone can bestow boundless benefits upon the Li clan. If the Undying Imperial clan were not tied to the Sword Master of the mortal realm, the Li clan would undoubtedly be the rightful first. This is precisely why he seeks the Li clan, as they do not fear the true Dragon clan. Thus, he has chosen the Li clan. Upon hearing Yiguan's words, the hunchbacked elder replied calmly, "To teleport to the Li clan in the half-realm, it will require 1,200 gold crystals." 1,200 gold crystals. It must be said that the prices and expenses in this vast world are indeed astonishingly different. Such exorbitance. Without further contemplation, Yiguan produced 1,200 gold crystals and handed them to the hunchbacked elder. The elder glanced at them and then said, "Follow me." With that, he led Yiguan to another area of the teleportation array, pointing to one of the circles. "Step inside." Yiguan nodded and proceeded into the array. Boom! The teleportation array activated, and Yiguan vanished from his location. Shortly thereafter, he found himself amidst a sea of clouds, and a monumental stone tablet loomed before him, standing hundreds of feet tall. The half-realm. Yiguan approached the stone tablet, but before he could draw near, an overwhelming aura enveloped him. Feeling this formidable presence, Yiguan's expression shifted to one of gravity. How powerful. This must be a top-tier expert beyond the Void Realm. Just then, an elderly figure materialized before Yiguan. The elder scrutinized him, inquiring, "Who are you?" Yiguan clasped his fists in respect. "I am Yiguan." The elder squinted slightly, interrupting Yiguan. "You are Yiguan." Yiguan was momentarily taken aback. "Senior, you know me?" The elder continued to stare at Yiguan, stating, "Not only did you slay the dragon of the True Dragon Clan, but you also eliminated an Mu of the infamily in Qingzhou." Yiguan nodded in acknowledgement. The elder appraised Yiguan for a moment before asking, "Have you come to the Li clan with the intention of joining us?" Yiguan nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed." The elder chuckled, "What can you bring to the Li clan?" Yiguan replied solemnly, "The struggle for the grand destiny." The elder was taken aback. Yiguan gazed steadfastly at the elder, his resolve unwavering. After a moment of silence, the elder said, "Wait here." He then turned and departed. Yiguan glanced into the distance, slowly closing his eyes. In the Li clan's council hall, the elder stood respectfully before a middle-aged man, who was none other than the current clan leader, Li Yungang. After a brief silence, Li Yungang inquired, "What is the strength of this individual?" The elder replied gravely, "He is a sword cultivator, capable of slaying a youthful true dragon. His prowess is undoubtedly remarkable. His talent is certainly beyond question." After a long pause, Li Yungang shook his head, declaring, "It will not do." The elder looked at Li Yungang, pondering if the clan leader was concerned about the True Dragon Clan. "I believe that as long as this youth is sufficiently exceptional, our Li clan can certainly stand against the True Dragon Clan. With half of our ancestral knowledge bestowed upon us, we need not fear them." Li Yungang shook his head again. "It is not solely the True Dragon Clan we must consider. There is also the infamily. He has killed an Mu, severing any chance of reconciliation. The infamily will undoubtedly seek retribution, and those two martial gods from the infamily." As he spoke, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. "If the infamily retaliates in the future, what then for our Li clan? Should we abandon him? We would surely become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. If we do not abandon him, are we to stand against the two martial gods of the infamily for his sake?" The elder fell silent, contemplating the formidable threat posed by the two martial gods of the infamily. Although the Li family possesses Li Banji, it is naturally impossible to contend against these two martial deities. Li Yungang sighed softly, urging the elder to depart. The elder hesitated for a moment before stating, "I observe this individual possesses remarkable demeanor. The future." Li Yungang shook his head, declaring, "This fate is one we in the Li family cannot accept." The elder sighed quietly and turned to leave. Before the stone tablet, the elder regarded Yiguan with a complex expression. "Young Master Yi, I sincerely apologize." Yiguan slightly nodded, understanding the unspoken words. He clasped his fists in acknowledgement and then turned to depart. Observing Yiguan's retreat, the elder shook his head gently, murmuring, "Perhaps this matter should be reported to our esteemed ancestor Banji." With a self-deprecating smile, he pondered the impossibility of their high-ranking ancestor, engrossed in governmental affairs, taking time for such trivialities. Having thought this, he turned and left. Outside, Yiguan remained silent for a moment before opening his palm to reveal a jade pendant, which had been bestowed upon him by a mysterious woman he encountered in the starry skies of the lower realm. She had instructed him that upon arriving in the central divine continent, he could seek her out among the divine clan. Yet he found himself hesitating. From his understanding, the divine clan had never sought to contend for fortune, and it appeared they had no intention of participating this time either. If he were to seek them out, he could offer them no benefit. Rather, he might inadvertently become a burden. Moreover, when the jade pendant was initially bestowed, it might have merely been a gesture of politeness. Yet here he was, seeking them out and requesting assistance to contend against the True Dragon Clan and the infamily. He couldn't help but feel it was somewhat excessive. At that moment, the small tower suddenly suggested, "Let us try the Shingu clan. If that fails, we shall venture to the divine clan." Yiguan felt a flicker of curiosity. "The Shingu clan?" he inquired. The small tower affirmed, "Indeed, I am acquainted with one of their ancestors, a person of extraordinary intellect. Her descendants should be equally remarkable." Yiguan's curiosity deepened, Tower Master, you even know their ancestor. The small tower replied, let us proceed. Yi Guan nodded and stepped into the teleportation array, returning to the original teleportation zone. Upon his arrival, the hunchbacked elder cast a glance in his direction, prompting Yi Guan to state, to the divine clan. The hunchbacked elder extended his right hand. Yi Guan placed a spatial ring into the elder's palm, and the elder gestured toward a nearby teleportation array. Enter. Yi Guan nodded and stepped into the array. Once inside, he traversed the teleportation passage and then spoke in a low voice, Tower Master, has the Immortal Treasure Pavilion established teleportation arrays across the myriad realms? The small tower replied, indeed. Yi Guan marveled. They must be making a fortune. Just from this teleportation array, who knows how much they earn daily? The small tower blurted out, it's all because of you. It abruptly fell silent. Yi Guan, puzzled, asked, because of me, what? After a brief moment of silence, the little tower remarked, what you have witnessed is merely the tip of the iceberg. They possess industries across countless realms, and the profits from the teleportation arrays are truly insignificant. Yi Guan hesitated for a moment, then replied, hearing you say that, I feel inclined to rob them. Little tower. A moment later, Yi Guan found himself amidst a sea of clouds. He gazed upward, and in the not-so-distant horizon, a towering stone monument stood erect. 2 grand characters were inscribed upon it. Departing realm. As Yi Guan approached the monument, a formidable divine consciousness immediately locked onto him. Yi Guan's heart raced. What an overwhelming aura. At that moment, an elderly man clad in black appeared before him. The old man scrutinized him and inquired, what brings you here? Yi Guan clasped his fists in respect. I am Yi Guan, and I have come to Yi Guan. The black-clad elder squinted slightly. You are the one from the lower realm. Yi Guan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The elder fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan. Have you come to join my divine spear clan? Yi Guan nodded slightly. Yes. The elder commanded, wait here. With that, he turned and departed. Left alone, Yi Guan fell into silence. Suddenly, Little Tower interjected, do not worry. If they refuse, I shall personally intervene, and their ancestor will undoubtedly grant me some respect. Yi Guan nodded slightly. I trust you, Tower. At that very moment, the distant horizon abruptly split apart, and in the next instant, a cataclysmic force surged forth, engulfing everything. Boom! The entire fabric of space and time erupted into chaos. Yi Guan was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply as a magnificent dragon materialized at the horizon's edge, the true lineage of the Dragon Clan. Just then, a formidable assembly of over a dozen powerful members of the Shenge clan emerged from the shadows, surrounding him entirely. Yi Guan's expression turned exceedingly grim upon realizing that the Shenge clan had summoned the Dragon Clan. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared before Yi Guan. It was Li Yun, the current patriarch of the Shenge clan. Li Yun fixed his gaze upon Yi Guan with a mocking expression, inquiring, you still wish to join our Shenge clan? What is it that you are thinking? Would our clan offend the Dragon Clan and the infamily for your sake? How absurd. However, it does present an opportunity to leverage your existence as a favor to the Dragon Clan and the infamily. Suddenly, the small tower manifested before Yi Guan, boldly addressing Li Yun. Summon your ancestor, Li Gu, to meet me. Li Yun glanced at the small tower, his brows furrowing. What manner of rubbish are you, to be worthy of meeting my ancestral kin? The small tower remained silent, while Yi Guan could only stand there, speechless. Chapter 53. Utterly impoverished. The young Lord Tower was seething with rage. Your ancestors would bow before me, Tower Lord. How dare you, a mere insignificant insect, show such contempt? Do you truly believe I could sever the heavenly fate of your divine spear clan today? Li Yun fixed his gaze upon Tower Lord, mocking. Sever the heavenly fate of my clan? You are like a toad yawning, boasting with such grandeur. Suddenly, a violent tremor rippled through the fabric of time and space above them. The true dragon had arrived. In an instant, the young Lord Tower seized Yi Guan, his form quaking before vanishing from sight. Witnessing this, Li Yun's expression shifted dramatically. Trying to escape, his voice fell as he thrust his right hand forward. Boom! The very fabric of space shattered, and a colossal hand emerged, piercing through the void from 1,000 miles away, rumbling. In that distant expanse, a vast area spanning tens of thousands of miles crumbled. Yet Yi Guan and the shadow had already vanished. Li Yun's face darkened immediately. They actually escaped. At that moment, the true dragon transformed into a middle-aged man standing amidst them. Li Yun gazed at the man, Ao Meng. A sense of alarm washed over him. The true dragon clan had dispatched this formidable figure, who had once represented them in the contest of fate. His prowess was among the strongest of the younger generation. Ao Meng looked towards the horizon. Speaking calmly, Li Yun, this individual is no ordinary foe. Li Yun fell silent. Indeed, he was anything but ordinary. The individual who just proclaimed himself as Lord Tower, despite his arrogant demeanor, undeniably possesses considerable prowess. Ao Meng remarked, Chief Li Yun, that young man is a swordsman, which implies he must be backed by a formidable sword cultivator. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yun responded, I previously had someone investigate, and that swordsman behind him is at most a great sword immortal. Ao Meng glanced at Li Yun. How can you be so certain? Li Yun replied, It is merely a conjecture. Ao Meng furrowed his brow. Li Yun continued with a smile. In this world, the few remaining sword emperors are only those few, all residing within the Guanyuan universe. Among them, the one frequently seen by the public is the listening cloud sword emperor, who cannot possibly be his master. Therefore, the most powerful individual behind him can only be a great sword immortal at best. After a brief moment of silence, Ao Meng nodded slightly, acknowledging the soundness of Li Yun's reasoning. Li Yun stated, This person possesses commendable talent and is a swordsman. Since we are now adversaries, we should exert our utmost efforts to eliminate him, lest we encounter future troubles. Ao Meng nodded in agreement. Our clan certainly understands. He then looked at Li Yun and said, Chief Li Yun, our clan has a group of exceptionally gifted true dragons emerging. If your esteemed clan is willing, you may send 2 individuals to the True Dragon clan to select their partners. A smile immediately graced Li Yun's face. Naturally, we are more than willing. What a tremendous gain. If the younger generation of the Shenge clan could secure true dragons as partners, their combat prowess would multiply exponentially. Furthermore, the Shenge clan would establish a stable alliance with the True Dragon clan. This is indeed a blood-soaked fortune. Ao Meng turned to gaze at the horizon, scoffing, I shall see who among the Middle-earth dares to protect him. Meanwhile, amidst the clouds, the small tower halted with Yi Guan. Upon stopping, it transformed into a beam of light and entered Yi Guan's body. Yi Guan hurriedly inquired, Master Tower, are you all right? He could sense the profound injury afflicting the Master Tower. After a brief moment, the small tower replied, I can no longer intervene. Yi Guan nodded slightly, feeling a pang of guilt. Master Tower, it is my fault that you are in this predicament. The small tower sighed softly. Why utter such words? Yi Guan hesitated for a moment before saying, Master Tower, their aim is solely me. Perhaps you should depart. This is my heartfelt suggestion. The small tower fell silent for a moment before responding. Having absorbed your essence for so many years, it would weigh heavily on my conscience to leave just like that. Therefore, allow me to accompany you for a while longer. After you ascend to the great sword immortal, I shall take my leave. Yi Guan wished to say more, but the small tower interjected, Go to the divine clan. The young lady who bestowed upon you the jade pendant is a kind soul. There should be no unexpected mishaps this time. Yi Guan nodded in agreement, realizing that his only course now was to seek the divine clan. Upon returning to the teleportation array, the hunchbacked elder cast a fleeting glance at Yi Guan without uttering a word. Yi Guan stated, I wish to go to the divine clan. With that, he produced a spatial ring and handed it to the hunchbacked elder. The elder accepted the ring and gestured towards a teleportation array on the right. Yi Guan nodded and proceeded towards the array. Suddenly, the hunchbacked elder asked, Will you return? Yi glanced at the hunchbacked old man and remarked, If all goes as expected, there should be no issues. The old man replied calmly, Typically, when things appear to be in order, that is when unforeseen events occur. Ye's expression froze. The teleportation array activated, and Yi vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, Ao Meng appeared in the arena. The hunchbacked old man glanced at Ao Meng but remained silent. Ao Meng spoke with composure. Where has that young man gone? The hunchbacked old man responded. The Merchant Guild has regulations against disclosing the whereabouts of clients. I pride myself on my professional ethics. Ao Meng opened his palm, and a spatial ring floated gently before the hunchbacked old man, within which lay a treasure trove of gold crystals numbering in the thousands. The old man immediately gestured towards the distant teleportation array of the divine clan. Ao Meng scoffed, "Professional ethics?" With that, he began to stride towards the array. Upon hearing this, a shadow of trepidation flickered in the old man's eyes. Ao Meng stepped into the teleportation array. However, it remained utterly still. Ao Meng furrowed his brow and glanced at the hunchbacked old man, who wore an impassive expression. "Oh dear. It seems the teleportation array is malfunctioning. How unfortunate." Ao Meng fixed his gaze on the old man, suspicion etched on his face. "Are you playing tricks?" The hunchbacked old man retorted with mockery. "Go ahead and strike me." He truly seemed unafraid of the true Dragon Clan. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion had nothing to fear. Should the other party dare to act, the true Dragon Clan would pay a heavy price. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion feared no one, not even the Guanxian Academy. Ao Meng's eyes were icy as he stared at the hunchbacked old man. Yet, he dared not make a move. To take action against the people of Xianbao Pavilion would undoubtedly provoke exceedingly adverse diplomatic repercussions. After a moment's contemplation, Ao Meng, weighing the pros and cons, produced a spatial ring and offered it to the hunchbacked elder, which contained 20,000 pieces of gold crystal. However, the elder disdainfully discarded it onto the ground, sneering, "Money? Do you think I lack resources?" With that, he turned to leave. Ao Meng's countenance darkened significantly at the scene. Within the spatial transmission passage, Yi Guan sat cross-legged on the ground. Inside the small tower, a mysterious voice suddenly remarked, "Why not simply take him to the Guangguan universe?" The small tower sighed softly, questioning the purpose of such a journey. To inherit a legacy? Brother, what is his current strength? Will those there acknowledge him? The mysterious voice retorted with a cold laugh. If they do not acknowledge him, what then? Would they dare to kill him? Who would be so bold? The princess? The Moon Emperor? The great wilderness tribe? Or the primordial divine clan? The small tower replied solemnly, "They might not dare, but they could certainly undermine him. With his current capabilities, does he possess the ability to govern this boundless universe? Would it be meaningful to merely serve as a puppet director of the Guangguan Academy? Moreover, have you forgotten the young master's instructions?" The mysterious voice fell silent. The small tower continued, "The young master does not wish for this young man to tread the same path he once did, which is why he was sent to this distant southern state. Furthermore, have you not noticed? The Guangguan Academy has begun to exhibit signs of internal decay after the young master's long absence. If he does not ascend step by step, how will he rectify these issues in the future?" The mysterious voice sighed softly in response. Little Tower continued, "Moreover, Sister Tianming has previously instructed us to temper our resolve. If we were to return him to the Guangguan universe now, what trials would he face? Without enduring the myriad hardships of the world, how can one aspire to become the greatest sword in existence?" Pausing momentarily, it added, "Furthermore, the injuries we bear cannot be remedied by this universe alone. We find ourselves in such a state, while most of the elder top-tier powerhouses are either deceased or in slumber. We cannot contend with Princess Xian and the Moon Emperor." A mysterious voice intoned gravely, "The greatest sword in the world." Little Tower sighed softly, choosing not to elaborate further. Continued, "Additionally, I wish for you to comprehend one crucial truth. We are no longer the individuals we once were. You are barely clinging to life, and I have suffered severe damage to my essence and soul. We no longer possess the luxury to feign grandeur. Should we fall to some petty adversary, it would be utterly laughable." The mysterious voice sighed quietly, "I never envisioned I would find myself in such dire straits. Damn it!" Suddenly, Little Tower exclaimed, "If the inhabitants of the Void Truth Realm were to discover his existence, they would undoubtedly go mad, shattering the earthly barriers left by our master and come after him." The mysterious voice immediately responded, "Let him endure a bit more suffering. He can inherit the family fortune later." Within the spatial passage, Yi gazed at the interspatial ring before him. He now possessed a mere 470,000 golden crystals. Cultivation truly demands an exorbitant expenditure. Yiguan tightly grasped the storage ring, letting out a sigh within his heart. From this moment forth, he must practice frugality. He lamented his own poverty. In a while, he would need to seek some work. Otherwise, the days ahead would be unbearable. Chapter 54. My brother. Soon, Yiguan found himself amidst a sea of clouds. Not far before him stood a towering stone tablet inscribed with the word Divine Clan. As Yiguan approached the tablet, an elderly man unexpectedly materialized before him. The old man scrutinized Yiguan and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Yiguan produced the jade pendant bestowed upon him by the enigmatic woman. Upon seeing the pendant, the old man's expression shifted dramatically. "You," Yiguan explained, "a senior gifted this to me, instructing that upon my arrival in the central divine continent, I could seek her out within the divine clan." The old man promptly bowed respectfully. "Young master, please, do come in." With that, he turned and waved his sleeve, conjuring a luminous portal. Witnessing this, Yiguan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The pendant proved to be of great significance. Under the elder's guidance, Yiguan arrived before a grand hall, its towering structure reaching heights of 10,000 feet, exuding an imposing presence. As he stood before the hall, a profound sense of insignificance enveloped him. He couldn't help but marvel. Now, this is indeed a great clan. At the entrance of the hall stood a cadre of guards clad in golden armor. Upon glancing at these sentinels, Yiguan was taken aback. The aura emanating from them was overwhelmingly powerful. It was likely that each possessed strength surpassing even the void destruction realm. Yiguan was undeniably astounded. Before long, the elder led him into the hall. As they stepped inside, an expansive sensation greeted him. The hall was exceedingly vast, and as he looked around, the interior shimmered with golden brilliance, resembling a celestial palace of unparalleled opulence. Furthermore, upon entering this place, he noted the air was suffused with an exceptionally rich spiritual essence. The spiritual energy here is at least several times more potent than that of the upper realms Guotian Academy. Moreover, it is exceedingly pure. To cultivate in such an environment would undoubtedly be incredibly formidable. The elder offered a slight bow, saying, "Young master, please wait a moment." He then turned and retreated. Yiguan surveyed his surroundings and softly remarked, "Master Tower, constructing this grand hall must have required a considerable sum of money. If I possessed such wealth, I would deposit it in the immortal treasure pavilion and live off the interest for an exceedingly long time." At that moment, a young man and woman entered. The man, clad in a brocade robe, exuded a striking elegance, though his demeanor was somewhat aloof. The woman wore a flowing white dress, her hands clasped behind her, holding a scroll of ancient writings, her beauty radiant, complemented by a gentle smile. They approached Yiguan, and the man inquired, "How should I address you?" Yiguan replied calmly, "I am Yiguan." Upon hearing this, the man's brows furrowed. "Are you the Yiguan who ranked first in the upper realms martial examination?" Yiguan nodded. The man then stated gravely, "You have slain 2 true dragons." Yiguan affirmed with another nod. The man scrutinized Yiguan, asking, "Have you come here to join our divine clan?" Yiguan nodded once more. The man continued, "Our ancestor has journeyed to the Guotian universe and is currently absent from the divine clan. You may wait here for her return, but whether you can join the divine clan depends on her decision." Just then, a terrifying roar of a dragon echoed from a distant place outside the grand hall. Upon hearing this, Yiguan's expression darkened. The true dragon clan. The man's brows furrowed as he turned around, and at that moment, an elder appeared before him. He bowed slightly and said, "Young clan leader, Ao Meng from the true dragon clan has arrived and wishes to meet you." "Ao Meng." The man fell silent for a moment, casting a glance at Yiguan before striding outside. Yiguan remained silent. The woman studied Yiguan and smiled. "I have heard that you killed Enmu." Yiguan nodded. The woman smiled faintly. "That is truly remarkable. You must understand. Enmu was under the protection of the young clan leader of the true dragon clan. Yet you managed to slay him. Your sword must be exceptionally formidable." Yiguan responded calmly, "It was merely luck." The woman laughed. "I am Jian and young Master Yi. Since your ancestor has bestowed upon you this jade pendant, it signifies that you hold immense importance to her. However, I must inform you that you need to leave at once. Yiguan frowned slightly. Are you suggesting that the man will hand me over to the True Dragon Clan? Jian nodded. He is my elder brother, Jian, currently responsible for matters concerning the Divine Clan. I know him well. Firstly, he does not regard the significance of this jade pendant. Based on that, he will consider it unworthy to incur enmity with the True Dragon Clan for your sake. Consequently, he will undoubtedly deliver you to the True Dragon Clan to foster goodwill. Yiguan fell silent once more. At that moment, a surge of powerful auras suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Yiguan's expression grew grave. He underestimated the terrifying influence of the True Dragon Clan in Middle-earth. Jian gazed at Yiguan and said, I will take you away. With that, she suddenly rose and grasped Yiguan's arm, then waved her sleeve gracefully, causing a teleportation array to materialize beneath their feet. Just as they were about to vanish, Yiguan caught sight of Aomeng and Jian rushing in. Upon seeing Yiguan and Jian disappear, Jian expression instantly turned grim. Omeng's face was equally dark. He turned to Jian and said, I do not understand why she would act in such a manner. After a moment of silence, Aomeng continued, Young clan leader, this Yiguan must be eliminated by our True Dragon Clan. You should be well aware of the reasons. Moreover, we have always held the Divine Clan in high regard. Thus we wish to avoid any unpleasantness with your noble lineage. Jian remained silent for a moment before responding. I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. He then looked at Aomeng, saying, When you pursue Yiguan, do not harm my sister. My ancestors hold her in high esteem. Should you injure her, it would lead to an irreconcilable conflict between our clans. Omeng cast a glance at Jian before turning to leave. In the same spot, he called out in a deep voice, Summon someone. At that moment, an elder appeared behind Aomeng. Omeng instructed, Take 10 divine guards to find Jian, ensure her safety. Without fail, the elder nodded slightly, understanding the gravity of the task, and then retreated. In a realm among the clouds, the fabric of time and space suddenly tore apart, and then Yiguan and Jian emerged. Jian smiled and said, We are safe for now. Yiguan cast a wary glance at Jian, pondering her motives. Why do you do this? Jian blinked. For my brother. For my divine clan. Yiguan furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Jian replied with a smile. Firstly, your ability to receive a jade pendant from our ancestor signifies that you are no ordinary person. Particularly, the fact that you survived after slaying Enmu and that true dragon is remarkable. If my divine clan were to hand you over to the dragon clan, the kindness symbolized by the jade pendant would transform into a malevolent consequence. To put it mildly, this could endanger my brother's life. More severely, could jeopardize my divine clan. Yiguan responded calmly, Perhaps you are overthinking this. Jian chuckled, That is a possibility. However, surviving after defeating Enmu and the dragon clan is no small feat. Moreover, I understand our ancestor's character. She would not casually bestow her jade pendant upon just anyone. Yiguan said, Regardless, Miss Jian, I am grateful for your assistance. We shall meet again. With that, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Jian called out, Wait. Yiguan turned back to face her, and Jian continued with a smile. Our ancestor is far away in the vast Guanuan universe and will not return anytime soon. If I go back now, I too will be in danger, as the dragon clan will undoubtedly pressure me to reveal your whereabouts. Yiguan regarded Jian in silence. With a smile, Jian suggested, Let us go to the Taoist gate. Yiguan's brow furrowed once more. The Taoist gate? Jian nodded and assuredly stated, Although you are indeed extraordinary, the 6 great clans will not accept you, for they would not engage in conflict with the True Dragon Clan on your behalf. They harbor no fear of the True Dragon Clan yet. Do you grasp my meaning? Yiguan nodded in understanding. I know. I am unworthy. Jian slightly inclined her head, reflecting that it would be utterly unwise for 2 great clans to clash over a mere outsider. Yiguan cast a glance at Jian and continued, There is another reason for your rescue that remains unspoken. Jian blinked, intrigued. What reason might that be? Yiguan replied calmly, You fear that your ancestors might indeed take me in, which would force the Divine Clan to confront the True Dragon Clan, and in your eyes, it would be unworthy for the Divine Clan to engage in a life-and-death struggle over me. A flicker of surprise crossed Jian An's eyes as she remarked, "Young Master Yi, your intellect. I must admit, I underestimated you." Yi Guan responded, "I comprehend your actions and am deeply grateful for your assistance. Rest assured, I will not return to the Divine Clan and bring trouble upon them." With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, Jian An suddenly called out, "Young Master Yi, please hold." Yi Guan turned back to her, and Jian An smiled, "Young Master Yi, I was not deceiving you when I spoke of the Taoist sect. If I elaborate, you shall surely understand. Though the sect has fallen, it was once formidable, and most importantly, it bears a deep-seated enmity with the true Dragon Clan. A blood feud. In essence, the true Dragon Clan and the Taoist sect are irreconcilable foes. Thus, the enemy of my enemy becomes my ally." Yi Guan nodded slightly, comprehending the situation. Having said that, he swiftly vanished into the distance. Jian An gazed at Yi Guan's retreating figure, her expression serene. At that moment, Jian Ao appeared with a group of formidable beings from the Divine Clan, and upon seeing Jian An unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Jian Ao spoke solemnly, "You should not have allowed him to leave." Jian An replied with a smile, "I must admit, this young Master Yi is indeed extraordinary. A rare talent. What a pity." She shook her head gently as she spoke. Just then, the fabric of spacetime before them suddenly tore apart, and in the next instant, an ethereal woman emerged gracefully. The visitor was none other than Jian Zizai, albeit not her true form. Upon seeing Jian Zizai, both of them quickly bowed respectfully, ancestral forebear. Jian Zizai regarded the two of them, her gaze ultimately settling on Jian Ao. "From this moment forth, you shall no longer hold the title of young patriarch of our Divine Clan. Take him away and confine him for a century. He is not to leave the Divine Clan during this time." At her words, Jian Ao's pupils constricted in shock as he exclaimed, "Ancestral forebear." Jian Zizai maintained an impassive expression. "Take him away." The guards behind Jian Ao immediately escorted him out. Only Jian Zizai and Jian An remained in the arena. Jian Zizai looked at Jian An, her expression complex. "I initially held great expectations for you." Shaking her head slightly, she continued, "I shall enter seclusion for a century, during which time I will not depart from the Divine Clan. I will seek a new candidate within the Divine Clan to assume the role of young patriarch." Upon hearing this, Jian An's complexion instantly turned pale, and she trembled as she spoke. "Ancestral forebear, why? Everything I have done is for my Divine Clan." Jian Zizai, with an expressionless demeanor, commanded, "Leave." Jian An clenched her fists tightly, indignantly retorting, "I refuse to accept this. I refuse." Jian Zizai gazed at Jian An, thinking she ought to address him as aunt. Jian An paused for a moment before responding, "What of it? From the perspective of our clan's interests, he is not one of us. My Divine Clan should not confront the true Dragon Clan on his behalf. It is simply not worth it." Jian Zizai stared intently at Jian An. "Do you know who my brother is?" Jian An's face was filled with confusion. "Who?" Jian Zizai replied calmly, "He is the one you refer to as the Sword Master of the mortal realm." Boom! Jian An's mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning, leaving her momentarily blank. "Aunt. Guanguan Academy. Young Master. Gratitude is extended to Vast Starry Sky Blue and fellow book friends 59214959 and others for their generous support and patronage. Heartfelt thanks to all the esteemed patrons, including friends like Yi Jian Duzun and Ming Shadow VVV for their encouragement and contributions. Sincere appreciation to all those who voted and supported. I apologize for not being able to mention everyone individually, but I am truly grateful to each and every one of you." Chapter 55. Do not let him escape. Observing the ashen face of Jian An, Jian Zizai shook her head slightly. "Even if he were not the young master of the Guanxian Academy, I would still protect him, for his father calls me sister." After speaking, she turned and departed. Left behind, Jian An let out a self-deprecating smile. He had misjudged one thing: the value of that jade pendant. Life is akin to a game of chess. A single misstep can lead to total defeat. Meanwhile, Yi Guan, who was on his way, suddenly came to a halt as a phantom woman materialized before him. It was none other than Jian Zizai, who had hurried over. Yiguan was taken aback. Senior? Gen Zai replied with a smile. My true self is attending to matters in the Guanxian universe. This is merely my doppelganger. Come with me to the Divine Clan. However, Yiguan shook his head, declining the offer. No need. Gen Zai inquired. Are you upset? Yiguan replied, shaking his head. Not at all. Gen Zai stated. I have already punished them. After a moment's hesitation, Yiguan said, Senior, please do not punish Miss Jian and her actions were solely for the benefit of the Divine Clan, and she bears no fault. Moreover, had it not been for her assistance, I might have found it impossible to leave the Divine Clan. Gen Zai paused in silence before nodding slightly. Then shall you return with me? Yiguan chuckled. Senior, truly it is unnecessary. I have found a new path ahead. He was not genuinely upset. Rather, he wished to avoid embroiling the Divine Clan in a conflict with the True Dragon Clan on his account. Gen Zai spoke solemnly. Are you truly alone? Yiguan hesitated for a moment before responding. I still have Lord Tower by my side. He did not conceal anything, for everyone was already aware of Lord Tower's involvement. Lord Tower. Gen Zai paused momentarily before nodding slightly. Very well. With little Tower accompanying her, she felt a sense of reassurance. Currently, her true self could not return, and this fragment of her essence was certainly incapable of detaining a formidable member of the true dragon lineage. Furthermore, with little Tower by her side, she felt genuinely untroubled. Yiguan offered a slight bow. Esteemed elder, I take my leave. With that, he turned and departed. Gen Zai watched his receding figure for a long time, then lifted her gaze towards the depths of the starry sky, murmuring, younger brother. What transpired in that world? After a brief moment, Yiguan arrived once more at the location of the teleportation array. The hunchbacked elder regarded him with a curious expression. Are you playing around? Yiguan smiled faintly. Esteemed elder, this time, I wish to visit the Taoist sect. The hunchbacked elder replied in a calm tone. You intend to visit all the major families, do you? Yiguan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. He produced a spatial ring and handed it to the hunchbacked elder. The elder accepted the ring and pointed to one of the teleportation arrays, this one. As Yiguan stepped into the designated array, the hunchbacked elder suddenly remarked, The True Dragon Clan is pursuing you. Yiguan paused briefly and then nodded. I am aware. The elder scrutinized Yiguan and added, Give me a golden crystal, and I will inform them that you have gone to the undying Imperial Clan. Yiguan blinked, then inquired, Isn't that a bit insufficient? The hunchbacked elder calmly replied, It is ample. Yiguan swiftly produced a gold crystal and presented it to the hunchbacked elder, offering a slight bow in gratitude. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, advising him to take care. As his voice faded, the teleportation array activated, and Yiguan vanished without a trace. Not long after Yiguan's departure, Aomeng arrived at the scene. His purpose for visiting this place was that it was the only avenue to reach the various clans. He cast a glance at the hunchbacked elder, extending his palm as a spatial ring flew toward the elder. Inside the ring lay 20,000 gold crystals. The elder spoke in a calm tone, demanding 100,000. Aomeng narrowed his eyes and queried, Why don't you seize it? The elder replied coolly, You may give or withhold as you wish. A glint of coldness flickered in Aomeng's eyes, yet the elder chose to disregard him entirely, embodying the nonchalant demeanor of those from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. At that moment, Aomeng opened his palm once more, and a spatial ring flew to the elder, this time containing precisely 100,000 gold crystals. The elder remarked, Immortal Emperor Clan. Aomeng stepped into the teleportation array, casting a glance back at the elder, his brow furrowed. You are going to the Immortal Emperor Clan again? The elder affirmed. Indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Aomeng addressed the elder coldly. Life is full of unexpected turns. Tread carefully. With that, he vanished from sight. The hunchbacked elder scoffed. What a fool. Then he turned and departed. Yiguan arrived at the foot of a mountain, gazing upward toward the summit. Before him lay a winding staircase of azure stones leading to the peak, where two wooden doors could be faintly discerned at the top of the steps. Yiguan made his way towards the stone steps. Along the path, he suddenly inquired, Master Tower, do you possess extensive knowledge of the Taoist sect? The small tower replied, it's reasonably adequate. Yiguan expressed curiosity, having heard that the history of the Taoist sect is quite ancient, predating the establishment of the Guanyuan Academy. The small tower affirmed, indeed, the Taoist sect once served as the bastion of order in this universe, whereas Guanyuan Academy represents a new custodian of order. Yiguan blinked, pondering the notion of dynastic change. The small tower chuckled. One could say so. Yiguan remained perplexed. If it were truly a transition of power, why had the Taoist sect not been entirely eradicated? The small tower explained, because the sword master of the mortal realm was once a member of the Taoist sect himself. Consequently, after restoring order, he chose not to obliterate the Taoist sect but rather allowed it to endure. Yiguan nodded slightly, murmuring, in that case, the sword master of the mortal realm possesses quite a grand vision. The small tower continued, although the Taoist sect has waned in prominence, it still harbors numerous talented individuals. If you were to join the Taoist sect, it might not be an unfavorable endeavor. Yiguan nodded once more and quickened his pace. Within the small tower, a mysterious voice suddenly asked, are you certain you wish to admit him into the Taoist sect? The small tower replied calmly, is there a problem? The mysterious voice responded placidly, what issue could I possibly have? As long as you are untroubled, that suffices. The small tower softly remarked, the Taoist sect has once contributed significantly to this universe. Their merits are acknowledged by the young master. Moreover, the decline of the Taoist sect bears considerable responsibility from the young master. Should this young fellow manage to revitalize the Taoist sect? He paused momentarily before adding, then it would indeed be a matter of destiny. At this moment, Yiguan stood before the weathered wooden door, contemplating its presence in silence. The door, worn and dilapidated, bore the remnants of the characters Dao Men, now partially faded. Above it clung a veil of cobwebs, a testament to neglect that transcended